Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1. You call this an Onmyōji. Nighttime in Sumida Ward, Tokyo. Under a thick layer of dark clouds, the gleaming pinnacle of a 634-meter tower reaches into the sky, like a blazing sword about to slice open the heavens. This is the very top of Tokyo Skytree. Fierce gusts hull through the high altitude, accompanied by the faint sound of someone tearing open hamburger packaging. And the muttering complaints of a teenage boy. Ugh, Rias said the target would show up sometime between 5 and 8, but it's already after 7. Couldn't the intel be a bit more precise? We've been waiting here over 2 hours. I'm starving, so whatever. I'm eating first. Taking a bite from the double cheeseburger he'd bought 2 hours ago at the shopping arcade below, the boy's dark eyes aren't focused on the bright Tokyo nightscape or its endless city lights. Instead, his gaze is locked on a distant, abandoned harbor, shrouded in darkness. He barely has time to savor the bite when his eyebrows twitch. It seems he's finally noticed something unusual in the far distance, and he lets out a small, annoyed click of his tongue. Speak of the devil, couldn't they have let me finish my meal first? With that, he steps forward, merging with the wind. His figure vanishes into the night like a dark ink wash. Meanwhile, at the abandoned harbor, layers of waves crash against the pier. The black surface of the water reflects the distant, glowing skytree. Bright headlights cut through the darkness. For black sedans cruise in staggered formation along the harbor road, swinging onto the shoreline. Traveling at about 40 miles per hour, they pull up to the dock and come to a stop. All the doors open at once, and the car lights flare. Under that bright but gentle illumination, 16 men in sunglasses and suits, looking very much like bodyguards, step out in unison. It has all the hallmarks of some shady underworld deal. Finally, you're here. Took you long enough. The rough-sounding voice that rings out doesn't come from any of the 16 men. It doesn't even come from the shore, but from the water. By the glow of those 4 sedans' headlights, one can just make out a small, powered-off speedboat floating quietly near the dock. Inside, a burly man, easily over 6.5 feet tall, with a wild beard and corded muscles, lounges on his back, legs crossed, arms folded behind his head. A locked briefcase beneath him serves as a makeshift pillow. He only opens his eyes when he hears the footsteps of the men disembarking. A pair of almond-shaped, emerald-green irises gleam in the light. He wastes no words. The wolf-eyed man flips upright in one fluid motion, grabs the briefcase, and steps ashore to face the group of suited bodyguards. He sets the briefcase down at their feet. The dull thud of metal against concrete makes the nearby bodyguards instinctively flinch half a step back. This is what you wanted. I brought it, where's my payment? Here it is. After a brief silence, one of the suited men summons the courage to step forward. He sets his own briefcase on the car's hood and pushes it toward the wolf-eyed man. The wolf-eyed man doesn't say much. He lifts the lid, and emerald green eyes scan the stacks of 10,000 yen bills neatly arranged inside. Satisfied there are no decoys, he closes it again. Then he slides the briefcase he brought onto the hood in exchange. All right, that settles our deal. Chow, you came all this way, and you're leaving already. Before the wolf-eyed men can finish, a slight sound of footsteps comes from behind the bodyguards, somewhere between the dockside warehouses. Along with it, a young voice calls out, muffled by food, tinged with a Kyoto accent. Who's there? Identify yourself. As though struck by sudden thunder, all 16 men, who mere moments ago had been fixated on the wolf-eyed men, spin around, guns already drawn. Flashlights mounted beneath each barrel flare to life like stage spotlights, illuminating the newcomer. The voice belongs to a boy of about 17 or 18. He's tall but not lanky, dressed casually, as if he just finished a workout. He's still holding half a burger, and his cheeks are puffed slightly with unswallowed food. Bokue Keikain, current acting Onmyōji of the Kyoto-based Keikain clan. Dedicated to serving high-net-worth clients, undertaking all manner of exorcism and purification work. My personal phone number is 185. Sorry, force of habit. Ignore the rest. He rattles off his ad pitch as though he's reciting from a script, with all the enthusiasm of someone forced into it. Then he takes another bite of his burger, raises the remaining half, still partly wrapped in paper, and waves it nonchalantly. All right, back to business. Any actual human here can leave, but you'll be leaving the goods behind. And you, yes, you over there with those wolf eyes, you stray devil, you're coming with me. Oh, and bring along both of those briefcases, too. I'm in the middle of dinner and don't have free hands. If you cooperate, Rias might consider sending you back to the underworld more gently. Next time you want to come up to the human world, please register properly at the demon district first, thank you. He sounds utterly arrogant. With just a few words, the 2 briefcases apparently belong to him now. Of course, real life isn't some over-the-top power fantasy where everyone bows to an intimidating main character. If these men were so easily cowed, they wouldn't be criminals. Stray devil. One of the bodyguards frowns. Boke Keikain shrugs, eyes flicking past them toward the wolf-eyed man, who stands out like a high school athlete among a crowd of grade schoolers. Come on, you don't honestly think those eyes belong to a normal human? Let's make this quick and painless, okay? Otherwise. It's not a negotiation, it's a threat. And that's more than these bodyguards can tolerate. They know how brutal their employer is. If they fail to deliver the goods intact, there's only one fate that awaits them. Death. Silence tightens like a vice. The atmosphere crackles with tension. Baka. Idiot. Without warning, one of the bodyguards snaps an insult in Japanese and pulls the trigger. As if on cue, all 16 bodyguards open fire simultaneously. They're just using semi-automatic handguns, but 16 of them firing at once creates a barrage rivaling a submachine gun in a short burst. TCH, time for some overtime, the boy mutters under his breath, ignoring the hail of bullets raging toward him. He sighs faintly, then stuffs the remaining burger into his mouth. In the next instant, golden spiritual power flares up around him like a tangible blaze. There's no explosive flash. The burger wrapper in his hand incinerates to ash in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the bullets reach him. And vanish. To be exact, they melt. A high-speed camera would show each bullet liquefying the moment it nears Bokue Keikain, turning into molten iron. Then, in the next breath, that molten iron vaporizes into the air. The boy walks forward step by step, spiritual pressure surging ever higher around him. Logically, temperatures like that would scorch everything in sight. Yet the asphalt under his feet remains perfectly intact, no sign of melting or even softening. The wolf-eyed man grimaces, sweat trickling down his forehead. This level of power, from an Onmyōji. Is that even possible? He knows he can't win in a direct fight. As a stray devil, he's never been in the upper echelons of the underworld. He fled here precisely because his demonic constitution gives him an overwhelming advantage over ordinary humans, making shady business a breeze. Killing, robbery, you name it. But surrender? Absolutely not. If the devil send him back to the underworld, he'll be stuck under the thumb of some other demon lord, eking out a life of servitude. He can't accept that. He can't win, doesn't want to submit, so there's only one choice left. Run. As a wolf-type devil, he's confident in his speed. Buzz, buzz. Just as the wolf-eyed man has that thought, the boy's phone suddenly vibrates. Huh. Boke raises an eyebrow, perplexed. He figures it can't be Rias or Akino-senpai texting, those two are staking out elsewhere. But they wouldn't message now if they know he's already pinned down the target. Unless. He fishes his phone out of his pocket and opens the message. Sure enough, it's from someone else entirely. Wani-chan's been home for ages, Nyan. Where are you, Hana? Aren't you coming back? Cat emoji. His lifted brow relaxes, and he taps the mic for speech-to-text. He lifts the phone to his mouth, about to record a reply. Yeah, I'm still out, I'll be back soon, maybe 15 minutes. Also, please don't touch that big delivery box in the living room, it's a new TV, and you already broke the last one. Now's my chance. Seizing the split second while Boke's attention is on his phone, the wolf-eyed man's eyes blaze with renewed determination. Move. Abandoning all civility, he shoves aside the nearest bodyguard. No longer hiding his demonic nature, his face contorts, his nose extending forward, jaw retracting as his entire head morphs into a colossal wolf muzzle. His body swells with muscle, ripping his clothes apart. Coarse black fur erupts across his skin, while razor-sharp claws burst from his fingertips and toes. In under half a second, the hulking man is gone, replaced by a 4-meter-tall werewolf. A savage curve of talons hooks the handle of the briefcase as he slams one foot onto the hood of the sedan. The roof crumples instantly beneath the crushing weight. Meanwhile, every muscle in his legs bulges as if about to tear through the skin. He's gathered enough power that even a single leap should let him clear the rooftops, and once he's sprinting, he's confident no mere human, no matter how much spiritual power he wields, can easily catch him. Or so he thinks, until his train of thought is severed by a single finger. A fiery, golden spiritual glow engulfs that outstretched fingertip as it presses squarely against the werewolf's brow. The moment it touches, an overwhelming force slams down on him like a mountain, freezing him in place. He can't move a muscle. Is this kid even human? Above him, the boy's casual voice drifts down. Hey, mutt, what exactly do you think you're doing? His words barely fall before a flood of golden spiritual power, thousands of times stronger than before, erupts at the dock. It shoots skyward, coalescing into a gigantic lotus of golden energy, towering like a mountain, then crashes down on the deserted harbor, illuminating all rivers. Chapter 2, A Catgirl at Home. The spiritual pressure outburst lasted only an instant, like a crack of lightning briefly tearing through the sky. When the towering golden Buddha lotus dispersed, the harbor was still the same dark steel jungle. It was simply missing a few fiends, and the henchmen who served them. Phew, job's done. Bokue Keikain landed gracefully, did a quick stretch, and strolled over to the black sedan with its completely caved-in roof. From the hood, he retrieved 2 still intact briefcases. He remembered one contained money. As for the other, he hadn't opened it yet, but judging from the conversation between that werewolf and those bodyguards, it was their merchandise. He was curious, but first he needed to inform Rias. Chippy chippy choppa choppa. That catchy ringtone prompted Boke, who had just picked up his phone, to raise an eyebrow again. This time, the caller ID showed, Rias. How convenient. He tapped to answer. Hey, Rias. I was just about to call you. Before he could finish, a slightly anxious girl's voice came through the line. Boke, are you okay? Kenneo and I just sensed a huge surge of demonic power from your direction. Did you run into the target? Something like that. Don't worry, it's already sorted. Leading with reassurance, Bokue Keikain glanced at the 2 briefcases by his feet. I was planning to bring him back alive, but some people just won't cooperate, so I had to get a bit rough. Anyway, it's all taken care of, and I picked up their trade goods, too. Trade goods? What were they? No idea. I haven't checked yet, but... Wedging the phone between his cheek and shoulder, Boke lifted the briefcase that supposedly held the traded item, tapping the shell lightly with his knuckle. It's giving off a bit of spiritual power, faint, but definitely there. It doesn't feel natural, like something sealed inside. Should I open it? Sealed, huh? Rias seemed to hesitate momentarily, then made a quick decision. Better not. Let's keep it as is for now and talk at school tomorrow. We don't know what they were trading. If it's some dangerous creature from the underworld and we break the seal by accident, that'd be a mess. Works for me. I'll bring it to the club tomorrow afternoon so we can open it together and see what's inside. He was about to end the call but paused for a moment and added. Oh, one more thing, about the money. Yeah, I'll transfer the commission for this job to your account in a minute, Rias interrupted breezily, as though she'd already anticipated his request. Then curiosity crept into her voice. But we've worked together a lot, why the rush this time? You short on cash? Well. He rubbed his forehead as he spoke. I was doing fine until my freeloading cat trashed the TV in my bedroom a few days ago. My game console was hooked up to it, so... sorry to hear that. Anyway, I'll wire you the payment in a moment. Okay then, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow it is. 10 minutes later, in an apartment building in Chuo Ward, Tokyo. Ding dong. With the elevator's pleasant chime, the doors slid open onto the hallway. Boke stepped out, a briefcase in each hand. Chuo Ward is some of the priciest real estate in Tokyo. Even a cramped studio of 400 or 500 square feet can fetch a sky-high price, and typically an entire floor might house 4, 5, or even more units sharing a single elevator. But the building where Bokue Keikain lived had only 2 doors per floor, 2 units per elevator bank. That meant more space, more quiet, and a price tag that soared proportionally. It was similar to the high-end condo you might see some refined anime heroine living in, essentially a luxury residence. Turning right from the elevator, he arrived at his door. Because both hands were full, he had to set the briefcases down before fishing out his keys. Just as Boke reached into his pocket, however, the security door, which had been firmly closed just a second ago, swung open from inside. A shapely figure pounced out like a sprinter off the blocks, colliding with him right there in the hallway. Welcome home. Thanks for opening the door, Kuroka. But can we at least go inside first? If the neighbors see us like this, it'll be awkward. Boke seemed to have expected this greeting. He gently patted the back of the kimono-clad girl who was nuzzling him and sniffing him head to toe. Well, girl might be misleading. She did look like a youthful 18-year-old, but her front-mounted weaponry was on a whole different level than your average teen. Add the furry cat ears perched atop her head, and the tail flicking under her kimono, and you couldn't help thinking of a classic nekomata. Neighbors? Didn't know we even had any. I've never seen them. Like a wife excitedly welcoming her husband home late at night, Kuroka took a long whiff to confirm he didn't smell of any other woman. Satisfied, she ran her tongue over her lips, dropped back onto her bare feet, and released him. Anyway, now that you're back, do you want dinner, or a shower, or... Already ate. I'm taking a shower. Without delay, Boke grabbed the briefcases, stepped inside, changed into indoor shoes, set the cases on the dining table, and headed straight for the bathroom, ignoring Kuroka's eager expression. Huh. He really did just go straight to take a bath. Foiled, Kuroka blinked in surprise. She wasn't too discouraged, though, and her gaze soon fell on the 2 briefcases sitting on the table. Tapping her index finger against her lips, the cat-eared girl leaned forward and inspected them, asking, "Boke, what's in these boxes?" "Tonight's unexpected haul. One of them's money, the other has something sealed inside, haven't opened it yet. Don't touch it." His voice echoed out of the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of water filling the tub. "Oh." Kuroka's eyes flickered. "Oh, right, about that new TV you mentioned in your text, I moved it into your bedroom. Thanks. I'll take it back out later." "Huh? Why? Didn't you always keep the TV in the bedroom?" "Yeah, and you fried the last one." With the bathroom door open, their conversation reverberated clearly. Kuroka pouted. "It's not all my fault. You were playing some horror game in the middle of that, the ghost popped up so close and startled me, plus you went, deeper. I just lost control for a second." Noting the tub was nearly full, Boke turned off the faucet and slipped in, letting out a contented sigh as the warm water rose to his chest. "I'm not blaming you. I just figured the bed and TV stand were too close. If I put the TV in the living room, then there's a couch between it and you, so hopefully no more spraying the outlet next time." "Oh, really?" She gave a soft huff. Even though he'd basically forgiven her, for some reason she felt like she'd just been issued a new challenge. It's just 2 or 3 extra meters compared to the bedroom, she'd show him next time. As Kuroka daydreamed about her comeback, her gaze drifted back to the 2 briefcases on the table. "Right," Boke said one was sealed. He also said not to mess with it, but she was a cat, you can't expect a simple warning to overpower feline curiosity. After a brief moment of checking for any signs of danger, the cat-eared girl carefully undid the latch and opened the case. Inside, resting in a small recess lined with red silk, lay a shriveled, purple-black finger wrapped in countless talismans. What the heck had he brought home this time? Chapter 3, Time to Eat Big Sis. You could say calling this cat shameless is never an exaggeration. 10 minutes later, when Bokue Keikain finished his shower and stepped out of the bathroom with a towel around his neck, he turned to see a certain cat-eared girl at the dining table. She'd already opened the briefcase that contained the sealed item and was sitting there, holding the dried, purple-black finger wrapped in talismans, rotating it back and forth under the overhead light. "Hey, Boke, check this out, looks like one of those Onmyōji thingies, right? Hand it over." He had, of course, told Kuroka not to open the case before he went into the bathroom. But Boke knew full well that a simple warning would never curb her curiosity. So he wasn't at all surprised by the sight that greeted him. He walked over and sat beside her at the table. But Kuroka didn't pass him the sealed object right away. Instead, she climbed fully onto his lap. Through the thin silk of her kimono, she could clearly sense his body heat, her nose picking up the faint, fresh scent of body wash and steam. It was like finding her favorite cozy nook. Kuroka smiled contentedly and, leaning her cheek against his chest, finally held out the sealed finger. "Here. Boke took the talisman-wrapped finger from her. After a quick glance, he shook his head. "It's not Onmyōji related. This is Jujutsu Sorcerer work. Is there even a difference? Looks like a bunch of scribbles to me." Kuroka gestured at the tightly packed talismans on the finger. "That's exactly why it's from a Jujutsu Sorcerer, it's literally covered in scribbles." With his thumb and forefinger, Boke lifted one end of the talisman at the fingertip and gave it a slight tug, peeling the entire thing off in one continuous strip. No one would have guessed all those overlapping talismans were actually a single, absurdly long piece, like a roll of duct tape wrapped around a leaky pipe from end to end. He set the finger back on the table and stretched out the talisman to show Kuroka. "Now you see the difference." "I'll be honest, nope. Come on, it's obvious. Look at all the repetitive content, that's how Jujutsu Sorcerers do it. We Onmyōji never draw stuff out this long. We keep it neat and concise, just enough to get the job done. Feels like you get extra salty anytime Jujutsu Sorcerers come up." Kuroka blew a light breath against his cheek and poked his face. Boke shrugged. "Not salty, just stating facts. Most Jujutsu Sorcerers in the world awaken their powers on their own. No real lineage to speak of, fine. But imagine an average Joe suddenly gets superhuman abilities. It often warps their personality. Basically, they act like nouveau riche. Worse, because there's no established method to refine or simplify their techniques, they stay locked in that messy, primal form. They don't evolve. If I had to sum it up in one word, crude. And even the so-called Big Three families in the Jujutsu world aren't much better. First, look at the Zenin clan. Their signature is the 10 Shadows technique, they claim anyone who masters it automatically inherits leadership. Yet their current head never even inherited 10 Shadows to begin with. Then there's the Gojo clan, who rely on limitless But you can only use limitless if you also have the family's unique six eyes trait. Apparently, about 30 years ago, a strongest sorcerer was born into the family with both limitless and six eyes at once. Problem is, that kind of phenomenon only happens once every few centuries. Sure, they got lucky this time, but once the strongest eventually kicks the bucket, who knows if they'll survive until the next one is born. Finally, the Kenneo clan, whose signature is blood manipulation. The barrier to entry isn't quite as high, so you can learn it without insane genetics, but you have to use your own blood as the medium. So everyone there's chronically anemic. When they fight, they might win, but it's always a case of hurting the enemy by 1,000 while also losing 800 themselves. But if you look at our Keikain clan. At that, Boke abruptly changed his tone, raising a fist and pointing his thumb back at himself with proud, passionate fervor. Our family's inherited technique, Heigun, is basically a portable ancestral shrine. The further along the family line goes, the more generations of past heads you can summon, and the stronger it becomes. That's real lineage, unlike those so-called big three that rely on random genetic lottery. Oh. Kuroka listened to this long rant, and then asked, point blank. So, does that mean you can use this Heigun thing? Boke fell silent for a moment, then nodded with forced confidence. Sort of, yeah. It's not that complicated. My kid sister Yura is still in middle school, and she can already use it. Huh. Okay, then. Well, if even Boke's little sister can do it, presumably he can, too. Kuroka thought. Then her gaze wandered back to the purple-black finger on the table, now stripped of its talisman. So, what do we do with it? The seal's already off. If we just leave it there, won't something dangerous pop out? In theory, you could just wrap it again. But this talisman's about to give out anyway. I'll just create a new seal. At that, faint spiritual power ignited at Boke's fingertips. He touched the side of the briefcase he'd brought back. In an instant, the energy etched intricate characters across the case's surface. These symbols shimmered like living things, weaving into a crisscross seal formation. That'll do. Then we can just toss the finger in and close the lid. But seriously, what is this thing? He scrunched his nose, leaning in to examine the finger again from various angles. Coming up blank, he grabbed his phone and snapped a photo. Then he opened a certain forum app. Kuroka peeked curiously. What's that forum? It's a paranormal board run by folks at the Tokyo Jujutsu High. Most users are Jujutsu Sorcerers, plus a few supernatural hobbyists. I've gotten a few gigs off there before. Gigs? Kuroka blinked. Didn't you just trash-talk Jujutsu Sorcerers as a bunch of nouveau riche? Money's money, he said smoothly, as he typed out a new thread. His thumbs tapped the screen while he added text to the photo. You'll never guess what I found night fishing. Then he attached the picture of the finger and hit post. That's it. Kuroka tilted her head at the post successful +3 EXP message on screen. Boke locked his phone, picked up the finger, shut it in the now sealed briefcase, and set it aside. With his hands free, he lightly smacked the catgirl's rear through her kimono. Of course. Not like I'm gonna stay up all night waiting for replies. I'll check back in the morning. MMPH. Kuroka made a small sound but didn't stand up as he'd expected. Instead, she deftly turned another 90 degrees in his lap, shifting from a sideways lean to a full, face-to-face embrace. She wound her arms around his neck, and her legs slid to either side beneath her kimono. Leaning in, she purred into his ear. Well, you've already had dinner, and you've taken a shower, so isn't it time to eat, your big sis? Chapter 4, Tokyo Jujutsu High. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. As that irritating alarm echoed through the bedroom, morning had already arrived the next day. Bright sunlight slipped through a gap in the curtains, striking the hardwood floor. Evidence of last night's escapades lay scattered around the room. A single black cat ear twitched upright beneath the covers on the bed. The comforter shifted slightly, and a drowsy, lazy voice drifted out. Ugh, so loud. What is that? It's my wake-up alarm. Lifting a corner of the blanket, Bokue Keikain yawned and sat up. He ignored the cat-eared girl beside him, who was still half asleep and purring as she tried to coax him back into bed, and headed straight to the desk facing the window. There, he turned off the alarm clock, which had been going off nonstop on the far edge of the desktop. The instant the noise cut out, the dozing Kuroka finally blinked awake, though one cat ear still drooped. She lifted her head, hair in a tangle. You're off to that school again. Gotta say, this alarm clock is humanity's worst invention. Ha. She yawned. But I remember your old alarm clock sounded different. I had to replace it, Boke replied, removing his hand from the clock and glancing back at the cat-eared girl, who was now propping herself up, her more than ample figure partly revealed by the rumpled blanket. The last one was on the bedside table. You punched it and broke it. Well, it scared me. One moment I was fast asleep, next thing I knew it was screaming right by my ear. I nearly died of fright. Kuroka's gaze wandered as she tried to defend herself, but her voice held no real conviction. Boke shrugged faintly. Hence why this time I put the alarm clock on the desk, out of reach. Kuroka puffed out her cheeks, clearly wanting to gripe that alarm clocks are evil. But her grumbles died in her throat the moment she took a good look at him. Sunlight from the window poured onto Boke, outlining a physique that was lean yet undeniably toned. What's wrong? He frowned curiously when she went quiet all of a sudden. Kuroka kept staring. Her lips parted slightly, her voice soft. You're turned on. Nope, doesn't matter if I am, there's no time for that. Maybe tonight. Boke shook his head, bending down to pick up the clothes strewn across the floor. Then he added. Besides, last night we went at it till we both passed out. Even a yokai's body has to need some rest. No point overdoing it first thing in the morning. Every time I hear a human telling a yokai not to overdo it, I get this weird sense of role reversal. Watching Boke gather their scattered clothing, Kuroka pushed aside the covers and sat up. She was stark naked, and didn't seem to care. Suddenly, she flung the blanket away, sprang off the bed, and pounced on him from behind, clinging to him like a determined octopus. Her full weight didn't seem to faze him in the slightest, as if he'd fully anticipated it. With their skin pressed intimately together, Boke turned his head and grazed his nose against her cheek. You want to maybe put some clothes on first? Nope, I'm at home, and nobody else can see me anyway. She swayed side to side, humming in playful defiance. Her plan was simple, she'd gotten a bit excited upon waking, and while she could use yokai magic to clear her head, she much preferred getting Boke worked up, too. If he got aroused enough to skip school, they could spend all day lost in each other's arms. A win-win, right? Too bad, it didn't work. 20 minutes later, Bokue Keikain, clean-shaven, hair still damp, sat at the dining table in the living room. Right beside him sat Kuroka, now forcibly dressed in a kimono, wearing a sullen expression. They were having sandwiches and milk for breakfast. Boke's sandwich had bacon and eggs, Kuroka's, being a cat yokai fond of fish, was loaded with sardines and bacon. By the way, she mumbled between bites, did anybody respond to that post you made last night? Despite being made to wear clothes for modesty's sake, Kuroka still couldn't behave. Beneath the table, her bare feet swung back and forth, sneaking taps against Boke's calf. Let's see. He set down his glass of hot milk. Then he reached under the hem of her kimono and gave a swift, precise tap that made her straighten up, momentarily paralyzed. Only then did he pull out his phone to log into the forum. Sure enough, the thread he'd posted the previous night had attracted plenty of replies. Some were just random memes, like June 10th, some asked, who even asked? The rest questioned whether it was a joke or a prank prop. Huh, that's weird. He scrolled through the screen, chewing slowly on his sandwich. By this point, Kuroka had mostly recovered from her brief jolt. Face a little flushed, she leaned closer. Weird how? I can't say it's a problem, exactly. He shook his head pensively. Although Tokyo Jujutsu High had set up this paranormal forum, it was also open to anyone. Regular people, especially ghost hunting enthusiasts, used it as a public board. The school's real goal was to monitor paranormal events across Japan with the help of user posts, kind of a crowdsourced early warning system. Even the Keikain clan, with centuries of Onmyōji knowledge, could only respond to incidents once they got a request, so the Jujutsu Sorcerers had a similar limitation. They couldn't just comb the entire country day and night. That didn't mean no pros ever replied to suspicious threads, though. If something urgent came up, real Jujutsu Sorcerers might reach out directly in the forum. But last night, Boke had posted about finding a finger wrapped in Jujutsu talismans, an obvious sorcerer's item, and not a single official had commented publicly. Unless. Like a bolt of lightning, an idea flashed in his mind. He exited the thread and checked his private messages. Sure enough, there it was, one unread message, received 2 minutes after he posted. By then, he'd already been busy tied up with Kuroka, so he hadn't noticed. The sender's ID was Tranquil Mind. The opener identified them right away. Hello, I'm Siko Busujima, a third year at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Based on your post, the item you found is a special grade sealed object belonging to Tokyo Jujutsu High, extremely dangerous. As soon as you see this, please move away from the object and contact me immediately. The phrasing was polite yet urgent, and they'd included a phone number at the end. At first glance, it seemed fine. But something about it rubbed Boke the wrong way. Belonging to Jujutsu High. He's the one who confiscated it, how did it magically become their property? And as for, extremely dangerous. He glanced at the briefcase from last night, sitting peacefully on the table. The seal he'd set up was working perfectly. Popping open the lid for a quick peek, he saw the finger resting exactly where it had been. Not even a twitch, like it was begging to be left alone. If it ever did try any funny business, he could squash it under one shot. Might as well show it who's boss. So he typed a reply. Hi there, I'm Marcus Aurelius. And hit send. Chapter 5, Siko Busujima. Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High is located on the western outskirts of the city, nestled in a lightly developed woodland area. From a bird's-eye view, it hardly looks like a school. Rather, it more closely resembles a centuries-old temple compound. It's 7:25 in the morning. Warm spring sunlight pours over the wooden railing of the second-floor outdoor corridor in a traditional Buddhist temple building, illuminating a tall, purple-haired swordswoman dressed in the school's uniform. Gazing into the distance across campus, she lowers her phone with a soft sigh. Just then, footsteps approach from behind. Although she can guess the person's identity merely by footstep pattern, her swordswoman's instinct makes her turn anyway. She sees a black-haired boy with spiky hair, also wearing the Jujutsu High uniform, emerging from the interior hallway. Behind him is another student, seemingly an athlete type, with half of his hair dyed a wine-red hue and the other half its natural black. Beneath each eye, faint lines curve, almost like a pair of closed extra eyes. Their gazes meet in midair. The spiky-haired boy lifts a hand in greeting. Morning, Busujima-senpai. Fushiguro, An. Siko Busujima nods slightly, then focuses on the dyed athlete behind him. Oh, hi, senpai. I'm Yuji Itadori. I'm in the same class as Fushiguro. The athletic boy rubs the back of his head, flashing a friendly grin. Nice to meet you. Siko smiles politely. She remembers him, just a couple days ago, Satoru Gojo brought him in. Supposedly, he's the only person so far who has survived eating one of Ryaman Sukuna's fingers, retaining both his life and his own consciousness. Impressive, sure, but it doesn't really concern her. While most classes at Jujutsu High form small action teams of 3, Siko has flown solo since enrollment. She finishes missions without backup, so getting chummy with an underclassman feels pointless, just an added social hassle. With introductions at an end, conversation ceases. Silence settles over the hallway. After a few seconds, Megumi Fushiguro breaks the stillness. Senpai, you seemed worried just now. Did something happen? You could say that. Since he asked directly, Siko Busujima shakes her head and unlocks her phone again, switching to a forum page. Remember that post on the forum last night? Someone claimed they found Sukuna's finger while out night fishing. Yeah, I remember. Weren't you the first to contact them? Did you manage to recover it? Megumi asks quickly. Unfortunately, no. Siko shakes her head again. Just as she's about to show her message history, Yuji Itadori leans in, looking curious. Sukuna's finger? That's the thing I ate, right? Indeed, she replies calmly, glancing at him. Gojo-sensei should have told you there are 20 of Sukuna's fingers total. The Jujutsu Association has custody of 6. The one you swallowed was just one among those 20. Right, I know. Yuji nods, only for Megumi Fushiguro to push him aside, his tone urgent. So what's the situation now? They all know how dangerous even a single one of Ryaman Sukuna's fingers can be. Once unsealed, it can attract swarms of curses within a several-mile radius. Megumi's mind flashes to the night he first met Yuji. In less than half an hour after the seal broke, the entire school was overrun with curses. But Siko-senpai says the finger hasn't been recovered, and that was last night's post. Judging by the photo, the finger appeared unsealed. A whole night has passed without any Jujutsu Sorcerer securing it. He doesn't want to imagine the result. After all, if that finger lured in so many curses overnight, they'd be fighting one another in some twisted, king of the hill, possibly creating something even more monstrous. And the unfortunate soul who made that post would likely be. They responded to me, just before you two came out. Siko's light remark brings Megumi back to reality. Wait, the poster replied. Meaning they're alive. Take a look. The swordswoman pulls up her private messages and shows them to her underclassmen. Fushiguro leans in, holding his breath. The reply consists of just 7 characters. Hi there, I'm Marcus Aurelius. What the hell? Megumi's eye twitches. Judging by the timestamp, the sender is probably fine. But clearly, they aren't taking her message seriously at all. And that's the problem. Siko sighs quietly. Usually, once it gets to this point, no matter what else we send, they won't listen. So I plan to report it directly to the principal. Whoa. What's all this talk about reporting to the principal? A casual, playful male voice cuts her off from a short distance away. They turn to see a tall young man with white hair and sunglasses. He's waving as he saunters down the corridor. Gojo-sensei. Yuji Itadori seems surprised, but quickly points at the phone in Siko's hand. Ah, it's like this. Apparently someone posted on the school forum saying they found one of Sukuna's fingers last night. Huh. In an instant, Satoru Gojo, who had been strolling at a lazy pace, accelerates to triple speed, bounding over in a few strides. Taking Siko's phone, he glances through the chat log and lets out a small, ah. Looks like they're alive, sure, but they're ignoring our warnings. Good thing the forum's got a few backdoors for this scenario. Backdoors. Remember the ID verification when you registered for the forum? That's standard for everyone, but you students, and any staff from Jujutsu High, go through an extra step, which grants you temporary admin rights under certain conditions. Basically, you can see the real ID info for other users. Megumi frowns. Isn't that, well, not so nice, to put it bluntly. You can spin it that way. But come on, it's kinda wild that somebody spent the whole night with one of Sukuna's fingers and didn't end up in a crisis. Gojo types away on the phone while talking, halfway marveling at the situation. Before long, a notice pops up, admin access granted. He taps on the user's profile picture in the chat, revealing personal details that had previously been hidden. Gojo scans each line, and abruptly freezes. After a long moment, he clicks his tongue quietly. Ah. What is it? Itadori tries to peer over his shoulder, but Gojo blocks him with a palm. Then, returning the phone to Siko, the white-haired teacher's usual carefree smile resurfaces. He waves a hand dismissively. Welp, we've got their info. Looks like they're a student at Koa Academy. Busujima, after classes let out today, why don't you pop over and have a little chat? Understood. Chapter 6, the school nurse is the best. High school life in Japan isn't always the high-pressure grind some imagine. At least for most students who aren't aiming for top-tier universities like Tokyo University, or hoping to go into politics or marry into a wealthy conglomerate, merely completing the bare minimum academic requirements for graduation is enough. As for the rest of their time at school, they can spend it on club activities, and so on. That applies to Bokue Keikain as well. In fact, he chose Koa Academy specifically for one of its clubs. So, after surviving a grueling morning of general education classes, it's finally afternoon, time for club activities. Rying. The shrill yet delightful end-of-class bell blares through the classroom speakers. Right on cue, the teacher at the podium snaps her book shut, says, "That's it for this period," and heads out with her materials. The classroom atmosphere instantly relaxes. Students who had been laser-focused on the lecture loosen up, some even smile, gathering up with friends from the same club to leave for their club rooms. After all, class is mandatory, but club activities are personal pursuits. Or, put less politely, heading out to have fun with your buddies. Ignoring the escalating commotion around him, Boke neatly packs up his books, then pulls the briefcase he'd brought this morning from his desk. Standing up, he makes for the classroom door. He only manages a few steps before someone appears in front of him, blocking his way. Heh, judging by this look, Boke-kun, you're off to see the #1 beauty in our school, Rias-senpai, right? The speaker is a girl with braided brown hair and glasses. Hand on her hip, she leans in, scanning him from head to toe with a mischievous squint. I've gotta say, considering you just transferred here a couple weeks ago, you've got some serious game. You're already closer to Rias-senpai than 99% of the girls in school, and probably 100% of the guys. Kiryu. Boke halts. I'm only heading to club activities, or you could call it work. There's definitely no date involved. Besides, Rias-senpai and I aren't the only ones there, Akino-senpai and Kenneo are, too. How would anyone have a date in that situation? Oh, I see, I get it. Not a date. You're having a party, right? Kiryu Aika leans in even closer, her grin widening. She lowers her voice conspiratorially. On your first day here, I remember logging your measurements. That's quite the impressive size. So even if you had to satisfy Rias-senpai, Akino-senpai, and Kenneo-chan all at once, you could probably manage. Come on, spill, every time you head out to club activities, aren't you actually going all out in there with those girls? Yes. Expressionless, Boke answers bluntly. From childhood to now, he's rarely found himself at a complete loss for words, but this girl absolutely ranks among the few who achieve that. Usually, braided hair girls give off a prim, studious vibe. Kiryu Aika is the total opposite. Who else would greet a new classmate on day 1 by visually scanning his entire body data through his clothes? That includes natural stats and dimensions when aroused. That's how she treats new classmates, apparently. And she won't hesitate to talk about going all out in bed at the drop of a hat. A sweet, demure facade. Nah. That's just a front for a total pervert, or maybe it's a streaker mask we're dealing with here. Call her an exhibitionist. Well, at least she's wearing some kind of cover. Call her a normal girl. She's practically only wearing the mask. Either way, it's chaos. Wow, so you admit it. Hearing Boke's matter-of-fact, yes, the bespectacled girl jumps back dramatically, both hands over her mouth as if about to shout the discovery of some unspeakable secret. Seeing she's about to launch into another rant, Boke quickly flashes an internationally recognized gesture of goodwill, smoothly sidesteps around her, and heads for the door. But at that moment, a small stir ripples through the hallway near the staircase just outside the classroom. Since it's after-school club time, the corridor is filled with students heading to their respective activities. Boke glances toward the disturbance, just in time to see the crowd parting. Emerging from between the students is a tall, shapely woman in a white lab coat with long black hair and glasses. Students of all genders pause to watch her pass with admiration. Her outfit, short skirt, black tights with garter straps, and heels, exudes a polished sophistication that somehow hints at a deeper, more sensual allure beneath her refined exterior. Oh. That's Hasegawa, our school nurse. She's basically the only teacher here who can rival Rias-senpai and Akino-senpai for the title of Koa Academy's top beauty. Kiryu Aika casually offers this info. She then sneaks a mischievous glance at Boke, who's watching the nurse. A sly smile curls her lips as she gently elbows his side. You can't take your eyes off her, huh? Don't tell me you fell for Hasegawa-sensei at first sight. You're exaggerating. Sounds more like you're talking about some Elden Ring DLC pretty boy rather than our teacher. Oh ho, so you can be swept off your feet by a dainty trap from Elden Ring DLC. Would you just stop? As they banter, the source of the commotion approaches. It's like a gentle spring breeze drifting in, and Kiryu Aika abruptly falls silent. Boke looks up to find the graceful school nurse, who, only seconds ago, was a bit farther away, now standing beside him. She halts, gazing calmly in his direction. Those vivid green eyes, quite unlike those of most Japanese, reflect a face he knows all too well, his own. Kiryu Aika opens her mouth as though she wants to say something, but the words fail her. Just when the air feels like it might freeze over, the lovely nurse speaks. I've heard from your teachers that you often doze off in class these days. I was worried it might be some health problem, but you seem fine, so I'm relieved. Anyway, if you ever feel unwell, please come to the nurse's office. Oh. He's not sure why she's telling him this out of the blue, but it does sound like she's concerned. So Boke nods. Satisfied he hasn't rejected her concern, Hasegawa Chisato offers a polite, gentle smile. All right, then, see you around. She continues on her way, footsteps echoing lightly behind her. By the time she's 10 or so meters down the hall, Kiryu Aika finally exhales, swallowing hard. I feel like Nurse Hasegawa might care about you a lot. Could it be you go all out with her during those club time parties, too? You're absolutely right. Boke's reply echoes from the opposite end of the corridor, he's already at the stairwell. Chapter 7, he no longer remembers. Because he got held up by Kiryu Aika in the classroom, Bokue Keikain didn't arrive until 15 minutes after the final bell. The location of his club activities, or more accurately, the occult research club he participates in, isn't some ordinary classroom in the main school building. Instead, it takes place in the old schoolhouse behind the campus. Though calling it an old schoolhouse might be underselling it. Typically, an image of an old school building calls to mind a rundown structure from decades ago, peeling walls, a sagging entrance that looks ready to collapse at any second, shattered windows, or ones missing altogether, and rusty bunk beds strewn with trash in every partitioned room. But Koa Academy's old schoolhouse is a pleasant little Western-style building. It may be wooden, and it's weathered many years, yet it still stands strong. Ivy creeps along the western wall, blending beautifully with the surrounding greenery in the sunlight. When Boke arrives on the ground floor, the second-floor window is wide open. Seated by that window is a crimson-haired girl whose face and figure rival even Nurse Hasegawa's. She rests her elbow on the windowsill and props her cheek in her palm, gazing off into the distance, lost in thought. Judging by how still she is, she must be in a serious daydream. Boke watches from below for a moment, then finally raises his voice a bit. Rias. Wah. It's like her wandering mind is yanked back to reality. The redhead at the second-floor window flusters for an instant before instinctively following the voice downward. At the sight of Boke's face, Rias breaks into a bright smile. She gently pats her ample chest, fingertips rippling across that full curve as though skimming the surface of water. Boke, you're here. I was just wondering when you'd arrive. Come on in, I'll head down. Sure. He gestures okay, then steps inside the old schoolhouse. As mentioned, despite being called an old schoolhouse, it's more akin to a small Western home, complete with a reception area on the first floor, normally used for club gatherings. And indeed, when Boke enters the reception room, everyone else is already there. The spacious reception area has two large couches facing each other, each about 6 feet from either wall, with a coffee table in between. Up front is a wide desk. The Rias he'd just seen at the window is now here, leaning elegantly against the desk with her arms folded. Seated on the left couch are two more girls. One has sleek black hair done in a high ponytail. Her face is lovely, and the slight downturn of her eyes suggests a gentle, wifely warmth. Her bust rivals, or even surpasses, Rias's. The other, in contrast, is not voluptuous at all. Compared to the two older sister types in the club, she's distinctly petite. Actually, she's petite even without the comparison. White hair clipped short just above her shoulders, adorned with a small black cat ear hairpin, she sits quietly on the couch, nibbling at a slice of cake. Sorry I'm late, Akino-senpai. Kaneko. Got held up a bit on the way here. Briefcase in hand, Boke steps into the reception area and takes a seat on the right-hand couch, placing the case on the coffee table. Hearing the words Akino-senpai, her gaze flickers, growing briefly pensive. Instead, the small white-haired girl beside her pauses mid-bite of cake, raises her head, and softly murmurs acknowledgement, mm. With everyone now accounted for, Rias pushes away from her desk and walks over, settling beside Boke on the right couch. All right, first off, thank you for your help last night, Boke. If it had been just me, Akino, and Kaneko, we might not have been able to catch that stray devil with so few people. Anyway, enough pleasantries, let's see what you brought. This is what you confiscated from the stray devil you took down, right? Why won't it open? She grips the briefcase's handle with one hand, the now unlatched lock with the other, yet no matter how she tugs, it refuses to budge, as though the gap's been filled with superglue. Oh, sorry, almost forgot. Boke lightly taps his forehead, then presses his fingertip against the briefcase. The loose latch flickers with a bit of golden spiritual energy, and instantly, the stubborn case pops open. Inside, just as he'd seen last night and this morning, lies a dried, purple-black, human finger. What the? Rias blinks in surprise at the sight of a severed human finger. Boke shrugs. Right, so originally the briefcase didn't have any seal. But, well, you know how it is, I live with Kuroka. Last night, while I was in the shower, she pried it open. Also, the finger itself had a bunch of old sealing talismans wrapped around it, but they were pretty much losing effectiveness. So I just tore those off and used the briefcase as a medium to make a new seal. As for its origin, I asked around on the internet. From what I gathered, it probably belongs to the Jujutsu Association, labeled a special grade sealed object. Can't really see what's so special about it though. Let me take a closer look. Before he can finish, Akino stands up from the opposite couch. With Boke's permission, she lifts the finger from the case and holds it under the antique chandelier's light, studying every angle. After about half a minute, she exhales softly. I'm not totally certain, but based on the shape of this finger and the mention of the Jujutsu Association, I suspect it belonged to Ryman Sukuna, the king of curses from 1,000 years ago. You know about it, Akino-senpai? Boke asks, a bit surprised. Yes. Hime-jima. Akino nods gently. Rias and Kaneko already know this, but before I became a devil under Rias, my mother was a priestess in the Hime-jima clan. So I've read some of the clan's old records growing up. I wonder, did I ever mention that to you, Boke-kun? He thinks for a moment, then shakes his head. I don't recall anything like that, so probably not. I see. Well, now you know. Akino smiles, though there's a hint of melancholy behind that smile. Indeed. He truly doesn't remember anymore. Chapter 8, The upperclassman shows up. According to family records, 1,000 years ago, during the golden age of sorcery, a cursed sorcerer named Ryman Sukuna appeared. He allegedly had 4 arms and 2 faces, was terrifyingly strong, and reveled in slaughter. At the time, nobody in the entire Jujutsu world could match his power. Sukuna wasn't aligned with humans or curses, he just did whatever he pleased, entirely on a whim. Later, the Fujiwara Northern Branch dispatched 2 elite forces, the Sun Moonstar Vanguard, and the 5 Void Generals, to subjugate Sukuna, but they were wiped out. In the end, with no alternative left, the shogunate had to invite Sukuna into the palace at Heiankyo to serve as a sort of patron. Before Sukuna died, he split his soul into 20 pieces and sealed them into his fingers. The one you brought in, Boke-kun, should be one of those 20. Akino's explanation is concise and clear, enough for anyone to grasp. But after listening, Bokue Keikain stares upward, lost in thought, and finally speaks in halting fashion. That all sounds pretty epic, but it feels like there's some exaggeration going on. Exaggeration? Akino asks, puzzled. Well, this ties back to a bit of Onmyōji history. Boke's face takes on a thoughtful look. I've read records from my own clan. 1,000 years ago, Onmyōji and Jujutsu both underwent explosive development. At that time, the leading Onmyōji house wasn't the Keikain clan, it was the Gokatoin clan. The head of that family was Abe no Saimai, the most famous Onmyōji in legends, and he was the one who should have been installed at Heiankyo as a court mystic. They say Abe no Saimai's mother was a fox spirit. He inherited the Gokatoin name, and his greatest wish was for humans and yokai to coexist in peace. Boke spreads his hands wryly. But one day, someone killed his mother and tried to present her pelt to him as a gift. Abe no Saimai lost it. He abandoned the palace at Heiankyo entirely, siding completely with the yokai. That's how he became the ruler of monsters and fiends 1,000 years ago. Given that, Sukuna probably got that palace spot only after Abe no Saimai defected. He finishes his long explanation, pausing momentarily with a slight curl of his lips. As for the Fujiwara Northern Branch, yeah, sure, they were aristocrats in ancient Japan, but still just aristocrats. They couldn't compare to a true Onmyōji household. At best, they spent a fortune each year hiring ordinary Onmyōji from the Keikain or Gokadoin clans to serve as bodyguards. A ragtag bunch of lesser Onmyōji got stomped by the strongest cursed sorcerer of the era, makes sense. And with Abe no Saimai in open rebellion alongside the yokai, I can see why the shogunate got desperate enough to invite a demonic powerhouse like Sukuna into the palace. Seen in that light, the official tales about Ryman Sukuna might be overblown. Boke mulls it over, then glances at the severed finger in Akino's hand. If those Jujutsu sorcerers all wanted to seal the fingers, did none of them try just destroying them? About that. Akino shakes her head. It's my first time seeing one in person, so I'm not entirely sure. But records suggest many tried, and failed, to destroy these fingers. Sealing them was just the fallback plan. Huh. Boke is momentarily speechless. It's just a finger, right? Sure, maybe Sukuna was unstoppable while alive, but 1,000 years later, it's nothing but a shriveled chunk. They still couldn't destroy it. Could it really be that hard? Let me give it a shot. He takes the finger from Akino, and golden spiritual pressure erupts around him in an instant. The sudden gale blasts through the reception room, thrashing the curtains like a hurricane with every door and window flung wide. Naturally, it also whips at the girl's clothes. Hey, hang on, Boke, you're not about to go all out in here, are you? Rias, seated beside him, clamps a hand over her skirt. She's worked with Boke enough times to know just how destructive his power can be. If he truly lets loose inside this old schoolhouse, let alone the building itself, the entire Kuo Academy might get blown sky high. Oh my, Bokuin seems pretty serious about this. On the opposite couch, Akino retains her poised elegance, hands folded on her lap with her usual gentle smile. Meanwhile, the petite white-haired girl, Kaneko, who's been steadily munching on cake this whole time, is forced to hold down her own skirt. She narrows her eyes slightly and mutters under her breath. Whenever something involves Jujutsu sorcerers, Boke-senpai's competitiveness gets fired up. Perhaps that's his pride as an Onmyōji, Akino quips, nodding along. Boke stands silent in the center, linking his 10 fingers in front of him as if forming an invisible sphere. Golden light flares around his palms, completely engulfing Sukuna's finger. It looks like he's forging a mini artificial sun between his hands. As he intensifies the spiritual pressure, there's a faint crack, like shattering ice, and a gold fissure splits the so-called indestructible finger. Boke pushes harder. A second crack, a third, a fourth. Moments later, as his brilliant aura recedes, he opens his hands. Broken shards of Sukuna's finger, blackened like char, fall onto the coffee table and crumble into dust. Wasn't that hard? He eyes the powdered remains, completely destroyed, and speaks in a calm tone. Nice. Kaneko swallows the last bite of her cake and peers at the boy, who looks rather satisfied with himself. Then she raises a crucial question. So, now that the finger's destroyed, what if that Jujutsu Association comes here demanding it back? Right. They might consider it their property, Akino adds softly, tapping her cheek. They could ask you to compensate them. Their words freeze Boke in place. He was just basking in his little triumph. But, thinking about it, those sorcerers labeled it indestructible and gave up on destroying it, only opting to seal it. From a purely logical standpoint, they should be grateful to him. But considering how messy things are between Jujutsu sorcerers and Onmyōji, and knowing the Jujutsu world's shady higher-ups, it's entirely possible they'll try some scam. That begs the question, if they come picking a fight, what then? Boke doesn't have the money to pay off those nouveau riche types. If the Keikain clan in Kyoto steps in, it'll turn into a major hassle. Ugh, so what now? As that thought crosses his mind, the old schoolhouse office phone suddenly rings. Rying. Ah, a call. Akino, as the Occult Research Club's vice president, automatically stands to answer. But Rias, closer to the phone, picks up first, motioning for a friend to let her handle it. Hello. This is Kuo Academy's occult research. Oh, really? All right. Got it. I'll pass the message along. After a brief exchange, Rias hangs up and turns toward Boke, who's staring inquisitively back at her from the couch. That was security at the front gate. Apparently, there's a high school girl from another school asking for you by name, says she's Siko Busujima. Do you know her? Damn. Chapter 9, I already broke it. Strictly speaking, even though it's club activity time, school is technically over. Like most high schools in Japan, Ko Academy's schedule works so that once all classes for the day have finished, it's considered dismissal time. However, students are allowed to remain on campus for a certain period to pursue extracurricular interests, in other words, club activities. The school also doesn't force students to return to their homerooms and wait for a formal dismissal announcement after club activities end. They can just pack up and leave on their own. As for those who haven't joined any club, they can head straight home as soon as classes are over. In other words, there's a go-home club for that. About half an hour has passed since the last class let out. Clubs are just beginning their activities, and the massive wave of the go-home club has nearly emptied the campus. The sun hasn't set yet, but its angle is now lower in the sky. By the front gate, where only a few lingering students remain, a tall girl with dark purple hair stands quietly beside the security booth. She's holding a sword bag and gazing at the clouds taking on a soft, reddish hue. Her uniform clearly belongs to a different school. Faint cheers from the sports teams practicing on Koa's athletic fields echo in the distance. She waits there for several minutes, listening to the shouts from the fields. At last, amid that distant noise, footsteps become audible, steady, unhurried, drawing closer from afar. A calm male voice calls out. Yahalo. At the sound, Siko Busujima draws her gaze from the horizon and turns in its direction. The figure approaching is Bokue Keikain, who just got the call at the old schoolhouse and has made his way here. Hello. With a polite tilt of her head, the swordswoman's quiet expression shows a faint smile. I'm Siko Busujima, a third year at Tokyo Jujutsu High. You should already know, I sent you a private message on the forum. Oh, right, I remember. Boke nods. Hello, I'm Marcus Aurelius. Siko stares blankly for an instant, as if an invisible progress bar of silence is loading over her head. To be honest, she had worried about mixing up the wrong person. Online, you never know if the one replying is really the account owner. But hearing that all too familiar line, I'm Marcus Aurelius, instantly sets her at ease. Who else would say something that weird so offhandedly? It has to be him. Haha, you sure like to joke around, Keikain-kun. She shakes her head slightly, voice still calm and steady. Anyway, are your club activities finished? If possible, I'd like to find someplace else to talk more in depth about the issue from last night's post. Sure, that's fine. He agrees without hesitation. 10 minutes later, they're seated at a quiet corner booth in a nearby cafe. Siko orders a cappuccino, Boke casually gets a chocolate parfait. He's a big-time dessert lover. Coffee is too bitter for his taste, he doesn't hate it, but he definitely prefers a sundae when he has the choice. Taking a big spoonful of his parfait, Boke breaks the ice. You know, I had a weird hunch when we met at the school gate. Busujima-senpai, have we run into each other somewhere before? Huh. Siko blinks. It's such a cliché pickup line, have we met somewhere? She never expected he'd open with that. She can't fathom why he'd say it, but out of courtesy, she does think it over for a moment. I don't believe so. Nothing comes to mind. No, I'm pretty sure we have. Twisting the slender handle of his spoon between his fingers, Boke lets the metal clink gently against the table. If I'm not mixing things up, it was last year at the National Traditional Martial Arts Tournament in Kyoto. Those tournaments include archery, kendo, karate, pretty much anything considered a traditional martial art, at the junior high and high school levels. As soon as Boke mentions this, Siko, who was so certain a moment before, freezes again, her expression no longer as firm as it was. You're right. Last year I participated in the high school division of the National Traditional Martial Arts Tournament in Kyoto, kendo, specifically. And... see. Boke snaps his fingers lightly. I was there accompanying my little sister, who was in the archery competition. I remember seeing you at the awards ceremony, you were up on the podium. I think you won first place, right? Pretty impressive. Hey, you flatter me. That day, I just happened to be in really good form. Siko offers a modest smile. Even after being recognized as a champion, she shows no trace of arrogance, only humility. It's partly because of my family situation. My father trained me since I was a child, so I do have a leg up in kendo compared to many my age. Family situation. My father is the current head of the Busujima style of kendo. So that's it. Boke instantly grasps the context. The Busujima style is fairly well known in Japan's kendo circles. While it may not be quite as famous as some top schools like the Hokushin Ito Ryu or Satsuma Jigen Ryu, it's still considered a respected tradition. Any art that's endured through centuries of turmoil has real credibility. Still, why would the daughter of a prestigious kendo family become a jujutsu sorcerer? Boke can't help asking. It's just a personal choice. Siko maintains her polite smile. My father supports me in it, too. Oh. What she meant, it's private, so mind your own business. Sensing that pushing further might be rude, Boke wisely drops the subject. Siko, seeing that chit-chat is out of the way, gets straight to the point. All right, let's discuss the main issue. About that finger in the photo you posted last night, as I said in my private message, it's a special grade cursed object sealed by Tokyo Jujutsu High and the Jujutsu Association. It's extremely dangerous, so if possible, we'd like you to hand it over right now. Ah, well. I guess that wouldn't be impossible. Taking another spoonful of his parfait, Boke sets the spoon down, reaches into his pocket, and after a 2-second pause, he pulls out a small plastic bag filled with dark brown, broken fragments. He pushes it across the table. But I kinda already broke it. Siko Busujima. Chapter 10, even among special grades, there's a gap. Be broken. You broke it. Siko Busujima had envisioned countless possible scenarios throughout their negotiation, losing it, selling it, lending it to a friend, or even dropping it down a drain during a bathroom break. She'd mentally prepared contingency plans for each of these scenarios. But this, broken. She leans over the table, breathing lightly, scrutinizing the small plastic bag filled with dark brown crumbs and a few scattered chunks. Despite being fully destroyed, the remains still exude an ominous aura that won't disperse. It's undoubtedly the remnants of Sukuna's finger. But how could that possibly be? Siko can't wrap her mind around it. She hasn't been at Tokyo Jujutsu High for very long, only about a year, but her strength is already on par with a grade 1 sorcerer, and the Busujima family name gives her some influence. Consequently, she's privy to more of the Jujutsu Association's inner workings than most students. She knows the real reason the association keeps sealing Sukuna's fingers instead of destroying them isn't due to any grand conspiracy, they simply can't. No matter what method they try, it doesn't work. Even the so-called strongest Jujutsu Sorcerer in modern times, Gojo-sensei, once attempted to destroy the fingers and accomplished nothing. Yet leaving them unsealed is just as impossible. The mere existence of these fingers continually attracts hordes of curses, like some grotesque King of the Hill battle. Left unchecked, the aftermath would spiral into total chaos. No one has ever found a solution. Like facing a hyper-advanced virus with medieval medicine, the only option is to seal them away. And now, she's being told one has already been destroyed. Siko's lips part slightly, but no words emerge. How did you do it? She finally manages. Simple, strong enough to smash anything. Bokue Keikain's answer is as unrefined as it is straightforward. People claim something's indestructible when the force applied never exceeds its durability. It's like trying to blow up the Earth with a little handgun, obviously impossible. But if you happen to have a planet buster, that's another story. Oh, and let me reintroduce myself. I'm Bokue Keikain, the acting representative of the Kyoto-based Keikain clan. For most ordinary folks, acting representative sounds unfamiliar. But to someone like Siko, heir to a famed kendo lineage, it carries immense weight. Acting representative means that, in the head's absence, this person wields authority to make major decisions for the entire family. This requires not just blood ties but also the raw power and influence to command respect. Even so, Gojo-sensei is also an acting representative of the Gojo clan, one of the big three in the jujutsu world, and he's hailed as the strongest sorcerer in modern times. From birth, he's literally broken the balance between sorcerers and curses by existing. And even he couldn't destroy Sukuna's fingers. Buzz, buzz. The sudden vibration jolts Siko from her thoughts. She fumbles in her uniform pocket, pulls out her phone, and answers without even checking caller ID. Hello, this is Siko Busujima, 3rd year at Tokyo Jujutsu High. I'm currently handling the retrieval of Busujima-san. It's me, Ijichi. We have a huge crisis. A timid-sounding male voice crackles on the other end, obviously trying to remain calm but failing miserably. Listen, about an hour ago, I dropped Fushiguro, Itadori, and Kujisaki off at the location of a window reading, somewhere with a cursed wound signature. Once they went inside, I lost contact. Then just now, Fushiguro came out with a severely injured Kujisaki. I'm rushing her to the hospital right now. Where is this? Siko instantly stands, sliding her hand to her sword bag. Her voice, so quiet and composed moments earlier, is now sharp with urgency. Watching the shift in her demeanor, Boke raises an eyebrow slightly. It's at, Ijichi rattles off the place, adding hastily, I really didn't want to bother you, but Gojo-sensei's out of town and can't come back in time. Right now, you're the only grade 1 sorcerer in Tokyo I can reach. I understand. I'm on my way. Siko's tone is resolute. All right, but please be careful. According to Fushiguro, the inside is completely warped, nothing like it's supposed to be. That could mean the curse is manifesting its own innate domain. In other words, a special grade curse. Got it. Thanks. With that final acknowledgement, she hangs up. Then she turns, preparing to quickly explain her situation and leave, only to see that Boke has already paid at the register and is heading toward her, giving a thumbs up toward the exit. Sounds urgent. I covered the bill, just wire me half later. Money's tight this month, gotta feed a freeloading cat, I can't treat random girls to free snacks. Let's get going. A taxi's too slow, I'll take you there myself. Siko Busujima. He's coming along. She hesitates, she's used to operating solo for reasons of her own. But what he says is true, if she relies on a taxi, she might arrive far too late. She bites her lip briefly, then nods. All right. Let's go. They step outside. The sun has already dipped a third of the way below the horizon, painting the sky in a deep blood-red glow. Siko surveys the relatively empty student district, most clubs are still in session. So, how do we get there? She remembers they walked from Kuo Academy to this cafe. A second later, Boke's calm voice. Simple. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so we'll go straight. Huh. Before she can process those words, Siko suddenly feels herself lifted off the ground. In an instant, she's enveloped by a blazing golden spiritual aura. Boke flashes a mischievous grin. All right, let's fly. With that, he crouches slightly and springs into the air, carrying Siko in his arms. They rocket upward, trailing golden energy in a graceful arc, like a blazing comet streaking toward their destination. A white hot beam across the sky. About 10 seconds later, that shooting star slams down into a juvenile detention facility on Tokyo's far outskirts, punching clean through the roof and into the structure below. Chapter 11, You're acting like Sung Jin-woo. A few minutes earlier, inside the juvenile detention center, at an indoor swimming pool with no water. Boom. Like a small missile hitting the ground, an impact exploded in the center of the pool. With a thunderous roar, the pool floor was carved out in a wide, conical swath. Shards of concrete flew. Dust choked the dim lighting. 2 figures were blasted backward. Those 2 were Megumi Fushiguro and Yuji Itadori. Fushiguro managed to correct his stance midair, planting both feet and skidding to a stop. But Itadori had no such luck, tumbling a dozen meters before finally lurching to a halt. From the elbow down, including his wrist, Itadori's left arm was gone, sliced so cleanly it looked like it had been cut by a laser. He'd used a torn piece of cloth to bind the wound and keep from bleeding out. Their enemy, a creature that could barely be called humanoid. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, and 1 head perched on 2 shoulders. But above the neck, its features had fully mutated into a curse, a gaping crimson maw with no nose, and 4 eyes spread across grotesque, melon-like nodules sprouting from its forehead like dreadlocks. It was ugly, and it was strong. At least to the current Itadori and Fushiguro, it seemed utterly out of their league. Even though they hadn't yet been killed outright, it was only a matter of time. Especially now that Itadori was missing an entire arm, he was struggling just to keep his balance. His burden fell squarely on Fushiguro, who was effectively defending a crippled partner against a special grade curse. It was hardly a fight. More like cornered mice being toyed with by a cat. And the creature's gleeful, mocking motions made that painfully clear. Hey, Sukuna. Didn't you say that if I die, you die too? Do something. Itadori roared in desperation. I refuse. I still have 18 more soul fragments even if you kick the bucket. Besides, having to share a body I can't fully control is annoying. If I force myself to take over now, the first thing I'll do is kill that brat beside you. You won't get the chance. Heh, I figured. Then quit yapping at me, if you get distracted again, that brat really will die. The voice in his head vanished. Breathing raggedly, Yuji Itadori took up a desperate stance, lips tight. Fushiguro. I've got a plan. I'll distract it, by some time. You grab Nobara and get out of here. Once you're safe, give me the signal. What? Don't be stupid. We can't handle it together, there's no way you can do it alone. Yeah, I know. That's exactly why. I'm begging you. Fine. After a short silence, Fushiguro nodded. He abandoned the fight and ran in the opposite direction. Minutes later, Itadori had become little more than a battered rag doll. He slumped against the wall at the edge of the empty pool, eyes clouding with every passing breath. The thick concrete behind him was caved in a wide, spiderweb pattern. His left arm had been severed at the start, his right hand's 5 fingers were sheared off. Countless bruises and cuts covered his body, and blood dripped from his mouth, hinting at damaged organs. He was on the verge of death. Yet there's a saying, sometimes fate leaves a way out. Whoa. A distant wolf's howl broke through walls and echoes, crossing both time and space to reach the pool. It stirred the last shred of consciousness in Yuji Itadori. He recognized that sound, divine dogs from Fushiguro's 10 Shadows technique. If Fushiguro was letting them howl, that meant he'd succeeded in escaping and was sending the signal. Relief curved Itadori's bleeding lips. Slowly, he closed his eyes. His awareness sank like a stone into black waters. Dark lines swirled onto his face. And when his eyes reopened, he was someone else. 1,000 years ago, they called him the King of Curses, Ryaman Sukuna. Phew, can't believe that brat actually managed to survive this long. Irritating. He sighed, pushing away from the cracked wall. His injuries mended in an instant beneath his cursed energy, even the blood vanished like it never existed. Rolling his shoulders, Sukuna paused and thought. Then he crooked a finger at the special grade curse standing a short distance away, eyeing him warily. Follow me. Let's hunt down that other kid. Boom. Before he could finish, the ceiling tore apart with a thunderous crash, drowning out his voice. Sukuna and the curse both jerked their heads upward. Through the gaping hole in the roof, fiery red sunlight flooded in. A figure bathed in golden spiritual energy now stood atop a pile of rubble directly beneath the open sky. He seemed to be holding someone in his arms. Alrighty, we made it, see. Flying sure beats running. Ugh, yeah. Though she wasn't hurt in the slightest, Siko Busujima found her knees stiff. Sure, it was fast, but talk about extreme. It felt like traveling by jet fighter. So this was the power of a special grade Onmyōji. You okay? Sensing her tension, Bokue Keikain tilted his head. I made sure to slow down, floated over like a dandelion seed. Normally, we'd arrive in a blink. He'd even tried to pick a gentle metaphor. Siko. Anyway, we've got a job to do. Where's the special grade curse? With a light pat to her shoulder, Boke peered down from the rubble. At once, his gaze met the faces of both Sukuna, in Itadori's body, and the monstrous curse. So, which of you is it? Or are you both special grades? He asked curiously. They both looked about equally strong, or rather, equally weak from his perspective. The bald-headed scrawny one looked even weaker. But hey, best not to mistake his target. Technically, Siko said, both of them are. The moment she recognized Sukuna, she became hypervigilant. Letting her sword bag slide off her shoulder, she gripped a gleaming katana. That's Ryaman Sukuna, controlling the body of a Tokyo Jujutsu High second year named Yuji Itadori, an officially approved vessel for Sukuna's fingers. An approved vessel? Oh, I see. Boke nodded, as if comprehending the gist. He was about to assign who should fight which target, but Sukuna, using Itadori's body, could no longer contain his rage. That presence, you're an Onmyōji. Like a dam bursting, the memories of 1,000 years ago surged within him. He clenched his right fist, gathering enough cursed energy to obliterate a special grade curse in one blow, and sprang at Boke's face. It all happened in a fraction of a second. Siko couldn't react in time. Then, the fist brimming with insane cursed energy was casually blocked by a single finger, its golden aura receding as if Boke had intentionally stripped it away at the last moment. An all-out strike, stopped cold. Boke clicked his tongue. Dude, why were you acting like Sung Jin Woo? Chapter 12, Domain Expansion. Shut it. With a mere flick of his finger, Bokue Keikain batted Sukuna aside. Then he turned to the swordswoman beside him, who was just snapping out of her shock. Guess I'll handle this overpowered jerk. As for that bald freak, he's all yours, Busujima-senpai. Got it. Without hesitation, Siko Busujima unleashed the brimming cursed energy befitting a grade 1 sorcerer. The power stretched across her blade in a visible arc. Though they'd met less than an hour ago, she entrusted her back to this boy a year younger than herself with complete confidence. It was strange, really. Siko couldn't help poking fun at herself in her thoughts. She gripped the hilt with both hands and leapt down from the rubble, slicing through a wave of cursed energy that had previously sent Yuji Itadori flying like a rag doll. Meanwhile, after dividing their targets, Boke walked unhurriedly toward Sukuna, who had skidded several yards away. So, you're Ryaman Sukuna. Perfect timing. I've got some questions for you. I'm hoping you haven't lost your memories thanks to your split soul. He didn't bother checking whether Sukuna was willing, he just spoke. If you're a cursed sorcerer from 1,000 years ago, you should know something about Abe no Saimai, the Onmyōji from back then. Shut up. As if Boke had triggered a hairline trap, Sukuna roared. His cursed energy burst outward in a slicing shockwave, shredding the ground in every direction. Yet the crack stopped just short of Boke's feet, halted by an invisible barrier. See? You're all worked up again. Boke shrugged. But your reaction only confirms my hunch. Your attitude when I mentioned Abe no Saimai speaks volumes. The shogunate took you into Heian-kyo as a patron to fight the ex-Onmyōji who turned into the king of monsters. And from the look on your face, you lost that fight, huh? Sukuna. Could it be you got trounced straight up? Boke couldn't hold back a laugh. Sometimes, the loudest silence is the clearest answer. After a brief pause, Sukuna inhaled slowly and exhaled a long breath. How unpleasant. After all these centuries, Onmyōji are still insufferable, and this new generation's even ruder, apparently. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Thug Sorcerer. You really got the right to be offended. Sukuna didn't reply. His hands, however, formed a string of signs, and a surge of cold, murderous intent erupted, like a wave about to break. He was opening with his strongest move. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Like a drop of water hitting a calm lake, sinister energy rippled out to form the innate domain. The shabby indoor pool setting warped, transforming into a vast, pitch-black waterscape where the murky darkness swallowed even the sun's rays overhead. At the far edge of this inky lake, an enormous red shrine, its maw lined with human teeth, jutted from the surface like a nightmare-given form. Not bad. Boke raised an eyebrow, pointing around. I mean, I've got a pretty low opinion of most Jujutsu sorcerers, but at the end of the day, the cursed energy they use is basically the same stuff we Onmyōji call spiritual power, or demonic power, or whatever. I think the formal term is ether. A miraculous substance formed from your physical stamina and mental focus. And this domain of yours, I see. The principle is flooding the entire space with your cursed energy so you can trigger your technique at will, right? But an open domain approach sure must demand a massive supply of energy. Like running the AC with all the windows wide open in the middle of summer. He glanced around, almost as if teaching a lesson. Sure, I could crank up my spiritual pressure to wrest control of your domain, like covering the board and go by placing all my stones. But there's a simpler, more eco-friendly way. Namely, locking the domain user inside. At that, Boke snapped his fingers. Kido number 90, Black Coffin, Kurohitsuji. The moment he spoke, a towering black casket sprang from the depths of that nightmare shrine, slamming shut around Sukuna. With a rumbling crash, the domain's caster was sealed away inside. No light, no sound, no signals. Those 6 solid walls cut off his cursed energy. Because the entire domain had been built from Sukuna's own power, losing direct control meant it rapidly broke apart. The shrine behind the coffin disintegrated, crumbling into thin air. In less than a second, the so-called pinnacle jujutsu skill, domain expansion, had vanished like a popped soap bubble. It was as easy as covering a flightless bug with a paper cup. As the domain dissolved, the warped sense of space snapped back to normal. Boke rapped a knuckle on the coffin's exterior, not caring whether Sukuna could hear. Cool off in there for a bit, yeah. He turned toward the other half of the battlefield, the far western end of the drain pool, where Siko Busujima was locked in combat with that four-eyed special grade. Clang. A metallic crash rang through the open space as the cursed womb hammered its fist into Siko's blade, forcing her to stagger several meters back. Ha, ha. She steadied her stance, short breaths escaping her lips. Cold sweat trickled down her face. Though she was a grade 1 sorcerer, strong enough not to get torn apart like Yuji or Fushiguro, she was by no means breezing through. Battles between humans and curses tend to end only when one side is dead. Siko knew perfectly well she wasn't anywhere near the outlandish level of Satoru Gojo. Fighting a freshly awakened special grade meant staking her life on the line. And if she truly staked her life, she'd have to push her cursed energy even further. But if she did that, then she would. She clenched the hilt and bit her lip, mind racing. Hey, senpai, you done yet? Let's hurry this up. Her inner struggle had barely begun when Boke's carefree voice cut through. Hands in his pockets, he sauntered over to stand beside her, blatantly ignoring the monstrous curse still brimming with power. By the way, senpai, how are you getting home? If you don't have a ride, I can drop you off again. No need. I'll be heading back to Jujutsu High to report, so they'll send a car to pick me up. Her reflexive response spilled out. But a curse has its pride. Realizing these two were casually chatting instead of paying it any mind, the monstrous womb's grotesque features twisted from confusion to unbridled fury. Rhea. It let out a piercing, inhuman shriek, lunging at them with a claw strike powerful enough to rip them to shreds. Alas, its fate was already sealed. Boom. A thunderous impact shook the floor. In the blink of an eye, the cursed womb, once charging at full speed, was rocketed backward even faster, a massive hole blown clean through its chest. Blackish-purple blood splattered like crushed petals in the air. Boke's left fist remained outstretched, as if frozen in a post-strike pose. Something new rested in his grip. It was another Sukuna's finger, torn from the cursed womb's chest, the heart that gave it life. Siko's jaw dropped slightly. No trace of cursed energy, spiritual power, from an Onmyōji's viewpoint, had flared when Boke struck. Pure physical force alone had one-shot a special-grade curse. Before she could find words, Boke tossed the finger her way. "All right, that's that. Let your driver know they can come pick you up." Chapter 13, the world's one big amateur troupe. Flying straight back would have been the easiest mode of travel, but Boke didn't mind the idea of occasionally enjoying a private transport, courtesy of the Jujutsu Association. A couple of minutes later, in front of the juvenile detention facility, 4 figures gathered, 3 of them sitting on the front steps, 1 lying down. Boke and Siko Busujima sat next to each other, while Megumi Fushiguro tended to the unconscious Yuji Itadori, who had apparently passed out from extreme exhaustion after surrendering his body to Sukuna. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. Amid a pleasant evening breeze, Boke glanced at Itadori, whose eyes remained tightly shut. "I was gonna let him stew in that black coffin a bit longer, but since those markings on his face are gone, I take it that Sukuna's possession ended, right?" "Yeah, that's correct." Fushiguro responded quietly. Originally, he'd intended to drop off the severely wounded Nobara Kujisaki with a jichi, then immediately return to help Itadori. But by the time he'd signaled Yuji and raced back inside, the domain had already vanished, and there stood Busujima-senpai and this total stranger, lugging out a giant black coffin. They came out with an unconscious Itadori and yet another Sukuna's finger. He still had no clue who this guy was, but judging by how effortlessly he'd subdued Sukuna, who had 2 fingers at that point, he had to be at least special grade, if not stronger. "You don't need to worry too much," Siko chimed in, noticing Fushiguro's concern. "From what we've seen, Itadori-kun has the ability to suppress Sukuna completely." Then she lowered her voice as though wary of being overheard. "So, the higher-ups in the Jujutsu Association plan to use Itadori's unique constitution as a way to gather all 20 of Sukuna's fingers inside him. And once he's ingested all of them, they'll execute Itadori, theoretically killing Sukuna with him." "Huh? Why?" Boke's brow twitched. "What exactly's their logic here? Some brain-dead guess." "A coin toss." "What do you mean?" Siko hesitated, puzzled. "It's simple." Boke thumbed over his shoulder toward the facility behind them. "The bald special grade we just took out. It had a Sukuna's finger inside it. It also suppressed Sukuna's consciousness, right? Heck, it used the finger's power just fine. Now, it's dead, but the finger's still intact, isn't it?" It was a cunning angle, yet painfully obvious once you heard it. Sure, Itadori could suppress Sukuna's mind. But that special grade curse could do it too, and it even harnessed Sukuna's power. Which meant it was arguably better suited to be Sukuna's vessel. In other words, the only reason the Jujutsu Association was going with Yuji Itadori was precisely because he couldn't wield the finger's strength. Even if he swallowed all 20, at most he'd just be a physically gifted jock. Executing him afterward would be a piece of cake. But who was to say Sukuna wouldn't survive the killing blow, or at least slip away to another host? The higher-ups had basically pinned all their hopes on a plan that might not work, and if it failed, well, no one in particular would be held accountable. Collective responsibility means nobody's truly responsible. That was democracy for you. Siko and Fushiguro were both silent, clearly having reached the same conclusion. Boke cleared his throat, changing the subject. "Speaking of which, when Ijichi called you earlier, he mentioned it was a special grade curse. Since they knew that, why didn't they dispatch a special grade Jujutsu Sorcerer? Where's that strongest guy from the Gojo family?" "Gojo-sensei's out of town." Fushiguro spoke from Boke's other side. "Normally, the association assigns a sorcerer of the same grade to match the target curse. But around noon, Gojo-sensei got an urgent mission. Apparently, a grade 1 sorcerer went missing on a job, and the association sent him to investigate. A grade 1 sorcerer disappears, so they send a special grade to look for them, then let a group of students handle a special grade curse by themselves." Boke felt a faint buzzing in his head, like jigsaw pieces sliding into place. "So basically, we're dealing with a clown show." It was obvious. There are only a handful of special grades in existence, especially one specialized in combat like Satoru Gojo. Sure, searching for a missing grade 1 sorcerer was critical, but what about the group of kids thrown into a special grade death trap? If Boke hadn't been here, that strongest Gojo might have come back just in time to search this facility for the 3 missing students next. They were plugging holes with the best resources they had, only to create new holes that also needed plugging, leading to an endless cycle of patchwork solutions. And the worst part was, everyone just accepted it. Might as well install Gojo in a morgue to become a special grade corpse mover, hauling the bodies of his own students, not strangers. Asking amateurs to command folks who'd awakened powers by accident, forcing them into lethal tasks. It was no different than strapping a bomb vest on child soldiers and sending them into heavy artillery. Absolutely ridiculous. And that's why I can't stand Jujutsu sorcerers. Boke muttered to himself, quietly enough that only he could hear it. Just then, headlights flickered through the large iron gates, shining onto the front courtyard of the detention center. A black sedan pulled up, its driver a tired, gaunt man wearing the association's uniform. "Looks like your ride's here." "All right," Boke stood and dusted himself off. "Oh, one more thing, after you wrap up your report, you might consider jumping ship. Stay here long enough, and eventually, the higher-ups will get you killed. Update schedule, 21 chapter/week. Every 100 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 14, Why do I smell another woman on you? Evening had fallen by the time Boke returned home. He was running a bit later than usual, maybe 10 minutes or so past his normal arrival. After all, heading to the cafe with Busujima-senpai, then fielding the call about the juvenile detention center, and finally dealing with the special grade curse hadn't taken much time in total. The real delay was waiting for the association's car and the subsequent ride back. Even so, when he stepped off the elevator and reached his apartment door, keys in hand, he had barely begun turning the lock when he heard urgent footsteps from inside. Just like the night before, the moment the door cracked open, a voluptuous shape in black rushed forward. The savory aroma of dinner from the living room filled the entryway as she crashed into him, all soft curves and unrestrained momentum. "Coach, she's charging with the ball." "Not cool, Hana," purred Kuroka, arms wrapped tightly around him. "I've been home all day waiting for you, and you promised you wouldn't have to go off working tonight." Like an affectionate cat welcoming her owner, Kuroka clung to him with both arms and legs, burying her nose against his clothes in restless curiosity, eager to sniff out even the faintest hint of unfamiliar scents. "It's not that late," Boke said with a resigned sigh. "I'm barely 10 minutes behind schedule." Feeling his clothes start to slip under her weight, he freed one hand, reaching under her kimono to brace her. He gave a slight upward lift. "Naya." At that firm touch, Kuroka's entire body jolted, a shiver spreading outward until even the tips of her cat ears trembled. She froze, biting her bottom lip. Boke cocked an eyebrow. "What's the matter?" That." Struggling to steady her nerves, Kuroka bowed her head. Her cheeks glowed pink, and her damp, wine-dark eyes flicked upward. "I'm turned on." "Boke. Seriously? She's turned on just from hugging me. Am I some kind of living aphrodisiac?" He couldn't help thinking that. After all, he'd touched Rias and the others at school any number of times, and they never turned red in the face like she did. And a cat girl in heat, that had to be a myth, right? "Don't give me that look," Kuroka muttered, cheeks blazing. "I'm totally normal when I'm here alone. But as soon as you touch me, I can't help." Yeah. Not seeing much point in assigning blame, Boke gave in. If he didn't take action, Kuroka would end up staining his jacket, one he'd hoped to wear again tomorrow. It was already getting damp around his fingertips. So he stepped fully inside and locked the door behind him. Kicking off his shoes, he shrugged off his backpack. Then, still holding the cat-eared girl in his arms, he headed straight to the bathroom. Might as well take a bath first. They were in there for over an hour. By the time the noise and steam subsided, dinner, freshly made and left on the living room table, had gone cold. Inside the bathtub, 2 overlapping bath towels floated in now lukewarm water. Kuroka, finally calm, stood at the sink toweling off. Her hair hung long and damp. Boke stood behind her with a blow-dryer, carefully guiding the hot air over her dark locks. She placed her feet close together on the bath mat, big toes curling and bumping. The mirror over the sink reflected a lingering blush across her cheeks, and those soft lips of hers, looking even more temptingly pink than usual. "Hana," she murmured. In the tub. I caught the scent of another girl on you." "Yeah. Who was it?" Her voice went from delicate to probing, and then took on the unmistakable edge of a jealous girlfriend about to demand answers. Boke's hand paused mid-blow dry. "From the Jujutsu Association, somebody you don't know." "The Jujutsu Association, right, must be about that finger from last night." Kuroka was sharp enough to piece it together. The night before, Boke had told her the severed finger belonged to Jujutsu Sorcerers. It was logical they'd send someone to investigate. "Right," he confirmed, resuming the blow-dryer. "Then later, I got a call about a special grade curse appearing somewhere in Tokyo. I helped out a little." "Helped out a little?" Kuroka repeated, emphasizing the phrase. "Details, please. How much help did you give? Did you go with that girl? Fight a special grade together?" "Pretty much. And I'm guessing you also saved her life, huh?" She spoke as if she'd seen this storyline 100 times before. Her tone was anything but pleased. "Save is probably too strong a word," Boke said. He kept brushing her hair, switching the dryer to a cooler setting. "She was in a tough spot, so I gave her a hand. Then I came right back, took no time at all." "Oh. Kuroka let the sound draw out slowly, in a way that didn't sound the least bit reassured. It was the ominous hush before a storm. Sure enough, in the next instant, she spun around impossibly fast, cat-like reflexes, indeed, and wrapped her slender hands around his neck. Arg, Hannah, you're gonna drive me insane. You love poking your nose into other people's business, swooping in to save random strangers. Now that poor girl's definitely gonna fall head over heels for you, like you're some kind of star she can't stop orbiting, and then she'll never leave. What are you talking about? It's not like I put a curse on her or anything. Besides, I don't even know any curse techniques. Right, you don't. But you are the curse itself. Kuroka's exasperation bordered on fury. Yet as she spoke the last line, her voice softened and her eyes slid away, face flushing. She chewed her lip, half embarrassed. Look, you don't get it. I know because I crashed and burned myself back then, so obviously. Chapter 15, Childhood Friends. Another night of deep yet shallow communication passed, and soon it was morning again. At around 7:20 a.m. as usual, Boke and Kuroka sat together at the dining table in the living room. Today's breakfast featured steak pasta with a fried egg on the side. Despite being born into an ancient Onmyōji family from Kyoto, a household well known across Japan, Boke's eating habits were far more eclectic. He preferred Western or Spanish-style cuisine over traditional Japanese food. Asked why, he'd bluntly say, traditional washaku is too bland, just doesn't taste good. Slurp. Why so early again? Still half asleep, Kuroka sipped her tomato-sauced noodles with half-lidded eyes. Half her body leaned heavily on Boke's shoulder. Scratch that, she was asleep on her feet. In fact, Boke's original plan the night before had been simple. After their bath, he'd reheat dinner, eat, hook up the new TV and game console, play a bit, and then call it a night. But the cat-eared girl had other ideas. Despite being tired from the bath activities, she stuck to him like glue, blocking his screen every time he tried to play. One thing led to another, and he ended up carrying her off for a prolonged siege in the bedroom, gaming abandoned entirely. They didn't stop until late into the night when both servers and, well, bodies, crashed. Add an extra bath after that, and by the time they finally crawled into bed, it was nearly 2 a.m. Now it was 7 a.m. and he had to be up for class. R.I.P. to any normal sleep schedule. No choice, it starts at 8, Boke said, looking untroubled by the lack of sleep. Class at 8, yeah, sure. Kuroka narrowed her eyes and grumbled under her breath, lips stained with tomato sauce. She'd complained often that Boke's high school routine was pointless, but she also understood reality. 80% of their income came from a certain Rias grammary. Every job from her was lucrative, straightforward, and no one tried to haggle the fee or demand endless edits. Essentially a dream client. On top of that, Boke sometimes took side gigs via the Jujutsu High-Run forum, but most people there were just supernatural hobbyists who rarely posted serious job requests. Actual paying leads were even scarcer. The main factor, though, was that Kuroka's little sister was now a devil under Rias grammary. Granted, Rias didn't seem the type to boss her underlings around, but given how dangerous some of these tasks got, it was reassuring to have someone responsible watching over that knucklehead. Then again, if Kuroka herself got involved, well, let's just say her dumb little sister wouldn't be thrilled to see her. At least not yet. She paused, lost in thought, gaze drifting downward as she stared at her steak and pasta. That's when Boke spoke around a mouthful of noodles. You good? You look like you're about to fall asleep in your plate. Huh? No way, she snapped, flushing. Realizing she'd spaced out, she reflexively gave Ishin a gentle kick beneath the table. I was just thinking, your school's weekend break starts in a few days, right? Maybe we should go somewhere. Oh, the weekend. Haven't decided yet. Boke swallowed and shook his head. In Japan, if you're not gunning for a top university, high school isn't super high pressure. 2 full days off each weekend is plenty of time for a normal teen's social life. But given the choice, Boke would rather stay home. After all, there's food, AC, a TV, a game console, and no half-hour hunts for a public restroom. Nothing in mind yet. Kuroka tapped her lip, then a crafty light flickered in her eyes. How about Kyoto? I've never been there, and it is your hometown. We could do a home visit, say hi to your parents. Nope. I'd rather do Hokkaido than Kyoto, Boke replied flatly. Why not? Picture your entire extended family, everyone from random aunts to second cousins you haven't seen in years, hovering around, pointing and whispering about you. Even worse, some folks our age who act exactly like nosy old relatives. Can't really imagine that. Kuroka tried for a second and immediately gave up. She had 0 extended family, so it was foreign territory. Catgirls couldn't conjure experiences they never had. Besides, Boke added, my mom messaged me a few days ago. She said she's heading to the hero village for a while, so she won't be in Kyoto anyway. He shrugged. And his words cut off, as if something from the past tugged at him. He let out a faint ah. Noticing, Kuroka scooted closer and eyed him suspiciously. What's with that pause? Thinking about another girl? Well, I guess you could put it that way. He resumed eating. It's more about that Jujutsu Association stuff from yesterday. I'm guessing they'll want to talk again soon, so I might not have free time this weekend. Oh, sure, it's definitely not about longing for that Jujutsu senpai, she said with a sarcastic pout. Why would I be longing for her? Anyway, the association spent who knows how long sealing Sukuna's fingers. Meanwhile, I can just destroy them all, nice and tidy. Don't see how they'd ignore that. Maybe I can squeeze them for a tidy sum, live free with zero money worries. Now that's an idea. Humph. Kuroka looked unconvinced. But if you just stay inside gaming whenever you're not on a job, you'll end up with no friends, you know. Says who? I had plenty of friends when I was little. Boke finished the last of his pasta, stood, and took his empty plate to the kitchen sink. Then he headed toward the entryway to grab his shoes. Anyway, I'm off. See you tonight. Tonight, see you. It all happened so quickly. By the time Kuroka realized, he'd already vanished out the door, bag slung over one shoulder. What the heck is, I had lots of friends when I was a kid, supposed to mean? Isn't this where you're supposed to say, I don't need friends as long as I've got you? He's making it sound like she wants him to run around with some big social circle. Seriously, he's infuriating. Meanwhile, Boke stepped out of the apartment building onto the sidewalk. As soon as his foot hit the pavement, a startled voice cried out behind him. Yeah. He felt a light bump against his shoulder. Turning, he caught sight of a white headscarf fluttering to the ground like a butterfly. And a golden-haired girl wearing what appeared to be a nun's habit, sprawled awkwardly on the pavement. Chapter 16, The Adorable Nun. It was all as unexpectedly coincidental as a high school girl dashing out the door late for school, toast dangling from her mouth, only to collide head-on with a certain infamous truckkuin bound to send her straight to another world. Though in this case, Bokue Keikain hadn't sent anyone ice-sky. Still, the blonde girl's attire made him wonder if he had stumbled into a different world altogether. Unlike those eye-catching, high-slit, body-hugging nun outfits seen in modern anime, this was an extremely traditional, loose-fitting habit. Overly modest, without a hint of figure. Honestly, in Boke's opinion, she was overdressed for such warm weather. Was there still someone this dedicated to cosplay? No, focus, man. Realizing his thoughts were drifting, Boke snapped back to attention. He crouched beside the fallen blonde and offered his hand. Hey, are you okay? I am fine. I'm sorry. The response was unexpected. Despite her dazzling golden hair, clearly that of a Westerner, she spoke in near-perfect Japanese, her soft voice tinged with anxious politeness. Only then did Boke notice, the blonde nun was really just a teen, maybe 16 or 17. She had lovely emerald eyes that tipped downward at the corners, giving her a timid, delicate air. Let me help you up. She instinctively took his offered hand, and a gentle tug lifted her upright. Boke then picked up the white headscarf from the pavement and handed it over. Here. Thank you. With a polite bow, the young nun accepted it. Some dust clung to the cloth from its fall, but she simply patted it off and replaced it on her head. Offering a warm smile, she inclined her head again. Sorry for bumping into you. I'm Asia Argento, the new sister at a nearby church. You can just call me Asia. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I'm Bokue Keikain. He studied this so-called nun more closely, surprised that she wasn't a cosplayer after all, but an actual nun. Although that name. 2 minutes later, they walked side by side along the sidewalk, chatting as they went. Asia, are you from overseas? Yes, I grew up in Northern Europe. I only arrived in Japan this morning, and I'm heading to the church to report in. Northern Europe, huh? Boke's reaction was noncommittal. Her name, hair color, and eyes told the whole story anyway. Still, traveling halfway around the globe to be a nun in Japan. Why so hardcore? He was mulling it over when the silence grew a bit awkward, prompting Asia to ask. Have you been to Northern Europe before, Boke-san? Huh? Oh, nope. He shook his head. I was just curious why you came all this way. Buddhism's more common in Japan, there aren't that many people who practice Christianity here. Or was your home church too crowded, so they shipped you off to a far corner of the map? It's not that. She blushed, startled by talk of overcrowded job markets. Then her voice went quiet. Her gaze dropped to her feet as she shuffled along. There were lots of reasons. He could guess. Boke might speak bluntly at times, but he did have a certain emotional acuity. A teenage nun from Northern Europe traveling all the way to Japan, plus the way she hesitated when asked about it, there had to be a complicated backstory. But if she didn't want to elaborate, he wasn't going to pry. Everyone has their secrets, and that's normal. So, Boke-san, judging by your uniform, are you on your way to school? Yeah. My school's straight ahead this way. He nodded toward an intersection down the road. In many Japanese suburbs, schools cluster conveniently near residential areas, like that certain famous district with a continuous chain of elementary, junior high, and high school. Boke then turned toward the north, pointing to a white church perched on a distant hillside, a few blocks away. I'm guessing that's your church. This area only has one, and if you keep left at the intersection, you'll hit it. Ah, I see it, thank you so much, Boke-san. He had merely pointed it out, but Asia beamed with a sincere, grateful smile. With a shrug, he said it was no big deal and added, all right, guess we'll split at the intersection. Before he could finish, a sudden thud echoed from behind them on the sidewalk, followed by a little boy's wailing. Boke's head snapped around at the noise, and in an instant, he sized up the scene. It was an elementary school kid in a Kuo uniform. Probably hopping on and off the short barrier between the pedestrian path and bike lane, he'd slipped and smacked the ground. Now he was crying his eyes out. Honestly, it wasn't anything serious, just a scraped knee, a bit of blood. The tears were mostly shock rather than genuine pain. Yet Asia froze. Spotting the situation, she rushed back to the fallen boy, crouching beside him to examine his injury. Then, reaching both hands from within her voluminous habit, she gently hovered her palms over the bleeding knee. A faint green glow radiated from her hands, accompanied by her soft whisper. It's okay. You'll be all right. Be strong. Like magic, the wound stopped bleeding, the flesh knitting back together under the pale light. Boke stood there, watching with a raised eyebrow. Chapter 17, Kenneo, I was here first. Aside from the little incident on his way to school, the morning passed peacefully. By the time afternoon rolled around, it was once again time for club activities. Before leaving his classroom to head to the old schoolhouse, Bokue Keikain took a quick look at his phone. Yesterday, after wrapping up the matter with the special grade curse, he and Siko Busujima had exchanged contact information, on the assumption that if he really could destroy Sukuna's fingers, the Jujutsu Association would undoubtedly take notice once they heard about it. But since it was now afternoon and he still hadn't received any messages, it seemed the association's higher-ups were probably still arguing things out. Most likely, nothing unexpected would happen today. Sure enough, at the old schoolhouse. Just like yesterday, the familiar reception room found Rias, Kenneo, and Kenneo already waiting there, enjoying some casual afternoon tea. Hearing footsteps from behind, Rias turned her head and caught sight of Boke entering. A bright smile lit her lovely face. Good afternoon, Boke. Come sit. She tapped the empty spot beside her on the sofa, indicating he should sit next to her. But as soon as Rias spoke, Kenneo, seated on the opposite couch, lifted her hand to her cheek and giggled softly. Oh my, President. You really do like Boke, don't you? Always wanting him right there by your side. Rias clearly hadn't expected such a direct comment from her best friend. Her cheeks instantly bloomed with pink. See, cut it out, Kenneo. I just meant the seat next to me was open, and it's easier if Boke sits here. You've already got Kenneo on your side, so if Boke also sat there, it'd look like a boss lecturing two employees or something. Era, is that so? Kenneo, still wearing that serene smile, turned her gaze toward the white-haired girl at her side. Kenneo. If Kenneo-senpai usually gave off a warm big sister vibe, right now she was radiating a weird, silent pressure. In situations like this, there's a saying about wisely giving way to spare trouble. The petite girl needed less than a second to make her decision. She raised her hand. In that case, I'll move over by President Rias. Boke-senpai can sit here. Ah, don't bother. Really, it's fine. Rias, watching Boke get half-ushered, half-escorted toward the other side, almost stomped her foot in exasperation. She stood up from her seat, motioning with one hand for Kenneo to remain where she was, while her other hand grabbed Boke's shirt sleeve as he came closer. We'll just do it like this, okay? Kenneo, if you want him so much, he can sit with you tomorrow. Seriously. Crackle. Like static sparking on a dry winter day, a tiny flash of white popped between Rias's fingertips and Boke's sleeve. The red-haired girl let out a small cry, releasing his shirt at once. Eek, what was that? She stared at her hand in confusion, shaking it like she'd been scalded. Kenneo shot to her feet, eyes widening in surprise. That looked like holy power. Boke, did you stop by the church today or something? Church? No, I didn't. He was just as puzzled. He'd never practiced any faith, certainly not gone to a church for prayers. But then he recalled something from that morning. Oh, actually. Boke made a small fist and tapped his palm, describing the moment he helped a blonde nun pick up her headscarf earlier. Kenneo leaned in to examine the sleeve. Indeed, there's a faint trace, so weak you almost wouldn't notice, but it's definitely holy energy. For humans, it's harmless, you probably couldn't even feel it. But for us devils, it's highly unpleasant. Even being near a church is uncomfortable for a devil, so I'd guess you accidentally picked up a bit of holy power when you touched the nun's headscarf. Oops, my bad. Understanding now, Boke pressed his palms together in apology. He channeled golden spiritual power around himself, instantly purging every wisp of sacred aura. Meanwhile, with the situation clarified, Rias sat back down. Reflecting on what just happened, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully. That is strange, though. Ordinarily, only higher-level clergy with real abilities get items infused with holy power. They usually serve important roles in the Vatican or major European churches, performing miracles and gathering faith, ranking above most local leadership. So why would someone like that be assigned here, to Japan? Good question, Boke replied with a shrug. I asked, but she didn't really want to talk about it. Then he noticed Rias was still rubbing her hand. By the way, are you okay? Did it burn? I'm, not exactly fine. She nearly said, I'm okay, out of habit, but then she shifted tactics. Smiling sweetly, she lifted her hand to show slightly pink fingertips. Look, it's a bit swollen. I hear humans sometimes use saliva on an injured area to help it heal. You wouldn't abandon me now, would you? Her eyes glimmered with suggestive warmth, and she brought her hand so close to Boke's lips he could feel the heat of her skin. This was heading down a reckless path fast, but across from them, Kenneo gave a pointed little cough. Ahem. President, aren't we forgetting why we asked Boke to come? Didn't we promise to discuss official business once he was here? Ugh, Kenneo, you. Flustered at having her rare opportunity thwarted, Rias shot her friend a mildly annoyed look. Then she cleared her throat and sat up straight. Fine, we'll start with the main issue. Last night, we detected the presence of fallen angels near Kuo Academy. We don't know exactly who they are or what they want, but keep your eyes open for the next few days. At the same time, in a hillside church northwest of Kuo Academy, rays of afternoon sun shone through lofty stained glass windows, illuminating the towering European-style architecture. A long-haired woman stood on a raised platform, great, dark angel wings extended behind her, clad in minimal attire that highlighted her curvaceous figure. She was addressing the small group assembled below. You all understand the plan, right? Over the coming days, our mission is simple, wipe out every devil in this city. Leave nothing behind. Understood. X3. Got it. Their voices overlapped in varying tones of confirmation. Satisfied, the dark-winged woman nodded. Then she leapt lightly from the platform, landing among them. She approached one figure, a shy, gold-haired nun, head bowed more than anyone else, and ran her tongue over her lips, eyes gleaming. You're on board, too, aren't you, Asia? Don't worry. God brought us exiles together here so we could face trials and earn our way back into his embrace. You do understand that, right? Yes, I understand. Chapter 18, Another Encounter with the Nun. The term, fallen angel, is self-explanatory. They were once angels who lost their divine blessing, the white feathers of their wings stained black upon exile. Even though they've fallen from grace and lost their angelic standing, fallen angels aren't the same as devils. Nor can they return to being angels, so they remain a separate faction unto themselves. 1,000 years ago, there was a major war between heaven and the underworld. 3 forces took part. The angels, led by God. The devils, led by the previous Satans. The fallen angels, following their governor. They fought for dominion over the world, an all-out battle of no return. Yet this war, which everyone expected to drag on forever, ended abruptly in an almost laughable manner. The 2 heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, blundered into the battlefield and devoured the leaders of all 3 sides in a single gulp. Outraged, the 3 factions unleashed everything they had on the intruders, shredding them into thousands of pieces and even sealing away their souls. By the time they'd taken care of the rogue dragons, all 3 factions were left battered beyond recognition, both enemy and ally. Had they chosen to continue fighting, they might have wiped each other out completely. So the angels withdrew to heaven with their gravely injured god, the devils reeled from the death of their Satans, and the fallen angel faction also limped away, scattered to the winds. In the end, nobody won. All 3 sides lost. Among the losers, the devils were hit hardest. Their Satans died in action, and the pureblood devils were nearly decimated, leaving only a few family branches. For instance, Rias's clan, the Gremory household, is one of the few surviving pureblood devil lines. So, what are the fallen angels plotting by popping up now? Bokue Keikain pondered this question on his way home from school. Earlier, Rias had warned him about potential fallen angel activity near Kuo Academy. By rights, the devils took the heaviest casualties in that ancient war, but if you compare overall survivors, the fallen angels lost even more. Their numbers were always smaller, and many of them died in that great conflict, scattering whatever remained. Reorganizing what was left would have been tough. No clue. Not wanting to overthink it, Boke shrugged. In his view, it didn't matter whether they were devils or fallen angels. If they minded their own business and didn't stir up trouble in the human world, everything was fine. But if they did go out of their way to cause chaos, he'd deal with them the same way he did that stray wolf devil. If you won't get a proper visa from the demon district, then enjoy your next life. He muttered under his breath and shook his head. Anyway, better get home, Kuroka's bound to fuss if I'm too huh? Just then, he sensed a faint ripple of spiritual power in the air, like a pebble dropping into still water. It reminded him of what he'd sensed back when Sukuna expanded his domain with Busujima-senpai nearby, but far weaker and not evil in the least. If anything, it felt immature, familiar, even. A barrier technique. Coming from a line of Onmyōji, Boke knew the feel of exorcism barriers. This was a simple repulsion barrier used to keep people away. But why here, in a quiet residential neighborhood? Usually, a repulsion barrier is placed around a large building when a spellcaster suspects something unclean inside but can't pinpoint its location. That way, random civilians won't wander in while the sorcerer hunts down the threat. It's the magical equivalent of police tape. But this area is all single-family homes. No big apartments or multi-level mansions. Searching wouldn't be that hard, plus, he wasn't picking up any sign of curses or evil auras here. Curious, Boke altered his route home and slipped through an alley that led to the source of the barrier's power, then stopped at the sight of a familiar figure. It was none other than Asia, the blonde nun he'd bumped into that morning. She still radiated that same gentle, kind presence, quietly humming as she worked on what appeared to be the finishing touches of a repulsion barrier around a house. Asia. Boke didn't bother hiding himself, he walked right up and called her name. She jerked upright like a startled rabbit, the headscarf on her blonde hair nearly bouncing off in the process. But the moment she recognized him, her alarm melted into joy. Oh, Boke-san. You're on your way home from school. What a coincidence, ah. She paused, eyes widening. A flicker of embarrassment replaced her smile. Actually, I'm setting up a repulsion barrier, so if you're here, that means I messed up. No, your technique's fine. It just doesn't work on me for certain reasons. He tried to comfort her as he stepped closer to the house. Anyway, Asia, what are you doing? Oh, it's, my job. Her timid face brightened at that word. Thanks to your help this morning, I made it to the local church. The priest in charge is inside exorcising something, and since I couldn't really help with that, he let me handle the repulsion barrier. Exorcising. Boke frowned. He hadn't sensed any evil presence in this neighborhood. Was there really something to expel? It was hard to believe they had a better sense for these things than he did, the acting air of the Keikain line. A hint of unease stirred in him. Circling around Asia, he pressed down on the front door's handle and pushed it open. A stench of blood wafted out, thick and pungent. Chapter 19, Some people really are better off dead. The evening sun streamed through the open doorway, casting a shaft of light into the dim living room. No overhead lights were on, and only a single candle burned on the dining table in the center. A thick, dark red liquid slowly oozed across the floor, saturating the wooden boards with its pungent, metallic smell. The stench of blood, and something like organs, assaulted the senses of anyone standing at the threshold. A young, silver-haired man in a priest's outfit sat by the table, head bowed, legs crossed. The candle's small flame flickered at the sudden draft from the open door, momentarily illuminating half his face. He seemed lost in his own thoughts. Lying by his chair was a corpse, or what was left of it. No, calling it a corpse would be too generous. It was more like human remains. The body's torso had been split open, ribs jutting out, leaving nothing of its original human shape, more like a rack of pork ribs one might see at a market stand. At the sight, Asia's expression froze in horror, her earlier happiness at encountering a familiar face vanished, replaced by unbridled terror and revulsion. Father, what is this? Huh. As though finally aware someone had come in, the silver-haired priest glanced over, tilting his chin with a dismissive sneer. Hey, Asia, I told you to set up a repulsion barrier. Who's this guy? He didn't so much as explain the scene, his tone oozed thinly veiled menace. Cheese. Timid by nature, Asia shrank at his aggressive questioning. Immediately, Boke Keikain stepped inside, placing himself between her and the priest. I'm Boke Keikain, acting representative of the Kyoto-based Keikain clan. Oh. Keikain, huh? Feels like I've heard that name somewhere. Let me think. Leaning on the table, the silver-haired priest fiddled with a large handgun, pointing the muzzle at his own temple as though scratching an itch. Then he clicked his tongue, put the gun down, and smirked in feigned revelation. Ah, right, some Onmyōji family from Japan. I heard you folks had an understanding with yokai about 4 centuries ago. For humans, you sure are untrustworthy, huh? He drew out the final words in a mocking drawl, sticking out his tongue in a way that strongly suggested he wasn't entirely sane. And who are you supposed to be? Boke took another step forward, voice still calm, but the golden spiritual energy flickering around him foretold what he planned to do next. From the doorway, Asia felt her heart lurch. If her own healing aura was like a gentle spring breeze at a lakeside, then Boke's power now felt like molten magma rising from the earth's core, steady and intense. Heh, looks like an acting head does have some bite. Feeling that surge, the silver-haired priest scoffed. Any pretense of indifference vanished as he vaulted backward from the table in a neat flip, landing a couple of meters away. He still held the gun in one hand, now in the other, he whipped out a sword hilt. Yes, a hilt. No blade, just a guard and grip. Wind-enshrouded sword? Boke wondered, raising an eyebrow. Almost immediately, the priest's grip on the hilt caused a brilliant white radiance to emerge. The glow lengthened from the guard, forming a blade of pure light. It looked uncannily like something a space opera knight might wield. Allow me to give you a proper introduction. With a theatrical flourish and a voice like a man unhinged, the priest brandished his radiant blade. Bowing extravagantly, yet sloppily, he let his tongue loll in a vicious grin. I am Fried Selzen, top exorcist from the Vatican's Holy Office. Oh, sorry, former top exorcist, that is. The difference between active and former was huge. Exorcists under the Vatican were akin to Onmyōji in Japan, individuals granted special powers to protect humanity from otherworldly threats. Typically, an exorcist either served until too old or injured to fight, or else died in battle against monsters. A young exorcist leaving the order. If it wasn't that he failed the training phase, it meant he was deemed psychologically unfit, someone severely unstable. Sort of like a certain rampaging pilot who got booted out and took up grand theft instead. Fried clearly fell into that category. And from the fact he still possessed church-issued gear, it was safe to assume he'd gone rogue. But. Just then, Asia found the courage to speak again, though her voice trembled when she glanced at the gruesome remains. She steadied herself and raised her voice. Even if you're a former exorcist, if you still believe in God, shouldn't you be protecting humans, not murdering them? Shut it, you worthless piece of trash nun. He cut her off with a hysterical snarl, swinging his light sword in a wide arc. His face twisted with rage. Those fallen angel gals told me not to mess with you, but let's be honest, you're useless, you dumb dog nun. You couldn't even set up a simple repulsion barrier without screwing it up. No. Wonder the church kicked you out like the garbage you are. Meanwhile, I wasn't here exorcising, you get me. All devils, and any humans tainted by devils, need to be slaughtered. Ah. It was as though Fried had just torn open an old wound. Asia clutched her shoulders and stepped back half a pace, trembling. Tainted by devils. Boke's eyes landed on a small pen-drawn sigil near the candle on the table. He recognized the simple magic circle, basically a novelty summoning array for a weak, low-class devil. For an ordinary human with barely any magical power, it was little more than a silly parlor game. Yet Fried had stormed in and butchered the occupant of this house for it. Absolutely insane. Exhaling softly, Boke lifted his gaze again to meet the ex-priest's deranged stare. The golden aura around Boke flared even brighter. By rights, I ought to arrest you as a criminal with special abilities, hand you over to the anti-demonic task force to rot in a barrier cell. But frankly, that's unnecessary, isn't it? Chapter 20, a snap of the fingers, and the enemy falls. There was no protracted battle, just a single, understated moment. A few seconds later, the silver-haired exorcist's head went flying, Bokue Keikain casually tossed it aside. Fried Selzen. He became an exorcist at age 13 by passing a combat exam. After joining the Vatican's order, he demonstrated extraordinary talent in quick succession, slaying devils and beasts that even veteran exorcists struggled to handle. By 17, he had climbed into the Holy Office, becoming the youngest ace in the order's history. His record was dazzling, indisputably proving him a genius in combat. But Fried harbored a fatal flaw: he lacked true faith, instead craving bloodshed and battle. On missions, if a comrade suffered an injury that risked compromising the objective, he'd kill them without remorse and carry on solo. Then, upon returning to the order, he'd claim those teammates had died fighting the high-level devils, absolving himself of any blame. Of course, the truth eventually leaked. As Fried miraculously returned alone from too many missions, suspicion grew. A thorough investigation uncovered his atrocities. But with his skills, Fried eluded arrest, fleeing the Vatican altogether, ending up in Japan as a lost priest. Now, under the dim, flickering candlelight that once again illuminated Fried's face, his final expression remained frozen in terror, mouth gaping in a silent scream. Phew, done. Placing Fried's disembodied head, along with the stolen light sword and handgun, on the dining table, Boke exhaled. Japan's police might not be the most efficient, but at least this evidence should help them realize the killer was linked to the Vatican's order, leading the authorities to contact the church, confirm Fried's identity, and handle it from there. As for the house's unfortunate owner, tragic, but the dead cannot return. Boke silently offered a brief prayer for their soul. Having settled every detail to ensure no loose ends, he finally turned toward the door. Outside, darkness had swallowed the last hint of sunset, night had firmly taken hold. At the threshold stood Asia, silent and unmoving. The broad hood of her nun's habit veiled her face so that Boke couldn't see her expression clearly. Pulling out his phone, he sent a text to the cat-eared girl at home, letting her know he'd be late tonight, then looked up and shrugged. "Let's talk somewhere else, Asia." She didn't say a word. Her lips quivered, as if to speak some apology. But before the words could form, Asia whirled around, vigorously wiping her tears with her sleeve. Then she bolted, disappearing into the deepening twilight. Ah. For a moment, Boke stood there, frozen like some actor caught mid-scene, hand half raised. He only wanted to move the conversation elsewhere, right? She'd just witnessed an incredibly gruesome murder scene and watched him kill a bloodthirsty ex-priest on the spot. Was he supposed to pat her on the shoulder and say, "Let's go get barbecue"? That would have been bizarre. Naturally, they needed a quieter place to talk everything through. But now she'd run off, clearly shaken. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Still, better to keep an eye on her so nothing else happened. With her stamina, she couldn't get far before tiring out. He'd let her calm down in private, then approach once she was ready. Just as he made to follow, there was a faint whir overhead. A single black feather drifted down, catching his eye. Then a sultry female voice echoed from above. "Oh my, where do you think you're running off to, little nun?" "Huh?" Asia's body visibly stiffened. She halted in her tracks. Boke glanced skyward. A shapely silhouette swooped down like a hawk, cutting through the night's gloom to land at Asia's side, one slender arm blocking the nun's path. She was a young woman with a bewitching figure, long black hair cascading like a waterfall, and an outfit so revealing it practically spelled out risque. If one overlooked the dark wings unfurled behind her, it might have been quite the alluring encounter. A fallen angel. Boke understood immediately. Both Rias and Fried had mentioned fallen angels, and this figure's appearance left no doubt. Rainier, Sama. As if terrified, Asia cowered like a trembling chick, not daring to resist, she was rooted in place. Rainier smiled faintly. "So Fried got taken out, huh? No matter, we'll protect you anyway. Be a good girl and return to the church with us, Asia. There's an important ritual to conduct." She turned her gaze to Boke, casting him a disdainful glance before seizing Asia's arm and beating her black wings, taking flight. A cool drop of moisture caught the night breeze, a teardrop. Boke also caught a faint whisper of Asia's stifled sob. "Help me." But he didn't pursue immediately. He stood, watching as the fallen angel glided off toward the church in plain view. Calmly, he took out his phone and dialed Rias. "Rias. It's me. I found the fallen angels." Meanwhile, in Kuo Academy's old schoolhouse, Rias, dozing on the clubroom couch, startled upright at the news. "Huh, you found them. Where?" "They're at the church near the academy. I'm heading there now." Over the line, Boke's voice was peppered with the rush of wind. It sounded like he was running. Yet despite Rias having explicitly told him to track fallen angel movements, she now hesitated. Because, the church, a consecrated stronghold, was absolutely off-limits to devils. Holy wards meant weaker devils could be injured just by entering the grounds. A pureblood devil like Rias might be able to force her way in, but that would be viewed as a unilateral aggression by the underworld against heaven. In their delicate post-war recovery, such provocation was unthinkable. Damn fallen angels, using the fact they could enter holy ground freely. "Don't worry, leave the barrier to me." He reassured her, then cut the line. The next moment, golden spiritual power burst around him. Boke streaked into the sky like a firework, rocketing across the night toward the church. Even from a distance, he snapped his fingers. A radiant bolt of pressure slammed down, shattering the holy barrier that cloaked the church in an instant. "Oh, you're not getting away." Chapter 21, I'm right here. What's happening? What's going on? The barrier's been destroyed. It was like dropping a deep-water bomb into a mirror-smooth lake. The moment the holy barrier shattered, its magical backlash threw the entire church into chaos. On the platform at the front of the sanctuary, a blonde, twin-tailed lowly nearly lost her footing as the sudden tremor made her stumble. She had to flare her black wings midair to avoid smashing her face against the steps. From behind the Roman columns flanking each side of the platform, two figures stepped out simultaneously, blocking the aisle that led straight to the church's main doors. Both took up defensive stances, clearly on high alert. In front was a tall, coat-wearing man with a bowler hat, evoking some odd cross of a steampunk cleric, though his dark, feathery wings left no doubt about his identity as a fallen angel. This is crazy. We're on holy ground, protected by God's blessing. Is the Gremory girl looking to spark another war? Who knows? And it might not even be her. Besides, what reason would they have for starting a fight with us? Behind him, another fallen angel, a blue-haired, busty woman, looked just as rattled. It was obvious these fallen angels had come to seize territory. But they'd hardly done anything yet. They even had a meticulous long-term plan. First, let that maniac freed, the ex-priest, eliminate any normal humans who'd been seduced into devil worship by the Gremory family. Next, they'd spread the fallen angels' doctrine and draw power from the new converts' faith. That was only step one, started today. And now, mere hours in, was Gremory already sending an army to attack them? This was like trying to set up a chessboard in the park, only to have scalding tea thrown in your face before you even placed a single piece. Kalawarna silently cursed in her mind. Just then, the big fallen angel man, Donasik, abruptly spun around, looking up at the twin-tailed lowly who was still hovering in midair. Middled. Where's Rainier? I think Rainier headed out to check Freed's progress. Still clueless, the small blonde fallen angel, Middled, tapped a finger to her lips thoughtfully. After all, we all know Freed's mental state. Once he starts working, it's like he loses himself entirely. And he also took that saint girl with him. If we're not careful, she might run off, which would be so not fun. She didn't finish. An instant later, an urgent voice, familiar to them, rang out from above the church. It quaked with fear. Kalawarna. Donasik. Stop that boy. Middled, come with me, we have to begin the ritual immediately. Huh. Middled blinked, looking up, and the next second, a loud crash broke open part of the church roof. A black-haired fallen angel woman in a revealing outfit, covering only the essentials, came plunging through, practically crash-landing. She was clutching Asia beneath one arm, skidding and flapping her wings to break. Rainier, are you okay? Middled panicked at the sight of her seemingly invincible big sister returning in such a bedraggled state. She had always believed Rainier's combat power to be first-rate among them. Even without God's blessing, Rainier could conjure light spears lethal enough to grievously wound mid-level devils and easily slaughter lower-tier ones. In their group, Rainier was definitely the top fighter, right behind any actual fallen angel officers. Yet she'd come back, battered and breathless, something Middled could scarcely imagine. I'm fine, Rainier spat, gasping for air, wiping her face with the back of her hand. She gestured at Kalawarna and Donasik behind her. But that guy is in pursuit, I only just managed to get back. You two, go outside and stall him. Don't risk your lives, just hold him off until I finish the ritual. Then we can all gang up and destroy him. Just thinking about the boy she'd met outside that house made Rainier break into a cold sweat. It was terrifying. At first, she'd figured that as a fallen angel, she could easily scoop Asia up and flee into the sky, where some powerless human with no special wings or flight gear could never catch her. Yet the next thing she knew, the boy had attacked from long range, shattering the holy barrier around the church in an instant. Fortunately, her airborne path had been too unstable from the wind currents overhead, so she narrowly dodged what might have been a crippling hit. Since when were humans capable of that? It felt impossible, but the evidence was right in front of her eyes. There was no denying it. All she could do now was start the ritual at once, forcibly transplant Asia's sacred gear into herself. If Asia died in the process, well, so much the better. They'd lose one saint, but Rainier would gain the power to heal anything. She would become the new saint of the fallen angel faith. Understood. Got it. The two fallen angels answered in near unison. Dark purple energy flared around them. With their crow-black wings unfurled, they prepared to rise into the air. However, you won't need to look for me. I'm right here. A calm, youthful voice sounded out of nowhere within the church, freezing the pair in place, both menacing powers ready to launch, now forcibly halted. An immense, invisible pressure flooded the space, locking every occupant in fearful stillness. Rainier felt cold sweat running down her forehead. She knew full well whose aura this was. He was inside the church. Among them. Behind her. Asia, tucked under the fallen angel's arm like a small, trembling piglet, lifted her tear-stained face. Her voice came as little more than a whisper. Boke-san. Standing in the middle of four fallen angels, Bokue Keikain remained perfectly poised. The bright golden aura from before was gone now, as if a sword's edge had been sheathed. Pale moonlight filtered through the damaged ceiling, lending a silver sheen to his shoulders as he lowered his head slightly. You told me to save you, Asia. So here I am. Chapter 22, The God-slaying Overlord Fist. For devils blessed with abundant magical power, traveling from point A to point B has never been difficult. By the time Rias received Boke's call, gathered a Kenneo and Kenneo, and then teleported to a point just outside the church's defensive perimeter, barely 3 minutes had passed. Under the darkening sky, streetlights flickered to life, and distant sirens wailed. The trio of high school girls appeared at a small, unlit intersection. Just ahead lay the once holy ground belonging to the church. One more step, and they'd enter territory where devils were strictly forbidden, like crossing a heavily guarded border. But now it was possible. Is the barrier destroyed? Rias still felt uneasy. She tentatively reached out with her senses. Kenneo gave a slight nod. It must be something Boke did. If what I'm sensing is right, we can pass now. Kenneo, born into a shrine maiden family, was familiar with barrier techniques, though not as specialized as the Keikain clan. Typically, a barrier acts like a radar. The moment it detects a hostile signature, like a devil, it triggers an alarm. And for a pureblood devil such as Rias, one of the few remaining noble lines from the underworld, if that radar had been intact, stepping onto church ground would mean a formal declaration of war upon heaven. In the fragile post-war era, that was unthinkable. But with the holy barrier smashed, it was as if that radar had been broken. It changed everything. No more hesitation, Rias raised her arm decisively. Kenneo, we're going in. Yes, the two answered in unison. It only took a brief moment for them to arrive at the church. In a flash of blinding white lightning, accompanied by a deafening boom, the church doors were violently blown open. As the dust cleared, the three girls stepped inside. Meanwhile, Bokue Keikain was surrounded by 4 fallen angels in the church's central aisle. Hearing the noise at his back, he glanced over his shoulder. Boke, are you all right? Seeing him hemmed in, Kenneo called out in alarm, before Rias could say a word. He simply waved it off. I'm fine, really. I half expected a bunch of rats that I couldn't handle on my own, but it turns out there were only 4. If I'd known, I wouldn't have asked you to come all this way. Rats. It was a blatant insult, but for the fallen angels, they had no choice but to endure it. They hadn't come here to openly battle House Gremory. If they'd had the power to crush the devils easily, they wouldn't have bothered with gathering faith and building up strength in secret. Nevertheless, they did have a simpler approach at the ready. Daughter of the Gremory family, what are you doing? After exchanging a quick look with his companions, the older, coat-wearing fallen angel, Donasik, stepped forward. You realize this is church property. You devils intruding, breaking the barrier, means declaring war on heaven. Do you want another war? If so, we fallen angels won't stand aside. Right away, he tried to pin blame. But a cool voice from behind him cut in. It's not we. It's a me. What? Aren't you with the Gremory? Wait, you're not a devil. Stunned, Donasik re-examined Boke's aura. Only then did he realize, this wasn't a devil at all. A human. Bokue Keikain, acting representative of the Kyoto-based Onmyōji clan. Turning slightly, Boke cast an impassive glance their way. His words were slow but firm. I'm the one who broke the church's barrier. I'm also the one who asked Rias to come. If the church or the heaven side has a problem, let them deal with me. He clenched his fist. I'll show them that in this world, having the moral high ground is the most useless thing imaginable. Why you? Donasik was stunned at his sheer arrogance. This was Japan, where Buddhism prevailed, where people commonly believed gods watch from above. Did this boy not fear the wrath of heaven? You destroyed the holy church's barrier, and you don't fear God's punishment. He's free to give it a try. Boke lowered his elbow and tightened his knuckles. No brilliant aura glowed at his surface, yet a golden radiance pulsed beneath his skin, gathering at his fist like unimaginable power. His expression was cold, his tone serious. They spread their faith and built this church, yet sheltered these monsters. They let someone who'd forsaken his faith slaughter innocent civilians. If that's your so-called God, then I'll drag down this false god myself. If God won't save people, I will. No wrathful scowl like a Vajra, no gentle bow like a Bodhisattva. His words rang like a thunderclap echoing throughout the church. At last, the fallen angels dropped all pretense, no more attempts at negotiation. Since fear-mongering wouldn't work, that left open conflict. Donasik and Kalawarna simultaneously beat their wings to ascend, forming blackish spears of condensed energy in their hands. At the same time, Rainier, still gripping Asia under her arm, sprinted for the side corridor. Middlet had already opened a passage to the underground vault. They would follow the plan. Those two would hold off the intruders while Rainier performed the ritual, stealing Asia's power, then she would return to help finish the fight. Be careful. Watch out, Boke. From the doorway, Rias and Kenneo called out in alarm. Power of destruction and pale white lightning surged upward, swirling in tandem. But faster than either was Kenneo. The petite white-haired girl moved like a cat pouncing. The instant the fallen angel shifted, she crouched low. One foot stomped so hard it left a cratered, spiderweb fissure in the floor, then she blasted forward like a cannon shell, leaping straight into the fray. Her target was the pair of airborne fallen angels summoning energy spears. Yet mid-charge, Kaneko's golden eyes widened slightly. Behind her, Akino, electric arcs dancing around her figure, also froze in surprise. But unlike Kenneo, Akino's gaze held a hint of nostalgia, like reuniting with an old friend. For good reason. The boy who'd been in the center of the circle was now above the two fallen angels, moving even faster than she could. Bokue Keikain, both fists clenched, body rotating, a red draconic insignia glowing at his brow, all his might focused into his fists. I am a warrior. He launched a single punch, like the blazing sun at noon. It made the sky quake and the earth tremble, leaving even gods cowering. He wanted them to realize. He, right here, right now, was invincible. God-slaying Overlord Fist. Chapter 23, Bonus, the day the girl met her god. The moment Boke's fist slammed down, Akino Himajima's thoughts were pulled back to that afternoon 10 years ago. Flames engulfed the shrine, the leaping red firelight reflecting off her mother's rapidly cooling body. The pristine white and red shrine maiden garb was stained with a deep crimson of death. The once tranquil forest around them rattled with the Onmyōji clan's exorcists, shouting and bellowing in pursuit. Catch her, don't let that abomination get away. I don't care about the others, but that half-breed must be taken alive. That's the clan head's order. She's the bastard child of that traitorous Shuri Onmyōji and some filthy fallen angel. If word spreads, the Onmyōji clan's reputation will be finished. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Someone, save me. Save. Mom. Echoes of hunting cries rose in the woods behind her, and somewhere off to the west, a small figure was sprinting for her life. The young girl's hair hung in wild disarray, and the once comfortable shrine maiden clothes became a cruel hindrance, loose sleeves snagged on branches, the cloth ripped to tatters by thorns. Bits of red and white fabric littered the ground like a path of despair. But at that moment, she couldn't be bothered with how it looked. She only clung to the final words her mother had spoken, right before falling in order to protect her. Akino, run, find your father. Yet, where was her father now? He was a fallen angel officer, off somewhere on a mission for the fallen angel governor. Which was why the Onmyōji clan had come. They killed her mother. Now they'd kill her, too. Their hunting calls drew closer, echoing in the darkening forest. The clan had sent its elite exorcists. Within minutes, the clues Akino left behind were enough to track her down. She's here. She went this way. Follow the footprints and cloth scraps, she can't have gone far. We must kill her. Like a final countdown to death. The footsteps multiplied, pressing in with grim purpose. Akino's strength was nearly spent. Father, where are you? Cough. Her parched throat burned with blood and dryness, cutting off her plea. She staggered to a halt, dropping to a crouch, hands on her knees, gasping for air. Everything tasted of iron. They're going to catch me. I can't run anymore. Mom. Dad. I'm going to die. She felt strangely numb, whether from shock or resignation. The terror of a blade through her chest no longer mattered. Akino wiped away the blood at her lips and straightened, wanting to tilt her face to the patch of sky beyond the forest canopy, perhaps catching one last glimpse of afternoon sun. But instead of the clan's bloodthirsty exorcists, she saw someone else, a teenage boy, apparently traveling with a pack slung over his shoulder, regarding her with open curiosity. Hey, wake up. I'm not your dad. Also, are you okay like that? Run. She tried to shout, straining her voice to warn him. Her clan's exorcists wouldn't hesitate to kill witnesses. If she was doomed to die, at least this stranger could escape. But her throat was too raw to make a sound. And that was when the pursuers arrived. Finally ran out of steam, huh? Gave us quite the chase. Oh well, she's just a kid, after all. Still, it's impressive she made it this far. Such a pity. She could have been a top exorcist if she hadn't inherited that filthy fallen angel blood. Blame your whore of a mother for betraying the Onmyōji clan by consorting with devils. It felt like the final, condemning words before an execution. The group's leader, brandishing a naginata, strode forward. Akino shut her eyes in terror. But she heard a calm voice instead. Oh, these uniforms. So you're the Onmyōji clan's exorcists. Shouldn't you be working with those Jujutsu sorcerers to clean up curses? Why chase a little kid out here? Huh. Only then did the leader notice the teen boy standing next to the exhausted girl. Some random brat, are you? Well, I'm sorry, but if you've learned our clan's secret, I'm afraid you'll have to die with her. Huh. He looked a bit stunned, then muttered under his breath. You want to kill me? That's quite a statement. If you manage it, everyone in Hero Village would be grateful to you. Just the span of a quarter incense stick's time, a few minutes, and multiple thunderous impacts shook the mountain slopes as though meteorites had crashed. After that, calm returned to the forest that had rung with chaos all afternoon. The exorcist leader fell last. Broken shards of armor clattered around him like fish scales peeled by a blunt blade. A once famed holy naginata lay snapped into 3 pieces. Even so, battered and near death, he clung to a final threat. You can't kill me. If you do, the Onmyōji clan head will hunt you down. They'll never forgive you. Oh. Unscathed, the teen frowned, picking at his ear with a pinky, then blowing on it. Well, in that case. He dropped one last punch. A lethal blow. When he returned to the girl, the boy pulled a fancy water flask, emblazoned with a single Hana character, and a large bag of classic potato chips from his pack, offering them to her. Here. I'll give you these. Take the flask, go catch the bullet train to Kyoto. Find a fox lady with a very big bust at Yasaka Shrine. Show her this, and she'll help you. It's safe there. Oh, almost forgot to give you some money for the ride. I've got spare change. He pointed through the trees. Go north about 20 minutes, and you'll reach the main road. Then take the train, 2 hours to Kyoto. If you're fast, you'll get to Yasaka Shrine by nightfall. Then he stood, shouldering his pack. I've got other business, so, guess this is goodbye. My name's Bokue Keikain, acting representative of the Kyoto-based Keikain clan. Right now, I'm traveling alone. The next day, major news headlines broke everywhere. The main Onmyōji estate flattened overnight. House leader Juo Onmyōji found dead, decapitated and displayed on the Grand Torii Gate. Chapter 24, The Nun's Affection, maxed out. Moonlight shone on black feathers scattered like wilted flower petals. Within the church, where the battle had already ended, Asia, her nun's veil fallen away, lay dazed in Boke's arms. She was still in shock from everything that had happened. It wasn't until Boke's voice came from above that she realized what was going on. Hey. Snap out of it. It's over, you're safe now. Like being pulled from a dream, Asia trembled as her eyes refocused. She took in her surroundings, then suddenly realized she was cradled in his arms. Almost instantly, her pale cheeks turned bright red, as if steam were hissing from the top of her head. I am sorry. And, thank you so much for saving me, Boke-san. She scrambled free from his arm, bowing repeatedly in apology and gratitude. Meanwhile, Rias and Kenneo entered from behind, joining Kenneo at Boke's back, curious about this golden-haired nun. Although heaven and the underworld had been mortal enemies in the ancient war, fighting until their armies were practically in shambles, on an individual level, none of them here harbored such deep hatred that they'd attack on sight. More often than not, things only escalated like that with extremists, such as Freed. This girl, she's that nun from this morning you mentioned, Boke. Rias peered at Asia a little more carefully, then voiced her recognition. Yeah, that's her. Boke stooped to pick up the nun's veil from the ground. Turning to the 3 girls behind him, he lifted it to show them. Basically, I picked this up for her earlier, and that's how. And no, don't wave that around. Seeing Boke raising the sacred garment, the other 3 backed off in unison, smiling stiffly as they retreated a full step. They clearly wanted to avoid contact. A consecrated veil like that could seriously sting a low-class devil, akin to being swatted by a supercharged mosquito zapper. Even Rias, a pureblood devil, would find it uncomfortable touching something blessed with holy power, about as appealing as having your hair washed with a pungent broth you absolutely detest. In other words, from their perspective, Boke waving the veil around was like someone gleefully waving around a, well, gross object. It was pretty jarring, to say the least. Sorry. Asia's voice, quiet and apologetic, broke the moment. She lowered her head, fingers laced over her chest. Earlier today, I lied to you, Boke-san. I'm not a nun anymore, I'm an outcast nun. Huh. Boke felt momentarily baffled. He'd heard of stray devils, lost priests, those who'd forsaken their orders and turned dangerous. But a nun was supposed to be non-combatant, how outcast could she possibly get? This wasn't exactly a grimdark Warhammer realm. Yes, Asia said softly, still gazing down. I was abandoned by my parents as a baby, then raised by the church. I possessed a power to heal both humans and angels, so they made me a holy maiden. But one day, I accidentally discovered my healing worked on devils, too. She raised her hands, a soft green glow emanated from her palms, and a pair of matching rings flickered on her middle fingers. That's the sacred gear called Twilight Healing, right? Rias recognized the double ring relic, staring in amazement. Now it makes sense. A sacred gear isn't tied to a single faction. Angels, humans, devils, or even fallen angels can use one. So of course it would heal anyone. I know, but some things can't be explained so easily. A shadow of sorrow passed across Asia's usually gentle face. That's why I came all the way from Northern Europe to Japan, hoping I could quietly be a nun in a far-off place, far from the church's eyes. Rainier told me everyone here had been abandoned by God, but if we passed his trials, we'd be welcomed back into his arms. You actually believe that nonsense? Boke shrugged. If their God was so attentive, that maniac priest wouldn't have butchered innocent people. He'd have cleared your name when they called you outcast. He wouldn't have let those fallen angels nearly steal your sacred gear. A false god like that. You're better off believing in me. Yes. I think so too. Asia nodded so vigorously her ponytail swished. She stepped closer, so close their chests practically touched, and gazed into his eyes with fierce determination. Wah. Now it was Boke's turn to blink in confusion. Wait, did she just say what he thought she said? But Asia kept going, her voice unwavering. When Rainier took me, I begged Boke-san for help, and you really came. So from this day on, I'm giving up on being God's follower. I'll be Boke-san's personal believer. She still addressed him politely, but the honorifics had shifted, her entire tone had changed. She wasn't just showing gratitude, she was pledging devotion. Era. Akino murmured her habitual phrase, covering her mouth with one hand. Rias, beside her, pressed her palm to her forehead in exasperation. Wow, devoting herself to a guy she only met this morning, someone she barely knows. That's pretty. Jealous, President? Akino teased, tipping her head with a mischievous glint. Rias froze. Huh? No, of course not. What are you saying, Akino? I'm joking. Akino hid her grin behind her hand, though a hint of wistful emotion flickered in her gaze. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of envy, too. Don't worry. Kaneko's soft voice cut in, directing her stare forward. If Rias-bucho or Akino-senpai were ever in danger, Boke-senpai would help them exactly the same way. Huh. The two older girls paused their banter. A moment ago, they'd claimed it was all teasing, but now their gazes drifted, both flicked uncertainly toward the boy ahead. Sensing their looks, Boke turned his head to meet their eyes. Kaneko pressed on. Right, Boke-senpai. Yeah, of course. He gave it a second's thought, then added. That includes you, too, Kaneko. MMPH. Even if you say that, I'm not happy about it. Kaneko's cheeks colored faintly, but her cat-like ears twitched, ever so slightly, betraying a shy spark of gratitude. Chapter 25, How could a white-haired kitty have any bad intentions? They were still inside the church. Forming a small circle, Rias, Akino, and Kaneko all wore unusually serious expressions. Rias spoke first. Right now, we have an important issue to settle, where Asia-san is going to stay tonight. It was a crucial point. Sure, the fallen angels and that stray priest had been dealt with, but the holy barrier around the church had also been destroyed. Leaving a defenseless healing nun here alone didn't seem remotely safe. Re-establishing a barrier was possible, of course, but living in a place like this, cold, abandoned, no supplies, was a different story. The barrier itself couldn't magically transform into a bed or blankets, after all. In fact, the only reason Rainier and Fried had taken over this old church was because it had long been deserted, though it still retained some faint holy protection. Any furnishings or provisions had been cleared out ages ago. Forcing Asia to stay here would mean she'd be sleeping on chilly marble floors, far too harsh for her. I think we should ask her opinion about that. Kaneko's quiet voice broke the tension. Right, good point, Rias said, nodding slowly. Then, turning to the blonde girl tilting her head curiously in their direction, she asked. Asia-san, you came from Northern Europe to be a nun, right? Do you have a place of your own in Japan, an apartment or house? House. Asia echoed, shaking her head quickly. I don't have anything like that. She was just a penniless saint. There was no way she could afford real estate. Even though she'd once held a high status in the church, high status didn't mean high income. You get to bask in the Lord's light, so why would you need worldly money? That was the church's logic. Even the church's knightly warriors often lived on a shoestring. No house, then, what about renting a place? And no. I don't have that either. That complicates things, Rias murmured. She was about to consider other options when Asia's careful voice floated over. Actually, I don't mind. As long as I can stay with Boke-san, anywhere is fine. No way. That's absolutely not allowed. They blurted it out in unison, Rias and Kenneo. Kenneo had just been about to speak but was beaten to the punch, so she silently closed her mouth again. Well, they'd basically said what she was going to say anyway. Ah. Asia flinched at their abrupt response, her large emerald eyes brimming with confusion. She only wanted to live with Boke, why such a strong reaction from the others? Meanwhile, Rias and Kenneo, realizing someone else was thinking the same thing they had been, traded a quiet look. Rias narrowed her eyes at her best friend, while Kenneo responded with a soft laugh, a momentary flicker of electricity seeming to snap between them. Sensing an impending stalemate, Boke, who'd been standing by Asia, interjected. In theory, it's not impossible. My place is pretty big, and there's a spare room. No. This time, Kenneo spoke up, stepping over and lightly tapping his calf with her foot, no real force, just a warning. Boke gave a helpless shrug. I said a spare room, not the same bedroom. Still no. She tapped him again. Why? Now Boke was the confused one. They were just talking about letting Asia crash for a couple of days, right? Sure, Kuroka might have opinions. But if they used separate rooms and Boke kept her, well, appeased, it should work out, no. Rental apartments in Japan weren't all that complicated. Asia didn't have belongings to move, so once they found a suitable place, she could just go. Easy. So what was the problem? Rias and Kenneo paused there, silent face off, both turning to look at Kenneo. The white-haired girl's gaze flicked away, then she offered a reason no one could refute. Because if you do that, Rias Bucho and Kenneo-senpai will be unhappy. Oh. In that case. Both girls exhaled, as though simultaneously releasing tension. Still, that does give me an idea. A hint of inspiration lit Rias's eyes as she turned back to Asia with a smile. Asia-san, earlier you said you'd be fine with anything as long as you can see Boke every day, right? Why yes. Asia nodded shyly. In that case, how about this? We can help you find a place to stay for free, and you get to see Boke every day, would you be interested? Truly. That'd be wonderful. No hesitation, Asia agreed on the spot. She didn't care about anything else if it meant being close to Boke. Catching the excitement in her voice, Rias clapped her hands briskly. Great. Then it's settled. We'll head home. Scene shift. Outside the church, at a small intersection, Asia lingered with an expression of reluctance. She waved multiple times in Boke's direction. Boke-san, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Boke nodded once, noticing the light had changed from red to green overhead. The girls gradually disappeared into the distance, heading back toward Kuo Academy. Boke took a moment to think, then checked his phone. 35 unread messages from Kuroka. He'd only be about half an hour late, but apparently she'd sent a text each minute, that catgirl was something else. No point lingering. Sighing, he slipped his phone away, took a step, and vanished at once from the intersection. Chapter 26, Kuroka wants to play with her sister too, using a cat teaser. Back at the Keikain residence. Boke arrived home later than usual and had to endure a predictable round of face-hugging and clingy catgirl antics the moment he stepped through the door. After washing up, wiping away the traces of saliva left by a certain cat-eared housemate, he emerged from the bathroom to find that Kuroka had already set out dinner on the table in the living room. All right, time to eat. She hummed a little tune, taking her seat by the dinner table and waving Boke over. Two fluffy cattails swayed behind her kimono, clearly showing she was in a decent mood. It was hard to believe that only minutes earlier, she'd been snarling and sniffing him for the scent of some unfamiliar woman, attempting to bite him in annoyance. But cats are just like that. After they mark their territory, everything is fine again. Sure, it was a bit odd. She insisted on removing her scent from Boke each morning so that her younger sister wouldn't catch wind of it, and yet come evening, she'd throw a fit if she detected someone else's smell, promptly reapplying her own. Then, the next morning, she'd remove it all over again. Like a strict uniform policy at school where you can only show off your new outfit for a few hours at home, then you're back to the uniform the next day. But Boke didn't mind. If it made the catgirl happy, that was all that mattered. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The moment Boke sat down, Kuroka slid her way into his lap as if by magic, without him lifting a finger. Her cat-like flexibility let her wiggle right onto him. And then, casually, she grabbed a large hunk of braised beef, holding it in her teeth and offering it to him. No words needed, her intent was obvious, she wanted him to bite it from her mouth, basically sharing the chunk of meat. Boke paused, then gave in. Just as he opened up, Kuroka lunged and tore the beef into two roughly equal pieces, one for each of them. How is it? Tasty. She licked her lips, satisfied. Boke chewed for a bit. It's okay, I guess, most of the juices got sucked away by you, so it's kinda bland now. Shall I get you another piece? Nah, let's just eat dinner properly. What a shame. Even so, she didn't climb off his lap. She remained perched on him, helping herself whenever he lifted a bite of something she wanted. Conversely, she sometimes offered tidbits to him, either by hand or mouth. It made the extra dining chairs seem entirely pointless. Boke ate, half smirking inwardly at their routine. Then Kuroka glanced up from his lap. By the way, how did things go with my sister at school today? Huh. Fine, I guess. Boke swallowed his food. Kuroka's little sister, of course, was Kenneo, originally named Chiron. Kuroka had told him about that long ago. What do you mean, fine, I guess, she asked, feeding him a mouthful of enoki mushroom straight from her chopsticks. I told you to keep an eye on Chiron at school, didn't I? Or were you too busy getting it on with those busted women every day? Getting it on. Great. He tapped her lightly on the head with his chopstick handle, giving her a faintly exasperated look. You're imagining things. Besides, Kaneko's not in the same grade. Wandering into another class all day would look suspicious, like I'm up to no good. She's hardly a kid who needs constant watch to make sure she's eaten lunch. So what? I've already said it's okay if you get together with Chiron, haven't I? You're joking, right? How is that a joke? Kuroka genuinely didn't seem to see the problem. After a moment's thought, she let out an "oh" of realization. Oh, you mean that time I said I'd pop up right in the middle if you tried something with Chiron, then join in, yeah. Well, that can't be helped. She's still avoiding me, after all. A book I read says sisters are more likely to reconcile if they do certain things together. I'm pretty sure that certain things in your book wasn't about that. Boke resisted the urge to facepalm. Never mind. Let's not talk about this bizarre stuff. You're right. Surprisingly, she gave up the topic readily, just licking her lips in a flirtatious manner. Anyway, after dinner we can bathe. Then, hee. Midway through her suggestive words, she recalled something else. Say, did that Jujutsu Sorcerer girl from before contact you again? No. Haven't heard from her. Boke set down his chopsticks, pulled out his phone, and glanced at both the forum DMs and his texts. Nothing new. Kuroka leaned over to confirm no new messages, then shrugged. Fine, let's keep eating. Then we can get down to a different kind of business. Right as she said that, a news app banner popped up on Boke's phone. Breaking, 5:39 p.m. Today, authorities discovered the body of a male victim in a Tokyo Chwa ward home, apparently slaughtered by a cult. Police advise residents to keep doors and windows locked, and report suspicious persons. The rest was the usual police statement. Boke focused on the first half. It matched the place where he'd killed the ex-priest Freed. That poor homeowner must have been found. But why only one body? He'd left Freed's severed head on the table, too, right? Japan's police weren't so incompetent as to miscount the corpses, were they? Chapter 27, Plastic Sisters, huh? After 4 days of the usual school grind, it was finally Friday, the day everyone had been looking forward to. Just endure today's classes, and 2 glorious days of weekend would follow. At Koa Academy, Fridays typically didn't have many classes. Apart from a few morning lessons, the only thing left in the afternoon was a pair of self-study periods. Of course, calling them self-study was basically a formality. There were no teachers supervising, so go-home club students just fiddled with their phones, waiting out the 2 periods before heading home. Students who did have club activities could get started early, wrapping up sooner and returning home sooner. Early afternoon, occult research club, old schoolhouse. As usual, by the time Bokue Keikain arrived, everyone else was already in the first-floor reception room. After all, Rias Gremory, Akino Haimjima, and Kenneo typically lived here overnight. Rather than a mere club space, this old building was practically their personal dorm, with just enough area partitioned off as a clubroom. They rarely had any outside members around. And now, with Asia living here as well, there was yet another occupant. Good afternoon, Asia. Sleep okay last night in the club building? Walking in from outside, Boke greeted the blonde girl, who sat on the couch beside Kenneo. Good afternoon, Boke-san, and thanks for asking. I slept very well last night. When she heard him speak, Asia tilted her head slightly, her gentle face lighting up with a warm smile. Ria-senpai, Akino-senpai, and Kenneo were also kind. They got me a bed and sheets, and Kenneo even helped clean the room for me. That's so. Great, Boke trailed off, a slight frown crossing his face. Something felt off about the seating arrangement today. Usually, in the reception area, there were 2 couches facing each other. Boke and Rias would occupy the right couch, while Akino and Kenneo took the left. But now, it was switched around, Kenneo and Asia were sharing the right-hand couch, whereas Akino and Rias were on the left. What's more, the way Akino and Rias sat looked downright awkward. Even though they were on the same couch, they kept a sizable gap between them, as if an invisible barrier separated them. They looked like they might have had some sort of disagreement. Plastic sisters, maybe. Boke wondered, scanning the scene with suspicion. Noticing his hesitation, Akino, who was sitting on the left couch, smiled sweetly, patting the empty seat beside her. What's wrong, Boke? Didn't we say last time that you'd sit over here today? Come on. Right. He tried meeting Rias's eyes. She glanced at him for half a second and then looked away, feigning indifference. Something was definitely off. But with no better option, Boke headed for that couch and sat down. And so it ended up with a lovely girl on each side, Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima, the top 2 campus beauties at Kuo. If that got out, their fan clubs might start a riot and come after him with samurai bus hijacking tactics. Though that, in turn, wouldn't really accomplish anything. While Boke mused on these thoughts, the black-haired ponytail girl next to him began moving in closer. Listen, Boke. Akino's voice was low as she twisted toward him on the couch. Leaning forward, she rested her hands on the cushion. Her otherwise conservative uniform tightened in that pose, creating a deep, eye-popping valley that was very hard to ignore. President here is being so unfair. She said it didn't matter who you sat with, but the moment it was time to follow through, she chose to sit here first, hogging the middle seat so you couldn't sit down. Only after you arrived did she move over. JG's, Akino. Rias, looking flustered, widened her eyes at the mention of her little scheme. That's not it. I just happened to feel like sitting here today. When Boke arrived, I remembered I'd said you could sit by him, so I moved. That's how it went. Is that really so? Ponytailed Akino gave an elegant little laugh, eyes half-lidded with amusement. If that's all, why not just sit across from us with Asia and Kenneo? As club president, shouldn't you be paying extra attention to our brand new member? Akino. Rias snapped, rising from the couch, eyebrows drawn in annoyance as she stared down her friend from a short distance away. What's with you today? If there's something bothering you, say it outright. Why all these roundabout digs? Say it outright. There isn't anything big to fuss over. Just one thing. Akino kept her sweet, housewife smile and raised her forefinger decisively. You said it was fine last time, so this time doesn't count. Next time, I want Boke all to myself on this couch. Huh. That's it. Rias blurted out reflexively but cut herself off partway, as if realizing something. She stared at Akino in shock. Wait, you also. No need to finish. Everyone present except Asia understood perfectly. Akino's expression turned even more triumphant, openly provocative. And if I am? Then what? The room descended into tense silence. After roughly 10 seconds, Rias mumbled. I have nothing to say. That's your choice, I'm not about to comment. Rias flopped back onto the couch, crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand, gaze averted. Akino seemed to glow with quiet triumph. Suddenly, Rias clapped her hands softly. Anyway, back on topic. We did want to ask you something, Asia-san. She smiled, sweet but firm. Will you consider becoming a member of the Gremory household? Chapter 28, bonus, you all know what I'm about to do, right? Becoming a member of the Gremory family, as a devil servant. The question came so abruptly that it completely blindsided the blonde nun. She had zero mental preparation. Sitting on the couch with wide eyes, Asia looked like a startled kitten, blinking in bewilderment. Huh. Member. What does that mean? It means becoming part of our family, Akino answered smoothly. She sidled closer to the boy on her left, sliding herself until their waists practically touched and their shoulders leaned together. Oh, right, there's one more thing we forgot to mention, Asia. The Gremory household are all devils. Whoosh. With those words, to prove her claim, Akino offered a playful smile and made a small gesture. A moment later, 2 bat-like black wings appeared on her back. One of those wings was in plain view for Asia to see, while the other snaked behind her, draping itself over Keikain Boke's shoulder and pulling her body even closer to him. From the other side of the couch came Rias's mildly annoyed voice. Akino, your wing is jabbing into my space. Ah, sorry. I was just trying to show Asia, but it's sort of. Still smiling, Akino didn't withdraw. She looped both arms around Boke's, her soft voice dropping. Anyway, let's scoot over a bit. Devil wings might not be a main weapon, but if I accidentally brush someone, it can sting. With that, she pressed her well-endowed figure against Boke's arm, pulling him closer. This move caused the red-haired girl's temple to throb with visible frustration. Meanwhile, on the opposite couch, Asia finally caught up. So that means. Rias-senpai and Akino-senpai and Kaneko-chan are all devils. Yes, that's correct. Half her weight resting on Boke's side, Akino answered with an easy nod. What about Boke-san, then? I'm just human, Boke said. Oh, that's a relief. Asia let out a tiny breath of relief, then realized how that sounded, guilt flickering across her face. What do I mean, that's a relief? That line of thinking was exactly the mindset the church had pounded into her, to loathe devils on principle. In her old congregation, if you didn't spit venom whenever devils came up, your loyalty was questioned. Even she, a steadfast believer, had been exiled as a heretic simply because her power could heal devils, too. Yet here was a human Onmyōji, living in friendly coexistence with pure-blood devils. Is this Japan's exorcism culture being super open-minded, or did the devils already conquer Japan in secret? Asia felt her head spin. Well, if it makes you feel any better, in Onmyōji circles, I'm also considered half a heretic. Boke gave an unconcerned shrug. Sure, mainstream Onmyōji tradition is all about fighting monsters and curses. Even some elders in my family cling to that humans versus demons mindset. But I had some experiences when I was younger, so I base my friendships on a person's heart, not on species or affiliation. Seriously, look at Kyoto's Yusaka Shrine. They have the Eastern High Commander of Japan's yokai. She's a nine-tailed fox who literally partners with the official meteorological bureau for weather patterns. You don't see Onmyōji storming the shrine to kill her, do you? They can't just pick easy targets and ignore the ones they fear. At the end of the day, you can't rely solely on which side someone belongs to. That's not how real trust works. Exactly. Seeing Boke wrap up his rant, Rias, now in a slightly better mood, chimed in. And for example, Akino used to be a shrine maiden, but now she's my queen. Q-queen. Asia gawked. So Akino-senpai is your wife? Not that kind of queen. Rias blurted, waving her hands. I mean queen as in a chess piece. We devils assign roles to our servants using chess. I'm the king. Akino is my queen. Kenneo is the rook. Sure, in many devil families, the king is male and their chosen queen is female, and they sometimes marry. But it's not mandatory. My brother and I certainly don't do that. Your brother? Akino. Rias gestured, letting her friend explain. Akino took over gently. Surzek-sama, the president's older brother. He's one of the four great Mao in the underworld. The four great Mao. Asia's green eyes went wide. Wow. I never knew Rias-senpai's brother was such a major figure. Anyway, Rias pressed, it's like if I were a student's president, Akino would be my vice president, Kenneo my captain of the sports club, that kind of thing. In Western chess terms, king, queen, rook, knight, bishop, and so on. So if you joined US, Asia, you'd likely take the bishop role. That way you could see Boke all the time and support him in battles, like healing him if needed. We'd never cast you aside like your old church did. Of course, none of them had ever actually seen Boke injured. Never gonna give you up. From nowhere, Boke hummed that old-school tune under his breath. Next second, Akino giggled out loud and pressed a finger to his cheek, halting him before he went further. That comedic beat unavoidably cracked the serious mood. Rias couldn't help rolling her eyes, while Kenneo turned her head, hiding a tiny smirk behind a snack. Asia, unaware of the meme, just blinked in confusion but said nothing. So, if I joined, I could fight with Boke-san. I see. All right, but I need time to think about it. Of course, Rias said graciously. As the conversation was winding down, Boke suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He fished it out, reading a short text from Siko Busujima. Could we meet after your club activities end? I need to talk to you. Attached was a selfie of her waiting at the school gate. Looks like the Jujutsu Association finally decided on something. Chapter 29, your bro only plays top-tier matches. It was nearly identical to their previous meeting. When Bokue Keikain received the message and left the school building, he found the same swordswoman quietly waiting by the guard booth near the school gates at dusk, hugging a sword bag with her katana inside, gazing at the sun sinking into the horizon. Sorry to keep you waiting, senpai. No, it's fine. Siko Busujima gave a slight shake of her head, turning to face the boy who had just arrived. She raised the corners of her mouth into a calm, tranquil smile. Actually, I only got here a short while ago myself. I was thinking Boke-san might not see my message for a while if I didn't send it ahead of time, so you might have made me wait. But you came pretty quickly, rather surprising. Boke-san. A question mark appeared over the boy's head. Didn't you address me as Boke last time, senpai? Usually, the second meeting should be more familiar, but now it felt more formal than the first. Ah, that's. Mentioning this, Siko, whose sword-like features always seemed serene, briefly showed a hint of awkwardness. Last time, we didn't really know each other, and I had no idea who you were. In fact, my father raised me to treat people politely, and the Jujutsu Association specifically asked that I adopt a more official tone for this matter. Something about it felt off. Boke went quiet for a moment, then scratched his head with a soft click of his tongue. Forget all that. I'm not like those hidebound relics in my clan. If it's me you're talking to, just keep it casual. Hearing overly formal speech makes me uncomfortable. If you don't mind, just call me Boke and skip all the nonsense. All right. If you insist, then I'll do that. Hearing the boy's suggestion, Siko relaxed her earlier uptight manner. She nodded toward the west side's intersection off campus. Same plan as last time, let's find somewhere quiet to talk. Sure, let's go. Though not the exact same time, it was the exact same place, 10 minutes later, in a familiar cafe. Siko once again ordered coffee, while Boke changed up and got orange juice plus a slice of tiramisu. The swordswoman sipped her coffee, cutting straight to the point. About the incident with the Sukuna's finger that Bokue destroyed, I reported it to the Jujutsu Association the same day I returned to the school. This afternoon, they finally gave me a response. They're not gonna make me pay up, right? Boke asked around the straw in his mouth, voice muffled. Of course not, Siko said, smiling faintly. The association wants Bokue to come in for a face-to-face discussion. Conveniently, next month is the goodwill event between Tokyo Prefectural Jujutsu High and Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High. At that time, Principal Gakuganji from Kyoto, along with exchange students from that side, will be at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Oh, so that's it. Boke got the picture. Even though Siko didn't spell it out fully, the implication was clear. The Jujutsu Association would send the principals of both sister schools, Kyoto and Tokyo, to talk with him. He saw no problem with that. Kyoto plus Tokyo effectively represented half or more of the Jujutsu world in Japan. It was like how the top two universities were Tokyo University first, and Kyoto University second, overshadowing everything else. It wasn't that Tokyo and Kyoto themselves were inherently special, but that all the best resources and top talents were funneled into those places for historical and political reasons. Resources out of 10, Tokyo got 4, Kyoto 3, Osaka 1.5, the rest scattered. Oh, right. Setting aside his tiramisu spoon, Boke arched an eyebrow. It's a major event with serious stakes, so, the three big clans aren't going to show up in person. That. I'm not sure, Siko admitted with a hesitant shake of her head. Strictly speaking, if you combine Tokyo, Kyoto Jujutsu High, the two principals could represent half the Jujutsu Association. But fundamentally, the association was still dominated by the big three sorcerer families. Gojo, Kamo, Zenin. Those two principals were basically just window dressing, figureheads like Jim Hacker and yes, Prime Minister. Or maybe even less. At least the British Prime Minister, if determined, could overrule the cabinet secretary. But these principals. The three families could easily reforge iron to reassert dominance. Thus the only logical explanation, the three families had decided on a humiliating fallback strategy. Just like in that Yes, Prime Minister episode about redrawing boundaries with the French, Jim Hacker originally intended to handle it personally but ended up letting the Foreign Office do the dishonorable negotiation after Humphrey cornered him. Likewise, the big three clans likely intended to avoid humiliating themselves in front of an Onmyōji, so they'd let the two principals handle the dirty work. On the surface, at least, it looked better. Aware of that subtext, Boke didn't press further. He took another bite of cake, then nodded. Got it. Guess that's settled, then. Then I'll send you the details as soon as I can confirm the meeting time, Siko said, nodding contentedly. Meanwhile. At a different cafe far from the student district in Tokyo, in a discreet corner booth. So you say the intelligence about that cursed womb is confirmed now? At worst there should be 8 or 9 left. 8 or 9, that's enough, so it's decided. At next month's goodwill event, I'll handle killing Gojo Satoru. None of you get involved. Once it's done, you hand over Prison Realm to me, I want it for my collection. Of course, provided you can actually pull it off. Chapter 30, A Girl in Love, right? As evening approached 7 o'clock, the girls, having just finished dinner at the Ko Academy cafeteria, strolled back to the old school building. Ah, another busy day, Rias said with a small sigh. By the way, Asia, did you get enough to eat just now? Thank you for asking, I'm quite full, the blonde nun replied, her gentle smile as demure as ever, following close behind Rias and Kenneo. She really had eaten a lot this evening, enough for a feast by her own standard. In her past life at the church, dinners were plain unless it was Christmas or some special occasion. Fish or meat was seen as sinful indulgence. But for her, a bowl of chashu ramen plus a side of tempura was a rare and marvelous treat. Still. I thought you might be upset, Rias-san, she added softly, her expression turning shy. Upset? Why would I be? Rias paused at the foot of the stairs, glancing back with surprise. Asia immediately shook her head. I didn't mean it like that, it's just, you did so much for me, finding me a place to stay, arranging my enrollment, and I feel like I'm imposing too much. Don't worry about it. We said we'd give you time to think it over, no way we'd go back on our word, Rias said with a gentle shrug. When I was younger, I used to think the more servants I had, the better. But the more I saw, the more I realized that turning someone into your servant is just forcibly changing their race into a devil. If someone's going to betray you, they'll do it whether they're a servant or not. And if someone's never going to betray you, they'll stand by you in a crisis, even with no contract at all. As she spoke, a soft, almost wistful expression flickered across her face. Until Asia, quite innocently, blurted out the next line. Like Boke-san, right? Wah. Be Boke. Why bring him up out of nowhere? That's completely unrelated. Pink tinged Rias's cheeks as she sputtered in fluster. Ahem, anyway, that's just the way it is. And though your sacred gear is special, it's not like we'd forcibly take it from you. She coughed once, regaining composure. We Gremory devils aren't that unreasonable. Speaking of sacred gears, Asia murmured, pressing her index finger to her lips, Boke-san doesn't have one, right? Rias tilted her head. He did mention once that he has a gear, but he's not fond of using it. I guess we've never actually seen him pull it out. She paused, then remembered something. Oh, almost forgot the important news, the school just sent me the notice, your enrollment is approved. You'll be in the same class as Boke, so once you officially start. Really? That's wonderful. Asia's face lit up at the prospect of sharing classes with Boke. She raised her fists in a small cheer. That means from now on, I can see Boke-san not only after class, but at lunch too, that's so great. Unfortunately, not tomorrow, Rias cut in. Why not? Because tomorrow and the day after that are the weekend. No classes. You'll have to wait for Monday to see him. Aw. Asia deflated in disappointment. With that, Rias tossed them a casual remark as she headed up the stairs. Alright, that's it for now. I'm going to my room. Akino, Kaneko, Asia, if you want the bath first, go ahead. Scene shift, Rias's bedroom. Phew, done. Rias sat at her desk by the window, capping her pen after writing the final line in her notebook. She stretched both arms high above her head, arching her back. She'd just finished today's journal entry. Scanning over the pages, each day's record was brief, so a single page often covered multiple dates. April 25th, Boke said he picked up something amazing on yesterday's mission, turned out to be just a severed finger. It looked super gross, apparently some super important cursed item from the Jujutsu Association. We were in the middle of our club meeting when someone came to drag him off. Wonder how that turned out. Sheesh, can't you stop picking up weird random stuff? April 26th, Boke, why does the craziest stuff keep happening to him? This morning, he ran into a nun while leaving his house, and after school, got into a fight with fallen angels, dragging us to a church to rescue that same nun. So basically, he's got a tracking device on that poor girl or something. Though I have to say, him charging in to save me if I'm ever in danger was kind of cool. April 27th, Akino's acting strange these past 2 days, she's suddenly picking a fight over who sits next to Boke, even saying she likes him. Meanwhile, Boke is just letting her lean on him in front of everyone. Weren't those two never that close before? Day after day, different names came and went in her diary, but one name always remained. And the more Rias read, the more it sounded like the daily ramblings of a girl in love. Feeling her cheeks warm, she gave a small umph, pressing the backs of her cooler hands to her face in an attempt to calm down. At that moment, a runic formation appeared on the floor behind her, glowing red with a gentle magical hum. Noticing that energy swirl, Rias quickly snapped her journal shut and spun in her chair. A mature-looking maid figure came into focus inside the scarlet teleportation circle, a woman wearing a uniform reminiscent of a certain perfect and elegant head maid. Rias blinked, murmuring in surprise. Grafia. Wani-sama. Good evening, Lady Rias. Chapter 31, the Gremory household in turmoil. Night had fallen over Koa Academy's old school building, specifically on the second floor. In the dimly lit bedroom, the red-haired girl at her writing desk turned around to see a silver-haired maid emerging via a teleportation circle. Her once calm expression instantly grew tense. Apologies for visiting so late, Lady Rias. Stepping clear of the glowing red magic array, the silver-haired maid offered a short bow, the circle faded away behind her. Rias bit her lower lip. Grafia, why did you suddenly come here? Though Rias phrased it as a question, her expression showed she already knew the answer. With the teleportation circle now gone, the desk lamp was the only source of light. Its soft glow flickered on the maid's figure, outlining her alluring curves beneath the conservative uniform. Though it may be a bit late, Lord Surzex Lucifer, your brother, asked me to bring you this year's belated birthday wishes, Lady Rias. Birthday? That was way back at the start of the month, now it's practically the end of April, Rias quipped, feigning nonchalance. I apologize, but there were reasons. Many matters require his personal approval. Graphia's tone was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. Originally, Lord Lucifer wanted to finish his workload early and come celebrate in person. Unfortunately, he was swamped, so he had no choice but to entrust me with conveying his well wishes. Well, it's all right. Hearing her earnest apology, Rias, who'd been sounding sarcastic, felt a pang of guilt. I know my brother's busy. Besides, I'm not a little kid. He knows I won't throw a tantrum just because I didn't get a birthday greeting. But, thanks for bringing it anyway, Graphia. She hesitated. So, that's all, right? Nothing else pressing. Rias's voice carried a faint, hopeful note. If that's it, then maybe. Of course, reality rarely went the way one hoped. There is one more matter. Graphia's quiet statement doused Rias's final sliver of hope. It concerns your engagement, Lady Rias. Now that you've turned 18, the Phoenix family is requesting you return to the underworld soon for the wedding. A heavy silence filled the room. Rias stayed half-turned in her chair, unmoving. The lamp illuminated her crimson hair but left her face in deep shadow, obscuring her expression. My engagement. Yes. That's the message the Phoenix family asked me to deliver before I came here. Like the Gremory clan, the Phoenix clan was one of the underworld's 72 pillar nobles, both sides being among the few remaining pureblood devil lineages after the ancient war. Their marriage pact was political, with no real feelings involved, it was all about preserving pureblood devils. Originally, this engagement wouldn't have fallen to Rias, her older brother Surzex stood in line ahead of her. But once Surzex Gremory assumed the mantle of Satan Lucifer, the heir of House Gremory defaulted to Rias. As the saying goes, heavy is the head that wears the crown, but in her case, it was more like she hadn't chosen that crown, she was forced into it. She could refuse. But that would bring endless conflict and condemnation. As a pureblood devil noble, refusing to do your duty in reviving the devil race. She'd be slapped with a heavy label. Not only House Gremory, even Surzex, now Lucifer, would be dragged down. That, Rias could never accept. Plus, her father, Zeoticus Gremory, had passed away. From a purely objective standpoint, the Gremory name was carried on by only Rias and her mother, Vanillana Gremory. In many ways, House Gremory was on shaky ground, any extra strife could risk them being kicked out of the 72 pillars altogether. Hence. Heh. Rias let out a soft, trembling sigh. All right. I see. Thanks for going out of your way to tell me, Graphia. She fell silent, but Graphia didn't vanish. After a short pause, the maid spoke again in that measured tone. In truth, if you truly cannot accept this engagement, Lady Rias, there is one way. I know, just have my brother handle it, right? Before Graphia could finish, Rias cut in with a bitter smile. Yes, with Surzex's power as Lucifer, breaking off a betrothal was just a matter of a command. But the engagement was so politically charged that if he intervened by force, the other nobles of the 72 pillars would raise doubts about his leadership, undermining his standing as Satan. Because of her personal obstinacy, Rias would not cause her brother, who'd fought so hard to reach his rank, this massive scandal. Anyway. I understand now. Thanks for coming, Graphia. Please give my brother my thanks. I'll think it over. Rias ended the topic with quiet finality. Graphia nodded, understanding. She cast a quick glance at the notebook on Rias's desk, then stepped backward and bowed. A new red teleportation sigil, bearing the Gremory crest, flared at her feet, lighting up the room. In a flash, she was gone. The teleport's magical aura dissipated, leaving not a trace, the rest of the old school building remained unaware. In the hush that followed, Rias stared at the spot on the floor where the seal had been. Then she sank back into her chair, tilting her head toward the ceiling, raising a fingertip to press against her lips. You said, you'd come rescue me, didn't you? Meanwhile, at the Keikain household. Come on, Boke, dinner's already done, so now it's time to eat your big sister. And hey, tomorrow and the day after are weekend days. We can hole up for 2 straight days, yeah. You trying to kill yourself, or? Chapter 32, Boke is just too big, Asia can't handle it. A busy weekend flashed by in the blink of an eye, and soon it was Monday. Another fresh week, another countdown to the next weekend. Boke arrived in class at around his usual time. Most students were already there, chatting in small groups or idly waiting for lessons to begin. Though he was among the last to show up, it was still well before the first official class. There were about 20 minutes to spare, and the morning homeroom could be as short or long as the teacher liked. Often there was no formal meeting at all. If there was nothing to announce, everyone would just wait until first period began. Given that it was already nearly a month into the term, there was unlikely to be anything new to discuss. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the classroom's morning chatter grew lively, footsteps sounded in the hallway. The homeroom teacher strode in, clapping her hands to get everyone's attention. All right, everyone, back to your seats, please. We have morning homeroom to do. That caught Boke's eye. Morning meeting after all, he mused. Must be something. Sure enough, the students hastily returned to their chairs. Well, I have some good news, our class is getting a new student today. The teacher clasped her hands in excitement. And by the way, she's a super cute foreign girl. Huh? Boke perked up, half smiling. A cute foreign girl. He already had a strong guess who it might be. Let's give her a warm welcome, the teacher said, and the class promptly broke into applause. Clap, clap, clap. No prompting needed, just the promise of an adorable foreign girl was enough to whip the students into a frenzy. A brown-booted foot stepped in from the hallway, attached to a slender, pale leg, and then in came that familiar shimmer of golden hair. Soft and bright without being blinding, she gave off an aura of gentle purity. Asia had entered. Ah, truly an angel. She's definitely a saint, no, an angel from God to save us single losers. I believe in love again. So inspiring. The applause and whoops surged to new heights. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a 100,000-fan stadium concert. Some of the other girls glared at the boisterous guys in contempt. Hello, everyone. My name is Asia Argento. Please just call me Asia. I look forward to studying with you. Blushing at the explosive ovation, Asia fumbled her introduction. Yet her pretty face and sweet demeanor turned that nervous mess into something adorably endearing, amplifying her allure. The roaring applause escalated further, sounding like a monsoon pounding on the roof. Students in other classrooms probably heard it and wondered what was going on. With so much ruckus, Asia felt more overwhelmed by the second. The homeroom teacher couldn't let it continue, lest the neighboring classes complain. The simplest solution, quickly seat the new student. But where? Placing her near the rowdiest boys would only cause more fuss, and many of the girls already had small friend groups. The teacher needed a spot that had at least one easygoing female seatmate, and a mild-mannered male, so Asia wouldn't be overwhelmed. Asia, why don't you? Boke-san. A delighted voice broke in, interrupting the teacher's train of thought. She followed Asia's gaze to see Bokue Keikain by the window, arms behind his head, looking back with faint curiosity. Asia, you already know Keikain. Yes. Asia nodded vigorously, face beaming. Then, all right, Asia, you can sit to Boke's left. The girl on your right with the glasses is Kiryu Aika. If you have any questions about school, you can ask either of them. Thank you, sensei. No hesitation, Asia thanked her and moved swiftly from the front, heading for Boke's side. The thunderous applause died instantly, replaced by groaning howls of despair. It was as if every lovelorn boy's heart had just shattered. TCH. These guys are so noisy and embarrassing. Kiryu Aika, adjusting her glasses, rolled her eyes at the chorus of masculine wailing. Then she shifted her attention to the new neighbor, the golden-haired nun. Her gaze flicked between Asia and Boke, a mischievous smile forming. Asia-chan, right. Just now you said you know Bokuen already, but aren't you from abroad? How'd you meet? Care to tell? We. Naive Asia almost answered, but Boke cut in just in time. Hey, no prying into someone's life story the second you meet, Kiryu. His tone was more teasing than harsh. Kiryu smirked, pushing up her glasses. What? I'm just being a friendly neighbor, a normal conversation starter. Especially since Boke has such a questionable reputation, always hanging around those two upperclassmen beauties, the number 1 and number 2 hotties at Kuo. And you, Asia-chan, seem so pure and sweet. If you're not careful, you might be devoured soon. Can it? Boke flashed a certain international hand gesture. Kiryu just sniffed in amusement, as if recalling some comedic scenario. Then something seemed to occur to her. With feigned innocence, she clapped her hands over her mouth in mock alarm. Oh, unless Asia-chan's already been had by Bokuen. But that's impossible, right? With Bokuen's size, you'd never be able to handle it yet, Asia-chan. Huh. Confusion flooded Asia's eyes. She tilted her head, a question mark practically floating above her. Boke's size. What on earth? Pay no mind, Asia, Boke murmured, ignoring Kiryu's innuendo. He shot the braided girl a glare and turned toward Asia. Anyway, Asia, you can just call me Boke, no need for San or whatever. Sounds weird to me. Right, okay, then, Boke. Asia's eyes sparkled as she practiced his name without honorifics, just like Rias and Kenneo did. Chapter 33, bonus, Rias sets off to stealthily invade. Late afternoon sunlight slanted in through the windows of Kuo Academy's old schoolhouse, illuminating the first-floor lounge. It was the last few minutes before the final class of the day ended. Rias Gremory, who had skipped every class so far, sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, resting her chin on one loosely clenched fist, staring blankly at the floor. Anyone could see she was zoning out. President. Rias. A gentle call came from nearby, but it was as if Rias had muted the entire world. She just kept gazing at the floor without reacting. Kenneo had no choice but to speak louder. Rias. Jolted by the sudden shout, Rias snapped back to reality, blinking and turning her head toward the voice. She found her friend looking at her with concern. What's wrong, Kenneo? Why do you look so worried? Rias tried to give her usual breezy smile, but her lips barely moved at all. Kenneo placed the back of her hand against Rias's forehead. You sure you're okay, President? I already got you an official leave from all your classes today, but if you're not feeling well, you need to speak up. If something's really wrong. I'm fine, Kenneo, Rias said, shaking her head to dodge her friend's touch. She mustered a small, reassuring smile. I'm just, well, don't worry about it. I'm fine. But her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She trailed off, unable to form a coherent sentence, let alone reassure anyone. Kenneo straightened, frowning. She wanted to say something but hesitated. It wasn't the first time she'd seen Rias like this. Since last Friday, more precisely, since Saturday morning, Rias had been this way. 2 whole days spent sitting alone on the sofa in the lounge, staring off into space. If anyone asked what was going on, she clammed up like a locked treasure chest. That was what made it so frustrating. In the end, Kenneo sighed and changed tactics. She took out her phone and held it up for the zoned-out Rias to see. All right, then. I'll text Boke and tell him you're not feeling well and that there's nothing urgent, so he doesn't need to come by the clubroom today, okay? That question was more of a test than an actual inquiry. She was deliberately trying to provoke a reaction. Sure enough, Rias responded quickly. She snapped her head up and parted her lips, as if to protest. But after hesitating, she breathed out slowly. Oh, yes, tell him that. Definitely suspicious. Kenneo knew something was off. But since Rias herself wasn't talking, all she could do was nod and do as asked. Meanwhile, in the second-year classroom of Kuo's main building, Bokue Keikain was packing his bag. He'd just finished the last period of the day. Standing next to him, an eager Asia was also tidying up. She chirped. School's finally over, hee that means we can go see Rias-senpai next, right? Once we're done here, let's. Before Boke could finish, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced down, Kenneo was texting. President's feeling under the weather today, so no club activities. Take the day off. Club activities cancelled. That was so unusual it felt almost fake. They rarely treated the occult research club like a normal after-school group. He tapped out a quick reply. Is she okay? Do I need to bring any medicine? He hit send. Within a few seconds, Kenneo answered. No worries, she said she just needs a couple days rest. Nothing major. That obviously sounded official and unhelpful, but there was no point pushing it further. Boke typed got it and put away his phone. He turned to Asia, who was now staring back, head tilted in confusion. That was Kenneo, he said. Apparently, Rias isn't feeling well, so the club's cancelled. We'll just head home early. See you tomorrow. Oh. Asia's eyes flickered with disappointment, but she perked up again, smiling as brightly as ever. All right, then. Tomorrow it is, Boke. Tomorrow it is, Asia. Back at the old schoolhouse. Rias, I told Boke not to come, Kenneo said, setting aside her phone. He should be heading straight home now. She'd half hoped it would provoke Rias into a reaction. But all she got was a small nod. Then Rias stood, stretching her arms. Thanks, Kenneo. I'm heading out for a little walk. You, Kenneo, and Asia can go eat dinner together. I'll grab something later once I feel better. All right, Kenneo muttered. Thanks. Offering a quick grateful smile, Rias left the lounge and walked out of the old building. Then, after confirming nobody else was around, she hurried toward Kuo Academy's main gate. Chapter 34, sorry about this, Kenneo. With club activity suddenly cancelled, Bokue Keikain found himself, for once, behaving like a proper go-home club member. Leaving school at barely 3 in the afternoon, this was a first since transferring to Kuo Academy. It reminded him of that saying, instead of taking a sure path to a 1,000,000 yen monthly salary as the acting head of the Keikain clan, you're running around on part-time gigs, working overtime until 7 or 8 in the evening. In other words, why choose the tough, erratic route instead of a stable one? Or so he joked to himself. Go home, go home. Humming that little tune you hear right before a supermarket closes, Boke left the classroom after bidding Asia farewell. As he emerged from the academic building and crossed the central pathway toward the school gate, an unexpected figure came into view. At around 3 p.m., the school sports clubs had just started, while the go-home club crowd was mass exiting. Some wealthier families also sent drivers to pick their kids up, so the gates were teeming with people, second only to the morning rush. Even so, the bold red standing by the gate was impossible to miss, like a pop of color in an otherwise monochrome panel. Anyone scanning the scene would notice her instantly. It was Rias. Boke raised an eyebrow in surprise. Just minutes ago, Kenneo texted him that Rias wasn't feeling well, so club was off. Now, here she was, why? It certainly wasn't a coincidence. Sensing a familiar gaze, Rias, who had been standing there like a statue, blinked, turning her head. The moment she recognized Boke among the throng, that frozen rose demeanor thawed, a soft, gentle smile blooming on her face. She lifted a hand, beckoning him over. A question mark formed above Boke's head, but he complied. What are you doing here by yourself? Kenneo told me you were under the weather. Are you all right? Well, physically I'm fine. I'm just a little, never mind. More importantly, are you busy right now? Not really. Why? It wasn't like he was in a hurry to get home, he'd gained a solid 2 hours on his usual schedule. Plenty of time. At his response, a trace of relief and happiness flickered across Rias's face. Then, come hang out with me for a bit. With that, she reached out and grabbed Boke's hand. Huh. Now that was unexpected. Sure, going for a walk together was no big deal. But for Rias, one of the top campus idols at Kuo, to hold hands with Boke at the crowded front gates right after school. Wasn't that a bit explosive? Single guys may be jokingly called dogs, but they're still living human beings. Displaying such blatant intimacy felt like blinding them with a flashbang. And indeed, the moment their hands intertwined, the bustling gate area fell silent. Everyone's eyes zeroed in on them. Oops, guess this is kind of. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Rias threw Boke a playful, apologetic look. Then she tossed out a line straight out of a dramatic teen romance. We're gonna run, ready. She bolted through the crowd, tugging Boke, who tried to play it cool by staring off at nothing. A heartbeat later, the dam broke behind them, unleashing a tidal wave of anguished howls from the many onlookers. The sorrowful cries roared like a funeral dirge, but that was none of Boke's concern. They quickly sprinted clear of the campus gates, and the cacophony faded with distance. Eventually, they pulled up in the nearby shopping district. Ha, Boke, did you see their faces? Priceless. Rias leaned over, hands braced on her knees, breathing hard. Her hair tumbled forward as she let out airy chuckles in between ragged breaths. Yeah, I saw it. Boke patted her back lightly, helping her catch her breath. Still, if all you wanted was a stroll, you didn't have to be so dramatic. Well, I guess I got carried away. Sorry. Once she'd steadied her breathing, Rias grabbed Boke's hand again. All right, let's keep going. It was still early, southwest the local shopping street hadn't reached its usual post-school rush. For a while, they walked without speaking, until Boke broke the silence. I asked Asia about you. She said you've seemed really preoccupied these last couple of days. I guess so. Rias pursed her lips, seeming indecisive. Boke, remember when you said if we, me, Kenneo, and the others, ever needed help, you'd come save us? You still stand by that? Huh? Of course I do. Why? Is somebody after you? Boke frowned. A direct enemy threat wouldn't normally rattle Rias, she'd just gather her people and handle it. No need for this cloak and dagger approach. Yeah, you could say I'm being targeted, but not in that sense. Rias's voice trailed off as her steps slowed. She finally halted altogether. Anyway, we're here. Ah. Following her gaze, Boke looked up. Somehow, they'd come to a love hotel. Chapter 35, Grafia is still watching. Although this was technically the student district, it really wasn't surprising for a love hotel to operate here, considering how kids these days aren't exactly shy about holding hands, plus Japan's ongoing aging population and low birth rate. In fact, because it's near a school and not a tourist spot, the rooms here are actually cheaper than those found in vacation areas, and they come fully equipped with all the standard amenities. A large, soft, bouncy bed. Warm, romantic lighting that sparks all kinds of imaginings. And, placed right by the bright little cabinet at the entryway, so obvious you couldn't miss it, some neatly provided, little umbrellas. Yeah. This was definitely the kind of place where certain things were about to happen. Though Rias hadn't yet explained why she'd chosen this course of action, between her unusual behavior and Boke's own powers of deduction, he could guess the truth with about 80 or 90% accuracy. Scene shift, inside the hotel. They'd rented a single room with one large bed. Under the bed's warm bedside lamp, Rias, face tinged pink, sat at the edge of the bed, letting her legs dangle so they swayed back and forth, occasionally brushing the floor with a light scrape. Hey. Boke, maybe you want to take a shower, or something. Perhaps under the influence of the soft, cozy light in the room, Rias was hunched over, burying her face, her voice so faint it nearly vanished. It was hard to believe this was the same person who had just dragged him away from the school gates in a public dash not long ago. No rush. I didn't really sweat much today. From the other side of the bed, near the window, Boke glanced back, having just placed the electric kettle, filled with water from the bathroom, on its stand and switched it on. Once the water boiled, the kettle would switch off automatically, so no one had to watch it. Experience told him that setting it up at the start meant the water would be perfectly ready to drink when they were done. Confirming the kettle was working, Boke circled around the foot of the bed and sat down beside Rias. So, the favor you wanted from me? A faint answer cut him off, her cheeks reddening further. She brushed aside a stray wisp of hair from her forehead. Her legs rubbed together restlessly, and she leaned her shoulder into him with a hint of sulkiness. Don't just say it out loud. I'm still super embarrassed, dummy. But then she took a deep breath, seemingly resolved. All right, let's do this. She rose from the bed, pivoting to face Boke. Hands resting on his shoulders, she leaned forward a little, right leg bent at the knee on the bed. But then she froze. Boke had moved both arms, one gently encircled her waist, while the other slipped under her left knee. This sudden contact made Rias shiver. Hold on. Boke, what are you? Huh. He paused in confusion. Lifting you up, obviously. Otherwise, how do you get on top? Something wrong? Oh, could it be your first? Oh, of course it's my first. Her face blazed a vivid crimson. As a pureblood devil with nearly infinite potential lifespan, she'd been living in the human world for quite a while. Her worldview was starting to lean closer to that of humans. An 18-year-old girl in her final year of high school, still a virgin, never even dated, felt unbelievably embarrassing in modern Japan. Oh no, I meant like, do you, have any prior knowledge about this stuff? Boke tried to phrase it more delicately. Her reaction was still fiery. I do not. Nothing like that. Sure, she knew the general mechanics from biology class, what goes where to make babies. But actual steps, methods, instructions, none of that was in the school curriculum. And as for researching it on her own. Yeah, no. If word ever got out that the Gremory heiress was regularly watching that kind of content, her future as a devil noble would vanish. Rias coughed awkwardly, forcing away the embarrassment with a show of bravado. And anyway, let's take it slow. We have plenty of time. Time, huh? Boke glanced at the wall clock. They'd left school around 3, and by the time they reached the hotel it was nearly 3:30. If they needed to finish up in an hour or so, that didn't exactly scream plenty of time. Then again, might as well get started. He kept one arm around her waist, guiding the rose-red-faced Rias onto his lap. All right. Let's begin. At the sound of his voice, Rias, cheeks aflame, pursed her lips and nodded. But just as their lips were about to meet, a scarlet glow lit up the air in front of them. It built itself into a familiar teleportation array, blazing with the Gremory crest. Huh. Boke froze mid-action. Rias also felt the magical pulse behind her. She turned her head, eyes going wide. And under the pair's watch, a familiar figure materialized in that red glow. Grafia. Wani-sama, why are you? Rias breathed in disbelief. You could call it coincidence, or you could say it was deliberate. Grafia's tone was calm. Last Friday, I noticed how distraught you were over that engagement topic, Lady Rias. Although I left no familiars to spy on you, I stayed on alert and decided to check on you today around dusk. And sure enough, she found something off. The silver-haired maid sighed softly. I also reminded you that if you truly detest the Phoenix family arrangement, you could ask Lord Lucifer. Even if he's a Satan, he's still your brother, there's no need for this kind of method. An arrangement. A wedding she doesn't want. Figures. Boke's eyes narrowed. He'd already guessed as much from Rias's behavior. It's not like that, Grafia Wani-sama. Hearing her mention this method, Rias, previously mortified at being caught, found sudden resolve, raising her voice in protest. But after that brief burst, her words died, replaced by a mutter. I only. You only truly like him, am I right? Graphia's gaze flicked over Rias's shoulder to Bokue Keikain, yes. Exclamation point. Rias jerked her head up. Graphia Wanisama, how do you? She knew well Graphia and Boke had never met, this had to be their first time face to face. Yet Graphia knew his name with certainty. The answer was obvious. Forgive me. I looked through your diary, Lady Rias. Though she apologized, her tone was flat, unremorseful, more like a stern elder sister telling her younger sibling, I found the test you hid in your bag. Graphia then turned calmly toward Boke and gave a polite bow. Bokue Keikain, please release Lady Rias at once. This is beyond what a human can involve himself in, if you don't want to bring disaster upon yourself and your entire clan. Oh. Boke's voice rose, but he didn't argue with Graphia. Instead, he turned to the red-haired girl in his arms, her face half hidden as she nibbled her lower lip. So basically, Rias, you want me to crash your wedding, right? She nodded, arms tightening around his neck, with a bittersweet smile. But it seems we're out of time now. Who said so? His response shattered the melancholic mood in an instant. And before Rias fully grasped his words, he scooped her up, flipped the bed's canopy closed, and laid her onto the mattress, all in front of Graphia. Wait. Boke, what are you? Graphia Wanisama is still, MMPH. Chapter 36, Rias gained some experience today. Considering that this was Rias's first time, Bokue Keikain didn't push things too far. From around 3:30 in the afternoon until nearly 5 in the evening, about an hour or so, once the commotion in the room finally died down, the sky outside the curtains had grown noticeably darker, and faint sounds of students finishing club activities could be heard from the street below. Back to the scene inside the room. Once the silhouettes behind the bed's drapes stopped moving, the panting in the room gradually eased. Behind the drapes, Rias, wrapped in nothing but a single sheet, quietly rested her head on the boy's shoulder, nestled in his arms. Her dark red hair, damp with sweat from the intense exercise, shone faintly, and her chest rose and fell with each breath. She had her eyes lightly closed, one fingertip idly tracing circles over Boke's chest, her slightly parted lips exhaling soft, fragrant breaths. Rias. Boke lowered his head, calling the girl's name gently. But she answered only with a faint murmur. To him, they might not have gone overboard, but for Rias, enduring such a thing for the first time, she was simply too drained even to speak. Just the sprawling evidence covering the 4 square meter area was enough proof of how strenuous her aerobic activity had been for this past hour. Come on, time to wake up, it's getting late. His tone was almost like coaxing a child. It's nearly 5. If we don't head back soon, Kenneo and the others will start to worry. Don't bother me. She actually gave a slight complaint this time. Then, after mumbling, she shifted in his arms to find a more comfortable position. I already told Kenneo I was going out for a walk and told them to eat dinner without me. Besides, you exhausted me for so long. I'm tired. How about we spend the night here tonight? Evidently she was truly wiped out, her voice trailed off, getting softer and softer. In truth, Bokue Keikain didn't mind the idea of staying overnight here, but there was something else to deal with first. Gently patting Rias's bare shoulder where it peeked from under the sheet, he leaned to whisper by her ear. Rias, we've been at this for over an hour. If you fall asleep now, I'm afraid that woman waiting outside, Miss Graphia, will end up with stiff legs from standing around and decide to stay the night with us. That remark worked like a potent jolt. Just a second earlier, she'd been halfway dozing off, drifting between dream and reality. Instantly, Rias's eyes snapped open. Right, Graphia Wanisama. Crap. All her weariness vanished in a flash. Rationality reclaimed her mind, and Rias tried to struggle upright. She'd half forgotten her situation, nearly dozed off after finishing. But, ouch. A pang of soreness flared in her abdomen, and her attempt to rise failed, sending the red-haired girl flopping back into that solid embrace. Even though, from her perspective, it felt like a lengthy internal drama, to Boke, observing from outside, it amounted to her twitching briefly, then slumping back down like a little fish giving up. He patted her softly, exuding a fatherly sort of indulgence. Don't force yourself if you don't have the energy. Yet Rias fixed him with a sharp, half-embarrassed glare. It's your fault. She didn't finish the sentence, instead shooting him another look, this time clearly meaning look, Graphia's out there, what do we do? Boke just shrugged. Without further ado, he shifted position, propping her upright in his lap, then leaned out to pull back the bed's curtains. With the bed curtains drawn aside, the hotel room re-entered their view. Graphia still stood where she had been, upright and elegant, hands folded in front of her abdomen, her mature and beautiful face betraying little emotion. This should settle it, right? Boke tugged the bed's overhead drapery partway up at a 45-degree angle, positioning himself cross-legged in the center. Rias perched on his lap, her face red and lowered. Repeating himself, he said. So with this, I believe the engagement is null and void. After a brief silence, Grafia, who had maintained a poker face since her arrival, finally sighed. Yes, at this point, the Gremory Phoenix engagement can't proceed as planned. But it's not so simple. Whether it's cancelled can't be decided unilaterally just because Lady Rias has done something like this with you. Turning her gaze onto the boy as she spoke. Bokue Keikain, from now on your relationship with Lady Rias is a done deal. I'll report this to Lord Surzex and to the Phoenix family. What happens next depends on their response. No problem. I'll be waiting. No trace of fear on Boke's face. He raised one finger. I only have one condition. If they want to negotiate, they'd better do it face to face. If they'd rather come at me by force, that's fine too. But if they try something sneaky, two-faced or underhanded, then don't blame me for paying a personal visit to the underworld, maybe dropping the 72 pillars down by one. Though his words were fearless, Boke gave off no intense aura, more like stating a plain fact. Grafia paused briefly, then bowed in calm acceptance. Understood. I'll convey that to the Phoenix household as well. Then she turned again to Rias, who was curled up in Boke's arms, face buried like an ostrich. I'll take my leave, Lady Rias. With that, Grafia didn't rely on a magic circle this time, she simply walked to the door, turned the handle, and exited without a hint of hesitation. Outside, Kenneo stood leaning against the wall, arms folded across her chest, head lowered so her bangs veiled her expression. The two women passed one another without a word. Chapter 37, bonus, gotta form a harem. Inside the room, Rias still lay quietly in Bokue Keikain's arms. With the silver-haired maid gone, she finally emerged from her ostrich-like state, lifting her head to look up. Her pale green eyes reflected the young man's face. Dummy. Rias suddenly muttered a soft curse. It hardly sounded like actual blame, more like a girlfriend's playful, sulking complaint. She sighed theatrically, as if helpless. Now I'm screwed. Why? Boke arched an eyebrow, perplexed. After all, from her dragging him to the student district, to getting a hotel room, to insisting on doing this, it had all been Rias's initiative. By logic, this result should be exactly what she'd hoped for. Why was she suddenly saying she was doomed? What else could it be? Rias pouted, exhaling, and rolled her still slightly damp eyes. We did that sort of thing right in front of Grafia Wanisama, and now she's gone off to report everything to my brother. If the family hears about it, just think, Boke, if you had a little sister out there doing this, how would you react? Boke gave it some serious thought. I'd eliminate that bastard overnight. As though shaken to her core by these siskin remarks, Rias, despite her exhaustion, sat upright in astonishment, staring at the young man before her in disbelief. Boke, you can't possibly be. My sister's only 13. He slanted his eyes, then raised his hand to indicate a height of around 4.5 feet. She's about this tall. 13. Rias paused, thinking that was just after elementary school graduation, heading into middle school. That might be okay, then. But the next moment, Boke added. But even at 18, it'd be the same. Rias's mind once again turned into a cat-eared question mark. So he really is a siskin, huh? After a short silence, the red-headed girl spoke in a quiet voice. So, that means we're officially together now, right? Boke raised his voice slightly, then responded with an affirming grunt. Of course. Why, is there a problem? No problem from me, but what about Kenneo? Rias hesitated, stumbling over her words. Although I'm not sure why, I think she really does like you. You've picked up on that, haven't you? Yeah, I have. Boke gave a small nod. He wasn't clueless. The spat between Kenneo and Rias in the old schoolhouse previously made it obvious. If that didn't count as interest, then what would? I don't know. Maybe it's just my imagination. Rias shook her head. But I always felt like Kenneo seemed to have known you from before, you know. Think about it, at school you don't interact that much, even on missions we were usually paired up, while Kaneko was with her, so what do you think? Probably not the case, though. Boke also looked a bit uncertain. If it were true, it'd mean he had some prior acquaintance with her, but he had no memory of that. Keno's not the kind of person who'd be easy to forget, anyway. Okay, if we can't figure it out, let's not dwell on it. Seeing the confusion on Boke's face, Rias consoled him softly. Now that they'd confirmed their relationship, even the cadence of her speech revealed a hint of warmth and tenderness. But immediately, she switched topics. That's not actually what I wanted to ask. Huh. Then what is? What I really want to ask. Rias paused, shifting her gaze downward, lowering her voice. If Akino doesn't give up and still wants to go after you, would you accept her? They just formalized their relationship, and now she hit him with a potential love triangle bombshell. Was that normal? Any normal person might think, what the heck? But Boke only pondered for a single second before replying. Probably, I would. Huh. Rias nearly jumped out of her seat. What's with probably would? Shouldn't you be saying you'd turn her down? Well, how to put it? Boke thought back. I read a book once, and it had a passage I thought made sense, though I've forgotten the exact quote. Roughly, it said, if you reject a girl, you're not just refusing the wedding that might have been yours, but also turning down the entire life that girl might have had with you. But what if you've already accepted one girl's entire life first? Rias asked, frowning. At this point, she was mildly annoyed. Romance is selfish, after all. Saying you'd accept another woman's pursuit in front of your girlfriend would anger even the most patient person. That leads to a different question, Boke replied. He glanced aside, continuing, life's choices are like hiking and encountering forks in the trail. Some are correct from a certain perspective, but if you actually take them, you might regret it. Just like your engagement. If you accepted that engagement, you'd have all the advantages. The underworld prospers, the family status is secured, everyone gets what they want. Everyone would be happy to see it. Except you. But that's totally different from Akino's situation. Rias couldn't help interrupting. Boke only shook his head again. It's the same, or you can think of it inversely. If I turned Akino down, what would happen? She'd. Rias opened her mouth but froze. Indeed, if Boke rejected Akino, someone as perceptive as her would realize it was because Rias got to him first. And in a matter as inherently selfish as romance, it could lead to the two best friends truly falling out. The result? Rias might lose a dear friend she's known for ages, and Akino would lose both love and friendship, while Boke also lost out. Who actually benefits from that? In that scenario, nobody. Besides, Boke suddenly added in a more upbeat tone, it's not really selfish. He explained. From my analysis, the essence of jealousy is taking something that should be all for one person and dividing it among others. It can't even be the concept of not fearing scarcity but inequality, it's fearing both scarcity and inequality. So what's your point? Rias felt like she was choking on a string of old proverbs, so she pressed further. So just give enough to everyone, Boke said with a shrug. In more concrete terms, it means I just have to work a little harder. Huh. Why does this hinge on whether you're working harder or not? Rias was more confused than ever. But then she noticed the boy eyeing her with a fond, knowing gaze. It's not that much trouble, you know, especially if you can't even hold on for 2 hours, Rias. 2 hours? 2 hours of what? A spinning buffering icon hovered over Rias's head. After a few seconds, she realized with horror, that kind of 2 hours. Her brow throbbed, her blood pressure spiked. She almost felt like she'd spit blood on the spot. But when she opened her mouth, it all turned to a soft murmur. Ugh, never mind. I can't win an argument with you. Just, treat me well from now on, and don't you dare forget your old love when you find a new one, got it? Chapter 38, Rias switches to coy wife mode. By the time they finished their little interlude and took a shower before leaving the hotel, it was already 5:30. Late spring hadn't quite turned to early summer yet, so the evenings weren't as long as they would be in midsummer. Once the sun fully sank below the horizon, the sky shades of blue grew deeper, and streetlights along both sides of the student district road began to glow. At that hour, even those students busy with after-school club activities were mostly home. If the pair were to waltz in through the main gate now, they'd almost certainly be stopped and questioned by security. But for Bokue Keikain and Rias, such a minor problem was no problem at all. Hold it, you two, what's going on here? Are you Ko Academy students? Show me your student IDs. Second year, third year, right. Showing up so late, where were you? Sign your names on this form, and you can go in. At the gatehouse, Boke accepted the form from the guard and scribbled his name. He handed it back and turned to the red-headed girl at his side, shrugging. All right, let's go. No more words were exchanged. With her fingers laced behind her back in a girlish posture, Rias nodded gently and walked in with Boke. They proceeded about 10 meters. After passing the big Ko Academy stone monument near the entrance, Rias, who had been maintaining a dignified aura, leaned closer, nudging the boy's arm with her shoulder. Boke, help support me a bit. Oh. Of course he wouldn't refuse such a small request. He took hold of Rias's offered hand. Their fingers entwined, causing her already soft, affectionate features to redden a little more. You know, if you're that worn out, you could just use a magic circle to teleport, Boke remarked with mild exasperation. Though Rias, as an high-class devil, had strong vitality and recovered quickly, even from a certain first-time experience, it wasn't like she could bounce back from that kind of physical exhaustion as fast as he could. Boke was practically an infinite endurance war god, a perfect hexagonal stat monster. There was no comparing the two. She was obviously so tired her legs were wobbly, yet she still insisted on walking all the way back. Honestly. That won't do. Rias pouted, accentuating her dissatisfaction, then gave his hand a firmer squeeze, like she was worried he'd slip away. Teleportation's convenient, sure, but then we'd lose this leisurely feeling of walking back together. Or, is it that you're already sick of hanging around with me? She spun slightly, aiming her pale green eyes up at him. Boke. The conversation had shifted in the blink of an eye. 1 second he'd been suggesting a quick way home for her weary self, the next she was implying he might be tired of her altogether. I'm just kidding. Seeing Boke fall silent for a couple of seconds, Rias burst out laughing, waving one hand apologetically. Though, yeah, walking back is a bit of a slog right now, but I like the process. You're taking me back to the old schoolhouse, and then you have to head home, right? Ah. Boke blinked, acknowledging it was indeed getting late. Once he dropped Rias off, he'd have to dash back to his own house. If he got home too late, Kuroka would undoubtedly throw a fit. Oh. Actually, that reminds me of something, Rias said, the idea sparking from her own remark. She blinked in realization, a little ding moment. What if? Actually, Boke, you told me you live alone, right? So how about moving into the school dorm instead? Then you wouldn't have to go home. I'm sure Kenneo and Asia would be thrilled, too. That probably won't work. Boke's mouth gave a faint twitch, there was something intangible in his voice. Luckily, he'd already prepared the perfect excuse. There's a lot of stuff at my place. If I move over here, there won't be space for it all. Letting it go to waste would be a shame. And besides, he didn't live alone. The other occupant in his house might not be a human, but if he promised Rias he'd move in, Kuroka would definitely break into Ray's hell. No, thanks. I see, what a pity. Without masking her look of disappointment, Rias drew a bit closer and rested her head gently on Boke's shoulder. But we could always. Her voice trailed off, her face carrying a slight longing. She seemed to have thought of something. We could always what? Noticing her sudden silence, Boke pressed curiously. But she only shook her head, wearing a mysterious yet expectant smile. Nothing, just a minor daydream. Don't mind it. Right. You say that, but now I can't exactly ignore it. Boke sighed inwardly. From the main gate to the old schoolhouse, the route wasn't that long nor very short. After another few minutes, the building's silhouette came into view, prompting them both to halt. I won't go in, Boke said. Rias nodded softly. They were about to part, and to say there was no reluctance would be a lie. But she'd left Kenneo with a casual mention that she was just going out for a walk alone. Returning with Boke would definitely raise questions. Eventually, sure, the details about her and Boke, and her break with the Phoenix family, would all have to come out, but not tonight. All right, guess this is it, then. Boke, thanks for bringing me back. See you tomorrow. With that, Rias turned, stepping in close. Standing on tiptoe, she pressed her lips to his, arms around him for 2 or 3 seconds, just long enough to be more than a peck, yet short enough not to be a drawn-out kiss. Then she pulled away, cheeks red. Text me once you're home safe, okay? She was definitely more proactive compared to before, even a tad more assertive. Sure. Right as Boke was about to agree, Rias unexpectedly repeated her motion, this time kissing him more passionately, speaking a bit breathlessly. This is for tonight. Since you won't be here later, I'm sort of claiming it in advance. A rosy flush swept her face, though she still wore that righteous little princess expression as she backed away. But what she failed to notice was that, just seconds earlier, a second-floor window, presumed closed, was discreetly opened from within. Someone had parted the curtains to watch. Chapter 39, I feel so awful, meow. Scene shift, at home. In the entryway stood Kuroka, her expression signaling an impending mental blowout. Both hands clenched into fists, arms hanging straight down in front, and beneath her loose-fitting kimono was a round, curvy backside arched just slightly. Where her 2 black cattails usually swung playfully, they now stood rigidly angled upward at 60 degrees, like a pair of exclamation marks. Arg. Boke, you've got another woman scent on you today, and it's super strong. Hurry up and explain. Did you hook up with some sneaky stray cat out there? She looked exactly, no, literally, like a cat with fur on end. And this time, unlike when she'd guessed incorrectly about Siko, she had it right on the nose. Yeah, well, something did happen. Changing his shoes at the door and slipping into house slippers, Bokue Keikain stretched out both arms and scooped up the cat-eared girl. Skin brushed skin, their scents intermingled. A second earlier she was bearing fangs, now Kuroka let out a soft mewl and instantly fell quiet. Boke had planned to keep explaining, but her abrupt silence took him by surprise. He glanced at Kuroka, who was also looking down at him, cheeks flushed, biting her lower lip. Her gorgeous golden eyes brimmed with watery longing. Are you turned on again? After this many times, even Boke, normally a bit dense, had figured it out by now. Kuroka gave a small nod. Boke was astonished. Seriously? We just spent the whole weekend doing stuff, and this morning you were complaining your back still hurt. So what if it hurts, meow? Her face turned scarlet as she grumbled in defense. It was sore earlier, but when you suddenly picked me up, hugging my butt, I got a surge all at once, meow. Enough talk. I feel so awful, meow, hurry. Feeling her body squirm restlessly with renewed desire, Boke mentally shrugged. Looks like they'd be bathing before dinner again. As he'd told Rias in the hotel earlier, with his near-limitless endurance, an hour or two straight was nothing. Even going 100 hours wouldn't tire him one bit. Time slipped away. About 2 hours later, by the time the clock on the wall of the living room was inching toward 8, the commotion in the bathroom finally died down. Soaking in the tub after a string of intense mountain summits, Kuroka slumped limply against Boke's chest. Her long legs curled up, as if trying to fold herself into a small ball, and the cattails that had stood stiff as rods now lay obediently coiled at her side. After resting for a while, regaining a little energy, Kuroka abruptly shifted, turning to face him at a slight angle, something more convenient for conversation. Eyes half-lidded, she mumbled. Hey, so you still haven't told me. Which stray cat were you messing around with this time? It was a lot gentler in tone now that she'd been fed. Boke hesitated a moment, choosing a more diplomatic explanation. It started near the end of today's last period. Kenneo suddenly messaged me that Rias was feeling under the weather, so club was cancelled. That rich redhead. Kuroka, who had been lying limp and unmotivated a moment ago, bolted upright in shock. But she immediately recognized she'd overreacted, so she eased back down, pressing her reversed Twin Peaks against the water's surface. Ugh, go on. Boke didn't waste time. In a minute or two, he recounted all that had happened. Kuroka listened blankly, then rolled her eyes and gave a heavy sigh. Knew it, figured it'd be that sort of reason. You always go soft about these things. I wouldn't say soft, I just hate having regrets. That's all. Boke shook his head. Like when you were being hunted by those devils. If I'd done nothing, they would have caught you. I'd have suffered no real harm, but maybe afterward, I'd look back and regret not helping. Wonder what might have happened if I had. Then I'd torment myself with that thought. So if doing nothing is guaranteed to make me regret it later, I'd rather pick the other path. And so far, that's always proved right, just like us right now. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze to meet Kuroka's in midair, right as she lifted her head, lips parted as if to say something. Recalling the origin of their relationship, Kuroka's thoughts returned to that first encounter. Her golden eyes, already misty with emotion, held an extra layer of gentle affection. Meow, we sure were back then. She lay on Boke's chest, tracing circles with her fingertip. So you're gonna fight for someone else again, right? Pretty much. Boke's tone was casual. In his mind, the moment he kissed Rias in front of Grafia, his choice was made. He might have to head off to the underworld, but big deal. All right, then I'll go with you, Kuroka chirped suddenly, perking up, a sly grin on her face. Huh. That threw Boke off guard. Sure, if it came down to dealing with the Gremory Phoenix dispute, they'd probably head to the underworld to settle it. But that would mean him and Rias's group. Kuroka was an extra. And let's not forget Chiron would be there. That's probably not necessary. Just a quick trip to the underworld, right? Won't take more than a few days. Kuroka gave an indignant pout. So you plan to leave me here at home alone for days with no call or text, Why did that ring so familiar, like some universal line all girlfriends used? I was just being logical. Boke realized with a sigh. They always turn it into a, you don't care about me, interrogation. No wonder people say, never try to reason with a woman. He changed tactics to be practical again. But if Chiron is there, what do you intend to do? Kuroka tapped her lip, pretending to think earnestly. Then she flashed him a peace sign and gave a mischievous wink. As long as I don't get dragged into the battle, I can handle things just fine, meow. Chapter 40, Sirs Ex Lucifer. Human knights are just as knights in the underworld. While Bokue Keikain was still busy back home dealing with a certain catgirl's intimacy crisis, events were simultaneously unfolding in the Gremory family territory of the underworld. With a dull thunk, the ground trembled lightly as the castle's grand gates slowly swung open. A crimson carpet stretched from the main entrance all the way inside, flanked on either side by 36 towering Roman columns. From a giant golden chandelier suspended high above the vaulted ceiling, bright lighting poured down, bathing the entire hall in a lavish radiance of gold. On either side of the carpet stood a line of identically uniformed maids, hands clasped in front, heads bowed in silent deference. Standing in the middle of the carpet itself was a gentle-looking, shapely brunette woman. Everything looked as if they were welcoming home a triumphant lord. And sure enough, once the castle gates fully opened, a tall figure came into view outside, striding onto the red carpet. Draped over his shoulders was a black cloak signifying his rank as a Satan, its edges rising slightly in the breeze, while his own red hair and handsome features bore a striking resemblance to Rias, about 70% similar. He proceeded along the carpet to where the brunette woman stood, pausing before her and lowering his head with a gracious smile. "I'm back, mother. Welcome home, Surzex. We've all been waiting a long time." The brown-haired woman smiled, too. Wearing a formal evening gown with long gloves, she reached out and patted her son's waist, not caring at all about the presence of so many onlookers. "Oh, dear Surzex, you look even thinner than you did last time. Is the workload of a Satan so exhausting? Any more of this and I'll be worried sick." "Hey, yeah, a bit." Surzex squinted in a wry chuckle. "I'm still early in my reign, so there are tons of things I have to handle personally. Once we get through this period, it should ease up." "Once this period is over, it'll get better, is it?" Venelana pursed her lips, displeased. "You said the same thing last year, and the year before that. It's been, how many years since you took over? Keep this up and I'll be worried to death. If it's truly that difficult, you might as well quit being a Satan." "That's probably a bit extreme," Surzex replied with a laugh. He knew full well his mother's chiding came from genuine concern. He also knew those were only words. Venelana had been single-handedly supporting the Gremory household ever since her husband's passing. Surzex himself was away dealing with official duties as a Satan, and his little sister, Rias, was studying in the human world. Venelana had endured years alone under this ancient roof. For that reason, Surzex felt he had to cement his standing as king, ensuring Gremory retained its rank among the 72 pillars. The pillars themselves were no monolith, countless undercurrents of ambition and greed lurked in the shadows, probably watching Gremory territory for the slightest chance to pounce. Surzex, being the last remaining male heir of Gremory, would never allow that. "Lady Venelana." A voice sounded from behind them. Turning, they saw a maid bowing respectfully. "Dinner is prepared and may begin any time." "Thank you," Venelana said with a nod, then turned again to her son. "So, Surzex, you've come back alone this time. Where are the others?" He sighed with mild helplessness. "There was no helping it, everyone else is still busy, so I returned by myself." "I see." Venelana murmured, some disappointment creeping into her tone. It was no wonder, since her husband's death, the household had been nearly devoid of inhabitants. Her son was forever weighed down by his official duties, and her daughter was off in the human world. She hadn't had more than 2 people at the dinner table in ages. Even so, at least her son was home this time. Putting on a brave smile, Venelana brightened her expression again. "Anyway, you're home now. Let's not just stand here talking, come on in and eat. You must be hungry, coming back so late." "I'm a bit hungry," Surzex admitted with a matching smile. Only in front of the mother who had raised him from childhood could he let go of the Satan facade. Scene shift, the castle dining room. In keeping with the castle's grandeur, the dining space was likewise impressive, enough to seat dozens at a huge table. Tall gold candlesticks with flickering red candles cast a stately glow. One could imagine how lively the Gremory household might have been in its heyday. But now, at that table stretching over 10 meters, only 2 seats were in use, mother and son. Venelana stirred her spoon in the hot soup, sipping a bit. "I suppose it's nearing summertime in the human world, yes. Another couple months, then Rias's summer break will start and she'll come home." "That's true." Surzex paused and set his silver spoon down, turning toward his mother. "Mother, do you still recall the engagement Rias has with the Phoenix family?" "I remember." Venelana's gentle smile receded a little. "Yes, it may be for the sake of Gremory's continuity, but it's the one mistake your father made in his lifetime. I've heard that third son in Phoenix family is a complete playboy, arrogant and haughty. Knowing Rias, she'll never take to him. If it really comes to that, Surzex, you..." "Naturally." He answered calmly, as if to reassure her. "In truth, part of why I came back this time was to discuss the matter with you. I already sent Grafia to the human world to sound out Rias's feelings. If Rias truly can't stand that fiancé, I, as her brother, certainly won't let her suffer." "Oh, that's such a relief." Venelana let out a small sigh of relief, a smile returning. But before she could continue, a red teleportation sigil suddenly flared at the dining room doorway. The shape of a silver-haired maid emerged from its glow. Lord Surzex, Lady Venelana. She bowed politely, addressing them from a distance. Grafia-chan. Venelana's eyebrows rose in mild surprise, but also a trace of delight. Possibly it was just happenstance, but if Grafia had arrived now, it meant there'd be a third person to accompany her for dinner. Surzex, however, looked more as if this were expected. So, Grafia, did my sister make up her mind? Lord Surzex, your sister, did, indeed, come to a decision. However, the silver-haired maid, usually so composed and professional, found herself stumbling for words. However, even without details, Surzex's intuition told him something beyond his expectations must have happened. Chapter 41, your sister got done, and she was the one who took the initiative. Grafia, no, more accurately, perfect maid Grafia, faced the greatest crisis of her career as a devoted servant today. As the queen among the retainers of Surzex Lucifer, one of the four great Satans, Grafia's competence was widely recognized. Whether it was managing family affairs, ensuring everything ran smoothly, or leading other servants in annihilating enemy forces, she could do it all flawlessly. Yet today, such an all-capable, near-perfect maid found herself flummoxed by the simplest of tasks, delivering a message. Especially for someone with real professional pride and a decent sense of propriety, Grafia might have been able to keep a calm demeanor and silently stand witness to that entire scene. But retelling every detail afterward with the same composure. That was another story altogether. In the end, Grafia still forced herself to do so. And the one who had to listen, just as reluctantly, was a certain young Satan who shall remain unnamed. Truly, in every sense, it was a bombshell. Even though Grafia had toned down her phrasing as much as possible, a quick mental translation turned it into a single, blunt statement. Your sister got done, and she was the one who took the initiative. One might venture that had the second part not revealed Rias's own willingness, Surzex could have ended up hardening something other than just his brow, like swinging a fist, maybe. Getting with a Satan's little sister requires some nerve, indeed. After listening to Grafia's report, Surzex was silent for half a minute. Then he lowered his fork and knife, closed his eyes, and massaged his temples. Grafia, so you're saying it was only after you arrived on the scene that the other party went all out, hooking up with Rias, in that way? Yes, your majesty. Recalling the situation in that hotel room, the silver-haired maid's expression wavered, too. At that time, it seemed Lady Rias had given up on her original plan the instant she realized I was there. Instead, this Bokue Keikain, once he heard my message, decided to engage in that with her, leading to MMPH, I get it. Raising a hand to silence her, Surzex pressed his other palm against his forehead as if battling a migraine. He rarely showed this side of himself. Not even in those earliest days of taking up the Satan seat had he appeared so distressed. But how else could one react? It was all just too explosive. He felt like his CPU was overheated for the first time in his life. Off to the side, Venelana, who had also listened, looked more intrigued than upset. Oh. So that boy named Bokue Keikain is Rias's own choice. Do we have any pictures? I'd like a look. Sadly, there were no photographs, though I can extract a recorded memory via magic, just from that conversation he and I had. Grafia's fingertips flickered with a magical glow. She hadn't finished when Surzex again lifted his hand to stop her. Better not. If Mother really wants to see it, do it separately, but I'll pass. I need to figure out how to handle this. Yes. Showing her understanding, Grafia circled behind Venelana, out of Surzex's line of sight, and opened a magical screen to begin playing the memory. Sigh. The young Satan sighed inwardly. He'd had scarcely any time to process the shock before forcibly calming down. Now that the facts were out, the first conclusion was that Rias's engagement to the Phoenix family was definitely off. That wasn't a big deal, honestly. Since Rias apparently disliked that Phoenix third son from the start, they'd have refused anyway. This just meant it was because her affections lay elsewhere, rather than some pure clash of Gremory-Phoenix politics. If anything, that eased the argument that the Gremory side didn't hold personal ill will toward Phoenix. Hence, the only question left, what about this Bokue Keikain? With that, Surzex turned to the silver-haired maid behind him, who was now quietly showing the recording to his mother. Grafia, what's your impression of that Bokue Keikain? Him. Grafia paused. Summarizing any single person in a few words wasn't easy, but Boke's image felt unexpectedly straightforward to her. If I had to put it in one line, I'd call him someone who persists unwaveringly in his own will. Someone who persists in his will, That didn't surprise Surzex. Based on Grafia's initial report, he already held a general impression of Boke. His question merely sought confirmation. Given that, hearing it from Grafia now fit perfectly. Because first, Boke didn't back down even after learning Rias was engaged to a fellow from the 72 Pillars, forging a relationship with her anyway. That alone showed his unstoppable conviction. Second, even after hearing Graphia's warning about reporting to the Phoenix family, he showed zero fear, indicating a firm confidence in his own strength. Third, he'd had Graphia relay a message urging Phoenix not to try underhanded tactics, suggesting he was at least bold and candid. Surzex's throbbing headache felt slightly soothed. At that moment, from her seat, Venelana sounded quite pleased. Rias actually picked well, he's quite the handsome boy, apparently. Got a great physique, too. The way he held Rias on the bed, talking to her, gave off a lovely sense of safety. So he's good-looking too. Surzex mused to himself. Of course, as a top-tier Satan from one of the 72 Pillars, he tended not to fixate on someone's mere appearance. But living beings, devils included, were innately drawn to beauty. If the prospective partner looked decent, so much the better. Reaching that thought, Surzex decided. All right. In that case, I'll personally visit the Phoenix family to smooth things over, then tell Rias the outcome. Been a while since I saw her, anyway, nice excuse to drop by. Chapter 42, Rias's Peerage. Scene shift, the next afternoon, Occult Research Club, Old Schoolhouse. After a one-day pause in club activities, the sofas in the reception room had returned to their usual arrangement. Kenneo and Kaneko, currently sipping on milk tea, sat on the left couch, while Asia and Bokue Keikain took the one on the right. Rias stood at the desk in front of them rather than sitting with everyone, her arms folded atop the desk, leaning forward. Seeing that everyone was present, the red-headed girl clapped her hands. First off, after yesterday's short break, starting today, our Occult Research Club will resume normal club activities. Asia raised her hand timidly. Is the president's health all right now? Yesterday I saw Akino-senpai send Boke a message saying you weren't feeling well. If it's okay, I could use Twilight Healing to heal you. Thank you for your concern, Asia, but I'm fine, Rias replied with a gentle smile, aware of the sincerity in Asia's tone. If all goes well, I should be fully recovered by tomorrow or, at the latest, the day after tomorrow. The "not feeling well" line from yesterday's text had been a hasty excuse, though once evening rolled around, it wasn't just an excuse but actual discomfort. After all, it had been her first time, and that certain someone hadn't held back. He'd almost burst the maximum admission quota of her baby's home in one session. Rias vaguely remembered reading in a school biology textbook that a normal human male's capacity each time was around 3 to 5 milliliters. But in terms of her experience from last night, Boke's output clearly surpassed that. A rough estimate would add a 0 behind that range. Thankfully, devils had sturdier physiques compared to humans, otherwise, a more fragile girl, like Asia, perhaps, might have gotten completely broken. Next time, have Boke take protective measures. She grumbled shyly in her heart. But then again, the usual commercial raincoats on the market were made for typical human capacity. If you throw 30 or 50 milliliters inside it all in one go. Ugh, while it might not literally explode, it'd inflate like a water balloon. Then you'd have to remove it afterward, yikes, that seemed even more hassle. Might as well just let her belly get full and save the money. No point in using something that wouldn't help. These thoughts had Rias drifting off, her eyes aimlessly unfocused, cheeks flushing a bit. 3 or 4 seconds passed. Finally, Boke, who could no longer stand by, cleared his throat. So you covered the first item of business. What's next? Oh, right. Rias snapped out of it at the sound of his voice. Realizing she'd spaced out right in the middle of speaking, her cheeks heated up again. For a moment, she fumbled. Sorry about that. The second matter is, well, it's about my relationship with Boke. The moment she said that, the body of Akino, seated on the left couch, shook slightly. She'd remained motionless and silent, showing no expression up until now. Though the tremor was small, in a nearly empty reception area, it was still noticeable. What is it, Akino? Rias asked, sending her friend a curious glance. Sorry, it's nothing. Akino shook her head quietly, lowering it a bit. Unlike her usual style of tying her sleek black hair high in a ponytail, leaving only the bangs around her forehead free, today she'd done a rougher job, letting the hair in back mingle with her front locks. It obscured her face so that no one could easily see her expression. Rias hovered there a moment, waiting to see if Akino would say more. When she didn't, Rias continued. Well then. Concerning Boke and me, how should I put it, basically, we formally started going out yesterday evening. She announced the last part quickly, breezing over it as if it were something trivial. Even so, an embarrassing flush tinted her cheeks the instant she'd spelled it out in front of her friends. As soon as those words left Rias's mouth, Asia, sitting next to Boke, gasped with wide eyes and parted lips. Kaneko also blinked in surprise, her golden gaze widening enough that the milk tea straw she'd been nibbling slipped from her mouth. Realizing something, she swiftly turned toward Akino. Though the girl's long hair concealed most of her features, Kaneko could still make out those pale, slightly chapped lips pressed together. Rias also took note. But she went on anyway. As you all know, I'm of the Gremory clan, heir to one of the 72 pillars, and my father, Zeoticus Gremory, once set a marriage pact with the Phoenix family under pressure from our lineage. But now that I've established a personal relationship with Boke, pledging ourselves, in essence, my engagement to Phoenix is effectively void. That said, the Phoenix family may very well seize on this as an excuse to cause trouble. So we might have a conflict. Kaneko gently set aside her milk tea to ask in a quiet voice. Rias shook her head. It's unclear yet. Yesterday, I simply asked Grafia Wanisama to convey the news back to the underworld. The method of resolving it isn't decided. But if that rumored third son of the Phoenix family is as pompous as they say, the odds are. VRRN. She was cut off mid-sentence by a sudden magical ripple in the air, familiar from many times before. A glowing sigil bearing the Gremory crest manifested in the space near them, swiftly forming a teleportation circle. A flash of red illuminated the circle, and a tall figure clad in red materialized. Kaneko and Akino shot up from the couch, bowing respectfully at once. Simultaneously, Rias let out an astonished cry of recognition. Oni-sama. It was only then that Boke turned his attention to the new arrival. Her brother. So that meant the newly arrived man was none other than Surzex Lucifer, one of the four great Satans. Chapter 43, Rias, it's over. It was entirely unexpected, nobody foresaw that Lucifer, ruler of nearly the entire underworld, would suddenly appear at this moment. Even Rias, his younger sister, couldn't help her startled reaction. She rose abruptly from her seat at the desk. Brother. Why would you come here all of a sudden, NGGH? She hadn't finished her sentence before she sucked in a breath. A moment earlier, she'd been leaning against the desk mainly to conserve energy and relieve the strain on her body. Now, this abrupt movement tugged at the muscles in her lower abdomen, still not fully recovered from yesterday afternoon's injuries, and a powerful ache shot through her. Her instinctive motion to clutch her stomach did not escape Surzex's notice. The young Satan's brow twitched subtly, but years of public office had taught him never to let emotions show. With a light, casual smile, Surzex said, "It's been a while, Rias, and to the rest of you, Rias's servants, as well." Lord Lucifer. Akino and Kaneko, seated near the sofa, had shot upright from the very first moment he arrived, bowing respectfully. Asia, though unsure how exactly to address him, still rose with a polite dip of her head. Rias realized she should probably introduce them, never mind her own astonishment. "Oh, brother, let me introduce you, this is Asia Argento. She used to be a holy maiden of the Northern European Church, but for certain reasons she's left them. At the moment, she's, well, I suppose you could say a friend of ours." "A friend, is it? That's fine." Surzex nodded with a faint smile. He didn't wait for Rias to continue listing off names, though, he turned his gaze toward the boy still sitting calmly on the sofa. "Hello there. I'm Rias's brother, Surzex Gremory." "Hello." Only then did Bokue Keikain stand, his voice collected. "I'm Boke of the Kyoto-based Keikain clan. I'm the acting representative. Currently. I'm going out with your sister." "The Keikain clan, is it? Grafia's already mentioned you to me." Their eyes met as Surzex returned a polite smile. "She said your clan is an ancient line of Onmyōji in the human world. But from what I can see, you don't resemble the typical Onmyōji at all." Which was accurate enough. Throughout history, Onmyōji were often portrayed as refined, talisman-wielding, paper mages, or summoners, usually physically delicate types. Yet Boke gave off the impression of a brawny martial artist, relying on his fists alone to break through any foe. That's probably because I went against the mainstream from a young age," Boke said with an indifferent shrug. "But it's no big deal, if you can beat the other guy, that's all that matters." "A practical approach, haha. That's not bad." Apparently finding the idea agreeable, Surzex chuckled. Rias, who had been standing off to the side as they spoke, finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Brother, what brings you here so suddenly?" The young red-haired Satan paused. "Well, obviously, for your future. I already heard about you and Boke from Grafia, just last night." Ugh. The mention of last night made Rias's expression freeze up again. After all, in that hotel suite at dusk, while Boke took the lead physically, she was definitely the one who let herself get carried away, so much so that she completely forgot Grafia was right outside. She couldn't even recall what she herself might have said during the process. If Grafia had reported all that to her brother, Rias. "But you needn't worry too much, Rias." Seeing his sister's face turn more and more uneasy, Surzex's own tone softened, albeit with a note of exasperated indulgence. "When Grafia told me yesterday, Mother was there in the room as well." What? It was as though someone had smacked her with a wooden mallet. Rias's mouth hung open, her entire body going pale with spiderweb cracks forming in her mind's eye. So not just her brother, mother knew, too. In that moment, Rias realized her image within the family was pretty much done for. Still, I think mother seemed pretty supportive of you. Sorcerer added. Huh? Rias felt her internal meltdown abruptly vanish, replaced by incredulous surprise as she lifted her gaze. Supportive? Mother said, what, exactly? Nothing much. The gist is, she's quite satisfied with Boke. Sorcerer recalled, then she told me, if you really want to reject the Phoenix engagement, I should lend a hand. Let her brother help. For a fraction of a second, Rias's newly forming smile froze. So you? Huh? That's why I'm here. The young Satan offered his sister a small grin. I do understand how you feel, Rias. That's why, before coming here, I first went to see the Phoenix family to explain the situation, and then I came straight over. Put simply, you'll have to negotiate with them yourselves to finalize a resolution. You're okay with that, right? He flicked his wrist, calling forth a large magical screen. Across the front, an image read, awaiting connection. Rias nodded vigorously. Of course, that's exactly what we want. After all, it was her and Boke's affair. She'd prefer to settle it directly, not just rely on her brother's influence. A moment later, as the sofa near the side of the room was moved to face the screen, the words, awaiting connection, morphed into connecting. The five, Rias, Boke, Kenneo, Asia, and Kenneo, gathered on one couch, which wasn't quite cramped but forced Boke to the center. Rias and Kenneo sat on either side of him, with Asia and Kenneo on the outer spots, arranged by height. Meanwhile, Sorcerer took a seat opposite them, effectively placing him between the magical display and the group, like a referee perched on a high chair at a tennis match. The official negotiation was about to begin. Chapter 44, Riser Phoenix Rage Quit. The process of connecting was similar to making a video call on a smartphone. No one knew whether the underworld had signal towers, but Bokue Keikain didn't much care about the magical mechanics behind such a video feed. As long as they could connect, that was enough. Sure enough, after a few seconds of connecting, text on the magical display, the words changed to connection successful, and the other side's image appeared. Though it was magic-based, the clarity was on par with cutting-edge human tech. On the screen was a blonde young man sitting on a sofa in a lavish residence. He had one leg crossed over the other and lightly swirled a glass of red wine in his hand. Despite also being blonde, his hair was more of a brassy gold than Asia's gentle, almost holy shade. The center spike of his forelock and the deliberately open shirt collar, revealing some solid pecs, evoked the image of a strutting little rooster. Ah, looks like we're connected. It's been a while, Rias. He raised his wineglass with a mischievous grin. No need to call my name so familiarly. Seeing the man's flashy attitude, and recalling how she'd once been engaged to him, Rias couldn't help the trace of disgust that crept onto her face. Her voice turned colder by the moment. Riser Phoenix. It was uncommon for Rias to address people by their full name. Usually she'd use either a given name or surname alone. Using both like this was an unmistakable gesture of rejection. Riser seemed to notice her hostility, but he only shrugged as if unbothered. Hey now, no need for the frosty reception. We do have an engagement, no sense acting at each other's throats from the get-go, right? Well, either way, I need to thank Lord Lucifer for granting this chance at mediation. So saying, he stood up in the video feed, bowing toward Sorcerer, who was perched on the couch from this end, and then, on receiving a nod, plopped back down. All right, so let's get to the point, about our engagement, Rias. Great. I was just about to talk about that. Rias sat upright, slightly nudging closer to Boke at her side. Her tone was calm, but resolute. Riser Phoenix, our so-called betrothal was nothing more than an arrangement between our fathers. Even my father had no right to decide my life, but at the same time, the Gremory clan isn't unreasonable. I, Rias Gremory, as heir, can assure you will offer an appropriate compensation within reason. Rias's words were firm and resonant, confirming her legitimate grounds for refusing the marriage while also acknowledging that the Gremory side technically was the one breaking it. She made it clear they'd give reparation for that breach, an approach worthy of Gremory's future head. From his seat, Sorcerer couldn't help but show a small, proud smile at his sister's skillful negotiation. But then, compensation. It was like Riser had just heard the funniest joke in the world. His shoulders trembled lightly as he let out a laugh. Rias, you still don't seem to grasp your family's situation here. You can't just refuse and expect it to end with a single, no, I don't want it. Don't you get that? But never mind, I'll name my price now. He paused briefly, gaze shifting from Rias to Boke, positioned at the center of the sofa. The corners of his mouth twisted in a cruel, predatory smirk. Rias, I want you to kill that little nobody you picked up in the human world, right in front of me. Then you'll come immediately back to the underworld and marry me. In that case, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Good deal, no. Riser Phoenix. Don't you dare go too far. All semblance of calm dissolved in an instant. Rias slammed her hand on the table, jabbing a finger at the screen in fury. The red aura of power of destruction flared up around her, stirring her scarlet hair as if blown by a fierce wind. But the next second, a hand from beside her settled on her shoulder. That familiar, solid warmth washed away her rage and tension in a blink. Boke patted her shoulder, gently urging her back down to the couch, then rose himself, walking unhurriedly to stand before the large screen. He spoke with a faint air of condescension. When people negotiate, it's to find an outcome both sides can accept. But from your attitude, there's nothing to discuss. That's fine. Rias wants to handle this diplomatically, but I don't. If there's no talking to be done, we'll fight. 3 concise sentences, effectively shattering what little remained of the negotiation's fragile atmosphere. Even Surzex, who'd stayed silent so far, arched an eyebrow in mild surprise. What a negotiation whiz. As for Riser, the mocking grin he'd worn vanished. His face darkened, eyes narrowing dangerously. You realize what you're saying, human? Fuck off. Boke didn't even let him finish. The terse, forceful words made the gold-haired man's eyes flash with bloodshot veins. But he controlled his temper quickly, forcibly stifling it. Fine, fine. So be it. War, then, Rias Gremory. Bring all your servants. We'll settle this in a rating game. Click. He ended the call on his side, the magical screen flickering before plunging into darkness. Huh. So that was basically a rage quit. Out of curiosity, Boke glanced at Surzex on the side sofa. Seems the other party cut the line. Surzex rose from the couch, walking to the empty screen. Well, the outcome's a bit unexpected, but in some sense the negotiation served its purpose. And since a rating game was proposed, you all need to decide the location for your match. Though outwardly addressing the entire group, he kept his eyes mostly on Boke. In the underworld, the Phoenix estate. Boke's answer was succinct. Very well. Chapter 45, Rias has also been planted with a switch. By the time Surzex left, they'd already confirmed the time and location for the battle. After all, being the Satan, he was not only tied down by official business but also had to maintain the neutrality of a realm administrator. Even though he was backing his sister, he couldn't participate in tactical discussions or actual combat itself. Scene shift, back in the old schoolhouse. With Surzex gone, only Rias, Bokue Keikain, and their companions remained. The furniture in the reception room had reverted to its usual arrangement. On the right sofa, Rias sat next to Boke, wearing a somewhat serious expression. Now that we know the results of the negotiation, she said, the next thing is to decide how we'll handle what comes next. From Boke's other side, Asia timidly raised her hand. Are we preparing for a fight with them? Yes. Though we never wanted this outcome, Rias replied with a nod, it's obvious from the other side's attitude that conflict was inevitable from the start. The two sides had entirely different goals. Rias wanted a peaceful resolution if possible, both parties stepping back, with Phoenix softening its stance while Gremory gave suitable reparations. But the Phoenix side had shown zero interest in real negotiations, using talks more like a tool to pressure the Gremory family. Hence, battle was the only choice. In a sense, Boke's provocative words simply sped up the process, avoiding any prolonged tug-of-war. Whatever. There's nothing to stress about, Boke remarked. Compared to Rias, who looked visibly concerned, he seemed utterly unbothered, lounging in the couch, hands shoved in his pockets. It's just meeting them for a brawl, right? Whoever's got the heavier fists wins. It's not that simple. Rias's forehead twitched. This, life or death, who cares, let's fight, attitude gave her mixed feelings of anger and exasperation. No matter how you looked at it, the Phoenix family was one of the 72 pillars in the underworld, an ancient pureblood devil clan with formidable strength. Sighing, she raked a hand through her crimson hair. The main issue is this so-called rating game. Oh, right. Boke recalled that near the end of their video call, that roast chicken guy had rattled on about a rating game. He'd essentially tuned out everything as rubbish talk at the time. Tell me what's special about it, he said. Rias took a moment to gather her thoughts. The rating game is basically still a fight, but it's an official system designed by one of my brother's friends, also a Satan, named Ajuka Beelzebub. It goes along with the retainer system I mentioned before. In a rating game, the king leads their queen, bishop, knight, rook, and so forth, up to 14 total, to battle an opposing team. But right now, I only have Kenneo, Kenneo, and myself as capable fighters. Meanwhile, Riser Phoenix already has 16 retainers. Great. We've got the upper hand. Boke quipped, sounding eager to fight. You, be serious. Rias pressed 2 fingers into his side, intending to twist him, then thinking better of it, gave him a light poke. The problem is the retainer system. You're not my servant, you're not even a devil. What, so you gotta be a devil to play? Boke frowned. Well, I'm not entirely sure, Rias admitted with a small cough. To my knowledge, these games only occur in the underworld, so bringing in external allies, especially humans, has no precedent. Doesn't matter. Boke shrugged again. If they won't let me join, I'll just flatten the Phoenix territory with one stomp. Then even if the rules don't allow it, so what? They'll have no recourse left. Why you? Ria's free hand went to her forehead. She could picture how that might pan out, like if people were quietly playing chess on a park stone table, and you flew in with a vicious high kick that sent the board flying, then spat on them and slapped them. No one was playing anymore, you'd force them into a real fight right then. Anyway, don't worry so much. Just leave it to me. Boke slid an arm around her waist. I can handle all of them alone, single-handedly. Her face heated at his casual assurance. It was natural to plan together, but his gestures could be so distractingly intimate. Whoa. Suddenly, Rias's body gave a subtle tremor, and she sat up straighter. What was that? Perhaps no one else saw anything unusual, but Rias was acutely aware of her own body, and the faint current that ran through her just then. What's wrong, Rias? Sensing the restless movement at her waist, Boke asked curiously. And nothing, she whispered, cheeks flushing, your arm just felt kind of uncomfortable pressed into my side. And Akino's watching, you know. Oh, sorry. Without protest, Boke withdrew his arm from her back. Freed from that contact, Rias felt that teasing, tingly wave subside. She managed a small exhale and continued. So next, about our trip back to the underworld, She trailed off in hesitation. Living among humans for so long made her almost unconsciously think, we should find a hotel, but the underworld's political climate made that idea absurd. She was Gremry's heiress, not using her own estate upon returning would be bizarre, and everyone would notice her presence anyway. Which meant no messing around, straight to her family home. Which basically means meeting the parents. She thought, somewhat nervously. At length, Rias lifted her head again. Boke, Akino, will need to prepare some gifts before heading back to the underworld. That task is yours. Chapter 46, Akino going for it. The Occult Research Club's once lively reception room was now much quieter. On the couch, Rias still sat there, one leg crossed over the other, an arm draped on the sofa's back. She angled her head downward, gaze fixed on her toes, quietly lost in thought. A moment ago, she'd told Boke and Akino to go out shopping for suitable gifts, some token to bring to the underworld. But she'd been a bit torn about it. They'd parted only minutes before, yet in her mind, she could already see the entire scenario. Akino liked Boke. As Rias's close friend for years, Rias was well aware how Akino felt. An expression, a sigh, a tiny action, Rias could read them all easily. So she knew, deep down, that letting them go off together was basically giving them space to talk things out. It was her small, guilty concession. She'd snatched him away first, after all, like cutting in line. This was the least she could do for Akino. Even so, it still gave her a faint pang of discomfort. Thinking back to yesterday afternoon in that hotel room with Boke, then imagining Akino possibly going through the exact same motions, Rias involuntarily bit her lip. For all she knew, at that very moment, they might be in some big cozy bed. That sudden notion made her shoulders twitch, familiar sparks, like a tiny electric current, rippled through her body. Wait, this feeling again. How? She'd only gotten it from Boke's direct touch. He wasn't even here right now, so why? She realized with dismay that just imagining certain scenarios about him triggered these bizarre sensations. Her nerves felt raw, the memory from the day before refusing to let her settle down. The more she tried forcing herself to stay calm, the more her mind strayed to Boke and Akino's potential activities, and the more flustered her body became. A vicious cycle, looping endlessly. Enduring for a while with no relief, Rias finally propped herself up off the couch. Struggling to keep her tone steady, she turned to Asia and Kaneko, who sat across from her, Asia on one sofa, Kaneko munching a snack on the other. Sorry, Asia, Kaneko, I'm feeling a bit tired. Gonna head upstairs for some rest. If anything comes up, just call me, okay? Kaneko gave a small nod to show she understood. Asia looked worried. Are you sure you're all right, Rias? If you don't mind, I can try healing you. And no, that's not it. I'm just tired, that's all. Thanks anyway, Asia. Rias smiled gently, waving off the offer, then left the reception room. Gripping the banister, she went upstairs step by step. Meanwhile, at a nearby supermarket in the student district, Boke and Akino wandered among aisle after aisle. They'd taken on the chore of picking out gifts for the underworld. Rias would reimburse them. But first, they had to figure out what they should buy, which wasn't straightforward. After all, Boke had never gone to the underworld before and had no clue about its local culture. So in the end, it fell to Akino to make the final decisions, while Boke was on cart duty, pushing along a shopping cart so she could toss things in. It did look suspiciously like a newlywed couple stocking groceries. "Hey, Akino, how about we buy this?" Stopping in front of a display shelf, Boke took down a packaged fugu, pufferfish, meal kit. His logic was simple: gifts for the in-laws often meant local specialties, usually culinary. But they'd travel in a few days, so fresh produce or meat wasn't practical. Something that'd last, like meal kits, might be best. Next to the fugu sets were eel rice kits, sea urchin sets, etc. If Akino agreed, he planned to grab a full assortment. When he turned back, though, Akino was gone from his side. She drifted further down an aisle to some kitchenware shelves, standing in front of a row of cups and mugs. "What's up, Akino, planning to buy these?" Pushing the cart over, Boke gave a passing glance around the racks, confusion evident. "No, I was just looking." Akino's voice was soft. She shook her head but picked up a thermos shaped like a bamboo tube. "What do you think of this, Boke?" "What do I think?" He eyed the bamboo-like thermos. It reminded him of mankind's back-to-nature aesthetic. After mass-producing sturdy steel flasks, people realized they missed the simpler bamboo cups from ancient times. So someone invented a metal thermos in the shape of bamboo, an odd fusion of past and present. Boke himself wasn't sure he liked or hated it, but using a thermos as a gift. Given Rias's usual style, straight out of some elaborate European setting, would a traditional Eastern bamboo thermos come off strange as an underworld present? He was still pondering the question when Akino turned her face toward him again, speaking in a quiet, almost mournful tone. "If we carved the word hana, flower, here, wouldn't it look just like the one you gave me back then?" Those simple, hushed words struck him like thunder. Boke's expression went from puzzled, to suspicious, to shocked in the space of a moment. Watching the cascade of emotions flit across his face, Akino's own beautiful yet weary face took on a pained sadness. "So why can't you remember? I've been waiting for you to realize on your own." Chapter 47, Nobody's Getting Away. Triggered by a single bamboo-shaped water bottle, Bokue Keikain's thoughts instantly flew back 10 years. That outfit, oh, so you're from the Onmyōji clan's exorcist squad. Instead of teaming with those Jujutsu sorcerers to purge curses, you come all the way out here to hunt down a kid. What's the idea? Kill me, huh? TSK. You're pretty bold. If you really did kill me, the entire hero village would probably thank you afterward. Hey, you all right? You want some water or something to eat? You can bring this water bottle when you take the bullet train to Kyoto. Then go find the big-boobed fox lady at Yasaka Shrine, just show her this, and she'll know. She'll take care of you. It's safe there. My name's Bokue Keikain, the current acting head of Kyoto's Keikain family. Right now, I'm traveling alone." Every line of those words from long ago floated back to mind, making Boke's gaze sharpen with clarity. He'd never been someone with a poor memory. He generally remembered everyone he'd ever met. But he'd never imagined that the girl he'd casually rescued on that trip was actually Akino standing before him now. After all, in Japan, a child usually takes their father's surname, right? Since her father was a fallen angel, presumably she'd have a Western-style name. The name, Onmyōji, while reminiscent of the 5 major exorcist families, didn't necessarily confirm that she belonged to the actual Onmyōji clan. Sometimes, people just shared the same surname by coincidence. And the biggest mismatch was the difference in physical growth. When they first met, that girl was so tiny, so frail, even her chest was, basically a blank slate. Compared to how big and full it was now, they seemed like 2 different people entirely. Yes, how on earth did she go from that scrawny little waif, looking borderline malnourished, to the busty Akino we see now? It was an unimaginable leap. Coming back to the present, Akino's face still showed sorrow. She set down the bamboo thermos, took a step forward, and lifted her arms around Boke's waist. In her violet-red eyes, little tears were starting to gather. "So, do you remember now?" "Yeah. I do." Boke dipped his head slightly, indeed recalling it all. In truth, it's not like he'd forgotten. He simply never made the connection. Who would have guessed such a drastic transformation over 10 years? Still, a bigger problem loomed. Their current posture was far too intimate for being in a public supermarket aisle. Thankfully, for the moment, no bystanders were around. If a clerk saw them like this, they might assume a young couple was sneaking in some fun amid the groceries and kick them out. And from the look of it, Akino had no intention of letting go anytime soon. So, Boke, Akino whispered softly, hugging him tighter, as if afraid he'd vanish. Each syllable was laden with painful longing. I just want to ask you one thing. Will you answer me honestly? All right. He agreed to her request. Without making a fuss, Boke slid a hand behind his back and, with a flick of his fingers, ignited a bit of spiritual pressure, tossing out a miniature keep-away barrier. Sure, it was going to mess with the supermarket's foot traffic for a while, but at least no one would stumble upon them in this precarious situation. Once that was done, Akino's voice rose again. Tell me. You and Rias, is that for real, or are you just doing it because Rias asked you to? Mem, if you want a ratio, maybe 70/30ths. He didn't hide it, he laid it out plainly. Indeed, it all started from Rias's request, but he also personally had quite some fondness for her. Otherwise, he never would have agreed in the first place. Like accepting a confession from a girl, you first have to have enough good feelings to cross that baseline. If any random woman asked, he wouldn't just say yes. He wasn't some shared commodity. I see. Hearing that answer, Akino's eyes flickered with momentary blankness. So you truly love Rias? Yeah. Then what about me? Gathering her last bit of courage, Akino forced out that question. From Boke's confirmation that he and Rias were in earnest, she'd all but admitted defeat, that her feelings were basically one-sided. Over the years, she'd stayed near him, but not as intimately as Rias. Still, giving up without even asking was impossible for her to accept. She half expected a painful rejection. But then she heard the boy's voice. I like you too. Huh? Completely unexpected. Akino's mind went blank for an instant, then her eyes shot wide. Wait, hang on. Let me recheck. Just now, I asked you what? You asked how I feel about you, Akino. And you answered. I said, I like you too. Boke responded matter-of-factly, tipping his head in confusion. Is there a problem? But that. Akino's lips parted, but words failed. She was stunned. If Boke already had a genuine thing with Rias, yet said he also liked her, then. Actually, Rias and I have already discussed that, Boke clarified with a shrug. Sure, it's complicated. But in the end, Rias said she doesn't mind. Really? Like winter thawing to spring in a single breath, Akino's face lit up in euphoria. The sorrowful gloom from seconds before vanished, replaced by joyous disbelief. Her beautiful violet-red eyes gleamed with anticipation. You mean it? Rias seriously doesn't mind. Boke gently patted the arms locked around his waist. Long story. I can explain later, once we buy what we need. No, I want to hear it right now. Chapter 48, bonus, Sona Citri. Scene shift, old schoolhouse. Sometime later, Rias, who had gone upstairs to her bedroom for rest, came back down to the reception room wearing a fresh skirt. She had barely settled onto the couch when she heard footsteps in the opening of the front door in the entryway, followed by a pair of voices exchanging banter. He, Boke, that's a bit much. Rias was doing that sort of thing for the very first time, and you ended up leaving her in that state. No wonder she came home walking all funny yesterday, she even insisted on taking the bath last. That reminds me, this morning when I woke up and went to wash up, I noticed how the tub Rias used last night still had these white bits clinging to the bottom. That was, oh, I see. So that's how it is. So after we settle this whole Phoenix business, how about we grab a hotel room in the neighborhood sometime? We can have a good, long talk. Ahem. As if hearing her best friend's voice triggered an uncontrollable cough, Rias instantly straightened up from the sofa, posture snapping rigid. Clearing her throat, she raised her voice so it would carry across the entire first floor. Akino, Boke. You're back. Of course, President. We bought loads of stuff. Contrary to the dour mood she'd left with earlier, Akino's voice now rang with cheerful exuberance. When Rias swiveled to look, she saw Bokue Keikain at the reception room doorway, carrying a large plastic bag in one hand. Next to him, hugging his arm and practically dumping half her body weight onto him, was her longtime best friend. Rias. What's wrong, President? Seeing Rias struck mute for some unknown reason, Akino cocked her head curiously, while also squeezing Boke's arm even tighter, all but burying it in her chest's cleavage. Still no words from Rias. Granted, she had specifically left them alone to talk things out, but she never said it was okay for them to get so cozy. And this flamboyant, shameless mistress flaunting her favor in front of the main wife vibe, what the hell was that? Akino. Rias's face darkened noticeably. I'm already in a relationship with Boke. I won't forbid you from being near him, but isn't this a bit inappropriate? Inappropriate? But, Rias, you said. Akino never got to finish. Rias cut her off at once. I said. When did I say anything? At that, Akino went silent, her mouth shutting. Clearly, Rias wasn't as open-minded as she pretended. At least not to the point of accepting it all in front of her face. Well then. Sigh, all right, I get it. No further argument. Akino obediently let go of Boke's arm, stepping a pace aside to keep some distance, wearing her usual sweet smile. Otherwise your vinegar pot might overturn, President. Akino. Rias's cheeks reddened in frustration at that half-mocking tease. It's not about jealousy or something, geez. Really, she'd left them alone so they could talk, and ended up gnawing her nails upstairs. Then now they came back and did this on top of it. Could these two be any more infuriating? Here, Rias. Take a look, hopefully we didn't miss anything. While the two girls stared each other down, Boke stepped over with the big bag and handed it to her. Rias grabbed it in one swoop, shooting him a vexed glare. You too, Boke. He raised his eyebrows as if clueless. Forget it, Rias muttered, pursing her lips and looking down to open the bag. She rummaged through it, then sighed. All these items were Akino's picks. Yeah. I've never been to the underworld. Not sure what suits them, so I left it all to Akino. That's not how it works. Rias pressed a hand to her forehead. A gift was about sincerity, especially when you're visiting her family for the first time, effectively meeting the parents. You can't just wing it by letting someone else randomly choose. But, oh well. Something wrong? Seeing Rias trail off mid-sentence, Boke asked curiously. No, not really. She closed the bag with a swift rustle. Anyway, my brother's schedule is insane these days, he barely goes home. So the only one home all day is my mother. Talk, talk, talk. Before she could continue, a rhythmic knock echoed at the front door. Since Akino stood right near the door, she spun around and opened it, revealing a short-haired glasses girl in black, with another black-haired glasses girl behind her. Well, we've got rare guests here. Come in, Student Council President Sona, Vice President Shinra. Akino's eyes showed mild surprise, then resumed her gentle hostess smile. Hearing the voices in the entryway, Rias promptly stood from the couch. She looked to see the two black-haired, bespectacled girls following Akino in. Sona. Why'd you drop in all of a sudden? Isn't it obvious? Sona Citri let out a light sigh, pushing her glasses up with one finger. Because of the big fuss about your Gremory Phoenix engagement. We got official word from the underworld earlier, saying you scheduled your showdown for this weekend. Even I know about it, so presumably every one of the 72 pillars does, too. All going to come witness, huh? Rias mused. Sona pushed her glasses again, gaze momentarily flicking to Boke on the sofa. Or, let's say they plan to watch the show. Whether Gremory or Phoenix loses, for them, it's interesting. People love to watch chaos, you see. Rias gave a wry smirk. Right. They just want to see a spectacle. Isn't that fine? Boke spoke, rising from the sofa to stretch. Sauntering to Rias's side, he slipped an arm around her waist. With so many onlookers, it'll be an excellent way to announce it to the whole world. You're confident. Sona folded her arms, her face calm though she tilted her chin up slightly. Boke shrugged. 17 years of life, not a single loss. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 49, it's a rice jar, right? Time sped by, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday all passed, and Saturday finally arrived. Scene shift, Itagami Island. Itagami Island, or so-called Demon Special Zone, a colossal artificial floating isle located over 300 kilometers out in the Pacific from Tokyo. Though called a Demon Special Zone, it was essentially like a port connecting the underworld with the human world, functioning more like a customs checkpoint. Every devil traveling to the human world via the underworld was required to undergo inspection here, providing documented reasons, affiliation, plus an official stamp from whichever faction they belonged to. It wasn't that such a process forced them to follow laws. The system merely served to hold someone accountable later if they caused trouble, like a bureaucratic fallback for negotiations and disputes. Saturday, 10 a.m., Itagami Island's underworld port. While typically a seaport had ships moored, this one had trains, steampunk style, with retro locomotive engines reminiscent of early 20th century Britain. Meanwhile, in other waiting halls you might see a crush of humans and devils crowding together, but Bokue Keikain and Company's hall was quiet and deserted. Apart from them, not a soul. Feels like all the other waiting halls were so busy, but ours is practically empty. Asia, gazing around in wonder, couldn't help commenting as they entered. Well, that's normal, came the reply from Shitori Sona, whom they'd met a few days earlier at the old schoolhouse, and the tall, similarly bespectacled black-haired girl, presumably Shinra Tsubaki. Their overall vibe was so similar it was like they were sisters. Sona pushed up her glasses, turning to Asia, the train we're taking is the Gremory family's exclusive line. In fact, out of the 72 pillars that still have contact with the human world, most keep their own special trains and private waiting halls here. What about you, President Shitori? The query came from Boke, leaning casually with arms folded. Today he wore a loose, comfortable short-sleeve training outfit in white, with sleeves just barely closing around his arms. Sona hesitated a moment. My house is indeed part of the nobility, but... Her tone sounded reluctant, as if not wanting to elaborate. She cast a sideways look, unsure whether to continue. Rias stepped in before she could waffle any more. Geez, from how lively you two were in the club before, I assumed you'd already met. Let me do a quick intro. Sona's real name is Sona Citri, from one of the 72 pillars too. Her sister, like my own older brother, is one of the 4 great Satans, Seraphal Leviathan. As for why Sona's coming along, well, Leviathan-sama dotes on her dear sister, so whenever Sona goes home, Seraphal insists on greeting her in person, and then as soon as they meet, she'll... Rias. Catching wind of the embarrassing anecdote, Sona's cheeks tinted pink as she snapped out a warning glare. Rias waved it off. All right, won't say any more. It's no big deal anyway. Humph. Seeing her friend relent, Sona exhaled, tension easing. Anyway, we just have to wait a while until the approvals go through, then we can board the train. Right, Rias nodded. There were plenty of seats in the waiting hall, so they easily settled themselves. No sooner had Boke taken a seat than something moved under his kimono-like top. A moment later, a small black cat's head emerged from within the folds. Eek! Rias, sitting next to him, never guessed he had a cat hidden inside his clothes. She let out a soft shriek of surprise. She soon recovered, though, and turned curious. That cat is... Oh, I told you I have a cat at home, Boke said, taking the black cat from under his shirt and placing it on his lap. Since we'll be gone a couple days in the underworld, if we left her alone, she'd probably tear the house down. Might as well bring her along. So, does she have a name? Rias asked. Yes, Kuroka. Boke's tone was calm, but from another seat, Kenneo gave a sudden shiver, dropping her newly opened sea salt crackers onto her lap. A few grains of salt sprinkled onto her skirt. Kuroka, mind if I pet her? Rias didn't think too deeply, reaching a hand out toward the cat's head. But the cat slipped away. The very moment Rias's hand neared, that once comfy black cat hopped up with agility, leaping onto Boke's shoulder, tilting its head to stare at her. Rias. It was only a cat's reaction, so she couldn't be upset, but she could swear the cat's expression conveyed scorn. Could cats be so expressive? Meow. While Rias was quietly reeling from having been rebuffed, another soft meow came from close by. She turned to see Kenneo, who'd been munching crackers, leaning toward Boke's shoulder, uttering cat-like sounds in an attempt to communicate with Kuroka. Seemingly sensing Kaneko's goodwill, Kuroka answered with a gentle meow, then stretched her neck to nibble the proffered sea salt cracker. In no time, the waiting hall felt more like a cat cafe. Kenneo, meow, offering a cracker. Kuroka, meow, taking a careful bite. Kenneo, meow, offering more. Kuroka, meow, nibbles again. Just then, the hall's entrance door opened. A staff worker in uniform rushed inside with some papers in hand. Hello. This is urgent, your documents have all been approved, except for Miss Asia's. She had no official stamp, so hers was rejected. Asia, startled by name, shrank her neck like a spooked rabbit, her blonde hair bouncing slightly. Boke glanced at Rias with a look of, I see, then stepped forward. Sorry, my fault. She's an Onmyōji of the Keikain family. Please give me the form. He took up a pen, more precisely, conjured a small golden stamp with his spiritual power, and pressed a bold Keikain insignia in shimmering lines. The staff member eyed that seal suspiciously, but soon shrugged. All right, then there's no issue. Sure, a blonde blue-eyed girl as an Onmyōji might be questionable, but it was at least more plausible than some rumored historical black samurai. So, that done, they could finally depart. Meanwhile, somewhere else on Itagami Island, inside a dim, quiet computer room in a residential building, about a dozen monitors were arranged in rows. Their faint glow lit up the darkness. Seated before them was a curvy teenage girl of perhaps 15 or 16, sporting light coffee-colored hair and crimson eyes, wearing a serious look. Her hands rested on a steering wheel, rapidly tapping commands. Gigabytes of data flashed across the screens with her inputs. Abruptly, a pixelated cyberpet, resembling some cross between a cat and dog, popped up in the upper right corner. Its mouth opened and closed, speaking in a synthetic voice, breaking the silence. Miss, I just spotted your childhood friend at the port on Itagami Island, along with a few other girls. Childhood friend. Mogwai, what are you talking about, Deep in her work, the blonde girl half responded before abruptly freezing. Wait, what did you say? Your childhood friend, of course. Didn't you say yourself, back before you moved away from Kyoto, you had a childhood friend? On the screen, the pixel pet waved its front paws. Anyway, I'll show a screenshot. With that, a timestamped security feed image, less than a minute old, filled the monitor, showing Boke and the others preparing to head for the underworld. Upon seeing that face, so reminiscent of her recollections from a decade ago, the girl's fingers halted on the keyboard. Her lips parted slightly. Chapter 50, Madame Vanillana is quite pleased. Compared to the other public trains in the port, the Gremory family's private train, the one Bokue Keikain and friends were riding, didn't need to wait for any preset departure time. Once the final bit of paperwork for Asia was cleared, everyone boarded immediately. Wow, it's so luxurious. The moment they stepped aboard, Asia couldn't help her quiet exclamation. Despite the train's old-fashioned exterior, the interior, though classic in style, was furnished with every comfort. The first carriage itself resembled a lavish living room, complete with coffee table, plush sofas, and even a bar for beverages. Warm, subdued lighting came from above via a lily-bud-shaped chandelier, giving an elegant, stately feel. And that was merely one carriage. Further down were sleeping compartments, dining sections, even entertainment cars. In short, just like a private jet for the wealthy, unlike a standard passenger plane with 100 seats, each occupant here had plenty of space, enabling expansions for amusement, comfort, and style. Imagine the Astral Express from Honkai, Star Rail, but souped up to a Pro Max Deluxe version. All right. First, just make yourselves comfortable. In a show of hostess-like poise, Rias gestured for everyone to help themselves. We're about to depart. Next stop, the underworld. Asia froze, baffled. So it would only take a short time to get there. Then why have so many well-equipped carriages if it was going to be over so quickly? Would there even be time to use them? Or maybe, that's the luxury the wealthy can afford. Sure enough, once everyone settled into their seats, the train slowly chugged out of the station. No abrupt warp speed leaps like a spaceship in sci-fi, but rather a gentle pull-out reminiscent of a timid driving student practicing reverse parking, foot lightly on the accelerator. Gradually, scenery outside changed. It felt as though they moved from a dark tunnel straight into an aurora-filled sky, with shifting polychromatic lights glimmering like a star sea. It was the sort of mesmerizing view that made you itch to stick your head out the window, but obviously that was banned. The train windows were sealed, verifying that idea was off-limits. Soon, the aurora-like display receded, replaced by a new panorama. Through the glass you could see vast mountains and thick forests, crisscrossed by rivers. The sky was a shade darker than in the human world, but otherwise it looked quite similar. One difference, though, normal trains don't travel hundreds of meters above the ground, forging ahead in midair. We're flying. Asia was so astonished she tripped over her own words. Don't worry, we won't fall, Rias assured her with a calm smile, then got up and moved to the window. She pointed toward the far distance, where a castle-like silhouette rose. You see that there? That's the Gremory territory. Oh. At Rias's remark, Boke also shifted his gaze. Indeed, it perfectly matched the image of a noble domain, a main castle at the center, surrounded by simpler housing for the populace. Although the city area didn't seem very large, maybe the size of Tokyo's central wards, still, a decent piece of land. The train soared across the underworld sky, drawing nearer to the castle in a slow arc. From afar, they spotted an iron track protruding from the castle's top floor, reminiscent of the Avengers' Tony Stark Tower platform. Within minutes, they'd glided forward in a lovely wide curve, and the locomotive's front wheels latched onto that track. The entire train was guided into the upper part of the fortress, just as gently as it departed, no jolt or inertia whiplash at all. Awaiting them on the castle's station platform was a welcoming party, or at least, one person. Mother. As soon as the train door opened, Rias hopped off onto the platform. Waiting there, of course, was Vanillana Gremory, currently acting as manager of the Gremory household. Seeing each other, the mother-daughter pair wasted no time on formalities. Vanillana stepped up with a broad smile, giving Rias a big hug. Welcome home, Rias. Right on schedule, I see. The trip must have been smooth. Yeah. Rias nodded, about to say more, but Vanillana's gaze slid past her daughter to those disembarking behind her, Kenneo and the rest. Welcome, all of you, Rias's servants. And, oh my, even the sister of Satan Leviathan came along. Greetings, Lady Gremory. Shitori Sona bowed politely. For certain reasons, I tagged along with Rias. We still have classes soon, so in a couple of days I'll be heading back. I hope staying here won't be a burden. Not at all. It's been ages since you last dropped by, Sona-chan. I'm glad you're here, Vanillana said kindly, then turned her gaze to the final two stepping off, Boke and Asia. Who might these two be? Let me introduce them, Rias cleared her throat. This is Asia Argento, used to be a holy maiden from the Northern European Church. Circumstances forced her out of it. Now she's living in the Kuo Academy dorm with me, Akino, and Kaneko. And S4. But before Rias could gesture at the teenage boy next to Asia, Venelana spoke up with a light laugh. This must be Boke, yes. Huh. Rias blinked. She vaguely remembered her brother mentioning their mother had learned about Boke, but enough to recognize him at first sight. Oh, I forgot to say. Venelana's smile was gentle. When Surzex returned the other day, Grafia happened to come back as well. She gave me a magical visual record of her meeting with you, Rias, you sure looked sweet and shy. Yeah. That was. Rias's cheeks flared red. She instantly realized, her mother must have seen that memory from the scene after she and Boke had finished in bed, with them confronting Grafia while Rias huddled in a bedsheet. Venelana had watched the replay. Ho ho ho. Seeing Rias's mortified, speechless reaction, Venelana chuckled softly. She could have added how handsome Boke looked, shirtless, with Rias in his arms, yet thinking that telling her daughter to her face how attractive her half-naked boyfriend was might be over the line. So she bit her tongue. Chapter 51, leave your door unlocked tonight. There are plenty of rooms upstairs, take whichever you like. With that one simple remark from Venelana Gremory, Bokue Keikain and the rest of the group each found themselves with a guest room in the Gremory castle. Scene shift, a bedroom on the second floor. Lying still on a massive bed spanning at least 40 square meters, Boke stared at the lavish ceiling, lost in thought. Truth be told, when he first spotted the relatively modest scale of the city outside, he'd assumed the underworld's level of production was stuck a century or two behind the human world. Yet from what he'd seen so far, that was clearly mistaken. The underworld probably only looked behind the times. If it were truly backward, referencing something like the Bloody Baron in The Witcher 3 would apply, where the common folk lived in thatched huts, and even a baron's own quarters were basically a large thatched hut. But here, the commoners might be in older-style houses, while the aristocrats themselves lived in a full-fledged modern, or even beyond modern, fortress. Mew. A soft cat's cry suddenly rang out. Boke remained motionless on the bed, but his collar bulged just slightly near the chest. Next second, a black cat's head poked out, wriggled a moment, and slipped free of his clothes, perching on his chest. Then, poof. Like a Naruto transformation jutsu, a small puff of smoke dissipated. Where the mini black cat had just been now stood a centrally curvy catgirl in a loose-fitting kimono, both hands braced against the youth's chest and her hips subtly swaying. Sister's been about to burst here, Naya. She mimicked a cat grooming its paw, arching her fingers and licking them suggestively. Only to be answered by a light swat on her bottom, through the thin fabric of her kimono. But if you switch forms right now, what happens if Rias or the others barge in? Boke asked, eyebrows raised. Huh. Then I just change back, right? Completely unbothered, Kuroka continued wriggling against him, acting like a cat in heat seeking relief. You saw at the waiting hall earlier, my senjutsu can hide my presence entirely, Mew. Even if Chiron stood right in front of me, she wouldn't notice. Of course, if Chiron used her senjutsu, she'd see through me at once, but that kid refuses to accept her nekomata powers. Anyway, enough talk. Shall we do the same fun stuff as yesterday? Naya. Kuroka's sinuous waist twisted harder, the tuka tails behind her weaving in tandem with each shift of her body. Heh. The Gremory family's giving us such plush accommodations. Be a waste not to enjoy them, right? Alright, let's not go there now, Boke retorted, flicking a finger on her forehead. It's nearly noon, lunchtime. If someone comes upstairs to call us, then what? Then I'll just turn back into a cat, meow. She blinked wide golden eyes, like it was the most natural solution. Boke could only roll his eyes, giving her rear another mild slap. But the problem is, I can't redress my pants in a split second, and you can't exactly instantly finish up. Picture what that would look like if Rias or Akino walked in. They'd see me on the bed half undressed, and you, a cat doing something down there. My life'd be over. Guess that's a problem, Naya. Nodding, Kuroka mulled it over. Then a metaphoric light bulb lit above her head. We can just make really loud noise to cover it up. Boke rubbed his temples in exasperation. Ugh. Just revert back for now, tonight is another matter. Skreek. He was cut short by the door opening from the hallway. It let out a slight creak, accompanied by a familiar red-headed girl's voice. Boke, are you in here? I thought I heard you talking to. As if she'd witnessed something impossible, Rias froze in the doorway the moment the door swung fully open, eyes settling on Boke lying flat on the bed, with a small black cat perched on his chest. It felt like, at the instant she pushed the door open, she'd glimpsed a cat-eared kimono girl on top of him, looking quite intimate. Was that an illusion? She wasn't sure. Her thoughts churned. But the boy's calm voice broke her stupor. What's up, Rias? You coming in or not? Oh. Rias snapped out of it, stepping into the room and gently closing the door behind her. She moved over and sat on the edge of the bed. Where's your luggage? Boke asked quietly, a puzzled look. My luggage? Still discombobulated, Rias paused. Then she realized he meant the typical suitcase. Her cheeks tinged pink. Idiot. What am I, a visitor? This is my house, obviously my room is separate. I live here. She stuttered a moment, tacking on, and anyway, you just got here. If we spent the night together right away, think of what my mother would say, you jerk. He guessed her mother wouldn't care. She'd already seen that post-coitus video feed with Rias in his arms. Next to that, a simple sleepover was no big deal. Meow. At that point, the black cat perched on Boke's chest let out a soft cry. Rias instinctively glanced down. The cat was also looking up at her, its feline face all but winking with an expression as if to say, you catch on quick. It does look super expressive, Rias murmured. Indeed. Boke answered placidly. Expressive was an understatement. Insatiable might fit better, given how this catgirl's heat triggers every time he so much as holds her. Recalling that, Rias's cheeks reddened again. Suddenly, she leaned in, bending so that the cat had a perfect vantage point, and angled her lips, pressing them over Boke's with a swift, undisguised kiss. Anyway, I'm off to talk with mother for a bit. Once everyone's asleep, I'll be over. Don't lock your door, okay? Chapter 52, The grilled chicken is 1000% confident. Scene shift, Phoenix family territory. Inside a grand castle chamber, a blonde young man sat alone on a sofa, legs crossed, head slightly turned so that his elbow rested on the armrest while propping up his cheek. Sunlight filtered through the colored windows near the wall, casting a half-shadow across his face like a Uchiha Itachi side profile. Brother. A voice broke the silence from outside the room. The blonde man, Riser Phoenix, subtly shifted his brows. He came back to his senses, turned toward the door, and saw a blonde girl with twin tails enter. Seeing it was her, Riser's stern face relaxed somewhat, even softening into a doting smile. Ah, Ravel. What is it? It's about the Gremory family. Ravel Phoenix stepped up to the sofa, nodding. Oh. Riser arched a brow. Gremory again. Let me guess, they're about to try some last-minute apology stunt. Arrogant as it might sound, he didn't see it as impossible. Since Surzex became a Mao, Gremory technically had only Rias and Venelana left at home, mother and daughter alone, fairly isolated. Meanwhile, the Phoenix family was thriving, with Riser's older brothers above him and Ravel as his younger sister. They were in the prime of their prosperity, overshadowing a Gremory with minimal manpower. In Riser's mind, if not for the fact the underworld forbade serious internal wars for the sake of rebuilding, Phoenix family could have forced Gremory into submission ages ago. It's not that, Ravel said with a small shake of her head. We heard from the Demon Special Zone about an hour ago, Gremory's private train has already left the port. By now, they're presumably arrived at the castle. Riser didn't look surprised. Devils prized martial strength, after all. If there was a dispute they couldn't settle diplomatically, a fight determined everything. In Devil society, retreat or forfeit wasn't an option. You might lose due to weaker skill, but refusing to battle at all was a lifelong disgrace. Had Gremory tried fleeing this challenge, they'd have been stripped of all respect as a pillar family. So, brother, how's your own prep going? Ravel asked, arms tucked behind her back. We already sent out invitations for tomorrow's showdown. Of course I'm ready. Riser sneered confidently, pulling out a stack of printed documents from behind him. The corners had faint logos from some encyclopedia. These past few days, I've done thorough research on that kid. The so-called Keikain clan is just a line of Onmyōji from the human world, yes. Humans are weak by nature, so to gain angel or devil-level power they rely on sacred gears. And as far as I can tell, the Keikain clan never produced a single sacred gear user. Later, they invented their talismans, or shikigami, or whatever, but that's still only enough to handle mid-class devils. Oh, so nothing especially formidable then. Ravel's interest waned. She circled around behind the sofa, motioning for Riser to scoot aside. After a slight hesitation, he yielded some space, letting her sit. So you're confident you'll beat them tomorrow? Obviously. Riser flashed a condescending grin. Besides investigating that boy's background, I discovered a crippling weakness of Onmyōji in general. Any guess what that might be, Ravel? Just say it already, don't make me humor you. The twin-tailed girl's manner was blunt. Riser reddened but resumed quickly. In short, humans are physically fragile. Without sacred gears, they rely on those little spells or rituals. Just to form a small fireball demands considerable chanting and time. Ravel shook her head. That's quite inefficient. She was a phoenix, inheriting their quasi-immortal healing factor, able to conjure flames as naturally as breathing. The notion that you'd need to gather energy for each petty technique was unfathomable, like having to charge up to speak a sentence. Well, that's humans for you, Riser gave a boisterous laugh, then his voice grew cold. In tomorrow's fight, I'll make sure the brat can't get off a single attack before my hellfire incinerates him. Sure, sure. Seeing her brother's swelling pride, Ravel responded half-heartedly, rising to her feet with a wave. All right, I've delivered the update. No more business, so I'm off. Wait. Riser seized a large album full of discs from behind him, the cover reading Power Rangers or something. Ravel, I had them gather this from the human world for you. I haven't watched it myself, but I hear it's a popular hero show. I don't care to see it. She cut him off, stepping out, voice echoing back, that's so childish, you watch it if you want. Also, dinner's about ready, stop acting mysterious in here. Riser. Why indeed did it turn out like this? Once upon a time, Ravel had adored heroic tales. Now, she was completely different. Truly, a girl changes a lot as she grows. Meanwhile, back at the Gremory household. Everyone was gathered around a grand dining table for dinner. So the duel is set for tomorrow, meaning we'll head off first thing in the morning. Boke, got any thoughts? Maybe feeling some pressure? Nope. At that, Boke paused, setting down his silverware. Still, if that guy's a phoenix devil, maybe he'll stand up to a couple extra hits. Chapter 53, Kuroka, too weak, let me take over. Because they'd be fighting the Phoenix family the next day, Rias insisted everyone get a proper rest tonight. That was Rias's exact wording. So, after dinner, they each returned to their rooms to wash up. Thus the time approached a bit past 8 in the evening. In the bedroom, having already showered, Bokue Keikain lay on the bed playing a handheld game console. Meanwhile, Kuroka, unconcerned by any potential surprise visitors, had resumed her catgirl form, perched in the boy's lap and squirming about restlessly, trying to distract him. At first glance, it wasn't so different from how things looked back home, aside from the fact that Boke was using a portable console. But there was little choice. Most of the underworld's aesthetics remained stuck in something akin to a previous century from the human world, and its options for electronic entertainment were far from those of the human world. Moreover, the underworld's network and the human world's internet weren't interconnected. Even if one tried to tether the console to a phone hotspot, there was no signal here at all. Which left only single-player games. Skreek. A by now familiar sound of hinges echoed from the door without any warning. The moment it opened, the catgirl fidgeting in Boke's lap vanished in an instant, replaced by a neatly curled black cat lying obediently on his legs. Sure enough, the red-haired girl poked her head in, and this time she peered directly at Boke on the bed from the moment she entered. Luckily, no sign of a kimono-clad cat-eared beauty straddling him. So maybe that had just been Rias's imagination this morning. Rias let out a tiny sigh of relief, just as Boke's voice drifted over. Something up, Rias? Not coming in. I'm coming. Rias responded softly and slipped into the room, closing the door behind her. She headed over to the bed and sat down. Boke saved his game and set the handheld aside. Then he raised his head, only to notice Rias's outfit. Likely fresh from a bath, she wore nothing but a thin, silky slip dress. The filmy white fabric veiled her shapely figure, barely covering her below the hips. It concealed and revealed those perfect curves in a simultaneously hazy and tantalizing way. Unaccustomed to such intense scrutiny, Rias averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed redder than they'd been right after a shower. What are you staring at so hard? This is just an old nightgown I wore as a kid. I found it when I came back, tried it on, and though it's a bit short, the rest is fine, right? Of course. It's lovely. Boke stated it as fact. Whereupon the black cat on his legs twitched her hind paw, giving him a covert nudge from an angle Rias couldn't see. So, isn't it a little early for you to show up, he said, glancing at the clock. Early. It was as if Rias's inner thoughts had just been laid bare, making her stammer. But I only finished talking with my mother just now, she said she's heading to bed, so I left. Does your mother usually go to bed so soon? Boke asked, half-lidding his eyes suspiciously. Not really. Rias thought a moment. Normally she stays up a bit later, around 10 at night or so. But earlier, she told me she got up extra early today because I was coming home, so now she's tired. All right, I'll buy it. Boke gave a wry twist of his mouth. Given that devils had practically indefinite lifespans, it was a bit suspicious for someone to fix their schedule so quickly. But okay. What's that supposed to mean? Are you implying? Rias paused, eyes wide, then she realized it might be that her mother had guessed Rias's intention to sneak over here. Probably saw right through you, your mind being elsewhere while you talked, Boke finished bluntly. In a flash, the redhead's face turned scarlet, but she remained stubbornly defensive. Excuse me. My mind wasn't wandering, I was just multitasking. Half paying attention to mother, half thinking about you. That's normal, right? She spat it out like some mini-confession, prompting the black cat curled on Boke's lap to open one eye and flick her tongue. Anyway. Rias's cheeks grew redder as her gaze kept drifting around. Her pale shoulders, barely covered by that satin slip, rose and fell to match her increasingly ragged breaths. I'm here now, so we might as well. No need to finish. She'd made it clear. Time to do it. And so from about 8 p.m. until 9:30, they used up an hour and a half. When the noise within finally died down, Rias lay limp in Boke's arms, thoroughly spent. The delicate nightgown was drenched in sweat, clinging to her skin and outlining her figure in blatant clarity. The pair lay quietly in bed, the traces of their exertion spattered across the adjacent floor. Boke. Rias tried to push herself up for another kiss, but neglected to notice the cat curled on a nearby couch. Kuroka opened her golden eyes, brimming with disdain. Barely an hour, and the princess is done. She's hopelessly out of her depth if she thinks she can satisfy my Boke. With a smug hum, Kuroka stood up, letting her cat form expand back into a shapely catgirl. She raised a finger, conjuring a small orb of white energy that zipped across the bed and sank into Rias's back. The instant it touched her, Rias collapsed, drifting into a deep, dreamless sleep. Watching the now unconscious redhead, who certainly wouldn't be waking soon, Kuroka hummed contentedly, strolling over from the couch to the bed. She reclaimed the spot that was rightfully hers with a teasing lick of her lips. All right, Boke, now it's my turn, Naya. Chapter 54, plow our way right in. They spent the morning peacefully. Afternoon arrived, and the group gathered at the Gremory Castle's front gate. Outside the castle's main entrance in bright sunlight stood a carriage pulled by two nightmares, horses cloaked in ghostly blue flames. Ahead stretched a straight path leading from the domain's interior out to the forest. Shinra Tsubaki sat in the driver's seat, reins in hand. Hearing noise from the castle gates behind her, she turned her head sideways. Kaishu, Gremory family folks, the carriage is ready. We can leave anytime. Great. Sona Citri gave a slight nod, then glanced at the redhead next to her. All right, Rias. The Phoenix territory isn't exactly close, so better to get moving soon. Oh, right, yes. The final showdown looming, Rias seemed oddly absent-minded. Hearing her friend's voice, she paused before responding. Then, from within the castle gates, came a voice very familiar to her. Hey, wait for me. I'm coming along too. Eh? That startled Rias out of her daze. She spun around to look behind her. There she saw her dear mother, dressed to the nines in shimmering accessories, like she was heading to a formal soiree. The white gown hugged a figure just as perfect as Rias's, if not a bit fuller. She approached the courtyard in quick, lively steps. Rias gaped. Mother, you're coming too. Long having stayed at home managing the Gremory estate, Venelana seemed in unusually high spirits this day. Not only was she all dressed up, she'd even applied a subtle makeup, brightening her expression. Well, obviously. It's the day to decide my daughter's future, as your mother, shouldn't I be there? Besides, the Phoenix family's invitation was extended to our entire family. Oh, I see. Rias still hesitated. She didn't mind traveling with her mother, but it felt odd for Venelana, who rarely went out, to want to come now. Was it just her imagination? Then let's do it, Boke commented, heading to the carriage and opening its door. Thus, with Venelana on board, the original group of 7 became 8. Thankfully, the interior was spacious, so even with 8 people it wasn't cramped. Plus, Tsubaki was in the driver's seat, so only 7 rode inside. Venelana, Rias, and Sona sat along one side, Akino, Boke, and Asia on the other. Kaneko and Kuroka perched on Rias and Boke's laps respectively, face to face, sisters glaring, so to speak. All good, Rias. As soon as the carriage started moving, Sona leaned in and spoke softly to the redhead next to her. Rias, half lost in her own thoughts, blinked blankly. What do you mean, am I all right? I mean you're out of sorts. Seeing her friend's preoccupation, Sona frowned. You don't have to stress so much. Worst case scenario, I can go beg my sister, you know she'd help. Combine that with your brother, plus Leviathan's involvement, the Phoenix family wouldn't be able to push you too far. Stop. Boke, who'd been quietly petting Kuroka, abruptly cut in with a timeout gesture using his index fingers. First, let's not talk like I'm going to lose. Also, you're worrying about the wrong thing. Rias's mood isn't about that. What? Sona frowned, puzzled. Boke didn't elaborate. He shifted his gaze to that red-headed girl glancing away, then gave a shrug. It's just that she's a proper upper-class lady. Huh. Sona blinked. She wasn't following at all. Akino, sitting next to Boke, lightly brushed her cheek, entering the conversation. I remember that the Keikain clan is also nobility in the human world, correct? Oh, well, if you're referring to my sister and the rest, yeah. Boke weighed his phrasing, then added, but not me. I'm rebellious. That's for sure, Akino teased with a hushed laugh, otherwise you wouldn't have done those things back when you were little. Wait, so you did know Boke previously? This mention of childhood spurred Rias to butt in. She caught that key word. Her forelocks trembled slightly. Well, how to put it? Akino deliberately dragged out her words, turning her face away with a mysterious half-smile as if refusing to clarify. Hey, enough beating around the bush. Rias demanded, incensed. Listening to the younger devil squabbling in the carriage, Venilana, seated at the far side, couldn't help letting a faint smile curve her lips. From Gremry territory to Phoenix territory wasn't near. A normal mode of transport in the human world might take just an hour or so, but they were riding a horse-drawn carriage, devil horses, sure, yet still horses, hence it took 3 full hours, from midday well into late afternoon. Eventually, the carriage rolled to a stop at the Phoenix Castle entrance around sunset. In front of the gates, an entire row of carriages parked in neat lines along both sides, at least 50 total. By the look of it, more than half of the 72 pillars had already arrived. Clearly, Boke and company were on the late side. They hopped down, heading toward the gate, where a Phoenix retainer was verifying everyone's credentials. Right. Gremry family, is it? One moment. Venilana-sama, Rias-sama, Tuju Kaneko, and Hajime Akino, you may enter. The rest, no. Huh. At first, Rias just listened politely, but the final statement made her brow furrow. This is nonsense, didn't you say we're here for the arranged match with Phoenix? Why bar any of us? Where's that coming from? My apologies, but these are Lord Riser's orders. The retainer bowed, feigning humility. In fact, arrogance dripped from every pore. Anyone not on the official invite list can't pass. You. Rias wanted to push the matter, but behind her, Boke stepped forward, laying a hand gently on her shoulder, and drew her back. It's fine. If they won't let us in, I'll just bring their doors out. Right after saying so, he moved up to the castle's massive double door. Spreading his fingers, he sank them into the devil-forged steel as though it were soft butter. With a casual tug, he tore them down like paper. Hoisting the multi-ton castle gates in both hands, he stood tall. Flickers of golden-brown glow flashed in his eyes. Soldiers inside the gateway brandished their weapons in alarm. Boke exhaled calmly. Looks like there's a pre-boss stage, too. Chapter 55, ready for a beating, roast chicken. Deep inside the Phoenix family's castle, in the banquet hall. In keeping with the rows of carriages lined up out front, the banquet hall exuded a scene of lively festivity. Over half of the 72 pillars' high-class devils were present, impeccably dressed, mingling with raised glasses in a swirl of toasts. Yoo-hoo! Surzek-chan, you're here too. In one corner of the hall, a lively girl's voice rang out. A petite figure with twin ponytails all but teleported in front of the red-haired young Satan. Despite her sudden appearance, Surzek didn't seem surprised, he simply smiled in that gentle way of his. Long time no see, Serafal. The Citri household got invited, so I came representing them. Called Serafal, the girl playfully stuck out her tongue, propped one hand on her hip, and cutely leaned forward, flashing a V sign near her face. Although she was also a devil aristocrat attending this grand gathering, her entire look, both in face and outfit, seemed more magical girl than devil, complete with a fairy wand that looked like a $15 item from a children's toy store. After that pose, Serafal tucked the wand behind her with a girlish flourish. Actually, I planned on letting Sona-chan attend, but it seems she still hasn't come home to the underworld. That left me representing the Citri family. Oh, about your sister. Surzek mused, I suspect Sona probably arrived in the underworld yesterday with Rias and the others, likely staying at our Gremry house. Eh? How come? Serafal's violet eyes, so similar to Sona's, widened in shock. Tears almost shimmered there. What does that mean? Has Sona-chan stopped going home? She returns to the underworld and won't even tell Big Sis, so that means she's grown up and drifted from me. That's just so sad, but wait, I get it. Like a whimsical magical girl, her moods whirled around like a storm. One moment, wailing heartbreak, the next, a sudden epiphany, bright-eyed. Yes, I know exactly why. Definitely it's because Sona-chan finds our Citri family's train too plain, so she picked Gremry's train instead, makes sense. I'll fix up the Citri train into the showiest train in the entire underworld. Even stick a giant figure of me on the engine's front, then Sona-chan will love it and come home every weekend, you fufu. The handsome young Satan maintained a polite but awkward smile. That's surely not the reason. Both being Satans, Leviathan Seraphol and Lucifer Surzex, each doted on a younger sibling, just as Surzex had Rias, Seraphol had Sona. The difference was that Rias and Surzex had a fairly normal older brother-younger sister relationship, while Seraphol and Sona, well, strained might not be right, but Seraphol was so overbearing that Sona, calm and serious, ended up fleeing her sister at every opportunity, such that even a simple visit home became a covert operation. In that awkward moment, a tall silhouette approached. Lord Surzex, Lady Seraphol, long time no see. HM. They turned. A burly young man with short, deep brown hair greeted them politely. He had a rugged yet bright look about him, no swirling devilish aura, yet radiating an intense fighting spirit. Ah, Serorg-chan. It's been a while. Seraphol squeaked, waving cutely. And good to see you, Serorg, Surzex added with a warm smile. I heard you reclaimed House Bale's inheritance by defeating your younger brother. Congratulations. And how is your mother's health? Still the same, but thank you for asking. Serorg gave Seraphol a grateful nod. And a special thanks to Lady Seraphol as well. If the Citri family hadn't cared for my mother, I couldn't have devoted myself wholly to contending for the heir's seat. Ah, that was nothing, don't mind it. Seraphol waved off the gratitude with a sweet grin. Just then, another voice cut in. Lord Lucifer, Lady Leviathan, I was looking for you. Ha, Serorg, you too. They turned to see the day's host stepping forward, Riser Phoenix. He looked a bit different from his call with Rias's group a few days ago. Clearly, he put effort into dressing up, a polished suit, a rose pin to the lapel, and golden hair slicked to a glossy shine, like a groom about to be wed. Hello, Riser. Surzex still wore that mild, faint smile. Seraphol, in contrast, gave him a half-lidded look, barely acknowledging, oh, it's Riser-chan. Riser could tell she wasn't fond of him, but since she was also a Satan, he didn't dare reveal any dissatisfaction. He pressed on. Lord Lucifer, Lady Leviathan, why hide away in a corner? Oh. Serorg, you're here too. Stepping nearer, he belatedly realized Serorg was present. Riser's forced grin twitched. Surzex responded kindly, this is your big occasion with Rias, no. We're just guests. The real spotlight belongs to you too. Indeed, the north side of this banquet hall was wide open, connected directly to an outdoor coliseum. Devils loved martial displays, so staging a banquet here was obviously to facilitate the immediate transition to an arena match. Riser, Serorg said abruptly, I've heard bits and pieces about the conflict between you and Rias. Lord Surzex is my cousin, which naturally makes Rias my younger sister as well. If Rias truly dislikes you, I also believe you shouldn't keep pursuing this. Serorg. Even if you say that, we can't just cancel today's raiding game. Riser's expression twitched, as if uneasy. He knew about the young man's formidable might, the famed strongest youth was no joke. If Serorg got triggered, he'd end up physically battered. Besides, this is for the revival of pureblood dev. Boom. Before he could finish, a deafening crash erupted at the banquet hall's entrance. A phoenix guard soared overhead like a launched cannonball, soared across the entire hall, and slammed into the coliseum outside. A spray of scarlet blood dotted the air. Everyone whipped around. By the door, a young man held two massive metal gates, the entire castle's front doors, like some game character modded with super strength. The battered steel weighed well over 100 tons, and even the hall's stone floors had shattered where he'd dragged them. Tisk, if you want to fight, just fight. Why all the fuss and fancy nonsense? Bokue Keikain cast an unimpressed gaze across the gathering. He casually flung the broken gates aside, letting them slam into the floor with a thunderous crash, destroying more of the gleaming tile. Ho! Serorg raised his brows in surprise. Then Boke stepped forward, while Rias and Sona followed from behind. He paused at the top of the steps, scanning the crowd. Finally, his gaze fell on a certain blond man, the grin on Boke's face edged with scorn. Heh. So, are you ready to get pounded, you overgrown roast chicken? Chapter 56, I alone, will fight all of you. Single-handedly waving around a 100-ton castle gate, was that even human? Probably for the first time, Riser began to doubt his own understanding of the world. After all, both the historical records and his own intelligence networks indicated that the human species was inherently fragile. Even if they diligently practiced some secret arts, they'd still just be glass cannons at best. Oh, perhaps not even a cannon, more like a glass pea shooter. Human bodies were too weak, so weak that, at the same level, they couldn't beat devils or fallen angels. They could easily be killed by those two races. And so, humans' upper limit was far lower than that of devils or fallen angels. But the scene before him, Bokue Keikain making a casual display of flinging around that humongous steel gate, totally defied this ironclad rule. You actually dared come to the underworld. Setting down his wineglass on a nearby servant's tray, Riser forced his expression into a calm mask, parting the crowd in the banquet hall to confront the young man who was descending the steps, gate in hand. What's there not to dare? Boke's expression remained flat. TCH. Riser clenched his teeth. Boke's appearance instantly proved that some of the intel was wrong. But at this point, there was no going back. This entire banquet had been arranged by him and now represented the Phoenix family's face. Even so, never in his wildest dreams had he considered lowering his head before a mere human. Collecting himself, Riser tucked away the fury behind a forced smile. Nothing. Just a bit surprised, that's all. Well, this actually suits me. Right from the start, we said we'd settle things with a rating game. If you people didn't show, that would have been a real headache for me. As he spoke, his gaze slid past Boke's shoulder, landing on the red-haired girl behind him. So before we officially begin, let me confirm something. Rias, besides Lady Sona from the Citri clan, I see your group. Are these your household members? No need to complicate it. Without waiting for him to finish, Boke interrupted curtly. Rias has some physical issues, so she won't be participating in battle. Your opponent is just me. Wow. Hearing this, Serafal, standing nearby with Surzex and Serorg, uttered a soft gasp, pressing both hands to her mouth, her cheeks faintly pink, purple eyes shimmering with starry lights like an aunt doting on nieces and nephews. After all, none of them were kids. Everyone basically knew how things worked. Considering Rias's unusual walk upon arrival, and if you connected that with Boke's words, of course it made sense that her physical issues were from, yeah. Serafal excitedly elbowed Surzex in the ribs. Surzex John. Does that mean Rias is already? Yep. All the red-haired Satan could do was nod vaguely, hoping to brush off the subject. At Serafal's side, the sparkle in her eyes grew even stronger. In stark contrast, standing amid the banquet crowd, Riser's expression, just barely reined back, once again twisted. As the third son of the Phoenix family, he'd been popular with women from an early age, and even after forming his household, he chose only young and beautiful female devils. He certainly understood the consequences for a woman after the first time she. Yes, seeing Rias walk in a bit oddly, plus Boke's blatant claims, it wasn't hard to guess what physical issues entailed. Of course, what stung Riser more was the hushed whispers in the crowd. He'd launched this challenge to earn some face, wanting to beat the damned brat who stole his fiancée, humiliating him in front of Rias. But now, they hadn't even started the fight, and he'd already lost a round. What, you don't get it? Seeing Riser stand there silently, Boke shrugged. I mean it exactly like I said, if you've got yourself plus 15 servants, then I alone will take on all 15 of you. The word arrogant wasn't enough. In a split second, the entire hall roiled with commotion. Riser, too, looked momentarily stunned. Never had he imagined a mere human could be so cocky. But for many devils present, if Riser did bring out his entire peerage to swarm this single man, it would appear pathetically unsporting. So from a standpoint of pride, that was impossible. Relax. We don't need that. Riser's smile curved into something savage. Though I'd said we'd settle it with a rating game against Rias, truth is, it was only a premise. The real target I want to defeat is you. Perfect, since you've got the nerve, let's just go one-on-one. Boke half-lidded his eyes scornfully. Suit yourself. Just don't regret it when you find it's only you getting pummeled. Regret. The only one regretting it will be you. With that, Riser turned on his heel and strode to the wide-open north side of the banquet hall, an enormous circular arena outside. All right, time for the opening bout. I'll be referee. Before the onlookers could react, Serafal sprang from Surzex's side, bounding over to Boke. She twirled around and grinned at him with bright eyes. No need to worry, I'll be totally fair as referee. Let's do our best, Mid-sentence, Serafal realized she didn't even know his name. But Boke had already walked on, wearing white robe flapping behind him, leaving just one line in the air. Bokue Keikain, acting head of the Keikain clan. Oh. Then I'll count on you, Boke-chan. Scene change, outside the banquet hall, beneath the underworld's evening sky. A faint chill wafted over the fortress's stone-paved arena. Facing each other about 10 meters apart, Boke on one side, Riser Phoenix on the other. From behind Riser rose scorching Phoenix flames, forming wings of fiery brilliance. A gust of heat blasted the entire ring. Serafal stood in the middle as referee. Casually flicking an icy spell around herself to offset the heat, she glanced at the hall behind them, seeing the throng of devils watching through the open archway. No further chatter, time to start. She raised her fairy wand high. Then, the match begins. Boom. Within 0.01 seconds of Serafal's declaration, Riser, wreathed in Phoenix fire, launched forward like a bullet from a railgun, only to instantly get swatted away, catapulted backward through the banquet hall's open doorway, lodging face first into the far wall. His unstoppable momentum left nothing but a crater. Chapter 57, a single punch to subjugate. Everything happened too fast, so fast that not only the spectators in the banquet hall but even Rias himself, who took the hit, had no time to react. Half a minute ago, he was being looked down upon by Bokue Keikain, who wielded two massive castle gates. Now, he was standing higher than Boke had been, capable, in principle, of looking down on him in turn. Except, he was wedged shamefully into the wall. Shifting one's gaze back to the outside arena, the young man in white still maintained his finishing kick stance. Clearly, that thunderous momentum had all come from that single kick. Wow. Acting as referee, the magical girl devil covered her mouth with one hand, letting out a hushed exclamation. Though numerous small details already suggested the young man's strength was no joke, blowing Rias away with one kick into the wall was a bit over the top, wasn't it? An effective blow. That was really unexpected. Who would have thought Boke-chan would land such a heavy attack on Rias-chan right off the bat? Can Rias-chan return to the battlefield and continue fighting? Waving the fairy wand high, Serafal spoke in a tone reminiscent of a certain UFC commentator. NNNG. Within the banquet hall, high atop the main door, the battered Rias twitched faintly. Agonizing pain racked his body, but he forced his eyes open, straining to pull his limbs free from the crater in the wall. Bits of plaster and shattered brick rained down with his efforts. Clenching his teeth, Rias dug around the edges of the impact crater with arms and legs, prying loose the final portion of his torso. The moment he dropped back to the floor, he still staggered and nearly fell. Even though he possessed the Phoenix bloodline's near immortality, mending all the damage took time. He channeled his demonic power, making the caved-in chest visibly bulge back out, his fractured ribs realigned and welded together like two pieces of metal under a welder's torch. As his injuries healed and pain subsided, the savage contortions on Rias's face eased to a sullen, grim cast. Rotating his freshly healed arms and legs, Rias descended the hall's steps, once again igniting the Phoenix flames at his back. Swirling heat rolled forth, forcing bystanders to back away. Stepping forth onto the arena, he glared at the white-clad young man, voice low and gritty, as though grinding his molars. Seems I underestimated you. Not really. I'd say I overestimated you. Boke withdrew his kicking leg, then crooked a finger at the livid Rias, veins bulging at his temple. Should I let you take 10 free shots first? How dare you spout such arrogance? Already having lost half his face from that earlier kick, Rias exploded with fury. The Phoenix flames behind him erupted like a volcano, their blazing wings expanding to 3 or 4 times the earlier size. In a flash, he accelerated from 0 to top speed, launching himself at the young man. His punch, so searingly hot it threatened to reduce everything in its path to ash, melted and fissured the ground with just its passing shockwave. Boke-san. Within the banquet hall, the blonde-haired nun involuntarily clenched her little fists, anxiously crying out. But that seemingly all-consuming fiery blow, mere inches from reaching its target, was halted by a single outstretched hand. Its fierce flames, like floodwaters slamming a reef, split clean down the middle. When the inferno dissipated, Boke still stood in place, robes pristine, untouched. Rias gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? Your power is paltry. Have you eaten? Boke raised a brow. Besides, what's with all the light show? You wasted more than half your demonic energy on visual effects. The part you used for your actual attack is scattered and unfocused. Fine. Let me educate you on what it means to properly apply one's strength. Mid-sentence, before Boke even raised a fist, Rias felt a chilling, deathly pressure wash over him. Cold sweat soaked his shirt, heedless of dignity, he flung himself backward. The Phoenix wings behind him flapped wide, scorching gusts ripping into the night sky. Close combat was a losing bet, at least in the air, Rias believed, he could get some advantage. Reluctant as he was, Rias had to admit this young human warranted serious effort. A phoenix, a species born to fly, cloaked in fire. Floating high overhead, he spread burning arms as if to set the whole land ablaze. Yet, that very instant, a voice from even higher behind him made his hair stand on end. You think being able to fly makes you special? Wah. Rias swiveled around in shock. High above in the night sky, the white-robed young man looked down upon him, fingers clenched. A crimson, dragon-claw-like crest manifested on his forehead, immeasurable power coalesced into his fist. It seemed that once this punch descended, nothing in the world could stop it. Wait. Rias tried to speak, but he was already too late. God-slaying overlord fist. Thump. No deafening boom, no dazzling flare of light. Only the dull thunder of a heavy drum. The punch traveled beyond supersonic, in that moment of impact, layers of rippling currents spread through space. Rias vanished on contact. Fully half a second later came the violent shockwave from the center of the arena, like a mountain crashing, sending a colossal air blast directly into the banquet hall. Everyone, stand back. Inside, many guests instinctively shrank back, fearful. Serorg, who'd been about to step forward, found his motion halted by a hand from Surzex. Let me handle this. The young Satan Surzex, palm outstretched, conjured the power of destruction that manifested as a protective barrier in front of the hall. The onrushing gale, carrying countless fragments of shattered rubble, was blocked with a thudding roar. Surzex. Serorg turned to look. Surzex responded with a wry smile, I'm a Satan, after all. In a situation like this, if even I don't step up, how would that look? Heh, Serorg let out a short chuckle and backed off. A few moments later, once the dust had settled, the scene that emerged from beyond the barrier left everyone in the banquet hall gasping. Centered on Riser's crash site, a 10-meter spiderweb crater covered the arena floor. At the nexus lay the scion of the Phoenix clan in a pool of his own blood, with a perfectly shaped fist imprint punched into his chest. That was a hallmark of perfectly channeled force, no wasted energy, no spillover, the entirety of one's might devoted to maximum destructive effect. Naturally, Riser wasn't dead. With the Phoenix's near immortality, even a destroyed heart wouldn't instantly kill him. But there he lay, collapsed on still warm ground, eyes bloodshot from the pain. His blurred vision caught a glimpse of the white-robed figure high in the night sky. Once more, Boke beckoned with a hooked finger. Get up. Let's keep going. Chapter 58, admit defeat if it's just about winning, if it's life and death, then die. In the end, Riser still managed to stand back up. But merely standing was the limit of his ability. Truthfully, he was barely able to force his battered body upright. He was in a state of absolute disgrace. He strained to lift his head, glaring upwards at the white-clad youth floating serenely in the air, wiping blood from his mouth through clenched teeth. The gaping hole in his chest, left by that devastating god-slaying overlord fist, was slowly regenerating due to his Phoenix bloodline, but clearly at a much slower pace compared to the injury from the earlier kick. This wasn't because a heart was harder to restore than bones. In theory, the Phoenix bloodline was absolutely invincible. Any descendant of the Phoenix clan could recover rapidly no matter how grievous the injuries, and even tears imbued with Phoenix energy could instantly regenerate an entire body for someone critically wounded and left with only a head. Yet, an invincible physical body didn't mean the spirit was equally invincible. Just as mentality could affect an athlete's performance, demons were no exception, no different from humans in this regard. The previous strike didn't just shatter Riser's body, but also his confidence. He couldn't fight back, couldn't dodge, couldn't even resist. Facing such a terrifying opponent, how could he possibly win? Does contestant Riser still wish to continue fighting? A voice echoed from nearby. It was Serafal, the appointed referee of this battle. Clearly, the sheer magnitude of the clash between Bokue Keikain and Riser had exceeded her expectations. To avoid being completely splattered after this fight, as a magical girl, she'd rather not end up looking like a magical meatball. Serafal had wisely encased herself in a lovely ice ball, resembling a figurine inside a capsule toy machine. Riser didn't answer her. Instead, he raised his head, looking toward the white-clad youth in the sky, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment. You bastard, are you really an Onmyōji? What makes you say that? Bokue Keikain raised his brows slightly. Riser grit his teeth. I've done my research on you Onmyōji. According to my knowledge, no Onmyōji fights the way you do. Oh, that's true. Completely unconcerned with giving his opponent recovery time, Bokue Keikain leisurely chatted. But I've never said I was an Onmyōji in the first place. I always said I was just the acting head of the Keikain family. Ha. Riser froze in bewilderment. What kind of joke was this? The acting head of an Onmyōji family wasn't an Onmyōji himself. Come on, being acting head doesn't mean I'm better at Onmyōjutsu than them. The white-clad youth shrugged. It's just that no one else in the family can beat me in a fight. If I'm not the acting head, who else should it be? Riser. Damn it. So that's how you became acting head. Meow. Inside the banquet hall, comfortably curled in her younger sister's embrace, Kuroka couldn't help but let out a small laugh upon hearing this exchange. She was immediately rewarded with affectionate petting from the silver-haired girl. Good kitty, don't laugh randomly now. Meanwhile, Serorg standing next to Surzex couldn't help but burst out laughing heartily, his voice echoing so loudly that even the chandelier above trembled slightly. So as long as you defeat all competitors, you become the head, huh? Well, you're not wrong. Ha ha ha. Not the head, just the acting head. The youth's voice drifted down from the sky into the banquet hall. Something as troublesome as being family head should be left to my little sister. She's the serious type who suits that role. I couldn't possibly do it. Imagine sitting at a conference table for over 10 hours each day surrounded by a bunch of old geezers. Just the thought of it gives me a headache. Hearing this, Serorg laughed even louder. Just then, a graceful figure in white slowly approached them, raising her eyes toward the youth floating outside. Surzek noticed first, slightly startled. Mother, you've come too. Sarorg, standing ahead, turned slightly slower. When he finally looked around, he saw Vanillana, elegantly dressed in a white gown, already standing next to her son and waving gently toward him. He quickly greeted her. Aunt Vanillana, it's been a long time. Indeed, it really has. Vanillana smiled softly. After all, I haven't left home for several years now. I've been cooped up inside for far too long, so it's rather refreshing to come out like this. It's mainly because of Rias' marriage matter, right? Surzek took the rare opportunity to tease his mother gently. Unexpectedly, Vanillana didn't treat it as a joke. Instead, she huffed lightly, eyes sparkling as she gazed towards the youth battling in the arena outside. Naturally. How could I not take my daughter's marriage seriously? I'm still waiting eagerly for Rias to give me grandchildren soon. Otherwise, mother would have nothing to do at home every day, it's terribly boring. Mother. Rias is still attending school, isn't it a little too soon to talk about children? Surzek twitched slightly at the thought. But before he could finish, a certain crimson-haired girl's voice came urgently from behind, embarrassment and indignation mixed together. Wait. Wait. Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Era. Doesn't Rias-chan want to have a baby with Bokuen? Vanillana intended to continue, but Rias quickly covered her mother's mouth, her face flushed red. I've told you already, please stop, mother. Brother just said I'm still too young, what's the rush? But mother truly is very bored at home. Gently removing her daughter's hand, Vanillana sounded utterly innocent. Surzek hardly has time to come home anymore, you're always attending school in the human world. Mother stays alone in such a big castle and can't leave, what else can I do? Rias, previously blushing furiously, suddenly froze. Thinking about it, indeed, her brother had been increasingly busy ever since becoming a Satan, and she herself was now permanently residing in the human realm, leaving her mother alone each day in that empty castle. Almost like a grand prison. A wave of sudden guilt washed over Rias, softening her voice considerably. Anyway, summer vacation is just in 2 months. We'll come home then, it's not like we're staying away forever, so. Yash. Then it's settled. Upon getting her daughter's promise, Vanillana instantly revealed a radiant smile, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. Oh, and remember to bring Bokuen along when you return. Him? Well, probably. Rias nodded absently. Was it her imagination, or was mother's mood swing just now a bit too abrupt? Sarorg, observing this warm exchange between mother and children, couldn't help feeling a touch of envy. Meanwhile, outside in the arena. So, what's your decision? Continue. Bokue Keikain tilted his chin slightly upward, fists clenched, emanating an imposing aura like a sovereign ruler gazing upon his domain. If it's only about victory and defeat, admit your loss. But if it's life or death, then die. Anyone could plainly see that Riser had utterly lost, without the slightest chance of reversal or resistance. Yet, stubbornly, he still stood. His twisted expression glared upwards at that pure white figure in the sky, teeth gritting, features distorted beyond recognition. I'll kill you. Argarg. With that roar, the blazing wings of phoenix fire unfurled behind him once more, and he surged upward into the night sky as a streak of furious flames. And then. Once again, he was effortlessly knocked back down by a casual, backhanded punch. Chapter 59, Anyone Object. Speak now. Whether it's spiritual power or magical energy, all forms of strength ultimately reflect the will of the wielder, driven by emotion and conviction. Once one gives up internally, admitting defeat from within, no matter how powerful they are, they wouldn't be able to exert even the slightest bit of strength. It's like a mighty great white shark, capable of devouring everything, shrinking into a tiny goldfish that can only blow bubbles. Though Riser kept stubbornly shouting about continuing the fight, being knocked down again and again, struggling up from the ground despite his worsening injuries, and swinging fiery punches toward the white-clad youth hovering calmly above him. In his heart, he'd already surrendered. The magical flames he ignited became increasingly unstable, weak, and erratic, while the strength behind his fists grew softer and softer. Boom. With another casual punch effortlessly knocking Riser back down to the ground, the white-robed young man standing midair sighed faintly, seemingly bored of the fight. Taking a step, he returned to the ground. Without even waiting for the dust and smoke to settle, he reached down, grabbed Riser from the crater he'd made, and hoisted him up by the neck. Hey, don't you think that's enough? I've been holding back enough to not seriously injure you, but even your regeneration is barely keeping up. Keep going like this, and you'll really die, even if you are a phoenix. His calm voice resonated through the air. Looking around now, the previously smooth arena was utterly devastated, filled with countless spiderweb-like craters created entirely from Riser's battered body being smashed repeatedly into the earth. As the swirling dust slowly cleared, Riser, held aloft by his neck, tilted his bruised and swollen face slightly backward. His once golden hair, now grayed and disheveled, made him look no better than a beggar. As he tried to speak, a slight whistling could be heard through his missing teeth. Cough. You don't understand. Oh. Bokue Keikain raised an eyebrow slightly, a bit intrigued. He hadn't expected this guy could still stubbornly run his mouth in such a pathetic state. Rather impressive, actually. Originally, he'd thought this was just some spoiled brat who'd surrender at the first sign of trouble. Riser continued coughing violently, blood and broken teeth spilling from his mouth with every painful gasp. My engagement with Rias, cough, is for the revival of pure-blood devils, cough cough cough. Not something you, a mere human, cough, can decide alone. Revival of pure-blood devils. Is being a pure-blood devil really that impressive? Bokue Keikain tilted his head, giving the phoenix he held, who now resembled more a roasted chicken than a noble devil, a contemptuous glance. Oh, come to think of it, if I recall correctly, your phoenix family is pure-blood too, right? Yet you've been beaten to this state by me. Seems your pure-blood devil bloodline isn't worth much after all. If you put it like that, how about your sister come borrow my seed instead? His sudden, outrageous statement plunged the entire banquet hall into instantaneous silence. On the devastated arena, a gentle evening breeze passed by. Somehow finding strength in humiliation, Riser's eyes suddenly widened furiously. Bastard. Boke paid him no mind, instead distracted by Rias's frantic gestures behind the barrier in the distance. Next to her mother and brother, the red-haired girl anxiously mouthed words and subtly gestured towards someone inside the hall. She was repeatedly, discreetly indicating a certain blonde girl with twin drills, who'd been quietly watching the fight from the very beginning, fists clenched nervously. Boke stared intently for 4 or 5 seconds, finally deciphering what Rias was silently mouthing. Riser really has a younger sister. Following the direction of Rias's pointing finger, Boke glanced toward the blonde, twin-drilled girl, face flushed bright red, biting her lower lip and seemingly on the verge of bursting into tears, then turned his gaze back at the raging Riser, and then again toward the trembling blonde girl. After a brief moment's thought, the white-robed youth sincerely raised his hand and apologized. Sorry about that. I was just making fun of your brother a little, I didn't really mean that. You don't seriously explain something like that. Boke's well-meaning clarification was the last straw for the blonde twin-drilled girl. Finally unable to suppress her emotions, she buried her face in her hands and turned to flee from the banquet hall. It was like being stopped by a pervert on a dark street, only for him to shine a flashlight on your face and immediately zip his pants back up, saying never mind before walking away. Either scenario was humiliating, except one was physical and the other emotional. At this moment, Riser's voice rang out once again, this time filled with burning rage. What's that supposed to mean? Are you implying Ravel isn't worthy? TCH, like I said, that's not what I meant. Boke scratched his forehead, tone growing increasingly impatient. Anyway, enough with this already. Are you going to concede or not? No. After a brief silence, Riser gave an unexpected response. Boke. I said it before, the outcome of this duel isn't something either of us can simply decide. Riser spoke with great difficulty. My engagement with Rias is for the revival of pure-blood devils. This is my mission as Riser Phoenix and represents the honor of the entire Phoenix clan. If I concede here, the Phoenix family would face endless ridicule and slander, I cannot allow. So what? Before he could finish, the white-robed youth calmly interrupted him. Is a life spent living by the opinions and arrangements of others really something to be proud of? Ridicule and slander. So what? When you possess strength unparalleled under heaven, all that idle chatter becomes worthless noise, beneath notice. Besides, didn't you invite the entirety of the 72 pillars here precisely for today's duel? Boke turned his gaze toward the banquet hall, eyes traveling beyond the barrier and directly to the assembled crowd of noble devils behind Rias and Surzex. Taking a deep breath, he loudly proclaimed. You've all heard clearly, haven't you? I, the acting head of the Keikain family, Bokue Keikain, officially cancel this engagement today. Anyone who has an opinion, step forward now and speak. 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 Unparalleled. Domineering. With his final booming word, a violent shockwave centered around him burst forth, hurling stone fragments, splitting open the earth, and slamming against the red magic barrier, causing violent tremors and directly cracking it open. And then, after the fierce rumbling, absolute silence followed. Looks like no one objects. Boke smiled lightly, turning his attention back to the golden-haired, roasted chicken still dangling from his hand. See. Those people you worried would mock and ridicule you, they're all shrinking their heads now, trembling like frightened little quails without daring to utter a single word. So. Ready to concede yet? Chapter 60, one fight, so many hearts stirred. Returning to the banquet hall, the gazes coming from all directions had already subtly transformed. Just 10 minutes ago, they had been filled with curiosity, amusement, mockery, and even disdain. Now, those same gazes had turned to awe, astonishment, respect, and even fear. One must realize that the Phoenix family was ranked 37th among the 72 pillars, almost 20 places higher than the 56th ranked Gremory family. In other words, defeating Riser meant having power enough to rank near the very top among high-ranking devils of the 72 pillars. But to defeat him so completely, practically a one-sided beatdown, was something even ultimate-class devils might not easily accomplish. After all, though the Phoenix family only ranked 37th, their near-limitless regeneration allowed them to remain undefeated even in disadvantaged fights. Taking all this into account, the conservative estimation was that this young human named Bokue Keikain possessed combat power at least at Satan class, perhaps even beyond. And currently, there were only 4 Satan in the underworld. Boke. Inside the castle, as the crimson magic barrier dissipated, the white-robed youth stepped into the banquet hall, only to be instantly tackled by the excited red-haired girl who'd waited anxiously for his return, giving him an unreserved hug. "How are you? Are you feeling all right? You're not hurt anywhere, right?" "Hurt? Well, obviously not." Bokue Keikain chuckled softly, gently patting Rias's back in a soothing gesture. I'm fine. Also, Rias, you should probably let go first. I just came back from outside, there's dust all over me." "It's okay, I don't mind." Rias huffed softly, displaying a bit of rebelliousness as she not only refused to let go but even tightened her embrace. Not far from the pair, Riser, lying on a stretcher as he was carried away, just happened to pass by. Looking at the two closely embracing figures, envy and helplessness flickered through his bruised and swollen eyes, barely open enough to see clearly. Truthfully, Rias really was beautiful. And truthfully, Bokue Keikain really hit hard. If you ask how he remained calm when seeing his own fiancée held intimately by another man, the reason was simple: apart from remaining calm, there wasn't really anything else he could do about it. At the same time, Hajime Kenneo and the others moved closer. As Rias's best friends, naturally, they couldn't allow her to monopolize their mutual love interest so easily. "Bokuen, you looked really cool when you gave that speech earlier." The moment Kenneo arrived, she brazenly approached Bokue Keikain's side. Without regard for the fact that Rias was still hugging him, she promptly pressed her soft chest against the young man's arm. TSSS. A small vein immediately popped on the red-haired girl's forehead. This Kenneo, could she not see she was still hugging him? Did she have to come barging in like that? Just because her breasts were a little bigger, huh? Fine, they were quite impressive. Though Rias hated admitting it, the simple truth was that, if measured purely by cup size, Kenneo was indeed slightly bigger, probably by the approximate thickness of about 3 kittens stacked together. Meow. Right then, Kuroka, previously curled snugly in her younger sister's arms, suddenly cried out, then gracefully leaped from the white-haired girl's gentle embrace directly toward Boke. Instinctively, Boke turned and caught the black cat midair. As if she'd found her personal exclusive cat bed, Kuroka immediately curled comfortably into a fluffy cat ball nestled against his chest. That's right. As long as she occupied his embrace first, he wouldn't have free arms left for hugging anyone else. These young ladies were still far too naive. Ho ho ho, Kuroka proudly gloated, completely ignoring the two girls nearby whose faces were now written clearly with dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Kaneko didn't rush forward. Instead, she looked down at her own arms where Kuroka had just been lying moments before. Under the bright lights, a bit of suspicious milky white fluid remained smeared along her fair, delicate skin. That was exactly where Kuroka had just been sitting. She cautiously sniffed it. Somewhat fishy. What is this? The innocent, cat-like girl found herself deeply puzzled. In any case, congratulations, Bokuen. The young red-haired Satan's voice came from behind. Turning toward it, Boke saw Surzek returning from somewhere he'd briefly disappeared to, holding 2 glasses of red wine. He passed one over to Boke with a smile. Following behind him were several attendants, including a Western-styled mage, a Japanese-style swordsman, and leading them all was a certain silver-haired maid who looked extremely skilled at knife-throwing. Unlike their previous meeting, when she'd maintained a cooler, more distant demeanor, this time Graphia clearly wore a subtle, welcoming smile. Politely lifting her skirt slightly, she curtsied toward the youth respectfully. We all watched your battle from afar just now, Keikain-sama. It was truly magnificent. Sama. Boke felt his eyebrow twitch. Though he knew devils respected martial prowess, and thus treated the strong with due reverence, he himself was the laid-back type who cared little for such formalities. Calling him directly by name was fine, but adding strange honorifics. Ugh. Goosebumps incoming. Enough already, just call me by my name directly. Forget the honorifics, I can't stand them. As he said this, he casually reached out and took the wineglass from Surzek's, who smiled helplessly at the youth's informality, raised it in acknowledgement towards everyone, and emptied it in one go. Oni-sama. Rias reacted a bit late, stamping her foot in protest toward her older brother. Really now? Boke is only in his second year of high school, he's still underage. How could you just hand him wine like that? Ah, really? Sorcerer, caught off guard for once, blinked his eyes a few times before awkwardly attempting to recover. But that's just Japanese law, isn't it? Here in the underworld. Underworld laws also forbid underage drinking. As Rias glared fiercely, Sorcerer fell silent again. After 3 or 4 awkward seconds passed, the young red-haired Satan scratched his head thoughtfully. Next time we have a meeting, let's change that rule. Oni-sama. Rias wanted to argue further, but from the corner of her eye she saw another wineglass being handed to the youth beside her. This time, the culprit was her dear mother, Vanellana. Dressed gracefully in a beautiful white gown, the gentle-faced matron mimicked her son's earlier action and offered the glass of wine to Boke, playfully remarking. Since Satan himself took the lead in breaking this rule, perhaps it's not so serious after all. Mother would also like to share a drink with Bokue. Is that all right? Mother. Rias felt utterly exasperated. First her brother, now her mother joining in the fun, she was barely managing to handle the fires erupting around her. Honestly, what were these people thinking? Meanwhile, somewhere far off in a quieter, dimly lit corner of the banquet hall, the blonde, twin-drilled girl quietly stared at the white-robed youth surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd in the distance, then down at the wineglass she held. After a long silence, she still couldn't muster the courage to take that step forward. With a sigh, she quietly turned around and left the banquet hall behind. Chapter 61, bonus, even Madame Vainlina is tempted. Ultimately, the banquet originally intended as an ambush by the Phoenix family was forcibly transformed into a Gremory family victory celebration, thanks to Bokue Keikain's fists. He beat their men, drank their wine, and walked away carefree. It was arrogance of the highest order in every sense. The scene shifted to outside the Phoenix castle. The road previously packed densely with carriages had noticeably thinned out. The banquet was drawing to a close, and one by one, the various high-ranking devils were leaving. Naturally, Boke and the others rode back on the Gremory carriage, with the Citri family carriage positioned just ahead of theirs. Beside the carriage, still dressed up in her magical girl outfit, Seraphal joyfully clung to her younger sister, utterly ignoring the visible reluctance on Sona's face, and tightly embraced her, rubbing her cheek affectionately. Alrighty, Sona-chan will come back home with big sis now. Bokue, you guys can head home directly. Wani-sama, please stop. Sona Citri desperately tried to escape the magical girl's hug, but Seraphal refused to let her speak. Huh? What was that, Sona-chan? Big sis can't hear you. Utterly helpless. Well then, since that's settled, we'll head back first. Vanellana smiled warmly, glancing backward toward the youth and the girls near the carriage behind her, gently nodding. Shall we? It's about time to go home. Indeed, although at first glance it seemed only about 8 in the evening, considering it would take at least 3 hours by carriage to reach the Gremory territory, they'd surely arrive well after 11 at night. And since Sona had been forcefully arrested by her beloved sister and taken back home, Tsubaki Shinra, who was originally responsible for driving their carriage, naturally had to accompany them as well. Thus, the crucial role of driving now fell onto Kaneko Toju's shoulders. Inside the carriage on the return journey, unlike their initial shy and reserved attitude, Rias now openly and naturally claimed the seat next to Bokue Keikain. Her delicate hands clung tightly to the young man's arm, beautiful face brimming with genuine concern. Boke, are you really okay? You don't feel dizzy or nauseous at all? Nope. Boke rested his hands on his lap, leisurely stroking Kuroka, who was comfortably curled up in a perfect cat ball. This was the third time on the journey back that Rias asked him this exact question, and the third time he gave the exact same answer. Mainly because, he really wasn't dizzy or nauseous at all. I see, that's good then. After repeatedly confirming the youth was indeed fine, Rias finally breathed a tentative sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was worrying over nothing, rather, Boke really had consumed quite a bit of alcohol at the banquet earlier. Besides the initial glasses offered by her brother Sorcerer and Vanellana, even Seraphal had playfully joined in with her sister, and their cousin Sarord also got involved. Rias had watched helplessly as Boke downed drink after drink, unable to intervene and forced to stew anxiously on the sidelines. Those people truly had no sense. Knowing full well that Boke was still a high school student, still a minor, they'd nevertheless followed her brother's irresponsible example. Anyway, if you start feeling unwell, let us know immediately. It's better to throw up rather than hold it in. The red-haired girl couldn't help but add another worried reminder. I told you already, I'm really not drunk. Seeing Rias still looking so concerned, Boke sighed helplessly. Putting aside the fact that with his physical constitution, alcohol barely had any effect to begin with, he hadn't even allowed the alcohol to enter his body properly. The instant he'd swallowed each mouthful at the banquet, he'd already burned away the alcohol content using spiritual energy, leaving nothing but mildly sugary water behind. He enjoyed drinking purely for the pleasant taste, not to feel dizzy, flushed, or intoxicated. To demonstrate this, Boke casually loosened his practice robe collar slightly. If you don't believe me, Rias, come smell it yourself. No strong alcohol odor, right? Instantly, Rias's eyes were irresistibly drawn to the youth's flawless, jade-like collarbone. Without thinking, she inhaled slightly. True enough, drunk people usually carried a rather unpleasant alcoholic stench, like fermented sweat mixed with leftover alcohol. Yet, from Boke's body, she detected only the faintest scent of wine, pleasant and gentle, without any offensive odor. Rias hesitated for a brief moment, deciding to dismiss her worries, but at that exact instant. On. It was as if staring for over 3 seconds had triggered some secret, hidden switch. Rias, who just moments ago appeared perfectly composed, suddenly trembled, letting slip a quiet, involuntary moan as her cheeks quickly flushed bright red. Wait, this feeling was. A familiar faint current of electricity coursed gently through her body. Instinctively, Rias swiftly turned her face toward the window. Not good, not good, not good. Why did she have to feel like this at a time like now? Rias clenched her teeth tightly, struggling desperately to endure. If it had happened in the occult research club room back at school or in the privacy of her own bedroom, it wouldn't have been a big deal. She'd simply have returned to her room, locked the door securely, and endured quietly by herself. But right now, she was still on the carriage ride home, with Kenneo and Asia next to her, and her mother sitting just diagonally across from her. If anyone noticed. Era, no need to be shy, dear. Venelana's gentle voice, tinged with playful teasing, broke the silence inside the carriage. This means my Rias is finally learning how to care about someone else. That's wonderful progress, you really shouldn't feel embarrassed. Exactly. Seated on Boke's other side, Kenneo immediately chimed in, unable to resist teasing. But if the president feels embarrassed, perhaps I should take over the responsibility of checking Boke's condition instead. As she spoke, she leaned closer from the opposite side, intentionally pressing her soft chest against Boke's arm, and dramatically lowered her head, almost burying her face in the crook of his neck, taking an exaggerated sniff. No noticeable smell of alcohol. Seems he's really not drunk after all, but just to avoid misdiagnosis, maybe I should inspect further. All right. We get it, he's not drunk. Watching Kenneo's increasingly bold behavior, Rias finally snapped. She forcefully suppressed the strange sensation rising within her and quickly turned back around, assertively pulling Boke over to her side. In a few swift motions, she straightened out his collar, covering his collarbones and chest thoroughly once more. There. That looked much better. With the dangerous temptation that had nearly led her astray now safely hidden from view, the red-haired girl quietly exhaled, relieved. Thankfully, her mother hadn't noticed anything unusual. However, what Rias didn't realize was that at the precise moment Boke had pulled open his collar just now, the elegant and gentle matriarch sitting directly opposite, Venelana, had also involuntarily inhaled softly. And if one observed very closely, her throat could be seen subtly moving as she quietly swallowed. Chapter 62, Rias takes the night off, Madame Vainlina steps in. By the time they returned to the Gremory family's territory, it was already deep into the night. After a quick shower, it was practically midnight. In his bedroom, Keikain Boke lay comfortably on the large bed, holding his phone and watching an anime he downloaded a couple days ago, before coming to the underworld. It was a necessary precaution, considering there was no internet down here. For a modern person, sleeping without scrolling through something on their phone first was simply unacceptable, even for the acting head of a distinguished Onmyōji family. Outside, a cool breeze fluttered the curtains as it blew gently into the room. In human form tonight, Kuroka quietly curled herself up against the young man, peacefully watching the anime alongside him, her twin tails, symbols of her Nikosho heritage, gently swishing about, lifting the hem of her kimono slightly as they swayed. Again, if Rias happened to barge in at a crucial moment, things would certainly become awkward. Especially considering that yesterday, in an attempt to prove herself superior to a certain red-haired girl, Kuroka had boldly overextended her limits, resulting in lingering soreness today. If they continued tonight, she'd probably need a full day tomorrow just to recover. Creak. Speaking of the devil. Just as the curtains settled back down, blown by the breeze, the bedroom door quietly swung open. It was none other than Rias, freshly showered as well. Compared to yesterday's shy, cautious demeanor, Rias today appeared far more comfortable. She walked directly into the room, stopping briefly at the doorway to exchange a quiet glance with Boke, who still lay comfortably on the bed. Is something the matter? When Rias continued standing motionless in the doorway for longer than 3 seconds, Boke couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Rias shook her head gently, closing the door behind her. Perhaps it was intuition or merely overthinking, but even though there was clearly only one young man and one cat on the bed, with the cat sitting neatly beside the pillow, the way Boke lay holding his phone gave Rias an odd sense of déjà vu. As if, moments before she entered, he'd been embracing someone else. But, surely not. Putting the thought aside, Rias approached the bedside, smoothing out her silky nightdress before sitting down. Boke, I told Mother we'll be heading back tomorrow morning. Oh. That soon? Boke raised an eyebrow curiously. But as soon as he'd finished speaking, Rias shot him an exasperated look. It's already late enough. Honestly. The red-haired girl pouted lightly in disbelief. You don't seriously think we're on vacation now, do you? We came here Saturday, and today is already Sunday night. Tomorrow's Monday, and everyone has classes. We've already requested leave for one day, and Sona, as student council president, could only approve one day off for the entire occult research club. All right, she had a point. Boke gave a brief nod of acceptance. So. Ah. At the sudden sensation of fingertips brushing softly through her silky, translucent nightgown, Rias involuntarily shivered, immediately sitting straight up. Stupid, don't do anything reckless. Today isn't a good day for that. Turning to face Boke's confused gaze, Rias felt her cheeks grow even hotter, averting her eyes slightly. Yesterday, we might have gone a bit overboard. She was telling the truth. Last night, she had assumed that since it wasn't their first time, she wouldn't have to hold back as much. But she'd overlooked the fact that even though it wasn't her first time, it was still just her second experience. As a result, she'd spent practically the entire day barely able to walk straight, only recovering sufficiently by evening, just in time for the Phoenix family's banquet. Moreover, after they returned tomorrow, classes would resume immediately the day after. They couldn't afford to request another day off. In any case, we'll have plenty of opportunities later. With these words, Rias leaned down, gently leaving a tender kiss on the young man's lips. She then slowly stood back up, bracing herself against the bed with both hands. Well then, I'll head back to my room now. Boke, make sure to get some rest. All right. Good night. Good night. After exchanging good nights, the red-haired girl quietly left the room. As he watched the door close once again, Boke suddenly sank into a strange contemplative mood. It felt like he was about to make some monumental progress on his journey of celibacy. Carefully thinking about it, previously, even the slightest contact or a lingering glance at Kuroka, let alone anything more, had been enough to completely obliterate his day one of abstinence. Now, Rias was part of the equation as well, theoretically making celibacy even harder to achieve. Yet last night, in a rare moment of recklessness, both girls had completely pushed themselves past their limits, one trying to prove herself, the other boldly attempting to go even further. The final outcome was that both ended up too exhausted today for any further activities. Did that mean his perpetually recurring day one of celibacy was finally advancing into a legitimate day two? He had to admit, even though he'd frequently encountered such jokes online, personally experiencing this moment still left him feeling oddly complicated. Perhaps, similar to missing a daily login reward in a mobile game. As Boke continued to idly ponder such trivial thoughts, debating whether to turn off the lights and get some sleep, the bedroom door, which he'd assumed was firmly shut, quietly reopened just a bit. Catching sight of it out of the corner of his eye, Boke slightly raised his head from the bed, voicing a confused question. Something wrong? He'd assumed Rias had returned for some reason. But, to his surprise, the figure that stepped quietly into the room was someone else entirely. Long brown hair cascaded gracefully over slender shoulders, still faintly fragrant from shampoo. The woman possessed a gentle, mature beauty remarkably similar to Rias's own, tempered with the refined elegance unique to married women. Beneath her sheer, translucent nightdress, her figure appeared even more alluringly mature than her daughter's. It was none other than Madame Venelana. Seemingly entirely unconcerned about presenting herself in such a state in front of him, the elegant MILF calmly stepped forward without hesitation. Noticing Boke's momentarily stunned expression, Venelana lightly covered her lips with her hand, smiling softly. Ah, my apologies, I just finished showering, and unfortunately, I don't own any other styles of nightwear here. So, I simply came overdressed like this. It made sense, after all. Besides the maids, Venelana was the only one living permanently in the castle. Surzex had been endlessly busy since becoming a Satan, rarely even visiting. Whenever Rias visited, she only brought along female servants. In other words, currently, Boke was essentially the sole male inhabitant in the entire castle. Under these circumstances, forget sheer nightgowns, even if Venelana wandered around the castle completely unclothed, no one would say anything. She approached the bed, gracefully sitting down precisely where her daughter had been moments before, offering the young man her usual warm, gentle smile. I just noticed Rias leaving your room shortly after entering, so I assumed you weren't asleep yet. Do you perhaps have time to talk? Chapter 63, tonight, Venelana's dam breaks. This was utterly unexpected. Never in his wildest dreams did Keikain Boke think Venelana would visit at a moment like this, barely half a minute after Rias had just left. This brief yet subtle timing inevitably stirred one's imagination. So naturally, he couldn't continue lying down. When Rias visited earlier, he'd chosen to remain lying on the bed because he originally intended for them to chat comfortably together. Unfortunately, Rias had felt unwell today, leaving no further developments. But surely he couldn't invite Venelana to lie down together for a chat as well. Thus, at the bedside, the young man sat upright next to the elegant mature woman dressed in her sheer nightgown. Nearby, Kuroka curled obediently into a little cat ball by the pillow, her pretty golden feline eyes blinking innocently. Venelana spoke first, breaking the silence. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever asked, how exactly did you and Rias first meet? How they met? It wasn't particularly difficult to answer. Boke thought back briefly and shrugged casually. Well, it wasn't anything special, actually, it's rather cliché. We just happened to set our sights on the same target during a mission. After a small disagreement, we got to talking, discovered we had favorable impressions of each other, and eventually became friends. Oh my, that sounds lovely, not cliché at all, just like the fortunate first encounters of main characters from dramas. Venelana lightly covered her mouth, gently laughing. Her warm, charming smile momentarily stunned Boke. It wasn't uncommon for a mother and daughter to resemble each other closely. However, aside from the hair color, which Rias must have inherited from her father, every other aspect of her appearance was a flawless replica of Venelana's. If one had to identify differences, perhaps Rias's daily expressions held more of a confident, spirited charm, while Venelana projected the gentle, elegant aura of a MILF. This mix of mature gentleness with youthful beauty in one person was simply too alluring to resist. However, even though my Rias always looks so mature and strong on the outside, it's really just a facade. Inside, she's actually very sensitive and vulnerable. Speaking softly, Venelana unconsciously began swaying ever so slightly back and forth, inadvertently leaning a little closer toward Boke, bringing with her the soft fragrance of her freshly washed hair. After all, ever since her father passed away and Surzex inherited the Lucifer surname and became a Satan, in theory, only Rias and I were left in the Gremory family. No, strictly speaking, it's only Rias now. Only Rias. Boke paused for a moment, recalling something. At the banquet, I remember Sarorg addressing you as. Yes, I was born in the Bale family, Sarorg's father is technically my half-brother. Venelana smiled faintly, gracefully raising her index finger, effortlessly summoning a crimson sphere of pure destructive magic. This power of destruction is the proof of my lineage from the great King Bale family, and it is also the reason why the Bale family holds the top rank among the 72 pillars. Boke stared at the crimson magic sphere, sensing the immense destructive power flowing within it. Therefore, I can more or less guess why the Phoenix family was so insistent on forcing this marriage. As she spoke, Venelana dissipated the destructive magic sphere, letting it vanish gently into thin air. As I mentioned, since the Gremory family is theoretically only Rias now, she's been working extremely hard since childhood. Naturally, her innate talent is also excellent, she mastered the power of destruction proficiently at a very young age. Thus, the Phoenix family needed to finalize the engagement before Rias became too powerful. This way, they could not only obtain Rias's power of destruction but also hitch themselves to the powerful Bale family. The Bale family. Now Boke was genuinely confused. How had the conversation suddenly shifted back to the Bale family? Usually, married-off daughters would become members of their husband's family. By this logic, Venelana was effectively a member of the Gremory family, and Rias inherited the bloodline of the previous Gremory patriarch entirely. Thus, logically, Phoenix should be aligning themselves with Gremory rather than Bale. And as previously mentioned, the Phoenix family's ranking among the 72 pillars was nearly 20 places higher than that of the Gremory family, there was no need for them to climb the ladder. Ah, how should I explain this? Venelana tapped her chin lightly, contemplating. Let's put it this way, for example, Sarorg's mother whom we met tonight comes from the Vapula family, ranked 60th among the pillars. Oh, I get it now. Boke had a sharp mind. Upon hearing her explanation, he immediately understood. Despite being ranked first among the 72 pillars and holding overwhelming power compared to other families, the Bale family still could not single-handedly challenge the entire underworld. Thus, political marriages became a necessary means to maintain their power. They married off daughters into other high-ranking devil families and took daughters from other clans into their own family, exchanging interests and weaving an extensive network of alliances. The underworld's political structure was somewhat similar to parliamentary systems like those of Japan or Britain. Even though the Satans held significant authority, the voice of the parliament could not be ignored. Additionally, Surzex was notably moderate, making such a vast network of alliances critical. This intricate web ensured that the pillars rose and fell together. Consequently, as long as the Bale family avoided committing outrageous acts, even significant wrongdoings would require careful consideration before Surzex could act against them, lest he accidentally harm his own allies. Venelana herself, unsurprisingly, had once been a tool for such a political marriage, married off from the Bale family into the Gremory clan. Now you see why I consider Rias lucky. Venelana smiled softly. She paused briefly, then suddenly made an incredibly bold move. As if suddenly overcome by tiredness, Venelana swayed gently, then, with surprising decisiveness, leaned completely against Boke, resting her head softly against the young man's shoulder. Her voice grew increasingly soft, almost dreamy, whispering in quiet fragments. So, actually, I'm quite jealous of Rias. After that, only quiet murmurs remained, barely audible. Boke. Looking downward, his gaze met the peacefully sleeping face of the beautiful woman, so gentle and serene, indistinguishable from a young maiden's slumber, and her soft, slightly parted pink lips appeared unintentionally inviting. The young man paused thoughtfully for a moment. Under Kuroka's astonished, what the fuck, expression, Boke gently gathered the elegant MILF into his arms, turned, laid her onto the bed, and drew the bed curtain closed. Chapter 64, Madam is wearing a high neck gown today. The night passed peacefully, unknown to anyone. When Bokue Keikain opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Warm sunlight filtered softly through the curtains, gently illuminating the room. Boke lay on the bed, slowly blinking awake from a rather hazy sleep. Long black hair, fair skin of the back, and familiar cat ears. Kuroka. As if a radar had received a signal, the ears, which had been pointing straight ahead, perked up instantly, swiveling backward slightly. The sheets stirred as a certain annoyed catgirl flipped around to face him directly. Yes, it's your lovely big sis Kuroka, not your dear madam. Madam. Taking 2 seconds for his brain to finish restarting and fully rebooting, Boke's eyes finally cleared as realization dawned upon him. Right, speaking of which, where did she go? She left ages ago. Kuroka pouted unhappily. Seriously, even after waking up, still asking about madam this, madam that. Look at the time already. If she hadn't left, were you planning on switching roles and replaying yesterday morning's scenario? Good point. Boke momentarily imagined that scenario. Yesterday morning he'd been caught by Venelana while holding Rias by the door, if today Rias had walked in on him embracing Venelana by the door instead. No, stop right there. What time did she leave, roughly? Sometime around 5 in the morning. Recalling the events of the previous night, Kuroka felt her blood pressure rise dramatically. Irritated, she wrapped her arms around the young man's head and pulled him forcefully into her bosom. Seriously, Boke, you've really got some nerve, pulling off something like that last night, as I do. What was I supposed to do? Mumbling unclearly with his face smothered by her soft curves, Boke helplessly inhaled the sweet, tempting aroma of the soft catgirl. Given the situation last night, was he really supposed to turn into some chivalrous gentleman, wrapping Venelana up tightly and tossing her straight back into her own room? That definitely wasn't his style. Just as a certain book once stated, the freedom of the strong is defined by the limits of the weak. Boke's moral bottom line was simply not doing anything blatantly evil or against his own principles. As for everything else, he preferred going with the flow, living carefree. Right. You couldn't help yourself, how convenient. Kuroka continued complaining dryly before abruptly yawning. These two troublemakers had kept her awake practically all night long. She'd originally intended to take advantage of their short vacation to sleep well and maintain her beauty, but the commotion last night had completely destroyed her plans, even arousing her own interest at some point. And with Venelana right beside her, Kuroka hadn't even dared change back into her true form to perform senjutsu and relieve herself. After all, Venelana was far stronger than Rias. There was no way to guarantee that the magical fluctuations wouldn't awaken her, so she'd had no choice but to painfully endure until Venelana finally left near dawn. Only then had she safely reverted her form and cleansed herself with purification magic. As a result, she'd barely slept all night and now felt utterly exhausted. Damn it. I don't care, you'd better properly compensate me after we return home. Lowering her voice, Kuroka muttered indignantly. That little red-haired brat said yesterday we're leaving today. Once we're back home, no matter where you go, you have to carry me with you everywhere. Carrying her everywhere. That actually sounded rather sweet at first glance. But knowing Kuroka's nature, what she truly wanted definitely wasn't something as innocent as being carried around in his arms. No, what she likely desired was, how should one put it? Basically, extra physical attention. Didn't you complain your stomach was sore yesterday? Boke stared at her blankly. It's fine now. Kuroka stubbornly pouted, defiant. Never underestimate a Nekasha's body, Naya. I've already recovered almost completely. No problem at all. So you immediately want to go at it again as soon as you've mostly recovered. What's wrong with that? Worst case scenario, tomorrow I'll just lie around lifelessly all day at home. It's not like Big Sis has school or anything anyway. The cat-eared girl confidently justified herself. Time skipped forward after breakfast. Atop the rail platform located high above the Gremory family's castle, the special train connecting the two worlds had already begun warming up its engines. Boke, along with Rias and the others, had finished packing and now stood waiting on the platform beside the train. Venelana was also present, accompanying them for their send-off. The underworld seasons essentially mirrored those of the human world. As the human world entered early summer, temperatures in the underworld similarly rose. Yet today, despite the bright sunshine and average temperatures exceeding 27 degrees Celsius, Venelana, for reasons unknown, had chosen to don a formal, long-sleeved, high-necked gown. All right then, Rias dear, you all should get going now. After you arrive back in the human world, remember you still need to pass customs from the Demon Special Zone, Itagami Island, into Tokyo, so be careful along the way. They say a mother's heart never rests until her child returns safely home. This sentiment held just as true for daughters traveling afar. Venelana had been standing on the platform, holding Rias's hands and reminding her repeatedly for almost 5 full minutes now. Yes, I know, mother. Besides, Boke is with us, so everything will be fine. Rias nodded repeatedly. Though she still smiled without impatience, there was inevitably a faint trace of helplessness within that smile. More importantly, mother, aren't you hot wearing that outfit? That collar looks terribly uncomfortable. Rias pointed at the high neckline tightly covering her mother's fair neck, intending to help fold it down for her. It was already nearly mid-May. Wearing such a high collar in this weather was like having a scarf wrapped around your neck. Surely it was stifling. But before Rias's fingertips could reach the neckline, Venelana quickly stepped back half a pace, waving her hand awkwardly. It's all right, dear. I'm not that sensitive to heat. I just thought, since you're leaving today, I should dress a bit more formally for the occasion. I'll change into something lighter right after you all depart. Formal. There's really no need for that, you know. It's not like we're never coming back. Rias, confused, couldn't help but chuckle slightly. We'll be back again during summer vacation in just 2 months. Ah, that's true. Venelana smiled gently and turned toward Boke, who was quietly standing nearby with Kuroka comfortably nestled in his arms. When the time comes during summer vacation, Boke-kun, please do come back together with Rias and the others. I shouldn't have any issues with that. Boke considered briefly. Currently, his main source of commissions was practically just Rias alone. If Rias decided to come back to the underworld, there was nothing else he needed to prioritize. Then it's a promise. Tilting her head slightly, Venelana's gentle expression grew even brighter and more tender. Unconsciously, one of her delicate hands drifted down to rest gently upon her lower abdomen. Until summer vacation, then. Chapter 65, bonus, the school doctor wants to do a physical examination. Using precious weekend time to go to the underworld and fight, then returning to barely rest for a day before heading straight back to school again. In every sense, it was truly exhausting. Time quickly flew by, bringing Tuesday morning. Just as Bokue Keikain stepped into the classroom and sat down right as the morning bell rang, Kiryu Aika, separated from him by a certain blonde nun sitting quietly between them, immediately leaned over. Yo, finally willing to come back to school, huh, Keikain-kun? With her elbows on Asia's desk and upper body leaning forward, the literary-looking girl wore a distinctly mischievous expression. I heard your entire occult research club collectively took a day off yesterday. Mind telling me what kind of good deeds you were up to? If you already know the occult research club took a collective day off, then what else could we have possibly done? Boke calmly organized the items on his desk before slowly turning his head, giving Kiryu a look full of gentle concern. Club activities, naturally. Oh. Club activities, you say? Were these activities, wholesome? Though she was supposedly addressing Boke, Kiryu's eyes couldn't help drifting sideways toward the innocent blonde girl seated next to her. Stare. Yeah. Is something wrong, Kiryu-san? Asia, who had always been rather thin-skinned, became flustered under Kiryu's intense gaze. Ah, nothing much. The girl with twin braids studied her seriously for a moment longer before shrugging casually. Honestly, I thought a certain Keikain-kun had finally lost control and decided to lay his claws on innocent little Asia-chan here. But from the looks of it, perhaps I overthought things. Or maybe he just didn't invite Asia along to play. Asia tilted her head, adorably confused. Didn't invite her along to play. Hadn't she clearly been there on the weekend trip to the underworld too? Actually, the reason we took leave was because we all went to the underworld last weekend. The underworld. As if triggered by a certain keyword, Kiryu Aika instantly dropped all teasing expressions, her tone turning surprisingly serious. You guys went to the underworld. For real. Ah. See, Asia, you don't have to explain everything to her. Boke rubbed his forehead helplessly. Kiryu's reaction wasn't unreasonable, in fact, it was precisely how any normal human being would react. Despite the existence of the Demon Special Zone, Itagami Island, for nearly half a century now, and although the establishment of connections between the human world and the underworld had become an officially recognized matter, humanity still harbored an extremely cautious stance toward devils. This wariness wasn't merely rooted in historical prejudices but also stemmed from an inherent power imbalance between the two sides. Put an average human and even a low-class devil into the same cage fight, and the low-class devil could effortlessly tear the human to pieces. The gap between their powers was akin to comparing a monkey to a grizzly bear. Thus, when these two sides interacted, the weaker one's life and death became entirely dependent on the stronger one's mood and moral bottom line, like meat placed upon the cutting board. No human being would ever enjoy a relationship built upon such terms. So you all seriously went to the underworld? Kiryu persisted. Yup, Boke casually shrugged. We're the occult research club, after all. If we don't even dare set foot in the underworld, then what sort of occult research are we even doing? You're messing with me, right? After a pause, Kiryu narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You guys took a day off school. If it's club activities, how did you even get the student council president to approve this? Did you write, going sightseeing in the underworld, on your leave form? Is there a problem with that? The problem is huge. Seeing Boke still calmly stating this absurd fact, the bespectacled girl rolled her eyes dramatically. You think I believe that? Which school in their right mind would approve such a ridiculous excuse? If I were student council president, I'd immediately report you to the school authorities and hold an intervention. She had a point, if they were attending any normal school. After all, the danger posed by the underworld had long been deeply ingrained in human society. Saying that you were visiting the underworld for club activities was akin to a bunch of bored kids begging to take a summer job in a war-torn country, never mind what they planned to do, simply being there was inherently dangerous. Moreover, since club leave required official school approval, if anything unfortunate were to happen, the school would bear significant responsibility. Thus, no ordinary institution would ever grant permission for such activities. However, Kiryu clearly overlooked one minor detail. This was Ko Academy, and the student council president went along as well. Boke casually nodded with a soft smile. Kiryu. Now you're really just spouting nonsense, aren't you? What possible reason could the student council president have to foolishly tag along with you lot to visit the underworld? The homeroom bell had rung some time ago, yet due to their homeroom teacher's absence, classroom chatter continued unabated, if anything, growing louder. At this moment, a young male teacher who appeared to be in his early 30s stuck his head into the classroom doorway. Judging from his shirt and tie, he clearly worked at the school. He raised his voice slightly. Is Keikain-kun here? If you're present, please step outside for a moment. Kiryu and Asia turned their heads almost simultaneously toward the door. Kiryu blinked in mild surprise behind her glasses. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Sakazaki-sensei from next door? Before she could finish, Boke rose from his seat, leaving behind a simple, I'll go see what's up, and walked directly to the door. Outside the classroom, Sakazaki-sensei waited in the corridor, smiling warmly upon seeing Boke approach. You must be Keikain-kun, yes. It's nothing serious, I'm just passing along a message. Hasegawa-sensei in the infirmary wants you to visit her office now. It shouldn't take too long. Can you head over there? Hasegawa-sensei from the infirmary. Boke felt momentarily puzzled but soon nodded. Understood. Though unclear about the exact purpose, heading straight over should quickly resolve the confusion. The scene soon shifted to the administrative building. Compared to the sturdy but plain teaching buildings, the administrative building clearly boasted far more luxurious interiors, including year-round air conditioning. The infirmary was conveniently located on the first floor. Boke gently pushed open the infirmary door, greeted immediately by the pleasant coolness of the air conditioner mingling with a faint sunny fragrance. Inside, sitting quietly beside a window-facing desk, was a woman with long, silky black hair, dressed neatly in a white doctor's coat. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden halo around her figure. You're here. Noticing his arrival, the female doctor turned slowly. Her usually cool, elegant face broke into a charming, gentle smile, like spring sunshine melting away the ice from a frozen lake. She rose gracefully from her chair, walking steadily toward the young man who had just entered the infirmary. And then, without hesitation, stepped forward, wrapping him gently in a soft embrace. Chapter 66, even Kenneo gets flustered. In the quiet infirmary, the two remained silently embraced. Bokue Keikain stood motionless. Sunlight poured gently through the windows, illuminating every tiny speck of dust floating in the air as the soft fragrance of the woman in his arms teased his senses. This situation was rather sudden. Even though Hasegawa-sensei's movement wasn't particularly quick, certainly not too fast for him to react, it was still quite unexpected. Hasegawa Chisato felt incredibly soft in his arms. Her body was lush and shapely, matching even Rias in terms of sheer curves, making the embrace particularly comfortable. Sorry to call you over here so suddenly this early in the morning. Before he could speak, Chisato broke the silence first. Yet even as she spoke, she didn't loosen her hold at all. Instead, she tilted her face slightly upwards, her delicate chin gently brushing against his solid chest. I received the student council's leave report, stating your group went to the underworld via the demon special zone over the weekend. Yeah. Though unsure why the school nurse would suddenly bring this up, Boke nodded in admission. At his confirmation, a faint glint flashed briefly through Chisato's eyes. You're all quite daring. I've heard certain areas in the underworld are filled with dense, deadly miasma. Even devils find it troublesome, and humans risk instant death upon contact. I was a little worried whether all of you would encounter any danger down there. But seeing you now, I realize I might have worried unnecessarily. Well, they didn't exactly visit any dangerous places per se. They only stopped by one of the 72 pillars, the Phoenix family, destroyed their door, beat up their heir, drank their wine, stole his fiancée, and nearly took his younger sister along too. Essentially, just casual looting and plundering. Boke thought inwardly, looking down at the nurse still tightly hugging him. Ah, this is simply a method to assess your physical condition. Perhaps realizing her current position exceeded the boundaries of normal doctor-patient intimacy, Chisato explained in a softly amused voice. By sensing a person's aura up close, I can roughly gauge their health. Like the lethargy of the elderly or the vitality of the young, a person's state manifests clearly through their aura. So have you finished checking now? Boke asked gently. Of course. My conclusion is that your physical condition is excellent. You're in perfect health. Chisato smiled softly, yet still made no move to release him. Instead, she tightened her embrace slightly, burying her face deeper into his chest and inhaling quietly. Truly, what astonishing vitality you have. Only after this did she finally, albeit reluctantly, withdraw from his embrace, stepping back half a pace, and looking up at him with a smile. Well, that's all. Thank you for making the trip. Class will begin soon, so you should head back now. All right. Since she insisted that everything was fine, Boke decided not to dwell on it any longer. He turned to leave but stopped at the infirmary door. By the way, should I have Rias and the others come later for this check-up as well? After all, the leave request came collectively from the student council. Logically, the nurse should know the occult research club's entire roster participated. Hearing this, Chisato blinked slightly, then nodded somewhat dismissively. Ah, you mean the other girls? Well, seeing as you're perfectly fine, I'm sure they're okay too. But, yes, don't worry. I'll call them in separately later. You go ahead for now. After the morning's brief interlude, the rest of the day proceeded quite peacefully, eventually reaching the afternoon. In the old school building. Boke and Asia hadn't arrived yet, but Rias, Kenneo, and Kenneo had already taken seats in the clubroom. Having just resolved matters with the Phoenix family, plus recently cleaning up the troublesome fallen angels, the mood in the occult research club was rather relaxed. Of course, there remained an ever-present subtle tension beneath the surface. Kenneo, can't you sit next to Kenneo? Why must you crowd over here? Ufufu, what's the issue? Isn't the clubroom sofa meant for club members to sit wherever we please? Actually, shouldn't the club president be sitting behind her special desk? Isn't that supposed to be your exclusive seat? I don't have to sit behind my desk all day long, I can sit wherever I feel like sitting. Well, it's the same for me, then. After a brief back-and-forth sparring match, Rias started feeling a bit overwhelmed. Ugh. Anyway, Kenneo, please sit over there. You're leaving Kenneo sitting all alone, that's no good. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure Asia-chan will arrive soon with Boke. When they do, Asia-chan can keep Kenneo company. Speaking of the devil, at precisely that moment, footsteps sounded from the hallway, followed by the door opening behind Kenneo. Turning around, Kenneo saw Boke and Asia entering right on cue. Ah, perfect timing. Sorry, Asia-chan, could you sit beside Kenneo today? Eh? Oh, that's fine, Asia responded promptly. Though still a bit confused by the sudden request, Asia immediately nodded agreeably. It didn't matter much to her anyway, as she usually sat next to Kenneo. Yet before Asia could even approach the sofa, the petite white-haired girl suddenly stood up and briskly walked over to the two newcomers. But instead of greeting Asia, Kenneo turned directly toward Boke. The small girl stood on tiptoe, gently sniffing the air around him. Boke-senpai, you have another woman's scent on you. Her voice was quiet yet utterly certain. Those short words instantly caused Rias and Kenneo, who moments ago were still glaring daggers at each other, to spring to their feet simultaneously. What's going on here? Whose scent is it? Kaneko-chan, what did you say? Another woman. Even Asia raised a hand to cover her mouth, displaying open confusion. Oh. Boke inwardly sighed, face-palming mentally. Initially, he hadn't understood what Kaneko meant, but now he suddenly remembered. This so-called other woman's scent likely came from Hasegawa-sensei's lingering fragrance after their morning encounter. He'd completely forgotten to remove it with his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, explaining this now would prove rather tricky, as a certain red-haired girl's gaze had already sharpened dangerously. Kaneko, find out exactly whose scent it is. Understood. Following Rias's orders, the petite cat girl jumped lightly onto Boke, swiftly wrapping her arms around his neck and legs around his waist, beginning an earnest sniffing examination. Starting from his hands, then his stomach, moving upward toward his chest, and further still. But just as Kaneko's small nose reached Boke's neckline, a sudden, unexpected blush surged onto her pale cheeks. Her body abruptly softened, and she slipped downward involuntarily. Thankfully, Boke reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms immediately. Careful. Are you all right? I'm. Before she could finish her reply, a faint, electrifying shiver coursed through her small frame, causing the muscles in her lower abdomen to contract involuntarily. She felt like something was about to come out. Chapter 67, What exactly did Kaneko eat? Kaneko. Kaneko, are you all right? The sudden unusual behavior of the white-haired girl startled everyone, especially Boke, who was right next to her. Even Rias and Akino reacted promptly, moving quickly to her side. Asia immediately extended her hands, ready to release her healing green aura. Kaneko-chan, are you feeling unwell? Let me heal you. No, it's fine. I'm not injured. Kaneko gently grasped Asia's outstretched hand, pressing the glowing healing aura back into her palm. Releasing Boke's support, she struggled to stand up. No, calling it a mere struggle was an understatement, she was visibly trembling. No matter how you looked at it, this was far from fine. Even Rias couldn't afford to think about anything else, quickly stepping up beside the petite white-haired girl and gently rubbing her back, eyes full of concern. Kaneko, what's wrong? Are you feeling sick? I am, okay. It's just a little. Kaneko's usually calm voice was now faint and wavering. At that moment, her pale cheeks turned faintly red, and she was slightly hunched over. Her petite figure squirmed restlessly, legs tightly pressed together in an anxious posture, one hand pressed firmly against her lower abdomen. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed exactly like a young girl desperately needing the restroom but unable to find one. Is your stomach upset? Rias immediately noticed her posture. Blushing even harder, Kaneko nodded weakly before shaking her head uncertainly, unable to clearly express her condition. It feels weird. I'll go to the restroom. Ah. Could it be you ate something bad? Go ahead then, hurry. Realizing Kaneko just needed to go to the bathroom, Rias paused in confusion but relaxed slightly in relief. Of course, it was still concerning if Kaneko had an upset stomach. However, fortunately, as a nekomata, a yokai, Kaneko wouldn't suffer severe consequences from something as minor as indigestion, unlike a regular animal. Furthermore, Kaneko belonged to the strongest subspecies, the nekosho. A simple stomachache wouldn't cause her any serious harm. Still, on second thought, what could possibly have caused even a nekosho to get an upset stomach? Did she truly eat something she shouldn't have? Rias was about to inquire further, but Kaneko, without another word, had already fled quickly from the room, clutching her abdomen as she made a beeline for the restroom. Thus, attention quickly returned to a certain someone who seemed suspiciously responsible for the current mess. Now, Boke, would you mind explaining whose scent exactly you have on you, that it would make Kaneko react so strongly? Watching the white-haired girl's retreating figure disappear out the door, Rias immediately turned her gaze toward the young man standing nearby. Akino also shifted her attention, gently resting one hand against her cheek, a soft smile forming on her lips. That's a very good question indeed. We never did get the answer to that, did we? Even Asia, always addressing him sweetly as Boke-san, now looked toward him, her emerald eyes wide with innocent curiosity. And now this is somehow my fault? Boke tilted his head backward helplessly. Still, there wasn't really anything embarrassing to hide. Taking about a minute, Boke briefly summarized the incident from earlier that morning, the sudden call to the infirmary and the abrupt hug from a certain beautiful school nurse. As he spoke, Rias's expression gradually shifted from annoyed to confused, finally settling into complete bewilderment. You're saying Hasegawa-sensei was the one who hugged you first? But why? Apparently, it was a kind of medical examination. Why would she need to give you a medical examination? Because our leave application explicitly mentioned we'd visited the underworld. Ha. The red-haired girl became even more baffled. It was true, the underworld was dangerous, certainly. Items from there, if brought into the human world, could potentially wipe out entire cities. But wasn't all this supposed to be handled by the Demon Special Zone customs officials? How did it concern a school nurse? Oh, right. There was one other thing. Suddenly remembering something, Boke gently tapped his temple. When I left the infirmary, Hasegawa-sensei mentioned that, since we'd all visited the underworld, she'd also call you girls in later for an examination. Is that so? Rias exchanged a glance with Akino before shaking her head. That's odd. No one informed us of anything like that. Ufufu, indeed, nobody came to notify us either. Akino smiled gently as she shook her head as well. Then she raised a finger to her lips thoughtfully, leaning close to Rias's ear, her breath warm and teasing. But isn't there a possibility that our lovely nurse has developed an interest in our dear Bokuen? Perhaps she gave him some special treatment. Excuse me? What do you mean our? He's mine. Rias immediately spoke up defensively. Akino chuckled lightly, unfazed. Era, don't be stingy, Rias. If we want to get technical, wasn't it me who first met and grew fond of Bokuen? But I was the first to officially become his girlfriend. A small, frustrated twitch appeared on Rias's forehead. Really, Akino was too much. Although she'd quietly allowed Akino some leeway with Boke, this girl was getting increasingly brazen. Just as Rias was prepared for another verbal battle, unexpectedly, Akino raised both hands in surrender, deciding to stop while she was ahead. Ah well, you're right about that part, I suppose. As long as you understand. Rias pouted lightly, exhaling softly in relief. But before Rias could enjoy even 2 seconds of peace, Akino's teasing voice immediately resumed. But you know, Rias, sometimes even I feel a little jealous. Perhaps it's my turn to grow horns for once. Ha. Watching the two beautiful girls resume another round of playful bickering, Boke could only silently facepalm in his heart. At this rate, the whole conversation had completely derailed. Meanwhile, as the lively commotion continued in the clubroom. In the restroom on the first floor. Ha, ha. Soft gasps echoed gently within the small space. Kaneko, petite frame slightly hunched forward, sat on the closed toilet seat. Her cheeks were flushed, her modest chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. A pair of adorable white cat ears perked up through her silky white hair, and behind her, 2 soft white tails tangled restlessly with each other. She was a Nekosho, thus, she naturally possessed all the distinct feline features. Usually, she concealed these traits beneath an illusion, maintaining an ordinary human appearance to avoid causing chaos. But for some unknown reason, the instant she had inhaled Boke's scent earlier, her internal spiritual energy had gone completely out of control, forcibly revealing her true feline nature and preventing her from hiding her ears and tails any longer. It felt as if her body was craving something. Biting her lower lip gently, Kaneko slowly opened her clenched fist. Nestled within her delicate palm was a small, intricately crafted piece of clothing. Under the bright bathroom light, a faint sheen of clear moisture glistened visibly in the center of the soft fabric. Chapter 68, so, it's actually mana transfer. The scene shifts back home. Outside, twilight slowly darkens the sky, while inside, the air fills with a delicious, mouth-watering aroma from the dining table. Sitting comfortably in her designated seat, Kuroka sways her head lightly in anticipation of dinner, 2 sleek black tails flicking mischievously behind her, playfully brushing across the young man's nose. Teasing. Provoking. Kuroka. Boke gently taps her tail, indicating he has something to say. What's up, Naya? Kuroka obediently lowers her tails but swiftly spins around from her back-facing position to face him directly. At such a close distance, Boke could easily kiss her forehead with the slightest tilt of his head. Their breaths mingle softly, and Kuroka licks her lips, flashing him an alluring, mischievous grin. Ah, I see. Did having me sit on you just now get you excited, Boke? Although it'd be a shame to let such delicious food go cold, Big Sis finds Boke's warmth far more appetizing. If that's the case, why don't we skip straight ahead? You can do anything you want to me, Naya. Snap out of it. Is your mind seriously stuck on either eating or lewd things every waking moment? Helplessly, Boke lightly flicks the forehead of the cat-eared girl whose brain contained nothing but food and flirting. Listen carefully. Something happened today at school. Kaneko showed symptoms similar to yours and Rias's. Chiron had the same symptoms as me and that red-haired brat. What symptoms? Kuroka is puzzled for a brief moment. But after a couple of seconds, she quickly realizes what he means, softly gasping in surprise. Wait, Chiron. Are you serious? Pretty sure. Recalling how the petite white-haired girl collapsed against him earlier, Boke also finds himself somewhat puzzled. Whether Rias and the others had noticed or not, in his eyes, there was no doubt that Kaneko's reaction mirrored Kuroka's whenever she entered her special state. Initially, he hadn't understood why this occurred. But recently, after his intimate relationship with Rias, she had also displayed similar reactions during close interactions afterward. Thus, Boke originally assumed it was something that occurred after intimate relations. After all, even though he and Kenneo shared considerable close interactions in the underworld recently, Kenneo hadn't shown similar symptoms. Yet today, Kaneko's reaction completely contradicted his earlier assumption. Kuroka thoughtfully rubs her delicate chin for a moment before suddenly standing up from her seat, gently placing her hands on his shoulders as she rises and moves away from the table. Confused, Boke watches curiously. Kuroka steps back 2 paces into the middle of the living room, stretching out a delicate hand from beneath her kimono's wide sleeves, palm open toward the ceiling. Then, a sphere of concentrated, potent yoki materializes above her palm. The ball of energy hovers silently, radiating an incredibly terrifying aura despite its calm exterior. This is... Boke raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Usually, yokai in this world fall into 2 categories, physical types and spellcasters. Classic examples of physical yokai are Tsuchigumo and Ayatabo. P.S. Both those are characters from Nurarihyon no Mago. Tsuchigumo, for instance, possess gigantic bodies as large as small hills. Their immense physical strength allows them to crush rocks and mountains effortlessly, though they hardly perform any spellcasting. While Nikosho, despite being the strongest subspecies among nekomata, couldn't rival the raw physical prowess of top-tier physical yokai, they compensated by mastering various senjutsu spells. For instance, during their recent trip to the underworld, Kuroka used senjutsu to disguise herself as an ordinary cat and concealed her aura and scent, avoiding detection by Kenneo. And another example is this very yokai energy orb she currently holds, powerful enough to obliterate an entire building easily. Yokai orbs, common attacks for spellcasting yokai, vary greatly in strength, from punches matching heavyweight boxers to power sufficient for leveling mountains. However, even Boke hadn't seen a yokai orb of Kuroka's current caliber before. This was nearly on par with legendary great yokai from myths. After a brief silence, Boke scratches his temple in confusion. When exactly did you become this powerful, Kuroka? Naya beats me, Naya. The catgirl pouts slightly, casually closing her fingers to extinguish the orb of yokai energy. She genuinely didn't know. Ever since meeting Boke, she'd hardly used her powers in real combat, because there simply wasn't any need. Only recently, on a whim at home, had she casually tested herself, suddenly realizing her power had skyrocketed to that of legendary yokai. Honestly, I thought of many possibilities. But the most convincing reason I could come up with is, you, Boke. Huh. Question marks appear in Boke's head. How had this suddenly become about him? He wasn't some GTA Online CEO, generating experience and money passively by simply standing next to his teammates. Geez, Boke, haven't you figured it out yet? Seeing his confused expression, Kuroka sighs, steps back beside him, bends forward with hands on her knees, and softly kisses his lips. It's your body fluids, silly. Just like that game you played before, Fate or something. Mana transfer through body fluid exchange. You understand now, Naya. That's actually possible. Boke's eyes widen in astonishment. He had honestly never considered such a possibility. That whole mana transfer via bodily fluids thing always felt like some author's quirky excuse, forcibly giving characters a reason to engage in intimate acts. He never expected his own fluids to actually possess such power. Come on, silly Boke. Don't you realize how rich the spiritual energy in your blood is? Kuroka returns to her original position, straddling Boke comfortably, arms draped around his neck. Boke silently contemplates her words, realizing he'd never seriously looked into this. After all, since the age of 7, he'd rarely ever bled or sustained any injury. No one had ever been able to hurt him, and he never found himself bored enough to draw his blood for fun experiments. In short, what we've been calling getting heated up or entering that special state is actually our bodies instinctively preparing for a mana transfer. Our bodies are literally craving your powerful spiritual energy. Kuroka straightens slightly, leaning toward Boke's ear and gently nibbling at his earlobe. It's a bit like a god and his priestess joining together, isn't it? Interesting theory. But how does that explain Kaneko's situation? Boke playfully pats her thigh. About Chiron I'm not really sure. Her petite frame shivers slightly under his touch, and she starts speaking more bashfully. Could it be, you secretly showed Chiron the elephant during your lunch break at school, Naya? Of course not. Boke rolls his eyes. Before he can suggest letting it go for now and focusing on dinner, the phone on the nearby table vibrates gently. Ding. Checking the message, Boke sighs softly. Looks like this weekend is going to be busy again. What's going on? The Jujutsu Association previously scheduled a meeting with me regarding the handling of Sukuna's fingers. They suggested meeting during the sister school goodwill event between Tokyo and Kyoto, which happens to fall this weekend. Can you finish everything in one day on Saturday? Not sure. Why? Mana transfer red heart. Chapter 69, Why did you guys have to anger him? Saturday morning. The black Mercedes was cruising along the mountain road. The sunlight above spilled through gaps in the trees, scattering across the pavement in dappled golden spots, rippling gently over the car roof like waves of light. Busujima Siko had arrived at 7 a.m. sharp to pick him up, pulling her car directly under his apartment building. It was first-class chauffeur service. Now, the two of them sat quietly in the back seat. The violet-haired kendo beauty held her ever-present katana close, calmly explaining the history of Tokyo Jujutsu High to Boke along the way. Clearly, this was another task assigned to her by the Jujutsu Association. Driving the car was a familiar face, the overworked supervisor, Ijichi, who had handled the logistics after the juvenile detention center incident last time. Apparently, his official title was assistant supervisor, which was really just a fancy term for errand boy, since he had virtually no fighting capability whatsoever. After the next turn, we'll arrive, Ijichi informed them politely. Just as the car's navigation screen counted down the final stretch, the black sedan smoothly rolled to a halt. Busujima Siko's explanation ceased simultaneously. Having arrived at their destination, her task was now complete. Let's go, she said gently, giving a small appreciative nod through the rearview mirror to Ijichi, then opened the car door gracefully and stepped out first. Boke followed behind her. After they exited and shut the doors, the car started up once again, smoothly driving away, presumably off to handle other errands. Busujima Siko exhaled softly, visibly relaxing. But before she could speak, Boke's amused voice interrupted her thoughts. The Jujutsu Association really packed your schedule tight, huh? Well, I suppose you could say that, Siko admitted with a helpless smile and a shake of her head. Boke shrugged, understanding her dilemma perfectly. All things considered, the Jujutsu Association's approach had been rather obvious. First, they'd made sure Siko contacted him a day in advance to schedule the time. Next, they'd arranged luxury transportation and specifically tasked her with narrating Jujutsu High's illustrious history during their trip. Essentially, it was just like corporate onboarding, high-pressure indoctrination thinly disguised as orientation. The method was simple: intensive daytime drilling for discipline and evening sessions where leaders drone on endlessly, enthusiastically introduce the company's glorious past and robust strength, conveniently omitting details about pay and benefits. All for the purpose of reinforcing a singular message in the recruit's subconscious. This organization you're about to enter is incredible. Joining us is a great honor. Therefore, you should obediently follow all our arrangements without question. Ultimately, it was just brainwashing to make new hires work harder, obey more thoroughly, expect less money, and behave like docile workhorses. Ironically, as the acting head of the Keikain family, Boke was originally supposed to perform this exact role himself, brainwashing talented new exorcists from branch families into obedient followers of the main household. Except that he couldn't be bothered and didn't enjoy doing so. But that didn't mean he wasn't aware of the trick. Now seeing that same technique being attempted on him, it was almost humorous. Truly, they were picking up chicken feathers and pretending they were imperial tokens, grabbing sticks and calling them disciplinary rods. Who were they trying to scare? Children. Interesting indeed. Boke sighed inwardly, shaking his head at the Jujutsu Association's transparent tactics. Now, more than ever, he was curious to see what nonsense the three great families would throw his way next. Glancing upward, he observed the old gate standing before him. It wasn't particularly majestic. Behind it stretched a long paved stone road flanked on both sides by ancient stone lanterns. Above the gate was a moss-covered wooden plaque bearing barely readable calligraphy. Tokyo Metropolitan Magic Technical College. What could he say about this? He knew Jujutsu sorcerers were busy exterminating curses, their jobs dangerous and mortality rate high, but shouldn't they at least tidy up their own school's front gate a bit? It was practically moldy. Boke silently quipped to himself. Just at this moment, a loud voice boomed from the direction of the school gate ahead. Oi! You two are students from Tokyo Jujutsu High, aren't you? Sensing clear hostility in that voice, Boke turned his head curiously. He spotted an extremely muscular young man standing about 1.9 meters tall. His bronze-toned skin and square face were marked by a prominent scar over the left temple. His body was exceptionally robust, practically resembling a massive refrigerator. His cloth shoes and neatly tied back hair gave off a distinct, martial artist aura. Most strikingly, despite his intimidating build and mature appearance, which suggested he was closer to 30, the man wore a Kyoto Jujutsu High uniform, a student. Did Jujutsu High have some kind of repeat-year mechanism, or had this guy just matured ridiculously fast? Boke raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Next to him, Busujima Siko softly sighed, her voice filled with mild exasperation. To do Aoi. First-grade sorcerer, third-year student from Kyoto Jujutsu High. He's known for single-handedly taking down special-grade curses, and also known for challenging strong opponents. Looks like we've encountered someone troublesome. Ijichi-san already left. You don't have to keep up the professional demeanor now, Boke reminded lightly. But Siko shook her head seriously. No, I'm not exaggerating at all. True to Siko's words, as soon as the two finished speaking, the burly figure, who'd been shouting loudly at the gate, suddenly started walking directly toward them, followed closely by a short-haired girl in a Kyoto Jujutsu High uniform. Oi. Why didn't you answer my question earlier? See, you're clearly wearing Tokyo's uniform. Oh, I know you. You're Busujima Siko, third year at Tokyo, aren't you? I've heard of you. They say you've also single-handedly defeated special-grade curses. So. The sword-wielding beauty instantly touched her blade, shifting into a clearly defensive stance. Unlike her calm, gentle tone when speaking with Boke, Siko's voice now carried a razor-sharp chill, her presence akin to a plum blossom blooming fiercely in a winter night, or a keen sword slicing through falling snow. Nothing much, To-do grinned boldly, flexing his fingers provocatively. Normally I don't like using physical advantages to bully girls, but since we're both first-grade sorcerers who've soloed special-grade curses, our strengths should be evenly matched. Besides, I know you're not participating in today's goodwill event. So, since we've run into each other, there's no better time than now to. Not interested. Move aside. For simple words abruptly cut off the big man's rambling speech. Boke lightly snapped his fingers. Kurohitsuji. Black coffin. A giant black coffin suddenly erupted from beneath To-do's feet, immediately enveloping him completely. In the blink of an eye, the towering dark box was formed, sealing him instantly inside. The previously noisy gate suddenly fell dead silent. To-do. The short-haired girl behind him panicked at the sudden development, rushing forward to pound desperately on the solid black coffin, trying to determine the condition of her companion inside. Meanwhile, Boke leisurely stretched his arms above his head, yawning comfortably. Much better now. You. What did you just do? The short-haired girl snapped angrily, abruptly turning toward Boke. From somewhere, she whipped out a revolver, its dark muzzle pointing straight at him. Then, abruptly, a second black coffin shot up beside the first, completely engulfing the girl before she could even finish her sentence. Busujima Siko. Chapter 70, Who the hell are you people, to test me? Crossing the central avenue paved with blue stone slabs, the two quickly arrived at the meeting place. It was a classical, multi-story Japanese-style building at the very heart of Tokyo Jujutsu High, resembling the famous Kayamizadera temple stage in Kyoto. Towering over 20 meters high, its lower section was constructed of sturdy wooden beams arranged in an intricate framework similar to scaffolding used at construction sites. Each grid within this network formed the most stable triangular structure. The base alone took up about 3/4 of the total height, while the actual inhabitable building only occupied the top quarter. From windows opening to the south on the top floor, one could look down and clearly see the entirety of the main avenue stretching down to the entrance gates, continuing all the way down the mountainside, and even the distant mountains and rivers. It was indeed picturesque, though such a construction method really did waste an extraordinary amount of wood. Beneath the building, adding a touch of modernity amid its classic style, there stood a discreet elevator cleverly hidden within the southern side of the building's base. One might not notice it without a closer look. After entering the elevator, the two slowly ascended. Roughly half a minute later, when the doors reopened, they had reached the building's top floor. Outside was a corridor running east to west, with the elevator at its very end. To the right stood a traditional sliding door room, half open. We've arrived, Busujima Siko softly announced. As they reached their destination, the expression on the swordswoman's face inevitably became somewhat cautious. This couldn't be helped. Although she could speak on equal footing with Boke, the acting head of Kyoto's Keikain family, this was only because they had met first as acquaintances, discovered each other's identities later, were close in age, and most importantly, Boke himself disliked formalities. It was like having a leader's friendly, humorous friend joking casually with you. Just because he was casual didn't mean you could turn around and act the same way towards your own boss. As a daughter of a martial family, Siko deeply understood this point. She no longer walked beside Boke, instead moving forward to guide him, only stopping before the room's entrance. And even though the sliding door was half open, she did not enter directly. Instead, she first politely announced herself, "Excuse me," before gently pulling the door fully open. Inside, a blue-haired girl stood straight as a sentinel near the doorway. Within the traditional room, an elderly man wearing a kimono sat on the left-side sofa. His hair and beard were snow-white, his eyes deep-set and severe. "Greetings, Principal Gakuganji," and Siko politely started her greeting. However, when her gaze shifted to the sofa on the right side, she was surprised by the sight of a familiar white-haired figure sitting there casually. "Gojo-sensei. Why are you here? Where's Principal Yaga?" Ahahaha afternoon, Busujima-san. Gojo Satoru, completely unabashed despite being caught, waved playfully at the astonished swordswoman at the doorway, giving an exaggerated, childish smile. Well, you see, I was just so curious I thought I'd personally check things out. I even bribed Ajichi-san a bit, giving Principal Yaga a fake timetable. So, he'll arrive here in about, let's see, another 2 hours. Principal Yaga was going to explode, wasn't he? The swordswoman thought inwardly, speechless. Come on, don't sweat these little details, Gojo laughed merrily. They say only idiots obsess over tiny things, right? By the way, where's our dear Keikain? Weren't you in charge of bringing him here? Ah, yes, Bokue is right, Siko started to say, but suddenly a calm voice unexpectedly resonated clearly within the room. Aren't I already here? The tranquil statement exploded like thunder from a clear sky. At that moment, every movement within the room froze simultaneously. The elderly Principal Gakuganji sitting on the sofa raised his head sharply, eyes widening in astonishment. A pair of hands had gently settled on his shoulders from behind. And he hadn't sensed them approaching at all. When had Boke entered the room? Nobody knew. Principal Gakuganji didn't see him. The two girls by the door hadn't seen him. Even Gojo Satoru, possessing the legendary six eyes, a trait that only emerged once every few centuries within the Gojo clan, hadn't detected a thing. Logically speaking, such a scenario should have been impossible. The six eyes were the Gojo family's ancestral inheritance, required to use the limitless technique. Its power granted its wielder an unparalleled, almost infinite perception, like having a high-powered telescope with a 360-degree view connected directly to the brain. Not only could he see far, but he could also see clearly, able to instantly perceive fluctuations in cursed energy and predict their path and nature, even anticipating what type of technique was about to be unleashed. Therefore, any form of illusion or stealth trick should have been completely ineffective. Yet, Gojo hadn't reacted in the slightest. What did this mean? There were only two possibilities: either Gojo was intentionally playing along, pretending he hadn't seen Boke, or Bokue Keikain had moved so rapidly that even the six eyes could not react in time. Judging from Gojo's visibly startled expression, the answer was obviously the latter. Ah, seriously? Gojo sighed, covering his face, displaying a somewhat helpless smile. But he quickly regained composure, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. No need to get all tense. It's rare we're all together, so why make things awkward right from the start? Really now? Boke's gaze passed far above Principal Gakuganji's already long bald head without hesitation, directly meeting those pure blue eyes like a sky after rain. From the room's entrance, Siko, who had just stepped inside and slid the door shut behind her, gasped inwardly. Gojo had removed his blindfold. Though she'd never personally witnessed it before, she'd heard Gojo only removed his blindfold when preparing for a serious fight. Yet he'd done so now, merely for a conversation. Wasn't that a bit excessive? It seems my students received your enthusiastic greeting, Principal Gakuganji's deep voice spoke darkly. Save your breath, Boke scoffed indifferently. They started it. With a dismissive shrug, he lifted his hands from the elderly man's shoulders, leisurely circling around and seating himself firmly in the main, central chair, the seat traditionally reserved for those presiding over a meeting. There was no need for exaggerated posturing, his mere presence here already spoke volumes. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the two solid black coffins standing motionlessly at the distant school gates abruptly crumbled into nothingness. Two figures stumbled out. Naturally, both were alive and unharmed, though visibly exhausted after struggling within the black coffins for quite some time, probably drained or even on the verge of fainting. Being abruptly sealed in pitch darkness, completely blind and deaf, able only to stand helplessly, was undoubtedly psychologically torturous, almost qualifying as torture. Boke yawned, slightly bored. I know what your Jujutsu Association intended. You think that as the Keikain family's acting head, I'm still young and inexperienced. First, you sent Busujima-senpai to educate me along the way, setting the stage to exert pressure. Then you had those two students waiting at the gates, ostensibly targeting her, but actually intending to test and intimidate me. He paused briefly, letting the air grow heavier. But did you ever consider one tiny possibility, that maybe, just maybe, my power level is beyond your capability to test? Playing these tricks in front of me, haven't you considered what I might do if I were irritated enough to slaughter all of you? He had barely sat down and already the air was thick with hostility. Busujima Siko subconsciously tightened her grip on her sword sheath. The task of briefing Boke on the school's history was indeed assigned by the association. This had already been openly addressed between them, and thus wasn't grounds for outright hostility. But even so, she wasn't sure she wouldn't be caught up if a fight truly broke out, if only in the incidental shockwaves of their unleashed powers. Just as everyone was convinced a violent eruption of cursed and spiritual energy was imminent, a slender hand raised itself leisurely into the air. It was Gojo Satoru. He raised his hand like an elementary student waiting to answer a question, then turned casually towards Boke, pointing dramatically at Gakuganji while adopting a goofy nasal voice. Just to be clear, none of this has anything to do with me. The association didn't even officially send me, I just tagged along because I was curious. So, if we're fighting, just beat up that grumpy old man instead, okay? Gojo Satoru. Principal Gakuganji thundered furiously, veins bulging, his eyes almost popping out. He looked like he was seconds away from exploding, barely restraining himself from shouting profanities. I'm just stating facts, Gojo shrugged innocently, the association originally designated you and Principal Yaga. I'm just here as a casual observer. You be quiet. Gakuganji nearly roared. Ignoring this amusing exchange, Boke calmly spoke again. So, Gojo-san, you and Principal Yaga have a good relationship, right? Gojo paused in confusion, then coughed lightly. Well. We get along pretty well, I suppose. Only pretty well, huh? Boke inwardly shook his head, clearly unconvinced. Straightening slightly in his seat, he placed both arms firmly on the armrests. I don't like complicating simple matters, so let's get straight to business. The atmosphere tensed immediately. Boke leaned forward slightly, his voice clear and cold. About the Sukuna fingers, how much exactly is your association willing to pay? Only silence answered him, broken faintly by distant sounds of hammering from the mountains outside. Chapter 71, Clash of the Strongest. It was certainly unexpected. Whether it was Gakuganji or Gojo Satoru, neither had imagined Bokue Keikain would actually start their conversation with something like, let's discuss the price first. They couldn't help but question whether the long, tedious introduction arranged by the Jujutsu Association during Boke's trip here had actually worked. Logically speaking, it should have been completely useless. After all, Boke had immediately flipped the tables as soon as he arrived. Yet, on second thought, if it really had no effect at all, why would Boke calmly sit down and negotiate with them? Historically, Onmyōji families, in fact, all Onmyōji clans, had always been notoriously domineering. In their daily lives, they might appear gentle and refined, courteous in their manner. Yet when it came to professional matters, their attitudes would immediately change, domineering, absolute, leaving no room for discussion. When supernatural threats appeared, ordinary people had absolutely no space to negotiate with an Onmyōji. Their only option was complete obedience. Want to survive? Then just obey their instructions. Want to do things your way? If you died, that was your own problem. That was pretty much how things had always been. The simplest repelling barrier was born precisely from such logic. Onmyōji wouldn't cordon off incident scenes with police tape, nor dispatch personnel to maintain order. They wouldn't shout explanations to curious bystanders, either. They'd simply cast a barrier, and it was done. No conflicts arose, no guards were needed, ordinary people wouldn't even get close enough to glimpse the Onmyōji's face. Even Jujutsu sorcerers had historically been regarded by Onmyōji as mere, ordinary people, never recognized as equals in supernatural battles. Especially if both sides encountered each other during a mission, the Onmyōji would mercilessly expel the Jujutsu Sorcerer along with all their equipment, then immediately reinforce their barriers, not removing them until their tasks were completed. Whether the expelled sorcerer finished their own mission afterward? Well, that wasn't the Onmyōji's concern. If an Onmyōji refrained from immediately kicking them out upon first sight, instead politely explaining their own urgency before acting, they would actually be praised by their peers as generous and gracious. For Boke to briefly show his dominance upon arrival and then calmly sit down to negotiate a price that would likely earn him scorn as weak-willed among his own peers. All of this ultimately came down to differences in strength and attitude. Jujutsu sorcerers were often self-taught, their capabilities inconsistent and their mentalities varied. Precisely due to their rougher backgrounds, most Jujutsu sorcerers lacked the concept of, with great power comes great responsibility and authority. They'd directly skip responsibility, jumping straight into, power means authority. A classic example would be someone like Homelander from The Boys. That was exactly what elitist Onmyōji families, rigorously trained from childhood, despised most. Even centuries ago, when the legendary Gojo ancestor possessing the six eyes and limitless technique appeared, the Keikain clan had barely spared him a glance. Because of this, Gakuganji and Gojo had mentally prepared themselves for a predictable scenario today. Most likely, Bokue Keikain wouldn't even bother entering the room, merely tossing a command like, "Send all Sukuna fingers directly to my residence." And turning away without another word, utterly treating them as subordinates. Thus, Boke's proper, businesslike demeanor completely threw these two jujutsu leaders off balance. They were utterly blindsided by this unforeseen development. Gakuganji coughed lightly, exchanging a glance with Gojo. About Keikain-dano's question, perhaps we could put it aside for now. He continued slowly. As we all know, the curse spirit issue in Japan is severe. Our manpower is stretched extremely thin. Even Master Tingen's barrier can only detect curses' appearances, perfect accuracy is impossible. Boke calmly interrupted, raising an eyebrow. And your point is? He already guessed what this old man wanted to say. Gojo lightly interjected from the side, waving a hand. What our dear old man here means is, he wishes to discuss a possible collaboration between the Jujutsu Association and the Keikain family. Principal Gakuganji remained silent, but his expression told all. Clearly, the higher-ups desired a lasting solution to the curse issue across Japan. Indeed, this wasn't particularly complicated. Deploy enough talismans or magic formations nationwide, absorbing and purifying negative spiritual energy, and the curse spirit issue would essentially vanish. However, cost and manpower remained enormous obstacles. If the government didn't contribute, even the mighty Keikain clan couldn't possibly finance a nationwide anti-curse effort single-handedly. But, if the Keikain clan cooperated with the Jujutsu Association, sending their numerous students to handle repetitive, menial tasks, professional Onmyōji could handle core operations easily. That made the previously impossible plan feasible. The Keikain clan would profit, the association would have a perpetual revenue stream through maintenance work, and young sorcerers could stop risking their lives needlessly. A perfect triple win. Yet, just as Gakuganji proudly anticipated Boke's answer, he saw the young man sitting across him impatiently click his tongue. And why exactly are you telling me all this? Huh? Gakuganji's eyebrow twitched. If not you, who else would we discuss this with? Boke lazily continued, leaning back. I mean, if you truly want to discuss this matter, just directly visit the Keikain family in Kyoto. The current head may be elderly, but he isn't dead yet. Why bother coming to me? It's not like they'll throw you out just because you're Jujutsu sorcerers. Boke glanced at the clock, seeing it tick from 9:10 to 9:30. He sighed again impatiently. Anyway, I came here purely to discuss how much you'll pay for handling Sukuna's fingers. Why are we going in circles? Wait. What's that? Mid-sentence, Boke's eyes abruptly focused on the distant scene outside the window. In the distant forest, a massive black dome-shaped barrier silently appeared. Only then did Gojo and Gakuganji notice too, both momentarily stunned. Isn't that the site of today's sister school goodwill event? We didn't authorize any barrier like that. The two jujutsu leaders instantly realized something was terribly wrong. At the same moment, a blazing figure shot through the sky like a meteor, hurtling straight toward their tower. Chapter 72, an inch of power cracks the heavens. Rewind time to 20 minutes earlier, just as Bokue Keikain sat down in the reception room, the two black coffins at the school gate abruptly dissipated. Two figures stumbled out, their inertia carrying them several steps forward before they barely regained their footing, gasping heavily as they caught their breath. Cough cough, to-do. Ah, still alive, at least. Utterly unlike his previously confident appearance, when he'd been eager to challenge Siko Busujima, Aoi to-do now looked as if he'd been locked inside a sauna for 5 straight hours without a single drop of water. His school uniform was completely soaked through with sweat, and his usually firm, bronze face was covered with evident exhaustion. My, did you see what happened back there? Before I could react, everything went pitch black. I couldn't see or hear anything, felt like I was sealed in some tiny, enclosed space. Same for me. Recalling the experience, my Zenin bit her lip in frustration. No chance to fight back, not even a moment to react, both had been subdued instantly. When you got sealed into that black coffin, I tried to fire at that guy. But before my finger even touched the trigger, another coffin just dropped over me too. A black coffin, huh? I see. To-do pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. Extremely fast activation, incredibly durable and almost impossible to break from within. But there's no direct killing power, just a trap. It seems to last roughly 5 minutes. Considering how solid it is, it must cost significant energy, meaning he probably can't use it consecutively in large quantities over a short period. You've already thought up a way to deal with him. My Zenin raised an eyebrow. Heh. More or less. To-do slammed a fist into his palm, his rock-solid face regaining its usual confident grin. Since he came here with Siko Busujima, he must be a Tokyo Jujutsu High student as well. And judging by his physique, he doesn't seem particularly strong physically. If he joins the upcoming exchange event, I'll pay him back double for that little greeting earlier. I chuckled lightly. What a poor guy. Imagining the unlucky boy being mercilessly pummeled by to-do, my Zenin smiled in amusement. All right, we've wasted enough time. Kamo and the others should have gathered already. Let's hurry. Yeah. Let's go see if that bastard shows up. The meeting spot was on a tree-lined path within the school grounds. By the time to-do and Mai arrived, everyone else had already gathered. Tokyo and Kyoto students alike, among them were Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, as well as other unfamiliar faces Boke hadn't encountered yet. Yo, so everyone's already here. To-do's loud voice carried clearly, making everyone assembled on the two opposing sides of the path turn towards him. "You're late, Aoi, my." The one speaking wore something resembling traditional Onmyōji garb, with hair styled into small braids at his temples. He habitually kept his eyes shut. "Ah, sorry. We ran into a little situation earlier." Todo's eyes swept over Tokyo's lineup carefully, eyebrows furrowing slightly when he didn't find the person he'd hoped for. "Ah. That guy didn't come. Hey, you Tokyo folks, don't you have a student who uses barrier techniques? Likes to trap people in black coffins, hangs around Siko Busujima a lot. Isn't he joining today's event? Barrier techniques. Black coffins. Hanging around Busujima-senpai. Did someone like that exist?" Everyone looked utterly baffled, except for Megumi Fushiguro, whose mind stirred slightly. He immediately remembered about half a month ago, during that juvenile detention center incident, encountering Bokue Keikain, who had indeed sealed Sukuna-controlled Itadori in a pitch-black coffin. And according to Busujima-senpai's later description, that young Keikain acting head from the Keikain family had effortlessly slain a special grade curse, one that had nearly toyed Megumi and Itadori to death, with a single strike of raw physical strength. But wasn't that guy an Onmyōji? Could it be he was here today? As Megumi mulled this over, a beautiful young woman with a scar on her face, dressed like a shrine maiden standing on the other side, cleared her throat softly. "I'm not quite sure who you're referring to, Tadukun, but since you're here, please quickly join your team. I'm about to explain the rules of the exchange event." Hi. Tadu responded indifferently, waving dismissively before returning to his spot. The shrine maiden cleared her throat again. "Now, I'll announce the rules. It's very simple, multiple grade, 3 curses and a single grade, 2 curse have been released into the area. The first team to eliminate the grade 2 curse wins. If, at the end of the allotted time, the grade 2 curse is still alive, victory will be determined by which team has eliminated the most grade 3 curses. That's it." And thus, in an unnoticed corner, the sister school exchange between Tokyo and Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High officially began. Now, back to the present. About 10 minutes had passed since the competition began. In the mountain forest within the event area, Tadu had just shattered a grade 3 curse with a punch and looked upwards. "Hey, what's that?" My Zenin followed his gaze skyward, spotting a massive black dome rapidly expanding from the distant edge of the forest, rapidly closing in toward the center of their location. Within half a breath, it had enveloped them entirely, forming a dome-shaped barrier overhead. "Hey, barrier. Maybe it's meant to keep curses from escaping the area." My guessed uncertainly. "Yeah, sounds possible." Tadu hesitated, clicking his tongue with obvious distaste. "Still, couldn't they have chosen another color? After what happened earlier, I've grown to really dislike these black barriers. Green, then. EW. Sounds even worse. Forget I asked." Meanwhile, atop the high tower where Boke and the others were seated, a scorching heatwave, as if blasted straight from a steel furnace, rushed violently through the room. A blazing figure wrapped in roaring flames appeared at the window, gazing down upon the 5 inside. Its breath alone radiated searing cursed energy, capable of melting steel. "Which one of you is Gojo Satoru?" Silence filled the room. After a tense pause, Gojo cautiously raised a finger, pointing innocently at the old Gakuganji sitting across from him. "That's him. Are you mocking me?" After another brief silence, the blazing curse erupted in fury, flames surging violently upward, igniting the ceiling beams. "I'll just kill you all then." Yet, the fierce murderous intent abruptly froze in place. A gentle palm rested quietly atop the curse's head, accompanied by a casual voice. "Oh. Think you can actually pull that off?" Chapter 73, Splitting a Mountain with One Kick. Atop the tall pavilion, the fire safety system had completely activated. Sprinkler heads crazily spewed torrents of water onto the burning reception room. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away on the tree-lined pathway, Bokue Keikain walked leisurely forward, casually gripping the head of the special grade curse that had just attacked them. A violet-haired girl carrying a sword walked by his side, followed closely by Gojo Satoru, Gakuganji, and a blue-haired, sword-carrying girl, Miwa Kasumi, if he recalled correctly. Ahead of them lay a massive, hemispherical black barrier. "So, that huge black barrier wasn't your doing?" "Nope." "Then it must have been this thing. By the way, what exactly is it supposed to be?" "A special grade curse, probably." "I know it's a curse. But I mean, it seemed to specifically target you earlier." Boke glanced down at the curse's head dangling from his grip. Indeed, it was exceptionally curse-like. A single massive eye dominated its face, like some supersized, sinister cyclops. The eye was so enormous it stretched from where a human's eye should be, down over where a nose would normally be, only there wasn't any nose. 2 strange, bowl-shaped holes sat where ears would normally be, and atop its head, a volcanic opening softly steamed like an animated miniature volcano. These weren't wounds caused by Boke's hands, they'd been there from the start. Holding the head up, Boke turned slightly, showing it to Gojo. So, recognize this guy? Sorry, can't say I do. Gojo shrugged casually, hands in his pockets. I've fought plenty of curses before, some even understood human speech, but one that can fluently speak like a person. Honestly, that's a first. All right. Boke brought the head back, lowering it to his gaze. The curses I was now sluggish and unfocused. Hey, speak up. What was your goal? Did you put up that black barrier too? Silence. Come on, quit playing dead. We all know you speak human. You were quite talkative just now. Say something. Still silence. Not gonna talk. Fine. Should I just crush you here and now, then? Again, silence. Huh, maybe it really is about to die. It's totally spacing out. Well, whatever, I'll just go over to that barrier and find out myself. After 3 failed attempts at communication, Boke didn't bother any further. He casually flipped the head into the air, then caught it again effortlessly, like gripping a basketball with one hand, its severed neck facing downward as cursed blood dripped to the ground. Witnessing this, Gakuganji inwardly shuddered. They arrived at the barrier shortly afterward. The location wasn't far from the pavilion they'd left. Just a few minutes later, Boke and the others stood directly before it. There was a grand torii gate ahead, precisely marking the boundary line of the Black Dome. From a distance, it appeared like a massive inverted cauldron. Up close, its shadowy surface loomed imposingly, nearly swallowing the entire competition area. Such an enormous barrier. Blue-haired Miwa Kasumi murmured in astonishment. How was something like this even constructed? Siko Busujima frowned, perplexed. A barrier, fundamentally, was similar to blowing soap bubbles. If you wanted a large bubble, you'd need sufficient bubble solution. Without enough solution, the bubble would quickly pop once it reached a certain size. The same logic applied to barriers. The larger the barrier, the more cursed energy required. Yet, size alone wasn't enough. You needed structural integrity, strength, and durability. Otherwise, just like a soap bubble, it would break with the slightest touch, rendering it meaningless. Achieving both scale and strength caused the cursed energy required to increase exponentially. Such immense power wasn't something a few people could simply produce. Although we don't yet know what type of barrier this is, let's test it first. Siko said this while carefully removing her sword from its sheath. After discarding the sheath aside, she assumed an elegant Iajutsu stance, preparing to strike. Wait. Just as Siko inhaled sharply, about to unleash a dazzling sword strike, Miwa's voice rang out urgently from behind. We don't know its nature yet. Blindly attacking might trigger a backlash. Maintaining a barrier this huge requires an enormous amount of cursed energy. If it backfires on us. There was no need to finish. Everyone understood, getting struck by the massive cursed energy powering this barrier could easily be fatal. After brief consideration, Siko lowered her sword and looked toward Boke. Observing the colossal barrier carefully, Boke nodded slowly. Well, not rushing headlong into an unknown barrier is definitely the right approach. Typically, barriers like this would have 4, or at least 3, anchor points placed around its boundary. Removing or destroying these anchors below 3 should deactivate it automatically. So, we should find these anchors now. But how will we locate them quickly in such a vast area? Miwa asked anxiously. We don't need to look. We just destroy all anchors simultaneously in one go. Huh. Miwa became more bewildered. Did he mean destroying them without finding them first? Was he just going to randomly strike and hope for the best? Ironically, she guessed right. He wasn't just randomly guessing, he intended to thoroughly pulverize everything. Boke calmly continued. In simpler terms. Casually raising one leg, he smiled faintly under Gakuganji's wide-eyed astonishment. If precision strikes aren't convenient, just sweep the area with one big AoE. Also Bokue is planning to give us a demonstration worthy of the Keikain family's acting head, huh? Gojo adjusted his sunglasses, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Boke shrugged lightly. Isn't this exactly what you were hoping to see? As he finished speaking, Boke gently placed his raised foot onto the ground. The next instant, the earth itself convulsed violently. The entire mountain range shuddered, its surface cracking and fracturing apart. With a single step, he split the mountain. Chapter 74, Kill them all. The mountain continued trembling violently beneath unimaginable power. Simultaneously, deep within the competition area's forest, a towering curse, with pale bone-white skin, covered in black patterns, and eyes sprouting branches, cautiously raised its head. What's happening? This shaking, and... Before its sentence could even finish, the black barrier that covered the entire sky shattered without warning, vanishing like a popped soap bubble. Bright sunlight returned instantly, warmly bathing the land. It felt cozy on the skin. It appears there's a change of plans, Hanami. Beside the tall, branch-eyed curse, another figure gently landed on the ground. This newcomer resembled a young human male, with silver-gray hair and decent facial features. However, the numerous stitch-like scars across his body gave him an eerie, unsettling appearance. Mahito. The branch-eyed curse, called Hanami, slightly turned its head. From its monstrous insectoid mouth came a voice humans couldn't understand, yet its meaning was perfectly clear. Seems so. Human curse users truly can't be trusted. They said they'd hold Gojo Satoru back for at least 30 minutes, yet the barrier broke in barely 5. But no matter, we still have Jogo. Jogo should have reached Gojo by now. We must complete our mission during their confrontation. Now that you mention it, there's something strange about that. Mahito playfully raised one finger, feigning innocence. Hanami paused briefly, turning slightly to face Mahito again. What is it? How to say this? Mahito cheerfully clapped his hands together. I've been sensing a faint weakening of Jogo's presence since earlier. Could it be just because he's far away? Uncertain. Perhaps. Hanami shook its head lightly, indicating uncertainty. Jogo was their strongest comrade. By his logic, Jogo should be roughly equivalent in strength to 8 or 9 of Sukuna fingers, possessing approximately a 30th of Ryaman Sukuna's full power. Historical accounts stated that Ryaman Sukuna himself had been worshipped in ancient Heiankyo, even rivaling the legendary Abe no Saimai. Therefore, if Jogo was equivalent to 8 Sukuna finger, theoretically, he should be strong enough to hold off the modern world's strongest sorcerer, Gojo Satoru. At least, that was Hanami's naive mental calculation. Either way, leave Gojo to Jogo. We need to handle our task swiftly. Capturing Itadori Yuji and finding Sukuna's hidden fingers, right? Mahito playfully raised 2 fingers in a scissors gesture, then pointed westward. Before coming here, I already pinpointed their location. It's just over. Boom. Mahito's words were violently interrupted by a large fist slamming into a tree trunk beside him. Such immense force created a deep groove 6 or 7 centimeters into the sturdy wood, accompanied by an all-too-familiar voice. I was wondering about the earlier commotion. It was your doing, wasn't it? This aggressive questioning voice halted both special-grade curses in their tracks. Turning toward the voice, they saw a burly figure, a muscular young man in a school uniform similar to Tokyo Jujutsu High's, hair tied back roughly like a mountain hermit, and unmistakable old-school Beijing cloth shoes. Kyoto Jujutsu High, third-year student, Tadu Aoi, had arrived. Mahito looked puzzled, the stitched scars on his face adding an extra layer of confusion. Who's this guy? Hanami's voice remained calm. Unknown, but he isn't our objective. True. Mahito gently inhaled. Then you go ahead, Hanami. My abilities aren't suitable for capturing targets alive anyway. Leave this guy to me. No. We finish him together. Ignoring Mahito's reluctant expression, Hanami insisted. Better safe than sorry. Let's quickly deal with this and proceed. Remember, Jogo is still keeping Gojo busy. With the barrier gone, caution is vital. Fine. Mahito shrugged helplessly, shifting his attention back to the newcomer. A cruel smile flashed briefly across his stitched face. Then. Let's go. Like a starting pistol at a track meet, all 3 moved simultaneously. Mahito and Hanami charged toward Tadu Aoi. Likewise, Tadu, fists clenched, muscles tensed, stepped boldly forward to meet them head-on. But just before collision, Mahito suddenly veered sideways, stretching his hand out to touch Tadu. Instantly recognizing this threat, Tadu twisted aside urgently, narrowly dodging Mahito's touch. He didn't know exactly what would happen upon contact, but years of combat instinct screamed at him. Never let your opponent make contact when his technique requires a touch. Yet, this dodge exposed an opening, exactly what Hanami awaited. The branch-eyed curse threw a powerful punch at Tadu's head. Tadu barely lifted his arms in time to block, the brutal impact forcing him downward, numbing his arms severely. Ignoring his tingling limbs, he desperately counterattacked, spinning with a fierce elbow strike. But Hanami easily parried it. In this short exchange, the curses were unscathed, while Tadu's arms trembled painfully from the impact. The difference was clear. A single first-grade sorcerer couldn't simultaneously handle 2 special-grade curses. Damn, this situation is dire. Tadu gritted his teeth in frustration. After the earlier earthquake, he'd been separated from Zenin Mai. If she'd been here, at least she could provide ranged support, suppressing one of these monsters. Now, however. Damn it. I'm screwed. But at this exact moment, a faint voice drifted from above, shouting urgently from afar. Quick, run away. Human and curses alike looked upward. A small black dot, no, a figure, rapidly descended through the sky toward their position, shouting frantically. More precisely, it was not the figure itself shouting, but something held in his hand, a severed head. Run, Hanami. Mahito. Leave me and flee immediately, now. High in the air, fighting wind resistance that turned its mouth inside out, the severed head, Jogo's head, screamed a desperate final warning. But it was too late. In a blink, the distant dot plummeted straight down toward them. Boom. As he landed, the earth trembled violently once more. A massive shockwave swept the dust upward into a towering cloud. The white-clad youth swung his fist lightly. A surging golden torrent of spiritual energy instantly engulfed Hanami, pulverizing both the curse and Jogo's screaming head in a flash. Then, turning casually with a glance, Mahito was consumed from the inside out by golden spiritual flames. He vanished instantly, without even a chance to scream. 3 special-grade curses, instantly obliterated. Only then did Bokue Keikain turn his gaze toward the lone human present. Hey, you alright? Wait, it's you again. To-do Aoi opened his mouth silently, no sound coming forth. Chapter 75, Little Sister Calls. Due to Bokue Keikain's casual stomp earlier, the sister school goodwill event had to be prematurely ended. His original intent had simply been to plow through the entire mountain surface, popping out those barrier anchors like seeds turned out of the soil. However, the actual result not only shattered the barrier completely, but also wiped out every Grade 2 and Grade 3 curse that had been placed within the competition area. Oh, and casually obliterated 3 special grade curses as a bonus. This was the equivalent of 2 groups competing in a hunting contest in the Hunter, Call of the Wild, where, just 10 minutes after it started, a hacker suddenly barged in, instantly eliminating every animal on the map, scooping all the trophies into their own pockets, and swaggering off into the sunset. How could anyone compete after that? What was even the point? Half an hour later, with the Goodwill event officially declared terminated, all the participating students and staff returned to the starting point, the gates of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Or rather, the ruins of it. What the hell happened here? Itadori Yuji couldn't help yelling in astonishment the moment he arrived at the entrance. He didn't even need to walk inside the campus, the destruction was fully visible from the gates alone. The school's iconic main hall had been completely severed at the waist, falling over and crushing the nearby teaching building. In the background, the dormitory building was engulfed in raging flames from sparks caused by severed power lines. Truth be told, because of the school's specialized nature, its facilities weren't nearly as rich and extensive as those of ordinary high schools. Things like libraries, science observatories, or any typical amenity simply didn't exist at Jujutsu High. The campus literally consisted of just 3 main structures, the main hall, the principal's office, student dormitories, and classrooms, which were more decorative than functional. Well, decorative might even be generous, at least, they certainly weren't functional. After all, even a complete beginner like Itadori Yuji had been sent off to perform missions straight away. That pretty much said all you needed to know about the academic rigor of Jujutsu High. In other words, there likely wasn't any. To put it bluntly, once these 3 buildings were wrecked, that was basically the whole school flattened. Ah, well. Gojo Satoru raised a finger to gently push up his sunglasses, subtly glancing sideways toward a certain white-clad youth who stood there as if none of this had anything to do with him. In theory, one advantage of sunglasses was to hide your gaze, preventing others from noticing where you were looking. Yet, he couldn't help but awkwardly notice Bokue Keikain calmly staring back at him out of the corner of his eye, as if fully aware of Gojo's gaze. After a moment of thought and composing his words carefully, Gojo cleared his throat, adjusted his sunglasses once again, and spoke in a half-joking, half-serious tone. You see, while you guys were busy competing, we actually got attacked here at the school by special grade curses, so naturally, all of this is their fault. Special grade curses. Itadori Yuji wore an utterly shocked and empty-headed expression. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he slapped his palm with a closed fist and exclaimed. Oh right. During the event, there was a massive earthquake. Could it have been caused by those special grade curses? Gojo Satoru quickly seized the chance and nodded casually. Yep, pretty much exactly that. As the two continued their casual back and forth, To-do Aoi stood quietly behind them, his expression particularly complex as he stared fixedly at the white-clothed young man ahead. As the sole eyewitness at the time, he had personally watched Bokue Keikain casually obliterate 3 special grade curses with nothing more than a single punch and a quick glance. Especially that punch, the amount of energy it unleashed, was that seriously something a human being could do. If a blow of that magnitude landed on him during a fight. Nope. Never mind. Better not to imagine that. Well, whatever. Given the current situation, there's no choice but to temporarily suspend the Goodwill event. At this moment, Gakuganji Yoshinobu, who'd been silent so far, finally spoke up. Leaning on his cane with both hands, he raised his white eyebrows and cast his gaze directly towards the silver-haired young man. Gojo Satoru, remember to inform Yaga later. We'll leave first today, tomorrow morning we'll pay a visit to the Keikain clan. Roger that. Gojo didn't say anything more, simply waving his hand cheerfully as he saw them off. Clearly, the outcome of today's meeting was that the Jujutsu Association had decided to seek aid from the Onmyōji clan. Historically speaking, such a decision would unquestionably be seen as bending the knee and bowing the head before those, celestial dragon, like Onmyōji, nothing short of spineless cowardice. But today, after personally witnessing the overwhelming strength Bokue Keikain displayed, everyone thoroughly understood. Sometimes, bowing down was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, both sides simply weren't even on the same dimensional level. In that case, I'll also head back now. Bokue Keikain lazily yawned and turned to leave. Gojo hurriedly reached out a hand. Ah, wait a sec. I just received a message. Ijichi-san is currently driving Principal Yaga over here. Once they arrive, he can give you a ride back. No need, it's faster if I go myself. The white-robed youth shrugged, stepping forward as his figure blurred like ink diffusing into water, completely vanishing from sight. Time flew quickly. It was now the following day. 8 o'clock in the morning. In Bokue Keikain's home bedroom, early summer sunlight pierced softly through the curtains, bathing the room in a warm golden hue. The space remained serene and quiet, disturbed only by the gentle ticking of the alarm clock. On the bed, Bokue Keikain was still fast asleep, embracing Kuroka. Yesterday was Saturday, which naturally made today Sunday, still the weekend. Thus, even though it was already this late, neither of them had bothered getting up yet. Of course, the main reason was because last night, the young man and his feline companion had stayed up, rather late. Just glancing at the clothes carelessly scattered around the bedside, with clear traces stretching all the way toward the bedroom door and beyond, made it pretty clear. Evidently, after returning home from yesterday morning's tasks, Kuroka had once again been thoroughly filled with an extra helping of spiritual energy. Bzzzzzzzt. The sudden, insistent vibration of a cell phone broke the morning tranquility. The harsh buzzing of the device against the hard wooden bedside table made a certain cat-eared girl furrow her brows unhappily, muttering sleepily under her breath. Hurry up and turn off that stupid alarm. You idiot, Boke, forgetting to turn off your alarm on a weekend. She rolled over drowsily, burying her face deeper into Boke's chest, ears drooping down adorably as she stubbornly tried to escape the annoying noise. Pretty sure I turned off the alarm. Opening one eye groggily, Bokue Keikain reached out blindly from beneath the covers toward the buzzing sound, fumbling a moment before finally grabbing hold of the vibrating phone. His vision still blurry, the indistinct incoming call screen appeared before his eyes. Someone was calling him. Too sleepy to think further, he promptly ended the call. Yet, barely 5 seconds passed before the device began vibrating again. Persistently calling like this, it clearly wasn't some advertising spam. With no other choice, Bokue Keikain reluctantly slid his finger across the screen, answering the call and putting the phone to his ear as he sleepily mumbled. Hello, who's this? Silence. After roughly half a second of pause, a clear, serene voice tinged lightly with a Kyoto accent drifted calmly over the line. You've been away from home for so long, have you really forgotten your own little sister's phone number? Chapter 76, a new childhood friend is on the way. Little sister. Unlike Bokue Keikain, who was still in a daze upon the pillow, Kuroka instantly perked up upon catching that crucial word from the faint voice on the phone. She practically sprang up in a single heartbeat, throwing aside the blankets and sitting straight, towering above him, staring down at the young man beneath her with wide, rounded golden cat eyes. Her intention was crystal clear. You went and picked up another little sister outside. Boke lightly flicked the forehead of the cat-eared girl, whispering as quietly as possible. Dummy, she's my biological sister, not someone picked up outside, Yura. I've mentioned her before. But despite his caution, the subtle commotion was still detected by the keen-eared Onmyōji girl on the other end of the call. What's wrong, Oni-sama? Is someone else with you right now? Ah. Boke vaguely hummed a reply, pulling the slightly mollified Kuroka back into his embrace with his free arm. So, what exactly do you need so early? It's still morning, you know, I was planning on getting some more sleep. Sleep. The voice on the other end instantly rose in volume by 2 notches, and was unmistakably tinged with irritation. Ah yes, I nearly forgot. Oni-sama's life in Tokyo is so carefree these days. As the family's acting head, you don't need to handle even a single duty, unlike me, the future head. I've already had to attend 2 hours of meetings since getting dragged out of bed at 5 in the morning. Meeting. At first, Boke didn't quite react. It took another 2 or 3 seconds before he finally recalled something. Yesterday, that old man Gakuganji had mentioned they'd be heading to Kyoto to discuss the cooperation early today. Ah, they arrived at your place that early? Of course. The girl's voice on the line grew even more exasperated. For a moment, I actually believed that you had completely forgotten your own promises. Those people from the Jujutsu Association arrived on our doorstep at 6 in the morning. You knew about this beforehand but didn't even bother to call and warn me, so I was rudely dragged out of bed by Ruji when I was still sleeping so soundly. Yura's voice abruptly stopped. Sensing the oddity, Boke raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say you woke up at 5? By now, Boke's mind had finally cleared up enough to catch the contradiction in his little sister's story, like a spot of ink glaringly visible on pure white paper. Yura, don't tell me you got up to use the bathroom at 5 and immediately went back to sleep, counting that as getting up. The silence answered it perfectly. After a second's hesitation, the young Onmyōji girl on the other end coughed slightly, forcibly shifting her tone back to its authoritative manner. My point is, next time something like this happens, you should at least call home and give me a heads up. It's rude for our family to still be in bed when guests arrive. I'd say the ruder person is the one waking others up so early. There's an entire day ahead, no need to rush things like a damn morning court. Boke yawned sleepily. Anyway, how did the negotiations end up? Did it go smoothly? Well, I suppose so. Yura's tone became slightly puzzled. Based on historical records, the relationship between Onmyōji and Jujutsu Sorcerers had always been notoriously terrible, each group viewed the other with disdain. Onmyōji thought Jujutsu Sorcerers were amateurs always meddling unnecessarily, while Jujutsu Sorcerers considered Onmyōji arrogant, elitist snobs. Thus, traditionally, their interactions were mostly limited to mutual disdain. Yet, surprisingly, today's visiting sorcerers were exceptionally humble and respectful, their posture was so low it felt as though they were practically kneeling in front of the Onmyōji. Even the terms they offered were ridiculously generous towards the Keikain clan. It was almost as if Nvidia had personally visited a small graphics card manufacturer, offering nearly all the profit margin and taking only a trivial fee for themselves. Could it be that her brother had done something to these Jujutsu sorcerers beforehand? Just as Yura pondered this oddity, Boke's voice came through once more. If it all worked out, then that's great. You should go catch some sleep after the meeting wraps up. Don't fall for that, no need to sleep now, we have forever to rest after death, nonsense. That was just something cooked up by those old-timers to trick young people into working like slaves. Keep pulling all-nighters like that, and you'll end up meeting your eternal rest ahead of schedule. Now, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait a moment. Yura quickly stopped him. There's still two more things. First, to celebrate this cooperation between Onmyōji and Jujutsu Sorcerers, we're planning to hold a joint event in Shibuya at the end of June. You should definitely attend, Oni-sama. Absolutely not, I'm busy. Hearing about another annoying, semi-performance event, Boke's first reaction was immediate rejection, but before he could finish his sentence, his little sister swiftly cut him off. It's at the end of June, right after exams and the start of summer vacation, how can you be busy? And it's in Shibuya, close enough to the central district that distance isn't an issue, right? As acting head, shouldn't you at least occasionally fulfill your obligations? Quite suddenly, Boke found himself cornered. He cleared his throat quietly, absent-mindedly fiddling with Kuroka's ears, who was openly listening in with unabashed curiosity. Fine. So what's the second thing? The second thing? Yura, who appeared cool and composed yet was secretly a bit airhead, was effortlessly diverted by his change of topic. Do you still remember Irene-san? Ah. You know, the one who lived in the church near our home when we were little. Orange-haired, tomboyish girl, looked a bit like a boy when younger. The one who got her mouth stuffed full of snow by you the first time we all played snowball fights. Shido Irene-san. Oh. I vaguely recall. With his sister's description, an image of a spirited orange-haired tomboy slowly resurfaced in Boke's memories. What about her? Didn't her family move away a long time ago? Did they move back recently? Yes, Yura responded lightly. Just temporarily, though. She stopped by our house last night to chat, and she specifically asked about your current residence. Huh. Boke was suddenly stunned. Wait, so she'd already visited Kyoto, and now planned on visiting him in Tokyo. Before he could process further, the cat-eared girl in his arms abruptly threw aside the covers again, sitting up aggressively, claws outstretched to pounce on him. Hurry up and confess honestly, Boke. Who exactly is this Shido Irene-san? Hold on, I'm still on the phone. Boke instinctively raised a hand to block, but it was already too late. The commotion from the bedroom was clearly transmitted over the call, and in the next instant, his little sister's voice rose sharply over the phone speaker. Oni-sama, don't tell me there's another woman with you right now. Meanwhile, inside a certain church in Kyoto, a dignified young lady with blue hair and an enormous holy sword strapped on her back stared down curiously at the bullet train tickets in her hand, then glanced up in confusion at the twin-tailed orange-haired girl in front of her. Irina, if we're going from Kyoto to Tokyo by bullet train, why didn't we just land at the Tokyo airport directly? Our mission is in Tokyo anyway. Well, you see, Irina smiled mischievously, snapping her fingers proudly. Kyoto is the spiritual hometown of Japan. If you don't visit Kyoto first, something bad might happen. Such as a plane crash, perhaps. Or maybe even a fox's curse. But we landed at the Osaka airport, didn't we? Osaka counts too. It's basically right next to Kyoto, same thing. You just wanted an excuse to visit your hometown again, didn't you? Fortunately, the pure-hearted blue-haired sword maiden didn't think that far. Chapter 77, Shido Irina. The short weekend passed in a blink, bringing with it the arrival of Monday. After a peaceful morning, the bell finally rang, signaling the end of the second afternoon class. With the teacher closing the textbook and leaving, the classroom atmosphere instantly livened up. Boke-san, club activities are next. Shall we go to President Rias' place? The gentle voice of the blonde-haired nun came from beside him. Keikain Boke yawned into his hand, blinking away the dryness caused by staring blankly with open eyes through 2 entire lessons. Turning his head, he saw Asia at the neighboring seat, looking at him expectantly. Honestly, he had already told her countless times there was no need to use honorifics. Although Asia herself had agreed every time, it seemed as if this habit had already become instinctive. Within days, she'd revert back to her polite speech. At this point, Boke felt there was nothing he could do, nor was he inclined to strictly enforce it. He just let her do as she wished. All right, let's go. Without further ado, Boke stood up from his seat and began heading towards the rear classroom door. However, perhaps he was absent-mindedly walking slightly faster than usual. Asia, having gotten up a step late, hurriedly sped up her steps behind him. Boke-san, please wait eek. As if her innate clumsiness suddenly kicked in, the blonde nun inadvertently tripped over her own feet, staggering forward abruptly. In a panic, she instinctively reached out to grab something, barely managing to keep her balance and preventing a face-first crash into the floor. When she raised her head, she found that the boy walking ahead had already stopped, looking back at her, and her hand was currently holding his wrist. Are you okay? Why yes, I'm fine. That's good. In return, Boke gently grasped the girl's delicate hand. Be careful and take it slower. Okay. Feeling the warmth transmitted through her palm, the blonde nun nodded shyly, cheeks flushed with pink. In Japanese high schools, teenage relationships weren't particularly discouraged. Rather, only holding hands at this age was already considered somewhat slow. Even if others saw them walking hand in hand, at most they would be lightly teased by close friends. Of course, that teasing only applied to close acquaintances, strangers attempting it would be blatantly looking for trouble. Outside the classroom, the corridors were even more crowded. After all, this moment was exactly when all classes for the day ended. Students with club activities headed towards them, while those without began packing their things to head home. Thus, the whole hallway was bustling with activity. Yet, as Boke pulled Asia along and arrived near the staircase, a familiar figure descending from the floor above appeared right before his eyes. A calm, composed expression, straight and silky purple hair flowing down her back, the trademark sword case she carried, and even wearing Kuo Academy's uniform. Busujima-senpai. The name left his lips unconsciously. Though it wasn't especially loud amidst the noisy hallway, it caused the sword-wielding girl to pause slightly as she arrived at the staircase landing. Following his gaze, their eyes met clearly. What a coincidence. I was wondering where your classroom might be, Boke-kun, but I certainly didn't expect to meet you right here. The three of them stepped aside into a quieter corner near the stairs, where Siko smiled first in greeting, then looked towards the blonde-haired girl holding Boke's hand. This young lady is your girlfriend, Boke-kun. And no, it's not like that. We're just classmates. Yes. Asia nodded shyly at the senpai's guess, glancing gently toward Boke. Boke-san, is this senpai someone you know? She's the one I mentioned before. Boke stopped mid-sentence, quickly changing his phrasing after some thought. No, I haven't mentioned her before. You hadn't transferred here at that time yet, Asia, but Rias and the others do know her. She's Busujima-senpai from Tokyo Jujutsu High. Due to certain matters, she was the one in charge of liaising with me on behalf of the Jujutsu Association. Jujutsu Association. Asia blinked, clearly puzzled. After all, she hadn't been in Japan for very long, so she wasn't particularly knowledgeable about organizations like the Onmyōji families and Jujutsu Association. But since Boke-san knew this girl, she probably wasn't a bad person. Thinking so, the nun politely bowed slightly. Nice to meet you, Busujima-senpai. My name is Asia Argento, I'm Boke-san's classmate and a member of the same school club. San. Siko seemed slightly surprised at the formality of the title. Yet, despite the peculiarity, Siko introduced herself with courtesy. Hello, my name is Busujima Siko. If you don't mind, please call me Siko directly. It's a pleasure. Why yes. It's nice to meet you. Seeing Siko's subtle confusion, Boke proactively explained. Well, some things happened earlier, and when Asia first met me she hadn't transferred to this school yet, so. By some things, you mean a heroic rescue scenario? Siko blinked her eyes, unexpectedly teasing him with a rare joke. Actually, it wasn't really a joke. To her, Boke was exactly the type who frequently ended up involved in such scenarios. Strictly speaking, she herself had also been saved by him at some point. Something like that. Boke shrugged nonchalantly. Anyway, senpai, how come you transferred here too? About that. Hearing this question, even the usually calm sword-wielding girl momentarily showed a subtle twitch at the corner of her mouth. He was seriously asking why she transferred here. Didn't he know clearly enough himself, having personally demolished the previous school building? After a short consideration, she offered a polite euphemism instead. Because Jujutsu High's buildings are undergoing extensive reconstruction and repairs, students temporarily transferred into other Tokyo area high schools until the renovations are complete. Ah. I see. He clearly understood her point. Not pressing further, Boke decisively changed the subject, looking at the sword bag on Siko's back. So, senpai, did you join our school's kendo club? Sort of. Siko smiled softly, eyes curving gently. My father's dojo isn't in Tokyo, and there's no place spacious enough near my current accommodation for daily practice. So, I figured using the school's kendo club facilities was the simplest solution. Anyway, it's about time I headed to the club. Today's my first day there, and it wouldn't be good to show up late. Alright then, see you around, senpai. Busujima senpai was really pretty, wasn't she? You're no slouch yourself, Asia. With a switch of scenes, the chatting duo had already arrived at the old school building entrance, hand in hand. Stepping inside, they found Rias, Kenneo, and Kenneo already seated on a couch, three beauties of different styles lined up neatly. Across from them, two more girls sat, one with short blue hair, and another sporting vibrant orange twin tails. Ah! Noticing someone entering, the orange-haired, twin-tailed girl raised her head, then practically launched herself off the couch with rocket-like enthusiasm, arms spread wide as she aimed straight for Boke who'd just stepped through the doorway. Yay! Boke. Long time no see. Chapter 78, How did my lovely devotee become a witch in your mouth? Irina. With a figure strikingly similar to his memories rapidly filling his vision at comet-like speed, Bokue Keikain was caught utterly off guard, instinctively reaching out to catch her. He really couldn't have expected this, after all, when Yura had called yesterday, she'd only mentioned Irina had asked for his address. He'd logically thought that, if she was going to visit, she'd probably show up at his house. Who'd have imagined she'd directly come to his school, and was even already face-to-face with Rias and Kenneo. Yet, despite her seemingly fierce incoming hug, the embrace that landed on him turned out to be surprisingly gentle and soft. Hee. The slender girl with vibrant orange twintails wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, lifting her head up with a cute face full of genuine, radiant joy. Yesterday, Zenobia and I had just arrived in Japan. After landing in Osaka, we immediately went to Kyoto. I initially wanted to go find you directly, but unexpectedly Yura-chan told me you'd moved to Tokyo. Coincidentally, that matches the destination for our current mission, so I planned to finish our task and then head straight to your place afterward. Who knew we'd meet here first? Such a lucky coincidence. Yeah, quite the coincidence indeed, considering this is literally the only high school near my residence. Boke returned her enthusiasm with the fond gaze of an old friend. Looking back to the past and then at the girl before him now, Boke couldn't help but sigh internally at how she'd truly grown. Even through her seemingly loose-fitting church robes, he could clearly feel her slender waist and the exceptionally soft, elastic armor plating in front. Though definitely not as pronounced as Rias or Kenneo, it still ranked exceptionally high among Asian women. Truly comforting. He'd initially worried, seeing how tomboyish she'd been as a child, that she might grow into a rough-and-tumble type. Fortunately, she'd somehow managed to find her way back onto a proper feminine path. Wholesome. A decade apart, and now reunited, thousands of words were stuck in their throats, waiting to be said. Irina was still beaming with slightly moist eyes, about to continue speaking, but sitting opposite them, Ria's crimson eyes were already almost flaring up with fire, or rather, bloodlust. Miss Shido, while I don't know the exact history between you and Boke, we are currently in the middle of a meeting. Would you mind respecting that? Ah. Irina turned to look, noticing the unpleasant expression on the faces behind her, and the puzzled look on her companion's face beside her. She quickly realized her behavior was indeed inappropriate and promptly released her embrace, smiling awkwardly. Ahaha, sorry about that. Boke, come sit over here. Rias' expression softened slightly as she moved aside to open up some space, patting the vacant spot on the sofa right next to herself. Eh? Irina blinked, momentarily stunned. Before she could say anything, however, she saw Boke actually walk over obediently and sit next to the red-haired beauty. Irina opened her mouth. Wait. Boke, why are you sitting with her? She's clearly. We are indeed devils. So what? Before Irina could finish, Rias interrupted confidently. In sharp contrast to her previous posture, straight-backed, elegantly occupying the central seat to assert her dominance, now she not only gave up the middle position, but leaned slightly against Boke's shoulder. From a certain perspective, this was also a subtle yet clear declaration of ownership. I, Rias Gremory, am Bokue Keikain's girlfriend. Is there a problem with that? Girlfriend. Irina was utterly dumbfounded, her gaze flitting rapidly back and forth between the two, stammering in shock. Hold on, wait just a second. Boke, please tell me, is this really true? You're really dating a DxD devil? And what exactly is the issue with that? Rias gently lifted her chin, sending another question straight at the stunned girl's heart. Zenobia, the blue-haired girl carrying a giant sword next to Irina, also stared at her strangely. Irina, what's wrong with you? We've seen church warriors charmed by devils before, let alone ordinary humans. If he still has even a shred of guilt about being human, then our role is simply to grant him God's forgiveness. That's not what I'm talking about at all. Irina panicked, waving her arms helplessly. Hey, Zenobia, remember I mentioned to you about my childhood friend before? Childhood friend? Ah, you mean the one you first met in a snowball fight who shoved so much snow in your mouth, and even after learning you were actually a girl, started throwing snowballs at you even harder? Yes. That's him. Though this description sounded downright savage, it undoubtedly referred to a certain someone sitting across from them. I see. Zenobia nodded slightly, then stood up, picking up her massive sword wrapped in white cloth beside the sofa. She swung it forward and pointed it straight at the young man, her voice calm yet deadly serious. My name is Zenobia Corda. Bokue Keikain, you might be Irina's childhood friend, but as an Onmyōji who associates with devils, if you still retain loyalty to your god, repent now and turn back. Otherwise, I will bring down divine judgment upon you with my holy sword. Faith, huh? I don't think I have anything of the sort. Boke shrugged carelessly. If you insist, just pretend I worship the flying spaghetti monster. P.S. There is actually a church of the flying spaghetti monster, with tens of thousands of members, seriously. The flying spaghetti monster. Zenobia blinked, utterly baffled by this entirely new terminology. Just hearing the name, she could only picture an absurdly hilarious image of flying spaghetti declaring itself divine. Boke sighed softly, continuing. Though seeing how you're acting, I now somewhat understand how people like Fried Selzen came to be. Fried Selzen. Don't lump us together with that scum. As if a sensitive nerve had been triggered, Zenovia's voice was edged with anger. Boke shook his head calmly. It's not lumping you together, it's more like grouping similar types. From where I stand, someone like you, always ready to deliver divine punishment, might soon end up just like Fried Selzen, indiscriminately killing, colluding with fallen angels, whom you're currently 2 steps away from becoming him. Keep it up. Zenobia frowned deeply. At that moment, her eyes caught sight of a timid blonde nun sitting quietly next to Kenneo. Could it be you? I believe I've seen your photo before. Ah. Isn't she that nun who was expelled from the church for possessing the power to heal even devils? Her name was Asia Argento, right? Irina tapped her lips, recalling. Zenovia's gaze hardened. Whatever your past may have been, once you've willingly associated yourself with devils, you've become a witch. A witch. The moment she heard this, Asia, already nervous from being recognized, shuddered softly and lowered her head, clutching anxiously at her heart. Yet before she could attempt to explain, a warm and familiar power lifted her gently into the air, floating her over to hover just above the center of the sofa where Boke was seated, and gently lowering her down. I fail to understand, how did my gentle, lovely devotee become a heretical witch in your eyes? Under Asia's astonished gaze, Boke embraced her protectively with one arm and lifted his head to gaze sternly at the blue-haired girl wielding the huge sword. If you're here to discuss important matters, then do so properly. But if you're here just to pick a fight, then get the hell out, now. Boom. As his words fell, an overwhelming golden aura erupted violently from Boke's body like a volcanic eruption. An overwhelming pressure pressed mercilessly upon Zenovia's shoulders, almost forcing her down onto her knees. It was a feeling as if she stood before an absolute supreme being. Chapter 79, Holy Sword. Not even worth my attention. Bokue Keikain wasn't the type to easily lose his temper. In fact, his temperament was usually quite good. Among Onmyōji, he was even jokingly described as too laid back to ever be disciplined. Even when facing enemies, he rarely got truly angry. After all, what was the point? Who would get irritated by someone they could dispatch with a single punch? But this time, Boke was genuinely irritated. Setting aside his childhood friend Irina, he had absolutely no connection with this girl before him. Yet, she dared come here lecturing him, judging him, and acting as if she were here to teach him a lesson. Just who the hell did she think she was? Now, the living room was engulfed in overwhelming golden spiritual pressure, the dazzling radiance permeating every inch of space. Just as Wing from Hunter x Hunter described Nen. When activated with goodwill, it feels like a gentle spring breeze. When triggered by ill will or killing intent, it can inflict unimaginable harm. Spiritual power worked in the same way. For Rias and the others bathed in Boke's spiritual aura, the sensation was merely like basking in warm sunlight, comfortable and pleasant. But for Zenobia, who was targeted directly by his irritation, it was a wholly different experience. From Zenovia's perspective, it felt like having 100 giant Easter Island statues pressing down on her shoulders, a force vastly surpassing any pressure she'd experienced even during her harshest church training sessions. She desperately tried to maintain her footing, gripping the holy sword in her hands tightly, but it wasn't enough. Thud. As the weight continued to mount, Zenobia could no longer withstand it, her fingers gradually slipping loose from the immense pressure. The massive holy sword crashed to the ground beside her, and she collapsed instantly onto her knees. This was Bokue Keikain's strength. The gravity spells that other elite Onmyōji struggled to execute, draining nearly all their spiritual energy, were as simple to Boke as breathing. The mere overflow of his spiritual power due to emotional fluctuations easily eclipsed anything others could produce intentionally. In this state, if an opponent lacked sufficient strength, Boke could even crush them outright using spiritual pressure alone. Zenobia. Are you all right? Seeing her companion on the verge of collapse, Irina rushed forward to help. Yet, oddly enough, the overwhelming pressure that had been steadily increasing vanished entirely the moment Irina touched Zenobia. Zenobia jerked upright, gasping for breath as beads of cold sweat streamed down her pale, strained face. The moisture quickly soaked through her battle attire beneath her white robe. Without a doubt, if Irina hadn't intervened just then, prompting Boke to retract his aura, Zenobia would unquestionably have been crushed. Supporting her now pale and slightly shaking companion, Irina whispered softly in frustration. Zenobia, you should have known better. Boke isn't the type to hold back just because his opponent is a girl. I don't need mercy from someone colluding with devils. It's a disgrace to any church warrior. You really are something else, Zenobia. Irina sighed helplessly. They had come here on an official mission, after all. If things kept going like this, they wouldn't even manage to complete their task. All right. Let's talk business already. Boke responded quietly, acknowledging Irina to continue. Irina took a gentle breath and spoke carefully. Hey, Boke, do you remember the holy sword from our church branch back in Kyoto, when we were kids? Yeah, I remember. Why? As soon as Irina mentioned it, Boke easily recalled the sword she described. Its appearance resembled Artoria's famous blade from Fate/Grand Order, a classic, oversized Western broadsword. Definitely not his style. Irina continued. Well, originally, the church crafted 6 holy swords. Right now, besides one that's missing, 3 have been stolen by fallen angels. The remaining 2 are Zenovia's sword of destruction, and mine, the sword of mimicry. Saying this, she lifted her church robe slightly, indicating a delicate ornamental band wrapped around her arm. That, apparently, was the holy sword after it transformed into its mimicked form. But wait a minute, 6 holy swords, 1 missing, 3 stolen by fallen angels. Hold on, fallen angels. Remembering something particular, Boke murmured aloud. Actually, a while back I did eliminate a group of fallen angels. I think the leader was named Rainier or something, and there was also that freed Selzen I mentioned earlier. But I didn't notice them carrying any holy swords. Are you sure? Zenobia suddenly interjected. Boke glanced at her. Yes, I'm sure. What about it? The blue-haired girl pursed her lips tightly. Given your involvement with devils, it's entirely possible you might have hidden or kept the swords for yourselves. After all, holy swords are deadly weapons against devils, injuries from them cause incredible pain and could even directly kill them. Considering there are only 6 of these sacred weapons created in total, each is extremely rare and precious. So, you think I've hidden or stolen your holy swords? Boke rolled his eyes, bored. I doubt it. Your oversized Western swords might be okay as decorative models to hang on a wall and look cool, but even if you offered one to me, I decline. They're beneath me. What did you just say? Hearing Boke blatantly belittle the holy swords of the church, Zenobia bristled furiously, preparing to stand up and argue again. Thankfully, Irina quickly grabbed hold of her, smiling apologetically towards Boke. Now we're definitely not here to accuse you or anything. We just wanted to confirm a few things and make sure you guys aren't collaborating with fallen angels. That's all. Is that so? Then you have nothing to worry about regarding that. Boke shrugged nonchalantly. Irina nodded slightly, smiling again. I figured as much. In that case, we'll be on our way. See you around, Boke. After we wrap up our work, I'll come visit you again. Come on, Zenobia. Boke didn't respond further. Instead, he silently watched as the two white-robed girls exited the room, until a soft, timid whimper brought his attention back. Lowering his head, he saw Asia still nestled in his embrace, cheeks flushed pink with shyness and embarrassment. Meanwhile, sitting close beside him, Rias narrowed her eyes subtly, an unspoken question clearly shining within. Done hugging yet? Chapter 80, he's more of a bare-knuckle type. Whoosh. Whoosh. Sharp gusts from swinging swords echoed throughout the empty kendo dojo. Time quietly passed, and the sky outside had long since darkened. It had been nearly 4 hours since the end of the day's second afternoon class. Usually, Japanese high school students not involved in clubs would leave school around 3 in the afternoon, after which club activities began. Even with club activities, the latest dismissal usually didn't surpass 5:30 p.m. Any later, and students wouldn't make it home in time for dinner. But now, it was already approaching 7 p.m. Busujima Siko was still practicing in Kuo Academy's kendo dojo, alone. All other club members had long since departed, leaving only her behind. This situation wasn't because she'd just transferred today and had to endure some hazing from the senior members, quite the opposite. From her very first day as a new junior, she already enjoyed a status typically reserved for the club's ace. No bows and greetings to the captain or vice-captain. No rookie chores like cleaning the dojo floors. Instead, she even had clubmates proactively offering her tea and refreshments. This preferential treatment wasn't merely because of her looks. It was purely earned through the strength she'd displayed earlier that day. She had conquered a Hyakunin Ikki, 100-person challenge. In Japanese, Hyakunin Ikki originally referred to a mass uprising or a group of people united to achieve something. The historical origin referred to a farmers' rebellion, where enraged villagers stormed Shimabara's Arima village, attacking and killing their oppressor, Hayashi Hyomon. Of course, Siko didn't rally the entire kendo club to rise against the captain and vice-captain. Instead, in her first day initiation sparring match, she'd single-handedly defeated every member, including both the captain and vice-captain. When an individual's strength could overpower the entire group, traditional ranks and positions within the group lost any sense of authority over them. Thus, the current situation came into being. Phew. Siko steadied her breathing, completely unfazed by the thoroughly sweat-soaked kendogi clinging to her form. Her wooden bokken aligned perfectly straight with her wrist and grip, angled precisely downward at 45 degrees. Drops of perspiration trailed down her arm, dripping from the sword's tip. Closing her eyes, she vividly replayed yesterday's scene, Bokue Keikain's earth-shattering kick, again and again in her mind, focusing and condensing her sword intent. She slowly lifted the wooden sword. Just as the droplets of sweat were about to slide downward along the blade, a slash descended. Clang. The wooden blade sliced through the air, producing an unprecedented metallic ringing. A dazzling blade light erupted forth, extending in front of her, carving a hair-thin incision into the dojo's wooden floorboards, stretching a full 10 meters ahead. It was sword ki. She had actually managed to project tangible sword ki through a wooden sword. But, it still wasn't enough. Siko slowly opened her eyes, looking at the faint scar she'd etched into the floor, inwardly sighing in disappointment. She remembered it clearly. Bokue Keikain's kick hadn't used even a trace of spiritual power. With sheer physical strength alone, he'd shaken an entire mountain. That level was probably already far beyond the limits of human capability. It's already late. I should head back. Glancing through the window at the illuminated streetlights dotting the campus, Siko relaxed her stance, quietly moving towards the changing room, bokken in hand. First, she would swap out her soaked clothes, take a quick shower in the dojo's attached facilities, then head home. Meanwhile, in a small public park approximately 300 meters away from Kuo Academy, a certain orange-haired twin-tailed girl leaned listlessly against a pair of parallel bars, usually occupied by elderly morning exercisers. Listening to the insects chirping faintly in the nearby greenery, Irina sighed heavily. Seriously, we haven't found any trace of fallen angels at all. Could headquarters intel have been wrong? Probably not. Seated nearby atop a leg press exercise machine, Zenobia hugged her white cloth-wrapped holy sword and shook her head. Rather, it's probably natural that we can't easily find them. According to headquarters, the 3 stolen holy swords are now in the hands of Kokobile, a 10-winged fallen angel commander. Someone of his caliber wouldn't expose himself carelessly like an amateur. He's likely hiding, biding his time and waiting for us to walk right into his trap. You have a point. Irina pouted unhappily. Still, Zenobia, speaking of traps, there's something I've been wondering about. If our opponent really is a cadre-level fallen angel, do you think the two of us alone even stand a chance? Likely not. Zenobia again shook her head decisively. I suspect the church already anticipated our sacrifice when they dispatched us. Nevertheless, we must complete this mission. The holy swords are sacred weapons bestowed upon us church warriors by God. Rather than let them remain in the hands of heretics, we must recover them or destroy them entirely. That's easy enough to say. Irina mused for a moment, suddenly smacking her palm as a small imaginary light bulb went off above her head. Oh. Wait a second, Zenobia. Remember, earlier at school, Boke said he'd killed some fallen angels a while back but hadn't seen any holy swords. Could it be that those swords are still at that place, and Boke just didn't bother to look for them? Or maybe he did find them, but chose not to take them. If we find where they fought before, we might find those lost swords and complete our task easily. I doubt that's possible, Zenobia hesitated. 3 holy swords are extremely conspicuous. Besides, they're weapons forged by divine power. Even high-ranking devils find their allure irresistible. A normal human couldn't possibly. Zenobia, do you still think Boke is a normal human? The orange-haired twin-tailed girl cupped her chin, giving Zenobia an incredulous glance. Besides, that's exactly the thing you don't get about him. Boke has always had an aversion to using weapons. When we were kids, our Kyoto branch had a holy sword. When we invited him to see it, he wasn't interested in the slightest. He's a dedicated, bare-knuckle type. Does that mean there's actually a possibility the swords are still lying where they fought? Zenobia pondered carefully, then came to a decision. In that case, I'll go check out the location of their previous battle. Irina, you continue searching for traces of the fallen angels. We'll split up, it'll increase our efficiency. Call immediately if anything happens. Okay. Having decided on their strategy, the 2 church girls rose immediately, one heading westward while the other continued searching north. Not even 10 minutes after Irina and Zenobia had left the park, a familiar silver-haired figure dashed out from the bushes, landing lightly atop a nearby tree branch. Carrying a massive silver lightning-shaped sword upon his shoulder, Fried Selzen glanced around at the deserted exercise equipment, confusedly sticking out his tongue. Huh. Weird, I'm sure I sensed a holy sword nearby just now. Where'd it go? Well, whatever. Guess I'll keep sniffing around here first. With an amused smirk, he disappeared back into the shadows, continuing his hunt. Chapter 81, the senpai whose ultimate attack always gets interrupted. Such impeccable timing. Feeling the cool evening breeze brush past her cheek, Busujima Siko paused her footsteps on her way home. Under the street lamp not far ahead stood a strange young man with messy silver hair, countless stitch-like scars crisscrossing his pale skin, and a giant lightning-shaped sword resting casually on his shoulder. As a grade 1 Jujutsu Sorcerer, Siko had witnessed countless eerie and bizarre scenarios, far more than all those online ghost-chasing streamers combined. She could immediately sense one thing clearly. This silver-haired man was definitely not normal. Although, truth be told, some of her former colleagues at the Jujutsu Technical School also looked far from normal at first glance. But at least, beneath their quirky facades, they revealed genuinely human sides in their everyday lives. Take to do Aoi for instance. At first glance, he seemed like a brutish delinquent who got by on brute force alone. But secretly, he was just a sincere young man obsessed with pop idols, particularly those soft, pink-cute types. Yet the silver-haired stranger before Siko radiated nothing but absolute madness. And the very first thing he'd asked upon their encounter was, "Hey there, have you seen any church mutts carrying holy swords around here? What exactly are you supposed to be?" Without answering his question, Siko slowly drew her katana from its sheath. Its keen edge traced a chilling silvery arc through the night air. Me. The silver-haired former priest, whose entire body seemed like it had been sliced apart and crudely stitched back together, pointed at himself, his disgusting tongue hanging out obscenely. Then he tilted his head back and laughed hysterically, saliva spraying everywhere as he maniacally tugged at his priestly garb. "Can't you tell? I'm a holy priest, you know, well, technically speaking, ex-priest. But enough chit-chat. Have you seen those church dogs waving their fancy holy swords around here or not? No. And even if I did, I certainly wouldn't tell someone like you." Siko calmly exhaled, setting her sheath aside. Both hands grasped the hilt of her blade as she took up the standard, Chuden no Kami stance of kendo. "You really disgust me. Perhaps before going out and terrorizing innocent pedestrians with that face of yours, you should first check yourself into a psychiatric ward." "Ha." Fried Selzen's scarred face distorted grotesquely, eyes widening as he stared at her stance. He flailed his disgusting tongue, droplets of saliva splattering onto the street below. "Wait. You're actually planning to fight me, Missy? Ah, what a shame. I was gonna let you go after you answered my question, but since you didn't give me a satisfying answer, well, I'll just kill you. Without the slightest warning, Fried leaped skyward, twisting his body and swinging his lightning-shaped holy sword downward in a vicious arc. Here he comes. Siko swiftly raised her blade to block, tilting the sword tip slightly downward to better absorb the blow. Clang. In a flash, sparks exploded brilliantly into the night as the massive holy sword collided with her slender katana, the sheer force knocking Siko back several meters. This was undeniably a powerful strike. However, there was nothing particularly shocking about this. Siko had never intended to compete head-on in brute strength anyway. After all, a katana relied primarily on swiftness and precision rather than overwhelming force. Against an oversized Western-style greatsword, she naturally wouldn't try to match its raw strength directly. She would rely on speed. In a split-second decision, the kendo girl regained her footing and dashed forward, preparing to exploit the gap created by the opponent's massive swing. She aimed to finish him with a single precise slash. Yet, to her astonishment, this seemingly guaranteed strike met nothing but empty air. What? Siko's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Instead of being locked in place by his heavy swing, the silver-haired ex-priest leaped impossibly high, over 3 meters into the air, in a feat utterly beyond normal human ability. Then, in mid-air, he spun around like a berserker from a fantasy epic, bringing down his sword in a brutal spiral strike reminiscent of the legendary Guts from Berserk. Siko barely dodged sideways in time. The monstrous holy sword crashed down, slicing effortlessly into the asphalt road, sending fragments of pavement flying everywhere. Siko's pupils contracted slightly. An attack of this magnitude clearly surpassed the limits of ordinary weaponry. Normally, such a ridiculous-looking sword shouldn't even function as an effective weapon, yet this man was not only wielding it skillfully but was also unleashing terrifying power. Moreover, his speed defied all conventional logic. Is this a cursed weapon? No, according to his words earlier, that must be the so-called holy sword. Though unsure of the precise nature of this holy sword, Siko could at least confirm one thing: this madman wasn't just some ordinary lunatic. His weapon far exceeded her katana in raw destructive power, and his speed was definitely on par with hers. If this continued, she might lose. Fortunately, there were no innocent bystanders nearby. Therefore, she no longer had to hold back. Siko inhaled deeply, then released her breath slowly. A faint energy began to emanate from her body. It wasn't the typical black or dark azure cursed energy used by ordinary sorcerers. Instead, it was something denser and far more sinister, a crimson-red spiritual power. Unlike Rias's blazing, flame-like crimson destructive magic, the red aura now rising from Siko resembled a thick, blood-soaked mist, filled with a heavy stench of gore, as if it had risen straight from a swamp of blood. Oh. What's this? You're getting serious now, missy. Fried licked his lips in sickening anticipation, brandishing his holy sword with manic excitement. Come on, I haven't had the chance to properly test this new toy of mine yet. Ignoring his taunts, Siko pressed the palm of her other hand against the edge of her katana, swiftly sliding it across the blade. A deep, blood-red glow instantly infused the previously clear steel, resonating with the thick scarlet aura enveloping her entire form. In a voice low enough to resemble iron grating upon iron, Siko began to intone her ultimate attack. Hachisenryu, Kai. Found you at last. Step back, missy. Leave this to me, amen. Eh? Suddenly, an energetic girl's voice intruded upon the scene, completely breaking Siko's concentration. The blood-red glow in her eyes faded instantly. Looking up in surprise, she saw an orange-haired girl dressed in a white church robe and brandishing a long whip, descending dramatically from above. One sharp crack of her whip split open a deep fissure in the ground, comparable in power to Fried's own monstrous sword swings. Following closely behind was a blue-haired girl, also wielding a massive greatsword. Both landed firmly in front of Siko, shielding her from Fried. Eh? Seeing the sudden reinforcements, Fried hurriedly raised his sword defensively, his expression shifting from angry defiance to exaggerated frustration. Damn it. Weren't we having a nice duel here? Where'd all you extras suddenly pop out from? And I was having so much fun sparring with this pretty lady here. But then, his ugly grin resurfaced as he licked his lips once more. But that's fine too, now I know for sure you church mutts took the bait. Guess I'll head back and report to the boss then. But bye now. He swiftly threw down a smoke grenade, blanketing the area in a thick haze. Wait. Hold it, Irina. As Fried attempted to escape, Irina impulsively made a move to chase after him, but Zenobia quickly reached out, firmly grasping her companion's arm to hold her back. By the time the smoke cleared, the stitched-up ex-priest was nowhere to be seen. Ah, he got away. Right, are you all right back there? Irina turned toward the sword-wielding girl behind her, then blinked in sudden recognition as her gaze landed on the school uniform the other girl was wearing. Oh. you're from Boke's school. Chapter 82, Jealous Sister, Sore Fingers. Support and read 18 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Don't forget Power Stones. 10 minutes later, 3 beautiful high school-aged girls found themselves seated together in a nearby restaurant, all brought together by a certain familiar name. I see, so Busujima-san, you're a Jujutsu Sorcerer affiliated with Japan's Jujutsu Association. I guess in some sense, we're colleagues then. Irina smiled warmly, breaking the ice. She tilted her head curiously and continued. But school should have been dismissed hours ago, why are you still out this late? Were you working on a mission? Busujima Siko shook her head gently, carefully sipping her mushroom soup from a spoon before placing it down. No, I was just training at the school's kendo club until late. It was purely coincidental that I encountered that incident on my way home. Siko paused slightly, then continued. Speaking of which, I overheard that man mention a holy sword earlier, is that your target? She watched the 2 white-robed girls in front of her quietly, carefully observing their expressions. Even though they'd mentioned knowing her kohai, Boke, she herself wasn't particularly close with him, much less with people claiming to know him. It never hurt to remain cautious. Irina exchanged a subtle glance with Zenobia before answering casually. Well, something like that. That person earlier is a traitor from the Vatican Church. His group stole certain valuable items from us, and our mission here is to retrieve them. Those holy swords, correct? Yes, Zenobia nodded seriously. Busujima-san, have you perhaps seen any suspicious clergymen carrying unusual weaponry around here recently? Siko considered the question carefully before shaking her head slowly. No, I haven't. Indeed, it would have been highly unlikely. Due to a lack of manpower, most Jujutsu sorcerers had their hands full either dealing with curses or on their way to dealing with curses. They hardly had time to notice any strange priests wandering around town. Irina sighed slightly, visibly disappointed for only a brief second before bouncing right back cheerfully. Oh well. Can't be helped, I suppose. Let's stop talking about work then, Busujima-san, how did you and Boke first meet? Me. Siko paused again, then smiled faintly. It was during a mission. He saved me, something like that, I guess. Irina rolled her eyes playfully, cutting into her steak. Ugh, another one of his heroic rescues, huh? Well, I guess it can't be helped. That guy has always been like that, even since we were kids. He, is that so? Busujima Siko chuckled softly to herself, seeing how completely Irina had embraced her role as Boke's childhood sweetheart. Realizing there wasn't much more useful information to be gathered here, she calmly changed topics. Do you two have any plans after dinner? Normally, we'd keep working until the job's done. But after the encounter we just had, our targets are probably extra cautious right now. Continuing the search tonight would likely yield nothing, so maybe we'll just wander around nearby for a bit. For example, checking out some art exhibits or something. Siko shook her head, looking faintly amused. An art exhibit? I don't recommend it. Why? Because I've heard most places nearby only sell fake, low-quality paintings. Irina's eyes widened slightly. Ah, really? Then never mind. Meanwhile, high above Sumida Ward, 634 meters in the air atop Tokyo Skytree, 2 figures appeared, silently overlooking the dazzlingly lit cityscape below. A handsome silver-haired youth, clad in sleek black clothes adorned with decorative metal chains, spoke up first, calmly addressing the older man sitting at the edge of the high platform. Gusts of wind sent those chains clinking softly against one another. Azazel. Why did you call me here to Tokyo, especially at a place like this? Hearing the voice behind him, the middle-aged man, Azazel, turned around leisurely, revealing a ruggedly handsome face. Though age had left its mark, one could clearly see hints of the dashing young man he once was. His dark brown hair, dyed gold in the front like a stylish delinquent from his youth, added an oddly charming touch. Azazel produced a sake jug and cup seemingly out of thin air, raising them invitingly toward the silver-haired youth standing not far behind. It's been a while, Valley. How about it? Care for a drink? Valley frowned slightly, clear distaste flashing across his normally indifferent features. Drinking in a place like this? I'll pass. Hurry up and get to the point, or I'm leaving. Easy. Azazel laughed gently, raising his hands to placate him. Actually, there are 2 reasons I asked you to come here. The first concerns one of my former subordinates, Kokobeel. It seems he's planning something troublesome recently. Due to my position, it's inconvenient for me to act personally, so I'd like you to handle him. Valley raised an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. Your own subordinate causes trouble, and yet you can't handle it yourself. Azazel shrugged carelessly, turning back to stare at the city lights beneath. Exactly. I have a pretty good idea of what he's planning, essentially, reigniting conflict between heaven, hell, and us fallen angels. If I, the Governor General, take action personally, it'd make me look weak, and people might start questioning my authority, potentially even overthrowing me altogether. And if I were removed and replaced by another Governor General, odds are good we'd get some warmonger, someone far worse. I've worked too hard to maintain this fragile balance, you see. So, the safest bet is to pretend I know nothing at all. Valley remained silent for 2 seconds before muttering quietly. How boring. But even as he grumbled, he didn't explicitly refuse. And the second thing? Azazel deliberately paused, smiling mysteriously. Ah, about that, the red one you've been searching for all this time. I have news that he's finally appeared. And he's right here in this city. Oh. At the same time, in a high-end apartment in Chua Ward, a certain young man who had finished dinner was casually relaxing on his sofa, playing horror games and casually indulging in a leisurely night with his cute black cat girl companion, when suddenly, without warning, he sneezed violently. His abs contracted sharply with no forewarning, causing a sudden surge forward. Under the girl's startled cry, a powerful jet of water shot forth, splashing precisely onto the television screen across the room. What the? Quick, grab some towels, no wait, cut the power first. As the black-haired girl trembled lightly from the sudden excitement, not too far away, at Ko Academy's old school building, another delicate figure was experiencing her own unexpected troubles. Kaneko lay on her bed in a quiet room, breath rapid and heavy. Her snow-white cat ears had popped straight up uncontrollably, and beneath her, 2 fluffy tails twisted tightly around each other. She maintained that tense posture for a long, breathless moment before gradually relaxing again. Under the soft bedside lamp, Kaneko raised her hand, noticing her fingers shimmering wetly. Why? Just thinking of Boke-senpai now makes me like this. She buried her blushing face into the pillow, deeply embarrassed. I'm becoming weird. 18 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones.